Welcome to the Notion of Life Masterclass, or should I say the Notion of Life Monster Class, because this one truly is a behemoth of a system and a masterclass. Now, I am very much aware that many creators out there will tell you this is the ultimate Notion system, or this is the ultimate masterclass, but I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. This one truly is the masterclass to rule them all. Now, allow me to prove this to you. I've been working on this masterclass for about 2 years, and I've been working on this system for about 3 years. And before I'm going to tell you anything else, I'm first going to show you the most important workflows that we have inside of this system, because apparently that is what you're supposed to do. First, I got to show you that this is indeed valuable, that this is worthy of your valuable time and energy. And then afterwards, we can get into all the nitty-gritty on how to actually build this system and use it in your day-to-day life. So let's start with that. The 7 best workflows that we have inside of a Notion of Life. The first workflow is the life of an action item, because action items, or to-dos or tasks or whatever you want to call them, are the building blocks of our lives, right? Every little action that we take on a day-to-day basis forms the entirety of our life. So let's see how an action item actually lives inside the Notion of Life system. And for now, I'm just going to open up this execution zone. And then the first thing that we do when we want to add an action to our system is that we want to capture it somewhere, right? We're constantly moving throughout the day, something comes up, and we want to capture an action item that comes in. The first and easiest way to do this is with this shortcut that I'm going to teach you how to create, with which we can instantly capture any action item. And just like that, boom, it is sent straight into our system. Now, another option that we have is actually a handy little tool called Save to Notion. And this is a plugin that you can add to your browser. And for example, I might have gotten an email and I want to turn that email into an action item. What I can do is I can say here, Save to Notion, save this to my action tracker, and then save that page, boom. And just like that, this has now also been added to the actions that I have in my Notion system. Now, as we're going throughout the day, we are collecting all these action items, and our inbox then becomes pretty full. So that is why we have a daily review, and we're going to look into this a little more in the next workflow. But at the bottom here, you can see that we have the little chapter where we empty our inboxes. And then all of the things that I have been capturing throughout the day will show up in this inbox. And then over here, if I want, I can assign them a date straight away, but I can also do that later. So what I do is I might assign a date here. I'm going to say this one's going to be due for the 28th, and this one's going to be due for the 29th, and these I'm just going to leave empty. And then I have to connect these action items to a project for them to be able to flow out of this inbox. So for example, I'm going to say sending emails to Paul and Sarah. That is actually part of the Building the Next Spaceland project. And running in the forest, that is actually part of the Run a Marathon of Death in the Desert. And just like that, I can start clearing out my action inbox and assigning all these action items to different projects. And then boom, my action inbox is now empty. Okay, so we've taken these actions, we've now clarified and processed them, and then the next thing that we want to do is we want to execute on actions, right? Because that's why they're actions. They're there to be executed on. Now, what we have done is that we've actually linked our Notion workspace to Notion Calendar. And all of the action items that we have assigned a date, you can now see them pop up here in the top. We can just drag those into our calendar and basically make a to-do list for the upcoming day. And actually, I'm going to just put this one over here. And then based on the time that you see over here, right? Research into web building from 9 to 10:30 a.m. Send emails to Paul and Sarah, 11 to 12. We have added time slots for each of these action items. And then inside of our Notion workspace, it's so beautiful. Every single time I see this, it's so beautiful. We get to see all of the actions that are due for today with the time slot that they have been assigned to. And it's just that little extra bonus, the one that is currently active, because right now it is actually 11:30 over here. You can see it's orange and it has this little arrow. So that is the basic life of an action item. Now we're going to explore that a little further later on. But first I want to take you into the second workflow. We already had a brief sneak peek into this one, but that is the power of the daily review. Now, inside a Notion of Life, we have these review cycles, which are basically structured processes that we can use to make sure that all the parts of our system are being maintained, that all the parts of our workspace are being maintained. And the shortest one of these review cycles is the daily review. And once again, this one also lives in this execution zone over here. And actually, I'm just going to delete this one to show you that at the beginning of every day, we can simply press this button and our daily review template is generated for us so that we can fill that in. And then in the morning, we have a little startup routine. This routine takes a few minutes, and you can also make it longer or shorter as you wish. And during this startup routine, we start by asking ourselves a few questions. So for example, what energy state am I feeling today? I can add a new page in here. I'm feeling super duper energized. And then I can go in there, and here I have some extra writing space. I can say, feeling so energized because we are finally recording the masterclass, which I have been having dreams and visions of for way too long. And we can do that for all these startup questions. And these can just be little prompts to help us reflect and prepare and have some intent for the day ahead. Then the next tab that we have over here is the action items that we have planned for the day, because usually we plan our actions ahead of time. So in the morning, I can just quickly check in. Okay, what's there on the schedule for today? Perfect. Remind myself. Later on, we can get to work. And then we have another little tab here, which is going to be our habit tracker. So we also have the possibility to track habits inside the Notion of Life system. And we can either track them in the morning. Here we have the morning habits. We can also track them in the evening, or you can do both, or you can do one of the two. And these habits over here have a little button. And when we press hit, it means we have hit one of the habits. And you can see our hit rate has gone up by 1. And when we press miss, it's actually going to record a miss. And you can see we have 5 habit entries in here, 80% hit rate. And if we miss a few more times, you can start seeing our hit rate declining, which we don't want. But sometimes the truth will set you free. And over here, you can also see that if we hit them multiple times in a row, look at those beautiful little fishies. We got a little streak to track how consistent we are with our habits. And then the last thing that we have over here is our affirmations, but that I'm going to keep secret for now. Okay. Next up, this one we just briefly looked at is the opportunity to empty our inboxes. Now, we have already emptied our actions inbox, but there's 2 sorts of information that we sort of capture in this system. One is actions, things that we can act upon. The other is knowledge, just the information that we might need to do a certain thing. Knowledge pieces come into the knowledge inbox, and they have a very similar setup where we have all of the knowledge that we capture throughout the day, and we also have our little shortcuts for this, right? For example, we could have the same save to Notion, but actually add it to a knowledge database, right? So we could grab an article or a video or a podcast and just hook that straight into that knowledge database. And then over here, we can give it a few tags. I can say, okay, this particular thing, this meeting, the source of that was my mind, but maybe this one, the source was a book. And then we can give it a rating score. And we can either give it a 1, 2, or 3 star rating. And if I give it a 1 star rating, it's basically going to auto-complete this knowledge piece. And I will share a bit more on that later. If we give it a 2 or 3 star rating, it's actually going to put this knowledge piece on active. So let's just give all of these a rating. And then once again, we can assign them to the corresponding project that they're part of. So this was part of building Spaceland. This was actually also part of building Spaceland. This was actually part of running the marathon in the desert. And this one was actually the extra knowledge that didn't fit a particular class. Okay, and then over here at the end, we can do a little action review of the things that we did during the day. And here we're basically shown all the actions that we had initially planned over here, right? Here it now disappeared. But at the end of the day, we can see, okay, this was the initial plan I had for today. Did I actually succeed in that? Or did I miss certain parts? And then over here, a little reminder to once again, go into that calendar and sort of schedule or reschedule the action items so that we have a new plan. We have a game plan to execute on. Okay, cool. Then we have some shutdown questions. And for the geeks out there that like to track quantitative information, we can also drop some statistics in here. And this one, we can give our day a rating from 1 to 5 stars. And this one I would say pay attention to, because this is going to come back in some of the future workflows. So we can say, okay, I'm going to give this day a rating of 4 stars. It was a good day, not perfect, but it was pretty decent, because I know all you beautiful people are watching this masterclass right now. Actually, you know what? That does make me feel like 5 stars. That does indeed make me feel like 5 stars. Cool. That was workflow number 2. Then we are going to dive into, this is one of my favorite parts of the entire system, how to leverage projects. And the way we leverage projects is by using the project tracker. So over here, I'm going to open up the project tracker, and I'm just going to show you a template. And now, if you're new to Notion and all this stuff is a bit overwhelming and you're like, what is this guy clicking? What are all these things? I am going to take you from 0 all the way to hero. Not like Superman hero levels, but like tiny hero levels. At the end of this masterclass, you'll be like, okay, I know Notion. You know, you can be the Notion geek in your local surrounding. Over here, we have what we call a project workspace. And inside of this project workspace, we basically have all the actions, habits, and knowledge pieces related to this particular project. So we've already looked at the life of an action item, right? But action items are also related to a project, because we want to have contextual action. And the same goes for meeting notes and for knowledge pieces. So nothing ever exists in isolation. It is all connected to one another. And that's why we have this project workspace over here. Then down here, we also have a few reflection questions that we want to ask ourselves before we start a project. Because as this reminder shows us, if we do not have 60 minutes to properly prepare a project, we should not do the project, right? If you don't have 60 minutes to think about why you're doing this project and what is the goal and what would be the sacrifice I need to make and how can I make it more challenging and just really scoping out a project. If you don't have 60 minutes to do that, don't start the project, because projects are very large time commitments, and frankly, it will be quite silly to commit to something that takes you 100 hours if we're not able to take an hour beforehand to start it. Okay, so this is the project tracker template, but then let us also actually go into one of the existing projects, and I think building the next Spaceland, which seems like an epic project, can teach us a little more about this. Okay, so what we can do when we start a project is we can go to this action timeline, and we can actually scope out what needs to happen for this project. So I can say, okay, this is actually going to be step 1 and step 2. And this might be step 3. This might be a little bit shorter. And this could be, writing up the business proposal. And then this could be building the first prototype, right? And just putting in some dummy info here, and this might actually be sell the first products. I mean, that's very ambitious roadmap. Like this, we could sort of structure out a project, make this big project a little bit smaller. And then inside of our action items, you can now see that these parent actions have actually arisen here. Okay, so we can open up one of these parents, and then I could say under writing up the business proposal, I will need to write the first draft, and I will need to ask some people for feedback, and maybe I need to sell my soul to the devil because I have absolutely no idea how to write a business proposal. These have now become actions that once again we can start planning onto our calendar. So what I can do over here is I can just say like, okay, 29th of December, 30th of December. I'm going to put this one 31st of December. And then we can go back into this calendar. And if we just wait, they pop up right over there. And then I can just schedule them. And so I can take this project and I can schedule these actions. Okay. So that's already pretty nifty. I would say that is already pretty nifty. But it gets even better because as you can see, we have planned this, right? This is 1.5 hours. This is 1.5 hours. And this is actually also 1.5 hours. And over here, you can now see that there is a new property that has been entered here. Namely, that each of these actions is planned to take 90 minutes, right? The moment I would change this one to 2 hours in here, it's automatically going to say this is now planned for 120 minutes. And then inside of our project over here, we can see the weekly workload. And we're going to explore this a little further in the next workflow, of course. This automatically calculates, based on the actions I have scheduled for the upcoming week on my calendar, how many hours of work have I planned for this particular project. And the moment I were to complete these, this weekly workload actually turns into the amount of hours I have already input. And as you can see, that automatically calculates the progress that I'm making for this project. So just by scheduling them on our calendar, we can automatically track how much time we have planned for each specific project, and we can also track how much progress we make as we are completing these action items. So I think that is actually the perfect organic segue into workflow number 4, the powerhouse of the system, the weekly review. Like I mentioned, there's these different review cycles, and each review cycle has a feedback loop that is slightly longer. And what I mean by that is that the length between action and result is longer. Like a daily review, we do it today, we see result today. A weekly review, we do it now, we might not see result for another week. A monthly review, we do it now, we might not see result for a month. So the feedback loops get ever larger. But that also means that they get more valuable. And the weekly review in particular lives in this nice little Goldilocks zone between having a good frequency, because we do it every single week, but also having a good depth. So let me show you what I mean. I'm just going to hop in this review zone over here, and we're going to go into this weekly review. And I'm just going to open up this template. Now, the first part of this weekly review is dedicated to some reflection and gaining some insight. This one I'm going to hide for now. The first thing that we can do is we can look back on all of the reflections that we made during our daily reviews. If you remember from the daily review, at the beginning of the day, we could ask ourselves some reflection questions. And now, inside of this weekly review, we can actually read back all of the answers that we made in the past week. And this allows us to sort of distill patterns from our reflections as they were happening in real time. Because if we only reflect back at the end of a week, or if we only reflect back at the end of the month, we have this thing that is called the recency bias, which means that things that happened more recently are more salient to us. They stand out. They're more in the foreground. But of course, our goal is to get an accurate insight into how we're feeling. So this helps a lot by that, because we can just simply go back into these reflections and read up on them. Next up, we have an overview of all the daily ratings we've been giving. And I told you to pay attention when we were doing these statistics at the end of the daily review, because over here we get a nice little chart of how we rated the days during the past week. So that also gives us a little insight to how we were experiencing the week as we were going. Then the next thing we have here is some actual reflection questions that we can reflect on in the here and now, right? What am I particularly grateful for this week? Or was there something that was challenging? Or was there something that went really well? And then lastly, we also have 2 charts that help us review our actions. And the first one is how many hours of work did we do every single day? And this is once again automatically taken based on what we filled in here on the calendar, right? So we only schedule our actions one time into this Notion calendar, and then all of this tracking happens automatically on the background. And I'm aware these are very ambitious working days. I never work 13 hours per day, but I just filled this thing with some dummy data for this masterclass. And then over here, you can also see the amount of hours that you worked per project. So you can clearly see, okay, I put like half my time into the marathon. Actually, I know that I should have put some more time into work. So next week, I'm going to approach it a little bit different, right? So we're getting some real-time insight into how we have been working during the past week. This we're going to skip because I'm not going to show you everything. I'm just going to show you some of the core workflows. And as the masterclass progresses, we're going to get into all the nitty-gritty detail. But then over here, you see this view, and this one, I just always love it so much. This is what we call the project review. So in here, you can see all of our active projects, right? And earlier we looked at our projects. And then over here, you can see, okay, this one is actually due to be reviewed. So at the end of the week, we review all of these projects that are due, and then we actually schedule the action items for the upcoming week. So this is actually the moment where I can say, okay, I need to add building the landing page here, and maybe also a few of those things that I've been capturing in my daily inboxes and I've linked to the project. Maybe one of those also needs to be planned, right? Then we can start planning. And we can then do that for all of these different projects. So let's see if these other projects also have some stuff going on. We're going to say this one is also going to be 31st. And just some dummy action, please. I'm actually going to put that one also. And we can just sort of start planning our week ahead. We can do that for every single project. And then we can just go back in here and we can say, okay, now the next time is due to be reviewed is for next week. And then automatically these review dates changes. Now, earlier I mentioned we can also track habits inside of this system. And what we can do over here is we've actually created a button that automatically adds all of the habits to our calendar. So let's say, for example, I have this habit over here, cold call potential customers. And this habit actually has a time of day for 9 o'clock, and the duration is going to be 75 minutes. So instead of having to manually add that to my calendar, I can just press this button, and then I can go into the calendar. Boom. It's automatically been added to our action tracker. And all of the time tracking, all of the things we looked at have automatically been added. Similarly, for example, this one, course on marketing and sales basic. Boom. And just like this, during our weekly review, we can plan the entire week ahead. And that's why we have this little reminder here to actually open up the calendar and plan all of our actions. And then the next thing that you can see here is that we have the weekly workload, right? That's what we looked at earlier for every single project. So I can see for this project, I have planned 14 hours worth of work. For this project, I've planned 8 hours worth of work. And maybe here we realize that we actually overplanned on one project and underplanned on another. So we could go back into those projects and make sure that we actually have a realistic planning for the upcoming week. Next thing that we have in the weekly review, the first one is all of the knowledge pieces that are currently open. Now, I showed you in the daily review that we can give a rating to a knowledge piece. If we give a 1-star rating to a knowledge piece, the days that we have left for that knowledge piece automatically becomes 0. So let me show you an example here. I'm actually going to say, open up this knowledge piece, and I'm going to give it a rating of 1 star. The moment I give it a rating of 1 star, the status of this knowledge piece is going to be completed, and there won't be any days left to work on it. However, if we give a 2 or 3-star rating, we will have a certain amount of time to be working on a given knowledge piece. And because we have time left, it will show up here in this view. So at the end of the week, we can basically just check in with all of the knowledge pieces that are currently active, right? Over here, we can see that many days left, and just see, like, is there anything that I want to go a little deeper in? Is there anything I need to focus on this week? Is there anything that is relevant or valuable for one of the projects that I'm doing, right? So we can look in here and just give ourselves a reminding of all of the knowledge that is currently active. Because the thing with knowledge is that very often we just capture things. It's very easy to over capture things, but we are living in an age of information abundance. There is way more information than we know what to do with. And by keeping it actionable, we make sure we don't drown ourselves in information. Because I know that this happened for me, and I could imagine this happening for many of you, is that you built the system and then you just start capturing and classifying, and then maintaining the system becomes a full-time job. We don't want that, right? We want the systems to work for us and not us working for the system. So the next thing that we can do over here is then have an opportunity to actually take certain knowledge pieces and upgrade them from a 3-star rating to a 1 or 2 diamond rating. And the reason we do this is because in the moment, things might very often feel like a great idea. You have an idea, you're like, this is it. This is going to be my billion-dollar startup. And then at the end of the week, when you actually reflect back on that idea, you might be a bit more critical, or you might be a bit more detached and realize, actually, that idea is not that good. But if it is that good, then this is the beautiful moment to upgrade it, for example, to 2 diamonds. And the moment I upgrade it, you will also see that the days that I have left to work on it will automatically increase, right? So by giving it a higher rating, we also keep it actionable for longer, so that we have a longer time to work on this specific knowledge piece. Okay, and then this one I'm just going to show you real quick. We have a button over here that says, okay, we're almost done. We're now going to create the next week's review. We can create that next week's review, and then automatically everything is created. Date is set, name is set, everything's created for you. And then we can fill in 2 reflection questions to plan the week ahead. And that is very shortly the weekly review, the powerhouse of this system. Now, the next workflow I want to show you is a bit bigger. It's a bit longer term. It is the vision to action workflow, because the core of this entire system is all about bringing alignment between who you are and what you do. And what that means is we want to get an understanding of who we are, what is important to me, what is valuable to me, what are my core principles, what is my vision in life. We want to take those things and then turn them into action. So the actions that I take on a day-to-day basis are contributing to that person I want to be. That is the main goal of this system. And that's why we have this workflow in which we take ourselves from vision to action. So let me just show you how this works inside the system. And for this one, I'm going to go into the insight zone. And then over here, you can see that we have vision goals. And vision goals are very long-term and abstract goals that we use to set direction in our lives. They're not necessarily meant to be completed, but they're more a way of setting direction. They're like a compass, like a navigating star in the night sky. So, for example, one of my vision goals is that I will have a career doing what I love, earning and saving enough assets so that I have freedom to live my life on my own terms by the time that I have kids. We can then open one of these vision goals, and then inside this vision goal, we have a bunch of reflection questions. And reflection is really an essential part of this Notion of Life system. We have reflection questions in many of the different elements because taking some time to think on things will save us a lot of time in the long term, right? I just gave this example with the project tracker. If you don't have an hour to think about it, then don't commit 100 hours to do it. You can only imagine how true that is for a time period of 10 years. If you don't have a few days worth of time to reflect on what is important to you, you are going to miss out on so much potential because you might be heading in a suboptimal direction for many years. So reflection is really an essential part of this entire system. So for a vision goal, we have a few questions like, why do I want to set this vision goal? And how does it contribute to my life purpose? And once I am pursuing this goal, what will my life look like? And is that the type of life I want to live? And what kind of sacrifices will I need to make for that? And am I willing to make those sacrifices? And this is basically where we set a long-term vision for ourselves. And we really try to sink into that feeling. And then based on that vision, we can create projects. And we can create actionable projects, making it more concrete and shorter term that we can execute on, right? And that is how we connect this vision to a project. And then, of course, that project, we can set milestones and we can create actions. And then that action, well, let's say, for example, this action over here, I'm going to plan it for today, is, of course, going to show up last chance to have your say, Fran. So like this, we move all the way from a vision goal. We then create a project. We can add actions and we can align our core vision with the actions that we take on a day-to-day basis. So that is how we go from vision to action. But then we also have to do the opposite. We have to go from action to vision. And even one step deeper, we want to go from action to purpose, to the deepest core insights that we can have about ourselves. And the way we do this is by using the review cycles. And I've mentioned these 2 times now. I've mentioned the daily review and the weekly review, but we actually also have a monthly, a quarterly, and a yearly review. And the longer the review cycle, the deeper we go into certain things. So, for example, at the end of every month, we can do our monthly review. And then the first thing that we have over here is actually all of the reflections that we made during our weekly reviews. So just like in the weekly review template, we look back on all the reflections we made during the day. During our month, we can look back at all of the reflections that we made during the week. And we can then open one of these questions if we want. And then over here, usually in the writing space, we have extra context. So we can just read through all of these questions, be like, okay, that happened. Almost forgot about that one. It's like a month ago at this point, but that's true. That made quite a big impact. And then we can sort of use this information for our monthly reflection. So at the end of the month, we once again have some reflection questions, but these are a bit deeper. Now I can already hear you think, these are a lot of reflection questions. And am I going to do that every day, every week, every month? That is a lot of work. And yes, that is true. That is a lot of work. And that is why one of the core principles in this system is that we design for modularity. And what that means is that it's very easy to delete or add new parts into the system. So you can sort of perceive this as an ideal blueprint. It gives you many battle-tested techniques and questions, but you can just delete or add anything that you want. And also bear in mind that, once again, we are not working for the system. The system is working for us. And if we miss a few of these reviews, that is perfectly fine. I think that on any given year, I probably miss like half of my reviews. Now, one little voice in me then goes, bro, what the fuck? Get your shit together. Why are you missing half your reviews? But then when I say it out loud, and I'm like, okay, so this year I did 180 daily reviews and I did 30 weekly reviews. That is a lot of reviewing. That's a lot of reflecting. That's a lot of value that has been created. So the goal is not to be perfect. The goal is actually to have a system that we can fall back on, so that when we haven't been perfect for a bit, we have a system that we can just press the reset button and get straight back into it. Also, what we can do here is see all of the daily ratings from the previous month, right? So we get even more insight. We can see all of the hours that we have worked during the previous month. And we can also see how much hours we put in for each specific project. And then during this monthly review, we go one level deeper. So we go back into our projects, but now we actually go and reflect on the goals that we set, the SMART goals that we set. For example, for the Building the Next Spaceland project, my main goal is to create a spaceland like never seen before. But maybe something has changed in this goal right now. During the monthly review is the moment that we can sort of check in and see if we need to change anything about our goals. We can do the same for other project reflections. And then we also have a little view over here that shows all of the projects that we have scheduled up ahead. Now, both of these are overdue because it is already past December 14th. But let's say, for example, that this would be February 1st, 2025. Now we actually have a little formula that shows us exactly when this project starts. So we can anticipate on our future plans and actually be ready to execute on those projects when they come. And once again, if we're not ready, of course, you can just change the date span, but this way we can prepare for the things that are coming ahead. And then lastly, the monthly review is also the moment that we check in with our habits, right? During the daily reviews, we're tracking the habits, but once a month, we just check in and see, okay, has anything changed, right? For example, this one, we have 100% hit rate. Maybe we're no longer building this habit. Maybe this habit has now become integrated. So we can just drag it there and then it will automatically disappear from our daily tracking. Okay. Over here, we have some more knowledge reviewing. We have some more knowledge rating. We can even take things from 2 to 3 diamonds. I'm just going to leave this part because we're already way too long into this short overview. Similarly, with the quarterly review, we can once again go one level higher. So now we can actually read all of the reflections that we made during our past monthly reviews. And like this, we sort of layer these reflection questions on top of each other, right? We start with the daily, we feed that into the weekly, we feed that into the monthly, and we feed that into the quarterly and yearly. And that is where we get really deep insight. So we look at these reflections, these qualitative reflections. And then we can also look at this quantitative rating. And we can use those two things together with our lived experience and our memory to make some quarterly reflections. And usually this is the part of the process where you find deep lessons, where you find deep insights into who you are and what is important to you. And those sort of things we can then capture in what is called the Core Insights database. And in the Core Insights database, we can capture value statements and we can capture principles. And value statements, as the name suggests, are things that we really value. So for example, a value that I have is that I do not want performance to be the source of my happiness. Or I value the freedom to travel wherever I want. And then inside of these value statements, of course, we have a bunch of reflection questions to deepen this out a little bit for us. So what does this value statement mean to you? Why is this so important? Does it conflict with any of the other values that I hold? Are there any challenges I might encounter when I'm living out this value? So here we take all of those lessons that we gained through reflection, through our daily action, layering on top of each other, and then turning that into these very deep, fundamental insights about ourselves. And we can do that for values, we can do that for principles, and then we can also do that to sort of check in and alter some of our vision goals. And then all the way at the end of the year, we do this once a year. We do our yearly review. And in here, we're collecting everything that we've done over the past year. We get our monthly reflections, our quarterly reflections, our daily ratings, our best knowledge pieces, all of the projects that we have completed. We take all of this information and once again, we start delving for these core insights because that is ultimately the purpose, right? We're connecting our actions, our executions, all the way to our insight, to these core insights that form who we are. The value statements, the principles, and like that, we have gone all the way from action to purpose. So we go from vision to action and then back from action to purpose. Workflow number 7 is not really a workflow, but it's a nice little tease and also a good transition into the next part of this masterclass, and that is this database collection zone over here, because 95% of this system is databases. Everything that I just showed you are all fused into different databases. Now, I can already hear you think, bro, that sounds so boring and complex, and why the hell would I want to have a database? Trust me, that is also how I felt when I initially got into Notion. Currently, I'm so addicted to databases, I could just crush them in the morning, snort them for breakfast, and I would feel high all day. So I can highly recommend getting a deeper insight into these databases and learning how they work. And over here, you can see sort of the databases that form this system. So we have our 6 life areas, we have our core insights, our vision goals, we have our action tracker, our project tracker, our habit tracker. We looked at all of these a moment ago. We have a database with all of our knowledge pieces in it. Then we have all of these review cycles that we just looked at. And at the end here, we have specific databases for storing all of our reflections, because in this system, we have over 100 reflection questions, all resurfaced in different ways. And we collect them in a central place because once again, that allows us to utilize that data in very interesting ways. And later on in masterclass, I'm going to show you exactly how and why that is so valuable. Okay. I hope that I've shown you some of the value that this system has to offer. Now, the best part is that I'm offering this all for free. This entire masterclass is for free. It's going to teach you everything that I know about Notion. It's going to teach you the entire Notion of Life system. Now, if you want to just get this template is also for sale. I will tell you a little bit more about that later, but this masterclass contains all of the best knowledge. So this already has all of the value. I hope I was able to convince you. And if that was the case, then now let's actually get into a little bit more of a structured approach, a little bit slower energy levels, and start with the overview of what we are actually going to cover in this masterclass. I already said it half jokingly in the introduction that this masterclass is more of a monster class because it's absolutely huge. But I also want to emphasize on a slightly more serious note that this is indeed not a quick fix. This masterclass and this system are not quick fixes. They're not an easy path. There is no easy path. There is no quick fix. I know that our culture is geared towards everything needs to happen right here, right now, right? I want to get the results in 4 weeks, in 3 months. Everything needs to be short term, instant gratification. The truth of the matter is that is just not how life happens, right? All of the creators, all of the people that share this stuff with you and try to sell you this quick way to get there, they didn't get there quickly, right? All of them took many years to get to the point where they are. And There's a reason that if you go to a university and you do a bachelor's degree, that you study for multiple years. Now, I'm not saying that formal universities could not be much more efficient, because they could be, but still, we need to spend time and energy and care with the things that we learn. And this masterclass, this system is built in that way, right? Consider this more of a course that you're doing. Really dedicate time and energy into it, and then you will see the results that you are looking for. That being said, what can you expect from this masterclass? This whole masterclass has been structured as a buffet. And what I mean by that is that you can simply scroll through the timeline and pick out things that resonate for you. So you don't have to do everything in a linear way. However, I would recommend doing it in a linear way, because if you follow it in a linear way, then I can guarantee you that I'm going to take you all the way from zero to hero. Then you will become an absolute legend. But that's going to be a big time commitment. I realize that that is a lot of time to invest. So if you just want to get the parts that are useful to you, or maybe you already have a certain understanding of certain parts, then you can also just simply skip through this masterclass. And what we're going to do is basically build the entire Notion of Life system from scratch. We're starting with an empty Notion page, and at the end of the masterclass, everything is going to be fully working, and hopefully you also understand how everything works, because then you can really tailor it to your own needs. Now, like I said, it's a non-linear buffet. And as an example, I'm just going to pull up this masterclass that I made 2 years ago. And what you can see over here is that you can simply scroll through the masterclass and find any part that is useful to you. Now, this particular video is going to have an interplay between theory and practice. I know some people just want to do the practice, so I am going to add a little, what's the emoji called? The hammer and wrench emoji for all of the section that we're doing the actual building inside of Notion. Because what you will see is we'll build an element, but at the beginning of every element, I'm going to give a little bit of theory. So if you want to skip the theory, you can just go to those emojis. But once again, I would recommend you to get the full picture of this system. So practically, what are we going to cover? In the first part, we're going to look at the foundational models and frameworks. And in specific, we're going to look at the circle of growth model, which underpins this entire system. And we're going to have a look at the 8 core principles that we use to design this system in a functional way. Then the second part is going to be the system architecture. We're going to look at the 14 databases, the database that we just looked at the end of this last part. And we're also going to look at the Notion of Life Trinity and the 7 dashboards. So these are more of the functional things inside of Notion that we are using to make the architecture for this system. Part number 3, we are going to build the entire system from scratch. This is going to be the bulk of the masterclass. This is probably going to take 8 hours, where we're building every single thing from scratch. And like I mentioned before, for every element that we build, we're also going to cover a bit of theory to help you get a better understanding of why we're doing the things that we're doing, because the why is always very important. Then part number 4, we're going to have a look at formulas and advanced features. And we're also going to look at internal automation. So this is really the advanced Notion stuff. I showed you a few of those in the introduction. During the building, we're already going to add all the formulas. You can get access to them and you don't have to write them yourself. But in these later parts, we're actually going to understand how these formulas work, how we can write our own code inside of Notion. And then the last part, we're going to have a look at the external automations. And these are the things like the save to Notion that I showed you earlier, and the quick capture, and basically everything that happens outside of the system, but that still feeds things into the system. Even though we are covering some theory in this masterclass, it's only going to be a little bit. And there's actually much more theory to explore around this system. And that's why I've created a whole series of essays, which I'm also going to record in audio format. And I've already produced a whole bunch of videos on different elements of the system. So whenever a concept comes up, or whenever a piece of theory comes up, there will be a link in the screen, and you can just follow that link to get that particular audio essay or video to get an even deeper understanding of that particular element. Now, an important note to make here is that all of these resources, all of these assets, these formulas, these essays, basically anything that we are using inside this masterclass, you can get free access to. And the way you do that is by going to the link below, dropping your email address, and then I will send you a document that has everything in it that you might need. Okay, let me give you a little backstory on how I started A Notion of Life. At the end of 2021, I was graduating from my bachelor in communication and multimedia design, which is basically a study where we learn how to design interfaces, design products, design interactive prototypes is what they called them. And for my thesis project, I had the absolute blessing to be able to work on my own project. So for a period of 6 months, I was able to dedicate myself fully to building this Notion system. So for half a year, I was just doing this full time as my graduation project. And very happy to share that I also graduated with this product. So at least it was good enough in the eyes of my teachers. But ultimately, what's most important to me is that it's good enough in the eyes of my users. So that is how I got started with this project. Now, the reason why I decided to build a Notion system for this project is because that previous summer I had encountered the Pillars, Pipelines, and Vaults series by August Bradley. And I was so impressed, both by the series, but also the capabilities that Notion had. So I built this system, I integrated it into my own life, but I felt that it was lacking in certain ways. It was good, but it was not great. Then there were some other methods. I had heard about Building a Second Brain by Tiago Forte. I had read the book Getting Things Done by David Allen. I had read the book Atomic Habits, which is now extremely popular, so most of you have probably heard about this, and a whole bunch of other things. And all of these methods resonated with me in a way, but all of them also felt like they lacked in a certain way. And on top of that, I wanted to leverage the power that Notion had. So this was sort of my starting point. I took this starting point and then I started developing this product. And the way I did this, I took the system by August Bradley and I deconstructed that into all of the smallest parts that I could imagine. I completely broke it down into the smallest parts. And then from those smallest parts, with this additional theory that I was researching, I sort of reconstructed these parts. And then one part at a time, I started testing these with users. So I had a group of people that very graciously and very generously helped me test this system. And I would build something and then actually test it with them, build something, test it with them. And over time, we sort of rebuilt this entire new system, which is now A Notion of Life. And on top of that, I have also been using this system every day myself. Okay, sometimes when I'm on a holiday, I don't open Notion, but any day that I just have a regular work day, I use this system. And over here you can see I have opened my execution zone at least 2,500 times. So this is the amount of times I've opened the execution zone dashboard. And then over here you can see that with all of the Notion of Life content that I've already made, I currently have a little bit over 25,000 views and a little bit over 2,000 hours of watch time. And I just want to show you this, that I am not the only one who uses this product, but there's also other people that have been getting value out of this system. And that honestly has been one of the greatest things for me. I have every single time I get a message from one of you guys or just someone who lets me know that they get value from this, that's the stuff that makes me happy. That's the stuff what I'm doing this for. Okay, so that's a little bit on why I started this project and how I have been developing this system. Which then leads us to the question, why Notion? Because I just mentioned earlier, I already had all these books and theories and things. Why Notion? Well, frankly speaking, Notion is just awesome. The thing about Notion is that the way they profile themselves is as an all-in-one workspace. They're a wiki, they're a workspace for like knowledge management, and it is those things. But a better way to look at it, from my perspective, is as a programming language. At this point, the stage that Notion is currently at, to me, it is low-key a programming language. The amount of things that you can build on there is so enormous that it just allows for a lot of flexibility. It allows for very customized systems. Now, the upside there is that you can indeed customize and make the ideal system for you. The downside is that the learning curve is pretty steep. So for me, it's sort of in between like a full-on programming language and a completely structured product, and somewhere in between there. And I just really like that. I like having that flexibility. I like being able to manipulate databases and write this code, but also style things. And it's just for me, the Goldilocks zone between having that autonomy and already having the structure inside of the software. So yeah, like I said, it's like a low-code software for personalized systems. The basic elements that we sort of build everything with inside of Notion are blocks, pages, and databases. These things are going to pop up a lot more, and in part 4 of this video, I'm also going to show you how this works inside of Notion. But essentially, everything in Notion is like a tiny block. And just like we could have a Lego set, we can use these blocks to build anything that we can imagine. So we're using a combination of blocks, pages, and databases to build pretty much anything that we can imagine. Okay, so a little bit about the actual company, just to give you a little bit of confidence into that they are also a serious player. Notion was founded in 2013, so they're around for a little bit over a decade. And in 2021, they had a $10 billion market cap. And last year, I think they reached 100 million users. They already released things like Notion Calendar, which I showed you earlier. They've now released Notion Automations. They released Formulas 2.0, which is basically a mini programming language inside of Notion databases. And they released charts. This was something I was waiting for years, so that we can also visualize our data and not just have them as sort of rows in a spreadsheet. The current roadmap includes an email, a dedicated Notion email client, and they're also working on one of the most highly requested features from the community, which is an offline mode. Basically, that you don't have to be online to use Notion. And the fact that they have so many users and such a big valuation gives me that confidence that they are also actually going to develop these things. And yeah, shout out to the Notion team. Last year or two, they have been on an absolute roll. So kudos, really, really appreciate all the work you guys are putting in. And yeah, that's a little bit about the company. Interesting thing about their business model is that they're geared towards start and scale-ups. I think they're now also going more into corporate organizations. But the beauty about this business model is that you, as a free user, don't have to pay. Now, I would recommend getting the personal pro plan, which I think is 10 euros per month, because it does give you extra flexibility, like, for example, automations, but you don't have to pay. And everything we're doing in this masterclass, you can do for free. And once again, I really appreciate this. They are making their money from all their business clients, and then we, as individuals, as personal users, can just use their software. On a side note there, if you are a student or a nonprofit, you can either get a 50% discount, but I think you can even get free access to the personal pro plan. So I would definitely recommend using that. Yeah, they're just dope. I already said it. Big shout out to my Notion homies. I have fallen in love with this software. I am, just so impressed with their vision, with their team, with everything they're doing. Great stuff. I just, we had this little meme back in the day when I really got into Notion, when I was still running a nonprofit foundation, where every day I would come in and I just go, Notion promotion, because I like to promote this company. It's really, really been a life changer for me. Which perfectly segues into the next chapter. An introduction to me. Who am I? Well, hello there. My name is Fran Palokai. I am currently 29 years old, and I am living in the Netherlands, about to emigrate to Barcelona as I'm recording this. But that is, of course, not the type of information you want to have. You want to know, why should you listen to me? Well, first of all, you don't have to listen to me. You only have to listen to me if you like what I'm saying. If you don't like what I'm saying, by all means, click away this video, go do something else. And I don't have the gospel. I don't have the word of God. I do have an absolute monster masterclass ready for you. But this is just my experience all consolidated into this product. But allow me to share some of those experiences that I've had so that you can make an informed decision on whether you want to listen to what I have to say, yes or no. The first notable thing that I did that I consider to be notable is that I co-founded and ran a nonprofit foundation for 2 years when I was a student, and we organized a whole bunch of events. We had a pretty vibrant community, and it's also the first time in my life I raised some amount of money, raised 20,000 euros. After that, I did a well-being project for the local universities and municipalities in the city in which I used to live. I'm just wrapping up that project right now, and that was a project in which I was coordinating with high-level executives, with high-level politicians, and basically trying to build practical products for the student city of Groningen, which has a student population of about 100,000 students, and I was representing all of those. So that's a project I've been working on for the past 18 months. I've also organized a whole bunch of retreats. I'm doing this for a community that I'm part of. This is all volunteer work. The retreats are all volunteer work. Organized about 10 international retreats. Some of them are small with 20 people. Some of them are bigger. One we're organizing right now is 200 people. And yeah, that just gives me a lot of joy and a great way to sort of connect with people and develop together. I also did a bunch of university lectures, and actually one of the lecture series that I did was on a notion of life. So I had the opportunity, and this was so great, relatively small group of students, but to actually take them on this entire masterclass, but then in a course format. And I learned a lot from that. And besides that, I've also done guest lectures on entrepreneurship, on self-development at various educational institutions. I've been a content creator for 8 years now. I would not say I'm a hyper successful content creator, but I am a content creator who enjoys what he does. I made a whole bunch of podcasts, I made a whole bunch of videos, and in total, it's about 50,000 views. And yeah, it's always interesting to me to think about, like, we're so used to seeing these huge numbers, right? You see someone who has 1 million views or 10 million views or 100 million views, that we forget that having 50,000 people listen to something that you made or watch something that you made, that is insane, right? Imagine standing in a stadium with 50,000 people, even if you had 5 minutes to just talk to all of them. Yeah, it's just really bonkers for me to think about the actual people that are behind the screen, like actual people that are watching this stuff right now as well. So thank you. Hope you're having a really good day. I know how to bake cookies. I don't do it often, but I am a baker of cookies. I actually know how to make a mean cheesecake with brownie underneath and chocolate chip cookie on top. Haven't done that for a while, but you know, you got to share your best things when you're doing something like this. Okay, that is a little introduction to me. I'm sure I stroked my ego a lot there, but you know, I want to convey some of the experience that I have to you. The next thing I want to do is talk about the purpose of the notion of life system, because that is what we're really here for. The main purpose of the system is to help you define your own success and to craft a life worth living. Many of us, if not all of us, have been handed down a path to walk in life. And this is always done with the best of intentions, right? The people that came before us wanted to give us a good life. And so we are told that we should go to school, and we should go to university, and we should get a job, and we should buy a house, and we should do X, Y, and Z. And even though this is generally good advice, and for many people this works really well, it is not the path for everyone. And there's always things on the path that we should change. And that is where we have to define our own success. What does success mean to you? What does meaning mean to you? What really makes you happy and fulfilled? These are things we want to think about, and then we want to use those things to actually craft a life worth living. And this is also the core principle behind this notion of life system, is that we want to align who we are, right? That personal success with what we do. So we want to get a better understanding of our core values, our desires, our personal purpose. And as we get that better understanding, we want to translate that into the actions that we take. And then on the flip side, we also want to use those actions and reflect on what we've done and see if that teaches us new lessons about who we are, right? Because these two things always go hand in hand. Like reflection and action are two sides of the same coin, and we need both to help us live a better life. Now, I mentioned this before briefly, but I'm going to say it one more time. This is not a quick fix. There is no easy path. Easy path does not exist. Anyone trying to sell you an easy path is a charlatan or is just trying to make money off of you. There is no easy path. There is simple things. There's many simple techniques. There's many simple methods that you can use. There's a lot of free things. There's things that we've known for centuries, but it's not easy. It's never done. It's not that you do these things now and it is fixed. Life is a continual process. And over time, we get a better understanding of who we are, or at least we want to try to get a better understanding of who we are, but we never figured it out. It's never that we reached the end game and we completed the game. If that were true, we would just do nothing after it, right? There's always a new thing to learn, a new thing to explore, a new challenge to overcome. So this is not a quick fix, but what it is deep and lasting change. It will require an investment of time, of energy, of care, of love, but I can guarantee you, if you put in this investment, this will pay off big time over the long term. But you have to be patient. It is not a quick fix. And if you have that perspective, then this masterclass is 110% made for you. So what is then the purpose of this masterclass? We just looked at the purpose of the system. What is the purpose of this masterclass? The main purpose of this masterclass is to take you from zero to hero, both zero to hero when it comes to Notion, as well as when it comes to personal development. Now, you are not instantly going to be Superman hero level, but we will make you a tiny hero, and you will be able to help the people around you, help yourself craft a better life. The second thing is that I'm going to teach you the 2080 of the best personal development resources. So I've been into this whole personal development space for over a decade, right? Both personally and professionally. And there's a lot of good stuff out there, but there's also a lot of nonsense, or there's a lot of things that is just sort of optimizing the edges. We want to take the 20% of the most valuable input that leads to 80% of the output so that we can actually focus on the things that really matter. And then if you have time left, if you have energy left, you can also focus on the rest. We want to find that 2080. And then we're going to combine those resources with the best that Notion and technology has to offer. So we're going to leverage technology to take those time-tested ideas from all of these personal development areas, and we're going to use that technology to take exponential growth from that. And the last thing that we're doing practically is building this entire system, building a fully functional system from scratch. And like I said, the main goal here is to take you from zero to hero. Even if you've never dabbled in Notion, or even if you've never read anything about personal development, this masterclass will help you start from scratch and take you all the way to the end point. But if you're more advanced, there's also going to be all sorts of tidbits of information that you can apply and hopefully improve your own systems with. And if you're already maxed out, if you already know everything, then please let me know how this system can be improved, because I would love to make this even better. I think it's already great, but I know that there's more that can be done. So yeah, any feedback, any input, very greatly welcome. Which leads us to the question, why am I doing this? Why am I putting all this time, all this energy into building this system, into making a masterclass like this? Because I can tell you, this is a very big commitment from my side. And there's a few different reasons. The first reason, and the most important reason, is that I enjoy helping people. I've always enjoyed helping people. I like to help people with the work that I do in my daily life. But I also like helping people by creating things that are valuable, hopefully are valuable. A product like this, I hope, is valuable. And the core of this product is that I want to change lives. And I know I've already helped some people change their lives, but I also know that there's much more potential, and I just want to share this much more broadly. Now, simultaneously, I am also aware that by giving all of this stuff away for free, right, giving my best insights, my best content, my best product away for free, I can create a big brand. I can create eyeballs, and then hopefully I can leverage that to also earn an income. Because at the end of the day, I also need to earn money. I also need to buy some bread. I need to buy some babies. I mean, I don't need to buy babies, but you get the point. I need some money to sustain myself from. So I also hope that by doing this, I create a big reach. However, if I had the possibility to choose, either sell this product to 100 people for 1,000 euros each, right, that would be 100,000 euros, or sell it to 200 people for 250 euros each, which would be 50,000 euros, I would choose the second option. So I would rather impact more people than make more money. However, I'm also realistic that somewhere in between there is an ideal balance, because I do need money. So that's something I continually try to figure out and also try to be transparent about. So if you want, you can build this entire system from scratch. However, if you just want to use the system plug and play, you can purchase this entire template by going to my website. Now, the price for the template is 99 euros. Then you get everything that's included, all the original design files, the entire system, everything that you might possibly need. And also because I really believe that I want this product to be distributed as far as possible. If you currently cannot afford it, there are scholarship options on the website. And if you're really in a tight spot, you can also request free access to the template. But your support would really help. So if you're willing to pay for the system, that would really help me to keep doing what I love to do. So that would be greatly, greatly appreciated. That being said, as all of the marketing gurus will tell you, we got to have some social proof in there. So I just grabbed a few of the comments from people that have interacted with the system in the past. It has already impacted a lot of people, and I do hope that I get to impact many more people, because this is the shit that keeps me going. This is the shit that gives me energy. So yeah, just as I'm supposed to do, giving you a page with a little bit of social proof. Let's have a look at the foundational frameworks that are underpinning the Notion of Life system. The first framework we're going to look at is called the circle of growth. And this one is ever present. It is all throughout the system. We've already briefly seen it in the form of the dashboards that were on the left inside the Notion system. And the core goal of this system is to help us bring into alignment who we are with what we do. And the way we do that is by starting over here with insight. Insight into who we are. What is valuable to me? What are my core values? What is my purpose? What is my ambition in life? We then take those insights, and based on that, we create a plan. Okay, if this is what is important to me, and that is where I want to go, how am I going to get there, right? We make a plan on how we can go and get there. Then we need to structure all of our information and knowledge flows that we might need to be able to execute on this plan. So based on this planning, we structure our information flows so that then we can move into execution. So this is what we do, and this is who we are, right? And we bring those two into alignment with each other. Then on the other side of the system, we get more retrospective. And the first thing that we do is that we review if all of the processes that we've created, if they are still working. So reviewing is sort of a more mechanistic way of looking at our systems, looking at our processes. And then after that, we reflect on whether these actions that we took actually brought us closer to that person that we want to be. Did they bring us closer? And is that also still the person we want to be? And the answers to those questions are then indeed leading to new insight. And like this, we get a circle that keeps going round and round. Now, in the beginning, I said it starts at insight, but I was lying. Because it is a circle, it keeps going. It's always going. So it can start at any of these phases, and it also happens on different scales. We can apply it very small, but we can also apply it very big. And I'm going to show you a little bit more about that. Okay, so let's dissect all of these phases a little further. First of all, insight. The goal of insight is to get a better understanding of who we are. This is very important, but it is so underrated in our culture. And the reason why it is so underrated is because our culture focuses a lot on the outside world. We focus a lot on things that we can do in the outside world, things that we can measure. And by definition, insight is very immeasurable. It is very subjective. So it's very hard to make it concrete. And that is why a lot of people just don't really give a lot of attention to it. But that doesn't mean it is not important. Quite the opposite. It is essential. We need both. Because if we do not know who we are and what we truly value, we could literally be wasting our entire life. We could be doing something that does not make us happy, that does not contribute to the world that we want to help form. And basically, we can squander the little precious time and energy that we have on this earth. Another reason why insight and wisdom are so uninteresting to people is because the feedback loop is very long. And what do I mean by that? A feedback loop is basically the gap between when we take action and when we see the result. So a short feedback loop, for example, would be the daily review, in which we take action today and we already see the result at the end of the day. But we can also have a very long feedback loop where we take an action now and it might take a full year before we see the result. And insight usually has a very long feedback loop. It takes a very long time before we actually know if it made an impact, if it gave a result. And that is very uninteresting to people. Even me saying this right now might already scare people away, where you might think, okay, so I do something and I need to wait multiple years to see the results. But they're going to be very good results. That also leads to another problem. insight is very subjective. So it's also very hard to determine whether the person sharing something with you is actually sharing something of value or whether they are a charlatan, right? And we see this a lot in the spirituality space and maybe some areas of the personal development space where we take people as a guru. But at the end of the day, what matters is, does it work for you? So it can be very hard to also determine whether a piece of advice is good. Those can be some reasons why insight is uninteresting to people. But the truth of the matter is, it is super duper valuable. And I'm going to repeat this a million times more in this masterclass to really try to get this to land with you. Developing insight is one of the most important things that we can do. And a reason for this is that in life, things have a compounding effect. And what that means is that when we make an investment and get a return on that investment, we can also get a return on our returns. And over time, the growth that we experience actually grows exponentially. Now, this graph over here shows what would happen if you would invest 1,000 euros over here, and if you would get 1% of interest every single day. Before the end of the year, this 1,000 euros will have become 25,000 euros. Just 1% increase every single day for a period of 12 months would turn your 1,000 euros into almost 30K. And that is the power of compound interest. Now, this is always very easy to express in financial terms because money is very measurable. Money is very quantifiable. But this compounding effect goes for everything in life. And that's why I want to develop insight, because if we compound into the right direction, that is where we get real, deep, lasting, exponential growth. Okay. Then the next phase is the planning phase. And here we basically want to take that insight, take that abstract value that we feel or that life purpose and translating it into something more concrete. So over here you can see insight is long-term and abstract. Whereas on the right side, we have execution, which is short-term and concrete, right? By definition, when we do something in the here and now, it can't be more concrete. Like the fact that I'm doing this with the pen, that's the most concrete thing. It's happening right here, right now. That is reality. So our mission, our goal, no pun intended, is to translate this insight into the execution. And to do that, we need a plan. And I really like this quote: a goal without a plan is just a dream, right? If we want to go somewhere, but we don't have a plan, there's no way we're going to get there. So we need to make a plan to get to that specific point, because we want to get from point A to point B. And so intermediary, we might have to go to A1, and we might have to go to A2, we might have to go to D3. And then like that, we can start making a plan to actually get to the place where we want to go. The next thing that we then need to do is to structure our information and knowledge flows in such a way that we can actually execute on this plan. The way you can sort of think about knowledge is that the entire world is one big Minecraft world. Like everything is built out of little blocks. And these blocks are very tiny. We got our quarks, our protons, our atoms, and all of these building blocks come together to make certain structures. And knowledge is our ability to influence those patterns that we're making into reality, to put those building blocks together in a way that we like. And like that could be because it's, you know, it's food and we can eat it, or it's shelter and we can live in it, or it is art and it is beautiful. But essentially, it's just us structuring the building blocks of reality in a certain way. Now, the thing is that we are living in a world of information abundance. And I would even say we're living in a world of information overflow. There's a tsunami of information out there. And just as a little reference, I got this link over here. Unfortunately, I'm not able to open it because I've already been to this page before, but you can go to this link and basically you'll see a graph that is similar to this. And it is showing that in the past 15 years, we have almost 100-folded the amount of data that we have generated and consumed worldwide. Almost 100-fold. Just imagine the sheer amount of data that is available in this world. Now, this poses both an opportunity as well as a risk, because as the information quantity increases, so does the variance in the quality. And what I mean by that is that as we are increasing the amount of information that we have in the world, the best information out there is better than ever before, but the shittiest information out there is also shittier than ever before. And the reality of the matter is that many people are not able to navigate this information landscape. So, like, if you would be neutral, you would still be right in the middle, but most people are not neutral. They're actually veering off more and more into this shitty domain, so that even though we have more high quality information available than ever before, even though we all have the Library of Alexandria right in our pockets, we are just consuming a whole bunch of nonsense, a whole bunch of bullshit, a whole bunch of untruthful stuff, just stuff that's straight up not true. It's just fake news. And that is actually a big portion of the information landscape. So our goal is to actually move up into this region. And even if we would only move up into this part of the region, because this scale is logarithmic, right? Because it's exponential, this would already be so much better than being at baseline or being here. And if you are watching this, I can already tell you, you are smart enough, you have resources enough to be up in this higher quadrant of this information graph. And personally, I also believe that we have a responsibility to help other people get to that place and to create extra value by utilizing this knowledge and make the world better for other people. Because frankly speaking, many people are just not able to keep up. And ideally, of course, we would only find the best gems of information that are out there. Because using that knowledge, we can then actually move into execution, right? This is where the magic happens. This is where we do things. This is where we get up, get out there, get after it, and make things happen. Put action into the world. Now, to show you a little bit more about how we create value in this world, the first thing that we do is having that wisdom and insight that we talked about earlier. And basically what we do here is we figure out for ourselves which pattern it is that we want to create in reality. Then the next thing that we need is knowledge. This is knowing, okay, if this is where I want to go, then what do I need to get there? And then the third step is execution. Okay, this is where I want to go. This is what I need. Now I actually go and build or get that thing that I want. And that is the essence of the execution phase. And when we bring together knowledge and execution in this way, that is how we create production capacity, our ability to produce things in this world. This is something that we will cover much more in depth in the project tracker section of this masterclass. For now, it's just important to know that the execution phase is all about action and getting shit done. Which then brings us to the review phase of the circle of growth. And like I mentioned earlier, during the review, we check in with our systems to see if everything is still working. Because systems need maintenance. Systems are like a little plant. You need to water it, you need to give it food, you need to give it nutrition, and then over time it can blossom. But if we don't maintain it, it's just going to explode. And then before you know it, you don't have a system, you just have overload and you need to start from scratch. And this has happened to me a lot in the past. And I know this also happens for other people because we try to build a system, we don't maintain it, and then there is no system anymore. So I really like this quote by James Clear that we don't rise to the level of our goals, but we fall to the level of our systems. So goals are great for setting direction, but a goal without a plan is just a dream. So we want to have a system that helps us to reliably get from point A to point B. And that is why we really want to think in systems. And once we have that system, we can go from A to B, and then we need to maintain it. And that is what we have these review cycles for. Now, I just mentioned that systems need maintenance. And particularly in a Notion of Life, we have the 5 review cycles. We have a daily review, a weekly review, monthly, quarterly, and yearly. And each one of these reviews has a longer feedback loop. So when we take the action, it takes longer to see the results. But they also all have a different depth of maintenance inside of the system. So what do I mean by that? Over here, you can see a flowchart of all the database in the system. We're going to explore this deeper in the system architecture part of this masterclass. But what you can see over here is that all of these reviews interact with a certain part of this system. So during our daily review, we check in with our actions, which is very short-term and immediate. During our weekly review, we check in with our projects, which is a little bit longer term, tiny bit more abstract. Then during our monthly review, we check in with our SMART goals. And then during our quarterly and yearly review, we check in with our vision goals and life areas. So we make sure that all these different parts of the systems are being maintained by having processes in place. And that is why this review phase is so essential to make this whole circle work. And then the last step is the reflection phase. So now we want to see, is that thing that I did actually bringing me closer to that person that I want to be? Or do I need to change something about my actions? Or do I need to change something about the person that I think that I am? And we learn those lessons by reflecting on our thoughts, our behaviors, and our processes. So all the things that we basically do in the world, the way that we show up in the world, by reflecting on that, we get a better understanding of who we are. I got a little graph here to explain that further. Let's say, for example, this is where we start. We are currently at point A. We can set a goal for ourselves and say, this is where I want to end up. Now, maybe instead of ending up there, we end up over here. We get a different result than what we planned for. This gap between the result that we got and the goal that we initially set is a lack in production capacity, right? We just looked at this during the execution phase. We have a production capacity, which basically means how much value can we produce. And this is based on execution plus knowledge, right? That is the production capacity. But there is a second gap. And this gap basically is between the goal that we set and the utmost potential that we could have had. So let's say, for example, the goal that I set is to run a marathon. Maybe in this same time, I could have also done a triathlon, or I could have done a marathon of death in the desert, right? Maybe the potential that I had was actually bigger than the goal that I set. And this gap is what we call the wisdom gap. This is a lack of wisdom, a lack of insight. We were not aware of what our own personal potential was. And this gap we close through reflection and by getting a better understanding of who we are. So that is in a nutshell the circle of growth. Okay, so one more time. We start with getting insight into who we are. We then make a plan to make that insight more concrete, and we structure our knowledge in such a way so that we can actually execute on that plan. Then we review all of our processes to see if they are still functional or if they need maintenance, and then we reflect on what we've done to gain new insight into who we are. And that is how the circle of growth helps us define our own success and craft a life worth living. And this model is the foundation of this notion of life system. The second framework that we are going to explore are the 8 core principles that we use for designing this system. Now, principles are sort of like if this then that statements. They are heuristics that we can use to help us navigate complex or not so complex situations. So basically it's a way of saying to ourselves, if this situation arises, this is how I am going to react. Now, the first principle that we have, we've already looked at this one in detail. We want to align who we are with what we do. That is the core purpose of everything that we are doing with this system. The second principle is that we don't rise to the level of our goals, but that we fall to the level of our systems, right? And we also looked at this during the previous chapter in the review phase, but we want to have a system in place that can help us reliably get from point A to point B. The third principle, and this one is new, is that less is more. Perfection is not achieved when there's nothing more to add, but when there's nothing more to be taken away. If we get the choice, either when moving from point A to B, we have to go through this whole squiggly line, or we can get to the exact same point by going through a straight line, then we always want to choose for the straight line. Whenever we're building a system, whenever we have a clear goal for something that we want to do, less is more. Now, if it is a creative thing, something artistic, you just want to do things for the sake of doing things, then by all means, go through all the squirrely lines in the world. But when we're trying to get to a certain point, when we're trying to design a system, less is more. So we're trying to take away everything that does not serve a purpose. The fourth principle is that we don't work for our systems, but our systems work for us. It is so easy to feel that we need to do something. We've created the system, we've created this checklist, and now I have to fill it in every single day. Now I need to do that habit every single day. I need to do my daily review every single day. I need to capture everything in this system. And then what happens is that this system turns into something rigid. The energy that we feel thinking about it becomes like, we become tense, we become tight, and we don't want that, because for long-term and sustainable growth, it is important that we have sustainable practices. We need to enjoy what we're doing. We need to be able to apply it for multiple years. And I can guarantee you, if you feel that tension, if you feel that rigidity, you're not going to last, right? You're going to stop using the system within no time. And life is a marathon, not a sprint, right? Or maybe it's a series of sprints, but over the long term, it's a marathon. It's about keep going at it, right? If we want to get that compound growth that we looked at earlier, it's about keep going, keep making these tiny incremental improvements. So for that to work, we need to realize this system is working for us, and we don't need to be perfect. The entire goal of the system is that when we are not perfect for a little bit, we can fall back and have a system in place that can guide us, that can help us, that can be a good friend when we need it. So we don't work for the system works for us. Principle number 5 is that we always go for functionality first and aesthetics second. This is a mistake I see a lot of people make. When you browse the Notion subreddit, for example, everyone is dedicated to making beautiful landing pages, beautiful dashboards. Like, look at my dashboard styled in this way or that way. And all power to making things look pretty, but first make them functional, because if they're not functional, we are not going to use the system over the long term. And that's what I referred to earlier. We need to have something that we can use for many years. So we first focus on, does it work? Does it do the thing that we want it to do? And then, by all means, we can make it look pretty. Then we can pimp it, we can add nice colors, we can make everything look appealing, but we want to focus on that functionality first. Next principle is that we want to be consistent in our design. The reason we want to do that is because when we are consistent, we make it easier for our brains to recognize certain things. So, for example, inside of the system, every database has an emoji. The action tracker has the fire emoji, the daily review has the sun emoji, and whenever that element is mentioned anywhere in the system, we always use that same emoji. And by doing that, we make it much easier for ourselves to recognize what that thing is. And then we can actually use less context, so we can take away certain parts, like for example, a very big title, and we can just use that emoji. And by being consistent, that emoji is enough for me to understand what that means. Now, a very clear example would be hyperlinked text, right? We've all seen this text. It's like a blue word with an underline on it. Whenever I see that on a website, the first thing that comes to my mind is I can click that. And if I click that, it's going to take me somewhere. If someone would put that there and it would be an unclickable piece of text, that will be super duper annoying. And the reason it's annoying is because that design is so consistent throughout the entire internet that we immediately know blue underline is a clickable link. So we want to be consistent in the designs that we make. Which leads us to principle number 7, designing for modularity. And in the introduction, I very briefly highlighted this, but this system is like a blueprint, and it's designed in such a way that it's easy for you to remove or add any piece. So if there's part of the system that you don't like, you can just delete it. And if there's part of the system that you think is missing, you can just add it. And we've designed the system in such a way that it's very easy to delete things and then later bring them back. Because the goal of this system is that it works for you, but it is a system. So take what is useful and then discard all of the rest, right? Designing for modularity. And then the last principle, which is also going to be the segue into the fourth part, is that we have a database first design. 95% of this system is databases, and databases basically allow us to build scalable systems. They are a very scalable way of sort of capturing information, and we can also then make that information communicate with each other. And later on in the masterclass, we're going to explore how all of this works, but for now it's important to know that 95% of the system is databases. The entire design is built around databases. So that's principle number 8, database first design. These are the 8 main principles that form the backbone of this Notion of Life system. They've been used everywhere to make this system as user-friendly as possible. I hope they resonate. As the masterclass continues, I'm going to show you when we're applying one of these principles, so that hopefully at the end of this video, you have a proper understanding of how these principles work, but also how you can apply them in your own systems. Hey there. Just a brief intermission to let you know that you can get free access to the masterclass worksheet by dropping your email address in the link down below. And inside of this worksheet, you will find a step-by-step outline to track your progress as you're going throughout this masterclass. You will also find the complete slide deck that we are using in this video. You will find all of the formulas ready to copy and paste, meaning you don't have to write them out all yourself, but you can just plug them into your system and start using them straight away. And this one is a really good one. You will find the 2 original reflection databases, and this will literally save you hours of setup time. You can just plug them into your system and start using them straight away. And then just as a tiny little cherry on top, you will also get all of the database and template covers that we are using in this masterclass. So if you want to grab all this stuff for free right now, then drop your email address down below and I'll send it to you straight away. Which brings us to part number 4, the system architecture. Now, the way you can think about the system architecture is sort of as the blueprint for the Notion of Life system. So this is sort of the whole plan, all the different blocks and elements that we use on the back end to make this system function on the front end. Now, I've already said this a few times, I'm just going to say it again. If you just want to build the Notion stuff, feel free to skip forward. But I would highly recommend checking this out because understanding the system under the hood will really give you a different way of connecting with it. You'll understand all the different moving pieces and you'll get much more value out of the system. It will be much easier to tweak it later on and to give your own spin to it than if you were just simply to build it one step at a time. So I could highly recommend checking out the system architecture in depth. Now, the first thing we're going to do is have a look at the 14 core databases. And as we covered in the previous chapter, principle number 8, database first design. We always want to design things from a database perspective. And the reason why we do this is because databases are very scalable. Now, I understand if you've never interacted with a database before, you just hear this word, it might seem very boring. It might seem very complex, might seem very overwhelming, but trust me, it is very worth getting into it because once you get the hang of the databases and see all the capabilities that you have, it's just really sexy, I have to admit. I wasn't aware of database before I started using Notion. When I got into it, I've fallen in love ever since. I've become a nerd just by seeing the database features in Notion. So yeah, I can highly recommend really diving deep into this part. Now, what does this mean in practice? About 95% of the entire Notion of Life system is a database. It's a linked database, it's different database views, but 95% of the system that we're interacting with are databases. So let's have a look at the 14 databases that actually make up this system. Now, if you've been paying attention, you might already see something familiar here because this sort of database flowchart is structured in a similar way as the circle of growth. So in the top right corner over here, we have all of our insight databases. We have our core insights, in which we track things like our core values, our core principles. Then we have our life area database, in which we have the 6 different life areas that help us sort of grow in balance. Then we have our vision goals database, which are sort of the long-term and abstract goals that we set that sort of give direction to our life. So these are goals for a period of 5 or 7.5 or even 10 years. Then from those insight databases, we move into our planning databases. We have our goal habits, it says over here. Habits is actually a little bit down here, but I'll explain later why it is over here. We have our habits and our SMART goals. So these are shorter term goals and more more precise goals that we're working towards. Then we have our projects and our project tracker, which is sort of the practical engine that helps us translate these goals into action. And then we have our execution database over here, our action tracker. And you can see all of these are also color coded to sort of match the phases of the circle of growth. So we got the insight, we got the planning, we got the execution, and then we have the knowledge and the structuring. So the knowledge is really what allows us to execute efficiently. It's using all of the knowledge and information out there to sort of execute on our actions, because just execution is not enough. We need knowledge or skills plus execution. And then this entire back end of this flowchart is all dedicated to review and reflection. So we have the different review cycles. We have our daily reviews, our weekly reviews, our monthly reviews. And what you can see over here is that every review cycle has a different layer in which we call the action review hierarchy. It's not a super sexy word, but I figured maybe it gives like a little bit of clarity. So what you can sort of see is that the lower in this flowchart we are, the shorter the feedback loop is. So what this means is that when we do a daily review, we do the daily review today and we see the result today. When we do a weekly review, we do the weekly review today, but we might not see the results for another week. So as we go higher in these review cycles, the feedback loop between the action and the result that we get increases. And similarly, there's different levels of action that we focus on. So during a daily review, we focus on action items like the action list for today, or the action list for tomorrow, or task list, some people might say. During the weekly review, we focus more on the project level. Then during the monthly review, we focus on the SMART goal level. And during the quarterly and yearly review, we focus on our long-term vision goals. We focus on our core insights, because these are not things we want to revisit every single day. That's not going to be productive, but they have to be revisited at some point. So we sort of layer the review and the action with each other. Now, on top of that, in the top left corner over here, you see the reflections databases. This database is it's actually two databases merged into one whole, so it's just one block here, but later on we'll explore how this is actually built inside of Notion. But this database contains all of the reflection questions that we use anywhere inside of the system. And it also contains all of the actual reflections that we make. And the reason we do this is because it makes it much easier to filter and layer our reflections later on. But basically we have them inside all of these different reviews. So inside of the reviews, we have different reflection questions, but also inside our project tracker, inside our vision goals, we have these reflection questions in there. So these are sort of the main database in the Notion of Life system. So let's have a quick view what this looks like inside of Notion. So I'm just going to open up the Notion here, and inside the finished template, I just navigated down to the database collection zone, which is here on the left side of the menu. And over here, you can see all of these different databases. Our 6 life areas database, our core insights, our vision goals. And once again, they're all classified by the separate stages of the circle of growth. And we can just open one database real quick. Let's do the action tracker, because that's the first one we're going to build. And then over here, I know this looks very overwhelming. We're going to learn everything here at the end of this masterclass. This is going to seem like peanuts to you. Over here, we have all these different entries, all these different properties, all these different views of this database. So this is really a powerhouse. These are the core elements that make up the Notion of Life system. But it's not only databases, because we also have this beautiful thing that we call the Notion of Life Trinity. The Notion of Life Trinity consists out of pages, templates, and dashboards. Now, as I mentioned before, 95% of this system is databases, but a large part of that is actually templates inside of databases, consisting, once again, of different database views. It's going to make sense in a little bit. And we also have 6 pages on the left, which are basically the different zones that we have for the different phases in the circle of growth. So let me just show you this, and let's actually start building some stuff in Notion. So I'm just going to put this one away for a little bit and going to open this masterclass file over here. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is the basics of Notion. We're going to have a look at the blocks. We're going to have a look at pages and folder structure, databases, templates, and dashboard, that Notion of Life Trinity that I was just talking about a moment ago. So let's start by making a new page. The way we do this over here, we can just add a page to our workspace. An important thing to note about pages in Notion is that they're sort of a mix between a document and a folder structure. So on the one hand, every page that we create is literally like a page on which we can just add a bunch of content. And the way we add content in Notion is by using blocks. But simultaneously, we can also add a page to a page, similar to like a website structure. And in that way, we get sort of a nested folder structure where pages can be nested inside a page. So let me just show you how that works. This is just going to be the overview page. And then over here, I could add some text. So for example, I can add a heading 1. This is the title of this section, right? And then over here, I could just type a bunch of text. Now, what I could do is that on this page, I can add another page. So I'm just going to say /page, and over here, I'm going to open up a new page. Now, this is a new page nested inside the other page. And the way we can see that is when we go over here, this is the overview page we just created earlier. We can sort of toggle this open, and you can see inside this page is another page. So this is very similar to a folder structure, right? And we could keep repeating that. I could say there is another page inside here. We could say it's just Matrushka pages all the way down. Not sure if that is how you spell it. But like this, you can see all these pages are just sort of nested inside each other. Later on, this will make sense. For now, I'm just going to delete these pages, move them to trash, move them to the trash, move them to the trash. Because the first thing that we want to do is actually see what can we do with one of these pages. Now, I already added some text. So basically, any Notion doc can just function as a text document. You can use standard markdown like header 1, header 2, header 3. You can use paragraphs, you can use bullet list, etc., etc. But there's many different blocks that we can use. And this word blocks is very essential because Notion is essentially like a Lego set. It consists of all these different block types that we can sort of put together to build very complex systems. So whenever you want to open the settings for the blocks, you simply type /, and over here you can find all of the different blocks that we have, right? So here we have all the textual blocks. We can do a header 1, heading 1. This is a big title. We can do a heading 2, smaller title. We could add a list like this. We could also add a numbered list. We could add a to-do list. This would be a very simple to-do, right? So over here, we can already see like the first thing we could build, for example, is we could say, okay, actually what I want to build is like my daily to-dos. Add a to-do list, bring car to maintenance, read documents for work, and cook some dinner. And we could actually use this and just click these boxes. And like this, we could already make something very simple inside of Notion, right? Simple blocks, but we could already make something very simple and very practical. But there's many more blocks that we have. There's things like images that we can add, right? And we can upload those, but we can also take them straight from Unsplash. Maybe I want to add an image over here. And there's things like simple tables that we can add, like a table of information. Food, money, potato, costs 50 euros, right? So just like this, we can take all of these different blocks. Now, the way that you can recognize a block in Notion is by these 6 little dots in the top left corner. So whenever you see 6 dots over here, that is one block. So I click this now, and you can also see this part of the page becomes blue. Similarly here, this one is one block, this is one block, but were I to have, let's see, do I have some lorem ipsum? I do not. If I had some text here, but instead of entering, I'm doing Shift Enter, and more text. This is more text. You might not think, okay, these are also going to be separate blocks because each line is a separate block, but actually this is just one big block. So we can also put blocks together inside one bigger part. Another way we could do this is, for example, by saying a toggle list. I'm just actually going to enter all this stuff inside of there. And this is now all part of the same block. Now, the beauty of Notion is that we can simply take a block and we can just drag it around anywhere on the page. We can simply restructure our page. Say like, okay, actually, I want to have that toggle over here. And actually, I want to have that image just above here. And then I want to have a little line of spacing between the two, right? Because I want it to breathe a little bit. And this one seems a little big, so I'm going to left align it and just drag it a little bit smaller. And then I want to have my daily to-dos on the left of it, because I want to have my to-dos next to this picture. And I'm going to drag these three. I'm just going to grab them and I'm going to put them under there. And then I'm going to make a little divider line. And just like that, we can make a little composition, right? We can take all these different elements and we can build a page that is very custom. Now, the interesting thing about Notion is that on the one hand, they chose to be very rigid. So for example, there's only like a bunch of different colors, like 9 or 10 different colors that we can use anywhere in the Notion system. You cannot simply pick a hex code or just get a custom color. You have to use one of the predefined color. Similarly for fonts and other things, there's very limited choices that we have in sort of creatively styling our pages. But on the flip side, it is one of the most open tools that we have. Like I mentioned earlier, it's almost like a software programming language. There's so many different things that we can build with it. And I think this is a very deliberate choice on the part of Notion, where they decided we actually want people to focus more on what they're building rather than focusing on those aesthetics, right? And that's also principle number 6 that we looked at earlier. We want to focus on the functionality first and the aesthetics second. So I think they got a nice balance between sort of making things easy in one way, making the choice overload lower while simultaneously keeping it very high. Now, that being said, I would still very much like a custom hex code picker because, you know, I like customizing things into oblivion. But yeah, that's just a little overview. Some more settings. Good to know is that on the top right corner over here, there's page settings. You could make small text on a page if you don't want it to be super bloated. You can set a page to full width, which is blowing it up to full width. You can lock a page, you can make edits. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that you can do with pages. You can change font, whatever. I have a video on the basics of Notion. There's also many other YouTubers that have videos on the basics of Notion. So we're not going to dive too far into that, but I just wanted to show you this very quickly, and things will make sense as we're progressing through this masterclass. Okay, so that is the page, the first part of the Trinity. Then the second part is databases. Now, I'm going to make a very simple database, and it will take some time to get used to database. It will take some time to understand databases. But the way we create a database is by saying / because it's just like any other block, and we simply type database. Now it's giving us a bunch of different options, and for now we're going to choose the inline database, but all of these options open the same sort of database. They just have a different view. So they're just giving us a different window into this particular database, but the foundation, the essence is the same. So let's create a little inline database. And then over here, it asks us link or create a database. And for now, we're going to create a new table. So this is going to be a brand new table. And we're going to call this one our action tracker. Over here, you can now see we have one property in this database. Let me actually add a few rows in here, so it makes a little more sense. Basically, what a database has is columns, and it has rows. A column is whenever we go from top to bottom, and a row is whenever we go from left to right, whenever we go horizontal. Now, columns in Notion are always properties. These are different properties that we can assign to a specific part of a entry. And an entry in a database is what we put in the row. So this over here would be an entry, right? So in the case of an action tracker, we can change this name. We say action name. And we're going to say, okay, bring the car to maintenance. And of course, once again, I'm going to completely butcher the spelling of maintenance. So let's just make that over here. Cook some dinner. Read documents for work, and hit the gym. I'm going to delete these two. Okay, these 4 over here, those are all entries inside of the database. This over here is a property. This is a name property, but we can also add different properties. So for example, we could add a select property, and we're going to call this the priority. And then over here, we can create a label, and I'm going to call this label first priority. And I'm going to call this label second priority. And what you can see over here is that now, whenever I click here, I have these predefined labels, because that is what a select property does. Now, there's a whole list of properties that we can add. We can add number properties, which only allow for number entries. We can make multi-select, in which we can have multiple tags for one specific entry. We can add dates. We can mention people. We can add files, checkboxes, phone numbers, formulas, relationships. We can add many different properties to these databases. And this is exactly what we're going to be doing for this entire system. We're going to have all these different properties interacting with each other. But for now, just very simple, we have an action name, we have a priority. Let's also add a date, because an action item should have a date. And maybe let's add whether it is done, yes or not. So I'm just going to say checkbox. And I'm going to ask, is this done, yes or no? And then over here, we can set the date. This is the date that we want to do this. Due date, 26th. Boom. Just like that, we made a very, very simple action list inside of Notion. Bring the car to maintenance, done. Cook some dinner, done. Read documents for work, done. Hit the gym, done. Very simple. Later on, we're going to make it more functional, because right now you can see, it's showing all the action items for all the different dates. When we checkbox, nothing happens. So we're going to make it that all this stuff is more functional. But now you can see very basic what a database inside of Notion is. Now, the last part of the Trinity is the templates. And templates are basically pages inside of a database, because, and now hold your horses, this is one of those really cool things about databases, but also about Notion, is that every entry inside of this database is also a page, right? So if we would have an Excel sheet, we have these different little cells, and we can just put some information in every cell. Inside of Notion, we don't just put some information inside this cell and inside this row, but each of these entries is a page in and of itself. So we could open this one up, and by the way, if you want to blow up a page to full screen, you say Command Return, or I think it's Control Enter on Windows, and just like that, we have a brand new page on which we can once again create anything we want. We could create another table, another database, I should say. We could once again just add images. We can do whatever we want. So inside this database, right, if I go to the previous page, I do that by Command left bracket, and I'll do it one more time. You can see, okay, we just have this database over here. This is just one of the entries inside the database. And when I open that, there's a brand new page inside this database. And this is why 95% of the system is database, because we're using databases, but then we're also using pages inside of a database, right? So for example, we might have something like our weekly review. The weekly review is a database. This over here is a database, but every page inside this review is also a page. And for that page, we then have a template. And a template is sort of a pre-designed page that we can fill in. So I'll just open this one to show you a very quick example. And there you go. We now have a template with predefined steps that we can just go through one by one. Now, let's close this for a little bit, because it might still be a little overwhelming and complicated. But I just wanted to show you there, we have pages inside every database entry. And then over here, we're able to create a template, which is a predefined structure that we can open anytime we want. So let's walk through this process. Check if all systems are clean. Make sure all emails are gone. Set action items for tomorrow, right? This could, for example, be a template. Let's say end of day template. Boom. And now whenever we open one of these pages, we can open this template, and just like that, we have our predefined structure ready to go. Okay, so this is the power of templates. We built them once, and afterwards we can simply use them. This is also why I would encourage you to really take some time and energy to follow along with this masterclass. Really build everything from scratch, understand it inside out, because once you build it, you only have to use it, right? Once you've created all these databases, once you've created all these templates and you know they're working together smoothly, you can just use it. You can just press one button and everything gets created on the fly. So it's an upfront investment, takes some time, takes some energy, but over the long term, it's going to pay off exponentially. And that is a promise I am very, very confident to make. Okay. So we looked at the blocks, we looked at the pages and the folder structure, database, templates, and dashboard. So that is the basics of Notion. The next thing we're going to get into is the 7 dashboards of this system. Now, earlier I said there are 6 dashboards. To be fair, there are 6 dashboards, and there is the database collection zone, which is the place in which all of the different databases live. So let's have a quick look at the dashboards over here, and then let's build them ourselves. As you can see, we have 6 different dashboards, all corresponding to one of the phases of the circle of growth. So we have an insight dashboard, which is all of the databases related to insight. We have a planning zone, which is everything related to planning. We have a knowledge zone, an execution zone, a review zone, and a reflection zone. And then in the bottom here is the page we looked at earlier, the database collection zone. And this is sort of the home to all of our database. So we keep them in one central place, which makes it easy to filter through later on. Let's create these dashboards because it's nice to also be building some stuff. So what we can do over here is create a new page, and we can simply call this one the insight zone. And we can duplicate that, and then using Command D, we can duplicate it some more. Okay, so we have the insight zone, which is the first step in the circle of growth. And then we have the planning zone. We have the knowledge zone, can also be called the structuring zone. It's a mix between knowledge and structuring. I call it the knowledge zone. Then we have the execution zone. This is where we will be spending the bulk of our time. Then we have our review zone. And we have our reflection zone. Now, let's actually reorganize this to have switch to manual. Yes, I want it on manual. We're going to say insight, planning. I put the inside of the page by accident. So if you drag one inside of another page, it's going to go inside the actual page, which is what we don't want to do. I'm just going to drag it back over here. Insight, planning. Let's see, execution, knowledge, and then reflection all the way down. This page we just created over here, I'm going to move that one to the trash. Okay, so now we have our 6 dashboards, and of course we also want to have our database collection zone. Almost forgot about that bad boy. So let's open this one up. Database collection zone. These are going to be the only 7 pages that we have on the left here. So we want to keep this uncluttered. We want to have a clear structure, know where to find what. So these dashboards sort of function as a way to interact with the system in a non-process oriented way. And what I mean by that is that most of the system, as we just looked at with these databases, most of the system is going to be interacted with through these different review cycles. So if we would do all of these reviews consistently, each part of the system will already be maintained because we want to have a process, right? Systems are a process. We need to maintain our processes. So having these review cycles are already going to make sure that every part of the system gets hit. But sometimes either we don't do our reviews because nobody is perfect, and that is perfectly fine. But also sometimes we might just want to interact with a part of the system, like for example with our daily actions as we're going throughout our day, and then we can also access it from these different dashboards. So the dashboards are sort of a more on-demand way of interacting with the system, whereas the review cycles are a structured way to make sure that every part of the system keeps flowing. Okay. First things first, just to give you the feeling that we're actually building a little something, let's add a few visuals. Now, I know I'm contradicting myself. We say functionality first and aesthetic second, but trust me, the functionalities will come. Inside these pages, we can add some styling. We can give them an icon and we can give them a cover. Now, the icon I'm going to choose is over here. From the custom Notion icons, I'm going to say a circle with the outline. And then, as you can see over here, all of the colors that we use inside of Notion are color-coded with the different phases of the circle of growth. So I've done this on purpose because we want to be consistent in design, right? That makes it easier to recognize parts. So these separate parts in the circle of growth are already color-coded to match the colors inside of Notion. So then, of course, the insight is going to be the yellow circle. Planning is going to be the orange circle. Knowledge is going to be the red circle. Execution is going to be the pink circle. Review is going to be purple circle, blue circle, and the database collection zone. It's going to be gray because this is not part of the circle, but it is part of the system that we need. The next thing that we'll do is we're going to add covers to all of these pages. And the first function of the covers is to simply make the page look nicer, but we're also going to add a little bit of functionality in there by giving it another denomination of what this page is about. And then also, once again, you can see that when we add these covers, all of these designs have been made in such a way to be consistent with the color of the different face, right? So now we have sort of yellow picture inside zone with the yellow circle. For the planning zone, we're going to have an orange one. And just like that, every cover is also going to correspond with the actual page zone covers. And we're just going to add these all in one by one. Now, if you want to have access to these designs, then you can drop your email address down below and I will send you an email which has all of these designs in them, which will have all of the formulas that we use, a few of the more complex databases, and access to all of the audio essays. So if you want to get a deepening of this Notion system, then drop your email down below and I'll send you all that stuff for free because everybody likes free stuff. So you should definitely do that. You should definitely sign up there. And for now, we're just going to finish this one here by adding all of these covers. Going to say review zone. And then the last one is going to be the reflection zone. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. So we now have our dashboards, our main dashboards for the entire system. And as this masterclass progresses, we're going to add like different elements to make them more functional. But for now, we have our different zones. And the last thing I want to add to here is actually, let's go back to our little to-do because we explored the dashboards. We built them. Now we also styled them. We were a little bit ahead of ourselves. Now, the last thing we want to do is build a synced nav bar. Basically, what we want to do is create a navigation bar that we can have on each of the pages to navigate between the pages a little bit faster and also to make it look a little bit nicer. Now, the way we're going to do this is we're basically going to create blocks of text that link to each of these different pages. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to say, okay, inside zone. That is the first one we want to link to. But instead of just typing inside zone, I actually want to link to the page of the inside zone. So the way we do that is we say at. And by saying at, we can link to pages inside of another page. I'm going to say link to the inside zone. And if I were to click here now, well, that doesn't make sense because we're already in the inside zone. Let me say link to the page planning zone. It will automatically take me to that page, right? So we can simply say at inside zone, at planning zone, at knowledge zone, at the execution zone, at the review zone, at the reflection zone, and at the database collection zone. Now, actually, I forgot to do this earlier. We want to put all of our dashboards here to full width. You'll see later why, but we're going to need the entire real estate that this page has to offer. So I'm just going to put all of these to full width. And this one. Boom. Okay. This would already be a very simple little menu, but let's style everything a little bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn these into code blocks. I think they're called code blocks. Let me double check. Are they indeed called code blocks? No, it's not called code blocks. It's something else. It's a way of styling the text where I'm saying styling the text. And then over here, I can mark them as code. And the way you can do that is either by clicking here or by using Command E. And the reason I'm doing this is simply because I like the styling of this Command E. You might have also noticed it in this page over here. I'm using similar marking it as code styling. So what we're going to do is in the inside zone, we're going to drag this and we're going to say Command E. Command E. And then straight after, because the standard color for this is red, we're going to say Command E, color is going to be yellow, and we're going to make it bold. Okay, we're not allowed to make it bold. We're indeed not allowed to make it bold. Okay, boom. And like that, we got our first tag. And then I want to have some white space in between. Actually, I want to have white space in between all of these bad boys. I'm just going to do that real quick because it's easier. Oopa. And then drag. Command E. We're going to call this one orange. And Command E. We're going to call that one red. That one's already good. And this is a little bit of a tedious little thing because it's hard to misclick here. But I think we're getting it down pretty easily. Make that one purple. Make that one blue. And last but not least, make this one gray. And then remove this little text over here. Boom. Just like that, we've created a little nav bar. Now I can click on any of these zones, and you can also see it also opens them in a little sneak peek view because we're using this add feature. And from here, we can simply navigate to one of these zones. But the first thing we immediately notice is, okay, now I'm in the execution zone, but that means I cannot go back to the previous zone, which is correct. And that is why we're going to copy this entire block. We're going to say Command C, and then we're going to paste it into the other pages. Now, over here, it's asking me, do I just want to copy and paste it like a duplicate? So do I want to create a new block, or do I want to paste and sync? Now, for now, we're going to say paste and sync, because what this does is that this block is now connected to the original block over here. And if I were to make a change in this block, it's also going to change in this block. So these two blocks are now synced with each other, which is why they're called synced blocks. And we're actually going to grab this synced block, and we're going to paste that one. That was a little accident because it's always hard to copy the actual sync. Boom, paste as sync block. Boom, paste as sync block. Boom, paste as sync block. And by doing this for all of the different pages, whenever we make a change in any of these blocks, it's going to be changed in all of them. So just like that, we made a intuitive and simple navigation system. Just like this, you can navigate between your different pages. And later on, we're going to add a few more things to this part of the system, or to this part of the page rather, which is why we put it in the sync block. But like that, we've created a very simple nav bar. Okay, so we're going to head in here. Actually, keep going to the wrong place. We're going to take that one off. Cool. Last thing to discuss for this system architecture part of the video is the keyboard shortcuts. Now, Notion has a whole bunch of different keyboard shortcuts. There's a few that I use a lot and very consistently, so those I just want to show you here, but I'll also show you the list of all the possible keyboard shortcuts if you really want to get into that. If you're a keyboard warrior. Okay, that was a very bad pun, but let's roll with it. The first one is to create a new block, which is the slash key, which I already showed you before. The second one is to go to the previous page. Whenever you want to navigate between pages, you can use Command left bracket to go to the previous page, and you can use Command right bracket to go to the next page. Now, I think whenever we say Command for MacBooks, that is going to be Control for Windows. One of those keys, it's the same for every little shortcut. So once you figure it out, if Command is Control, all the shortcuts are basically the same. And little fun aside, this also works for web pages. If you're browsing through a website, you can also use Command backslash and front slash to, Command left bracket, right bracket to navigate through the pages. Then we have Command plus Enter, which is when we want to blow up a page, right? Because maybe we have a database and we have a page, and we want to open that, and it's going to open in SidePeek. Or maybe it is going to open in CenterPeek. If we want to blow it up all the way, we can either press over here, but we can also use Command-Enter. And as you can see, when you hover over something, it will show you the shortcut. Command-Enter, we can make it full. Command-left bracket, we can go back. All right, so that's also one that I use a lot. Then we have Shift-Command-H. This is basically if you want to recolor text. So as we were doing previously over here, we were giving all these texts color. Now, if I had some text over here, I can simply give it color by dragging over here and clicking one of the colors. Now, let's say I'm going to say blue. If I now want to have more blue, because I'm using a lot of blue on this page, I don't want to every single time drag this text, go there to change the color. So what I can do is Shift-Command-H, and it basically turns the text into the last color that we used. And when we do it again, it goes back to white, and it gives the last color that we used. So let's say I used orange instead. Now the next time I use Shift-Command-H, it's going to turn orange. So this is just a simple way, if you're styling a document, if you're using the same color, just quickly apply it. Then we have Shift-Command-L to toggle between dark and light mode. Now, important point to make is that I styled this entire system to look pretty in dark mode. It still works in light mode, but I just think dark mode looks a lot better in Notion. So the way we can toggle, Shift-Command-L. And boom, instant whole bright light on my face. Shift-Command-L, back to the dark mode. And then over here, on the actual Notion website, there's a whole bunch of different shortcuts that you can use. We're not going to get into all of these shortcuts. I will be using them as we're building this system. You'll see me use these shortcuts. When it's a new shortcut, I'll tell you how it works. But it's also just a matter of play. I think this is a very important note. Just play around. Play around with the software. Play around with the system. Don't try to overanalyze straight away. Just make things. Try something out, break something, fail. And as you are doing that, you will learn. So we're learning through practice. Which brings us to part 5, building the Notion of Life system. Now, we've already laid a little bit of the groundwork in the previous part, but this is the one where we're really going to get into the meat of the matter. This is the chunky chapter. This has all of the databases, all of their functionalities, and we're going to build that entirely from scratch. Now, the first database, the first element that we're starting with is the action tracker. And actions are the unique actions that we take every single day. We also have habits, which are actions that we repeat, but these are all the unique actions that we take every single day. And every action that we take is a vote for the person that we want to be, the vote for the person that we want to become. And in order to become that person, we need to take consistent action every single day. Now, the way we're going to go through this chapter is we're going to look at an element. Then we're going to look at all of the connections it has to other elements in the database. We're going to look at the key goal of the element. We'll have a little bit of theory, and then we're actually going to build it inside of Notion. Now, feel free to skip the theory part if you want. Like with everything in this masterclass, I can highly recommend checking it out. But if you just want to do the building part, every little mini sub-chapter has a part of theory, has a part of practice, so then you know. The action tracker is connected to the daily review. During our daily review, we check in with all of the action items that came into our inbox. We clear our inbox, and we also look at the action items that we scheduled for the day ahead. It's also related to our weekly review, where we sort of have a quick little overview of all the actions that we completed in the past week. It's related to our project tracker, because we want to see per project which actions are related to it, right? So we want to have contextual actions for every project that we're working on. It is also related to the monthly review, which we'll explore later. It is related to the knowledge database in the way that when we have a meeting template, which is basically the place in which we take meeting notes, that we can immediately add all of the actions to our action tracker. And yeah, that is the element connections that it has. Now, over here, you can see the action tracker happens on the lowest level of this hierarchy. So it is something that we do on a daily basis. It has a very short feedback loop, and we mostly check in with it during our daily review. Okay. The key goal of the action tracker is to capture, clarify, process, and execute. So what do we mean by this? Capturing means that we want to capture all of the action items that come in throughout the day. David Allen has a very beautiful quote: "The mind is for having ideas, not for keeping them." So we are going out and about. We're just doing our things during our daily life, and all of a sudden an idea pops up, right? It's like, oh, I should not forget to do that particular thing. If we just keep that in our minds, it's going to be gone within a few minutes, right? If we just keep a list of everything that needs to happen in our minds, we're going to be overwhelmed. We're going to get half of it. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to capture that specific action item. We want to put it inside of an inbox. Once we put it inside of the inbox, then we want to clarify, because as we were writing it down, we might have just jotted down a very quick note, like take home food. And then later on you empty your inbox, you're like, take home food. What exactly did I mean by that? So that is where we're going to clarify all of our action items. So we're going to say, yes, I need to take home food at 6 o'clock, and it needs to be vegetables because we're doing this low carb diet. So we want to clarify more what we actually meant with that particular action item. Then the next thing is we want to process it, which is basically putting it in the part of the system that it is related to. And that is why we have that connection to the project tracker I showed you earlier. Every action needs to be contextual. Every action needs to be related to a specific project. And then the last thing that we do is we either delete it, very often that doesn't happen, or we execute it. So just like that, we started with a random thing that just came in during the day, and then we captured it, we clarify it, we process it, and then ultimately we execute on it. So that is the key goal of the action tracker. Let's open that up in Notion and actually build ourselves a very basic action tracker. So the first thing that we do, and we're going to do this for all of the different elements, is we go into the database collection zone. And then inside of this database collection zone, I'm going to create a database, but I'm actually going to turn it into a full page rather than an inline. And basically what this does, I'll just give this the name real quick, is that over here it's basically going to make a page, but instead of this page being a regular page, it's going to be a database. So over here, we now have our action tracker database. Now, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add this little fire emoji, because this emoji will always denote the action tracker, right? Consistency in design. And then I'm also going to add the cover. I'm just going to say Notion of Life covers. It's going to be in planning and execution, action tracker, and we have a custom database cover. Okay, basic structure of the database. The first thing that we want to do is we want to add all of the different properties that are needed for the action tracker. Now I'm going to add a few pages in here just as placeholders so that it looks a bit more clean. The first property that we have is the action name, right? So this is going to be the actual action item, the actual task, the actual to-do that we put inside of this database. So we're going to put this action name. Then the second one, which I would normally have done, is give a priority. And the way we do that is we create a select tag. And like I showed you earlier, we could have like first priority, second priority, etc. Now, I used to have priorities for a long time. I used priority systems for a long time. And there's many different systems that you can use. You can have the big win system. You can have the 1-3-5. There's many different ways that you can have a priority list. But actually, for this new iteration of a Notion of Life, we've deleted this priority. And there's a very particular reason for this. It's because we're going to be time blocking our actions in combination with the Notion calendar and our project database. I'm going to show you later how that works. But for now, we're just going to remove the priority property rather. If you want, you can add it. But for now, we're just going to delete that one. Okay, so what else do we need? We have an action. Well, we want to know, when do we do this action? So we create an action date. Now, instead of calling this a deadline, we call it an action date. I personally don't like the word deadline. Like, the word dead is literally in there. It's very stress-inducing. It's very anxiety-inducing. And also, I like to approach my life in a way where most things are done on my timeline, right? The moment there's a deadline, it insinuates someone else made a timeline for me. And yes, sometimes having a deadline can force you to, become a bit more motivated, put a bit more effort and time in. Like, this is a great example. I set a deadline for myself to record this masterclass these days. Okay, I'm putting myself to work in this time period. But usually speaking, I just want to have action dates. They're the aimed date that I want to do something, but we're not perfect, right? Principle number 5. We are not perfect. We're always going to mess things up, and that is perfectly fine. We're never going to complete the action item list perfectly. We're always going to make little mistakes. And the moment we have a deadline and it feels very rigid, it feels very stressed, the tension, right? The tension, you can feel it in your body. That is something we don't want, right? There's already a lot going on in the world. We want to keep our own life as ease, as peaceful as possible. So that's why we're calling it an action date. And this is also a theme you will see throughout the system. I value being productive, but I also really value being productive in a calm way, right? We want to enjoy the ride. We don't want the goal to sort of override the process. Okay, so that's going to be the action date. So then what else do we need? Well, we want to track if the action is done, yes or not. We can do this either by giving it a status property, which would give us different possibilities for a status. So for example, we could say it's not started, it's in progress, it is done, it is to be reviewed. So we could give like different levels of status to an action item. I think this makes more sense when you're working together in a team and there's different phases, different stages of an action item. But personally, I just use a very simple checkbox. And it's just a binary. Is it done? Yes or no? Just like that. No clue why we changed that back. Okay. And the nice thing about the checkbox property is that most properties cannot go smaller than this amount. But the checkbox property, we can actually drag just like this. So that just looks a little bit cleaner. Okay. The next thing that we're going to add is a status tag. And inside the status tag, later on, we're going to add something in here called the parent. I mean, we're going to add it now, but we're not going to use it yet. And we're going to have someday and waiting. Now, I stole this idea from August Bradley's Pillars, Pipeline, and Vault system. I don't really use it, but I'm just keeping it in here in case you think it might be helpful. You can also delete this part. It's not entirely necessary, but yeah, the idea is basically that you can have an action item, and when you've done something, right, you, for example, send something out to someone, you can change it to waiting. And then you know, like, hey, I already made the first action here, but I still need a reply from someone before I can move on to the next part. And similarly, there might be certain action items where you're like, hey, this is a really cool idea, maybe a year from now. So I just want to capture it somewhere. Reason I don't use this a lot is because it's very easy to over capture things. And yeah, I feel like whenever we get something that's not part of a process and that doesn't really have a way for us to relate to it, it usually just clutters and grows out. But we're just going to put it in here for now because it does have a process somewhere. But like I said, I don't really use it a lot. Except for the parent tag. That one we're going to use a lot. So that one we really need to have in there. Okay. Then we're going to have a whole bunch of connections and a whole bunch of formulas. I'm not going to show all of them yet because they will come up as we're connecting to a new database. So the last thing I'm going to add over here is actually say a last edited time, which is basically automatically going to show us the last time that this one has been edited. Now, what you just saw over there is that when I had this bad boy a little bit tucked in, you can see all of the rows sort of moving down. And personally, I think this is really fugly. So what we can do is we can actually go into the database settings and we can say change inside of this layout that all the columns will be wrapped. And the moment we unwrap the columns, it's just going to put everything to the side, which is basically going to hide content. So if you want to show all of the content in somewhere, you don't want to wrap the columns, or rather you do want to wrap the columns. In this case, we don't because, yeah, I like having it just vertically overviewed. Okay. So we have looked at the rows and columns. We've looked at a few of the property types. Now let's look at the database layouts, the filters, and the sorts. This is where we're going to get into the first little bit of magic inside of the system. I'm just going to put this down a little bit. Actually going to give this execution databases. Nice little thing that you can do is over here now I put a heading 1. But actually, I think the heading 1 looks a little bit too big. I want to turn it into a heading 2. What you can do is you can say /turn, which stands for turn into, heading, H stands for heading, 2. Turning into heading 2. Boom. Just like that. You can take blocks and with keyboard shortcuts actually play around with them much faster. Okay, so we're going to open this one up, and I'm actually going to add some dummy content in here. So this is action item 1, and we'll just drag. So what happens here is if we take a cell like this and we grab this little circle and we drag it down, we automatically duplicate the value into all of the other cells, right? This could also be done for dates. Let's say I want to have these all done for 25. Like that, we can drag them in there. Alternatively, what we could do, let's say we would have 26 over here. We can also say Command C, drag the columns that we want, Command V. That would also work. Okay, so we're going to get action item 2, action item 3, action item 4, action item 5, and action item 6. Okay, this would be what we call the master table. So a master table is basically the overview of any database in which we have all of the properties and all of the entries available in one single place. And I'm going to call this one the master table. Of course, we're going to give it the fire emoji. Now, here we're going to get into a little more of the complicated stuff. So the beauty about Notion databases is that we can create different views for a specific database. So what that means is I can create a custom view that only shows me a particular slice of this database and also in a particular way, right? So over here, I'm going to add a view. I'm going to say I'm going to add an empty view. I'm going to say fire. I'm actually going to call this one the daily actions. I'm going to say done. Now, at the moment, you can see the only difference in these two views is that this one goes from 1 to 5 and this one goes from 5 to 1. But when I make a change in one of these views, it also changes in the other view. So it's still the same database, but it's just a different window into this particular database. And then inside this view, we're actually going to make a few modifications. And that was no pun intended, but I heard it as I was saying it. What we're going to do, the first thing what we're going to do is we're going to create a filter for this database. Because as you can see over here, I called this one daily actions. And daily actions implies I only want to see the action items that are due for today. So the way we do this is by applying a filter. Filters are basically ways of saying, I only want to see a particular entry if it meets one of these requirements. So for example, I could say, I only want to see entries inside this table that in which the action name contains the number 1. And right now it's only going to show me the action name that has a number 1 inside of it. And let's, for example, make this one 1. Now it's going to show me all 3 of these. So we can filter a very specific slice of this database. Now, the filter that we want to create for this particular daily actions is we want to say, I only want to see action items that have an action date for today. So I'm going to say add a filter, action date. I'm going to say the start date is, now, one thing we could do is we could click here and say start date is 24th of December. And actually, we did not put any of them on the 24th of December, so let's just add a few here. Boop. And we're going to see everything for the 24th of December. But if we put the filter like this, and tomorrow comes around, it's no longer going to be the 24th, and then the list is no longer going to work. Luckily, Notion allows us to set dynamic filters. So instead of giving it a date, I'm going to say the start date is today. Boom. Now, what Notion will do is every day it will simply check, what date is it today? It is the 24th. Okay, so today the filter is going to be action date is going to be 24th. So that is the first filter that we're going to set. Now, the second filter that we want is whenever we click one of these checkboxes, we want the action item to disappear because we've finished the action item. So we're going to say when done is unchecked. So I only want to show action items in which done is unchecked. The moment I check this, boom, it will now disappear. But here we have to pay close attention. Clicking this box does not mean we're deleting this entry from the database. No, rather it means we're deleting it from this view, because in this view, we only want to see ones that are unchecked. But the moment I will look in this master table, you can see that these action items still exist in there. So ultimately, at the end, when we have this whole system and you're using this for many years, like I am, you're going to have an action database with thousands of action items in this master table. But still, in my daily action list, I only see the action items due for today. And this is how we use different views, right? So we have a different view with certain filters showing us a very, very particular part of this action tracker database. Another thing that we can do is that we can sort our databases. And this is basically changing the order in which we see entries. So for example, over here, we now see action item 1, 4, 5, 6. Let's actually change these back to 2 and 3. And they're here in chronological order. What we can do is we can say, I want to add a sort, and I actually want to sort this list by action name. And instead of having it ascending, I want to have it descending, meaning it starts with the highest number. Instead, we could also say, I want to sort it by action date. And right now you can see, first it shows the 24th, then the 26th. Maybe I want to have it the other way around. I want it to show the action items planned further in the future first, right? So we can sort the order of the different entries in a database. Now, a good example of this is actually with the priorities. So I'm just going to add that for here, and we're going to say priorities. Priority. If you want to use a priority system, this is how you could build it. We could say priority. I'm going to call this not the big win. Just recolor this. You can recolor things by going over here, right? So let's say orange. First priority would be green. Second priority would be yellow. Third priority would be red, for example. And then in here, I usually like to add, for the big win, you can add emojis anywhere, any Notion page, anywhere in the system, also in other websites, by on a MacBook doing Control Command Spacebar, or on a Windows doing Windows key and the period key. You can open that up, and let's say, for example, boom, that would be the big win. And then we could even add an emoji to one of these tags. And then what we can do with a sort is we could say, let's go into these daily actions. Let's put all of these for 24th. We could add a sort that says sort them by their priority. And it's now going to follow the same logic that we made in this list over here. So if I were to drag this one inside that list, it's going to change. But it's now automatically going to sort our action list by priority. So that would be an example of how we can use sorting to create an action list. But for now, I'm just going to hide this one because we're not going to be using it. And we've created a very simple action list. Over here, we still have a table layout, because this is another beautiful thing that Notion allows us to do. It allows us to create different types of layouts. The 7 layouts that we have is we have the table, we have a board, which is sort of a Kanban board style. And let me just show you how that could work. Group by status. We could have it like this, which would be more for classical project management in groups. And right, we could like move the action items around. We can also have a timeline, which is what we're going to use later for project tracker. We can have a calendar view where we have the action items laid down by their date. We can have a list view. We can have a gallery view. And we can have charts. And we're going to look at the charts later. Gallery view, one of my favorite ones. Also going to look at it later. But for now, we want to pick this list layout because this is a very clean and simple layout that we can use for our daily actions. And what we want to do is we say properties. I want it to show the done checkbox because that is very important to be able to click that as the day progresses. And then I'm actually going to drag that in front of here. Now, one more thing that we can add, which is for now, we're just going to add it. And in a later part of the system, we're going to show you how this is done. Is that we want to have a little formula. I'm just going to grab this one from my other system. And we're going to call this I'm going to grab a formula, time planned. We're going to paste that in here. And what this formula does is it basically checks for what time of day is an action item planned, because we're going to be using time blocking later on. So that means we're going to give a time slot for each of the different action items. So for example, action item number 1, it's not only due for today, but it's due for today from 10 a.m. till 11:30 a.m. And then, 11:30 a.m. Now over here, you're going to see that this formula has now changed to the time planned for this action item is between 10 and 11:30. And the reason we format it like this is so that inside of this list, we can show ourselves this formula and we can add it in front of our action list. And then we'll say, hide the page icon and sort by date descending. So this means we see the soonest upcoming action item on the top. So if I were to take this one, I'm actually going to call this one December 24th. Also going to include time and date. This one's actually going to be for 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. Maybe that should also be p.m. actually. And I lied before, actually it's the wrong order, so we're going to say action 8 date ascending. Now we can see it is in chronological order for that specific day. And what we've also added to this formula is that the moment an action item is happening right here, right now, the color is changed to orange and it's changed into a fire emoji. So simply by putting this action time between 12:30 p.m. and 1:30 a.m., and currently it is actually a little past 12 here, then it shows this one is active for right now. And then over here we can add one last action date. And we're going to actually call this one, let's say 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Boom. Just like that, we have a very simple action list with all of our daily actions. And whenever we take one off, it disappears from this list. Very simple, very practical action list. Formulas we're going to get in later on. You can also go to the, I think it's chapter number 7 in this video. You can find all of the formulas. But for now, this is the action list that we wanted to build. Now, the last thing that we want to do is we want to add this view to the execution zone, because the execution zone is about execution. It's about taking action. So that's everything that we need for the day. So another very powerful feature that Notion allows us to do is it allows us to create linked views of databases. So basically, like we just did inside of this database, right? We have these different views of this same database, right? Making one change over here is also going to make that change over here, and vice versa. We can also take one of these views and drag it almost to a different part of the system. Now, we're not actually dragging it, but functionally we are. So basically what we do is we say over here /linked, which pops up in this menu, linked view of a database. So I'm going to say linked view of a database, and then it's asking me, what database do you want to get this link from? I'm going to say I'm going to grab this from the action tracker database that we just created. And then from that database, I want to copy this daily actions view. And simply by clicking here, boom, I can add the view right here to this page. Now, very important to note here is that it only allows us to pick the views that we made in the original database. So were I to add a different view over here, it will not allow me to select that later like we just did. So we have to create the view inside of the main database. And then later on, we can just simply say, from this action tracker, I want to have that view, right? So this is important to note because it's the main reason why we have all these databases in one central place and we make all the views inside of this main database. Now, the way you can recognize a linked database is by this little arrow on the top left corner. When there's a little arrow on the top left corner, that means it's a linked version of the database. Whereas if this one was a inline database, you can see there would not be an arrow on this icon, right? So the little arrow over here signals that it's a linked version. Now I'm going to hide this title because less is more, and by using this fire emoji very consistently, we already know this is the action tracker database. So this way we need less content to still signal to us the same thing. And just like that, we have created our first element, the action tracker inside of the execution zone with all of our daily actions. We had a look at the layouts and the filters. We looked at database views. We looked at linked databases, and we looked at a formula sneak peek. Now, the last thing that we want to do is we want to capture, or actually it's the first thing that we want to do, but the last thing I want to show you is that we want to capture our action items into our action tracker. Now, for a long time, I used to do this inside the Notion of Life system, or actually I used to show people this inside the Notion of Life system by sort of adding a button that adds new actions over here. But actually, what I personally do is I have an external automation that helps me quick capture action items. So the way I do that is I have a hotkey, Shift-Command-D, pops up this menu. Over here, I can add a new action item, and boom, just like that, it would be added to this action tracker database. This is a much smoother way of doing it, but it's an external automation. So at the end of the masterclass, I will show you how to build this for yourself. Similarly, there is a tool called Save to Notion, which also allows you to capture things from the internet. Also, that we will show you later. So we're not going to build this inside the system. We're actually going to use external automations because it's a much smoother way of doing it. Which brings us to our second element, the daily review. Now, this is the first review in a whole series of different reviews. We have a daily review, a weekly, a monthly, a quarterly, and a yearly review. So there are different layers at which we sort of process parts of our system. Now, the daily review is linked to the following elements. First of all, we have the action tracker in there. We empty our action inbox every day in the daily review, and we also have the action list that we want to execute on. Then we also have the habit tracker in there. Every day we want to track our habits, and we do that during our daily review. We want to empty our knowledge inboxes. We have our affirmations, which are sort of like daily reminders to ourselves that we might have to sort of get in touch with the deeper aspects of our core insights, like the deeper aspects of who we are. And then we have a whole bunch of reflection questions in there because reflection leads to insight, and daily review is going to be very low-level reflection, but it's still good to ask yourself a question like, what am I grateful for today? Or what went well? Or maybe what could I have improved on? So those are also going to be inside the daily review. And later on, the daily review itself is also going to be embedded inside of the weekly review, and we'll explore that a few little subchapters down the line. Inside this flowchart system over here, you can see the daily review is also on this very low level of the hierarchy. And that's what I was sort of saying earlier. We have these different levels of reviews, and those are feeding into each other. So the daily review is feeding into the weekly review, into the monthly. So we have these different cycles, and the daily review is sort of the lowest level part, the very short-term feedback loop of this system. Okay, so what then is the key goal of the daily review? There's this beautiful quote by Abraham Lincoln where he said, "If I have 6 hours to chop a tree, I'm going to spend the first 4 hours sharpening the axe." So often we get lost in simply doing things. We go because we always want to be more productive. We want to get more out of our time. But instead of necessarily becoming more productive, we become more busy. And this is sort of the balance between being effective and being efficient. Being efficient is doing a certain thing very efficiently, right? For example, I could tell you to grab a bucket of water, move it to the other side of the room, then take that same bucket of water and bring it back. And then I could tell you, try to do that as efficiently as possible. See how often you can bring that bucket back and forth within an hour. And at the end of the hour, you come up to me, you're like, I made a super efficient system. I brought this bucket back and forth 1,000 times. Now, that might be very efficient, but it's not very effective because we're not really doing anything of value. So effectiveness is more about doing the right thing. Instead of bringing the bucket back and forth, maybe you just bring it to the place where the fire is, and you just bring one bucket, and it took you 2 minutes, and it was more effective than running back and forth 1,000 times. that is sort of where effectiveness comes in. That's where sharpening the axe comes in. So instead of just chopping a tree, we take a few hours to sharpen the axe. Now, we're not going to take a few hours to start our day with clarity and intent. We're going to take a few minutes. So every morning we start up with a few minutes. We have a little startup ritual during our daily review. And then at the end of the day, we have a little shutdown ritual. Very important to note here, principle number 7, principle number 7, design for modularity. So we can take from these routines what we want, that take what is useful, and we can discard the rest, right? So it's a blueprint of how you could do a daily review, but you don't have to do everything. Just take what is useful and discard the rest. So that is the key goal of the daily review. Start and end our days with clarity and intent, and maybe through doing that, save ourselves an hour or 2 hours of work or frustration. Just make sure that we're a little more aligned with what we're actually trying to do in life. So let's actually build this daily review inside of Notion. The first thing we're doing, once again, is we're going to navigate towards this database collection zone. And then over here, I'm going to create a section for the review databases. And once again, we're going to add a full page database. So this is going to be the daily review database. We're going to give it the sun icon. So the daily review is always denoted by this little sun icon. And we're going to give it a cover. Let's see. Notion of Life covers, review covers, daily review covers. And we're going to have the database over here. And boom, we're going to open this one up. Once again, we're going to add a few properties. So I'll add some entries here just to make it look a little better. The first property that we have is the name of the day. So on which day are we doing this daily review? So I'm just going to call this one day, right? And for example, this could be December 24th, December 23rd. I always just take the first 3 letters of the month and the date. Could also write it out all the way. Just takes an unnecessary amount of time. And also, this property is sort of redundant, and I will show you in a little bit why it is redundant, but unfortunately, it is not possible to delete a name property. So this is the only property that every database will always have. This one, as you can see, we cannot delete it. Then the next property that we want to add is a date property, and we actually want to use this one because we can format it as actual dates, right? It opens up a little calendar over here, whereas if we do this, it's just a simple name property. And then we're going to call this one the review date. And then we want to add a few properties in which we can track some information. So we're going to add a number property here, and we're going to call this statistic. I'm completely butchering that. Statistic 1. This is for the people that like to track quantitative information, because during the daily review, we do a lot of tracking, we do a lot of processing, and some of that is going to be qualitative, like reflections, right? These are things that are not measurable, but that we still want to track and engage with. Some of them can be quantitative, which are things that are measurable, like, for example, statistics, right? Maybe you're tracking your weight, or maybe you're tracking your sleeping score, right? So we could just duplicate a property like this. Maybe we want to have like a sleeping score, right? So if you're the type of person that wants to track statistics, then you can do it over here. I don't really track statistics. I find that it requires quite some effort. And also, there's some interesting research into the psychology of tracking statistics. It can make us very obsessive about them, and it can actually be quite negative for our mental health. And I used to track a lot of statistics, but I did also notice that very often it would sort of turn into chasing this number. Now, it doesn't mean it's wrong. I still think there's a time and place to track things. Like I track things in my little gym booklet. But if you want to track like all these statistics, I think it's good to think about whether it's actually adding value to your life, yes or no. I'm going to reposition this one slightly because it's supposed to be like that. Cool. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to create a daily rating. So actually over here, I'm going to say select day rating, and we're going to give ourselves the possibility to rate our day by using stars. So I'm going to have 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4-star, and 5-star. And then I'm actually going to color code them. I'm going to say 1 star is red, 2 stars is brown, 3 stars is orange, 4 stars is yellow, and 5 stars is green. So that way we can give a rating to the separate days. So just like that, we've created a simple daily review database. Now, you might be thinking, okay, so every day I'm just going to fill in statistics and that might not even happen, and I'm going to do a rating score and that's it. No, that's not it, because this is where we get into the magical world of templates. Okay, so quickly going to call this one the master table. Once again, I'm going to give it the sun emoji. And now we're actually going to create our first database template, because the daily review doesn't necessarily happen in the database view, but it actually happens in the template. So over here, I'm going to say create a template for the daily review. So we're going to open that one up, say Command Enter to blow up this page. And on the top here, you can see that we're editing a template in the daily review. This is a very important thing to note, because whenever we make changes in a template, every future time we're going to generate that template, the changes are going to be in there. So we're going to open that one up. And then the first thing we're going to do is we're going to style this page a little bit. So over here, you can actually customize the layout of a page. So what I want to do is I don't want to see all of these properties at the top of the template. It's just a bunch of clutter that we don't necessarily need. So I will move this to this panel on the right, and I'm actually going to pin a few properties in the top here. So I'm going to go over here. Now here it says that we can pin things, and what I want to pin is the review date, and if we're tracking them, the statistics. I'm personally not tracking them, but if we're tracking them, we can put the statistics over here. I'm going to say apply to all pages. And then the last thing I want to do is I want to remove this comment section. Like, Notion allows us to place comments on all of the different pages, which is great for when we're collaborating with people or for when we're working on a knowledge document, for example. But for the daily review, it's just a bunch of clutter that we don't need. So over here, I'm just going to say page discussions off. Apply to all pages. And now this already looks a whole bunch cleaner. Now, of course, we're going to add the sun icon, and we are going to add the daily review cover. We're going to do the regular one instead of the database one. It's a little bit thicker, which actually works better for template views. And as that one is loading in, we're just going to customize some of these properties over here. Because what we want to do when we create a new daily review is that the review date is automatically set to today. So we don't have to manually add that every single time. So over here, it already shows in the shortcuts. I'm simply going to say date when duplicated. Don't necessarily need the time. I just want to have the date when duplicated. So just press that one over here. Boom. And now whenever we would generate this template, it's automatically going to set this date to today. Now we're going to set it to full width. Now we can actually start building this daily review template. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to call it daily review template. The reason we're doing this is because when you're inside of this database, over here, you can see the name of each template. So if I would have called this Donkadonk, it would also be called Donkadonk here. And we don't want it to be called Donkadonk because we want to call it daily review template, because that is what it is. So we're going to put that to daily review template. Okay, so let's go back into our template and actually start building the structure. Now, initially, we're just going to use some text block. Later on, all of these parts of the daily review will be replaced by custom database views. But for now, we're just going to put some text blocks to give it some structure. First thing we're going to do is going to be the startup routine. This is the routine that we do at the beginning of our day. Then the first thing I'm going to add is the startup questions, which are the reflection questions that we fill in at the beginning of any day. And I'm actually going to put this in a toggle menu, which allows us to put things under here. But then once we got it under here, we can simply collapse that menu over here. I'm just going to put in these questions. What energy state am I feeling today? what would make today awesome, and maybe some daily morning journaling, if that is something that we would like. And I'm going to give some writing space for each of these. And then we're going to collapse that little menu. Then the next thing that we want to show is all of the action items that are planned for today. And if you paid attention, during our last element, we actually created a view that shows us all of the action items that are due for today. So I'm simply going to grab a linked view of the database. I'm going to say this action tracker that we created earlier, and I just want to see my daily actions. I'm just going to hide this one, and boom. Just like that, we have a little overview of all of the action items that we want to do today. The next thing we're going to add is our startup habits. And these are basically actions that we repeat. So actions over here are all unique. Habits are things that we repeat on a consistent basis. So for example, a habit could be filling in my daily review, right? Or sitting down to meditate. Now, later on, we're going to make a custom database for this with all of the best practices of habit setting. But for now, we're just going to put the startup habits over here. And then the last thing we'll have is actually our affirmations, which are sort of reminders that we set for ourselves based on our core insights. So they're very deep things that we want to affirm in ourselves. So for example, I am confident in my abilities and I will create value for other people. That could just be an affirmation, something I want to remind myself of every single day. So every morning we could just read through those affirmations. And once again, designed for modularity, feel free to delete any of these parts. This daily review template is sort of the perfect blueprint, right? It has everything in it that you might need for a good daily review, but you can modify, you can add, you can delete anything that you want. Okay, gonna make this one purple. That is our startup routine. This is what we would fill in at the beginning of our day, our working day, or the day when we wake up. I usually do it before work. We open up the daily review template and fill in our startup routine. Then the second part of the day, we're going to have our shutdown routine. So this is what we do at the end of the day, right? When we finish working, or maybe before we go to sleep, whatever works for you. Find a pace, find a setting that works for you, and we're going to fill in our shutdown routine. Now, the first part of our shutdown routine is going to be emptying our inboxes. Like we mentioned earlier, with our action tracker, we are capturing things throughout the day. And the same goes for our knowledge database, which is the one we're covering after this. So all the action items and all the knowledge pieces that we capture throughout the day, we don't clarify them in the moment because we don't want to be taken out of the flow. So during the day, we're storing all these things in an inbox. And then at the end of the day, we're going to empty this inbox. So over here, we want to have an inbox with all of our action items, and we want to have an inbox with all of our knowledge pieces. Now, let's create the action item inbox first. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our database collection zone. We're going to open up our action tracker, and we're going to create a new view. And this one we're going to call action inbox. I'm going to give them the fire emoji, and we're going to say, okay, done. I'm going to drag this one over here. Action date. We're going to hide the status, and we're going to hide the last edited time. Inside a Notion of Life, action items are always related to a project. Now, I stole this idea from Tiago Forte's PARA, which is basically projects, areas, resources, and another letter that I forgot what it stands for. But the basic idea is that an action item is always related to a project. And a project is sort of a unit of work, a small scope, a goal with a practical engine behind it to get to that goal. And projects in our head make a lot of sense. Like psychologically, it's easier for us to think in a project. Like I'm renovating the house, or I'm doing my thesis project, or I am writing a book, right? These are things that in our mind make a lot of sense. Alternatively, we could also take an action item and classify it by a knowledge tag, for example. We could say, okay, this action item is related to philosophy or creativity. But those things just make a lot less sense in our heads. They're not really logically connected to each other. So a project is actually a really good way to classify our action items. So every single action item inside our system is ultimately going to be connected to a project. But we have not yet created the project tracker database. So for now, we're just going to say select tag, and we're just going to call this project. And we're going to have the action inbox like this. What we want to do right now is we want to create a filter that says any action item that is not yet related to a project, I want to see that in the inbox. So over here, I'm going to say filter project is empty. So any action item that is not yet related to a project will be shown in here. The moment I relate it to the project, so writing the notion of Lifebook, for example, and let's add one more project, renovating the house. The moment I assign it to a project, it disappears from our inbox. And that is what we want to do. Like every action needs to be connected to a project. So if it's not connected, then it's shown in the inbox. The moment we connect it, then it is automatically filtered away. Because if we go back to the action tracker a moment ago, capture, clarify, process. This is the processing part. We've now taken this action item and we link it to the proper project. Okay. This is now our action inbox, and we want to take this one and put it into the daily review. Easy way to navigate through Notion, Command P, you open up the search mode, and then in chronological order, it shows you the pages that you visited. So we're going to go back to this daily review template. We're going to go all the way down. And the first inbox we want to empty is a linked view of this action tracker inbox. And boom, just like that. At the end of the day, we look at all the items that we've collected as the day progressed. And then we just over here can clarify them. It's like, okay, this actually doesn't make a lot of sense. Write the book chapter in green. Not the best example, but over here we can clarify our action, and then we can relate it to a project, and the inbox is empty. We're going to be doing the same for our knowledge inbox. For now, I'm just going to put that over here. And then the last thing that we want to empty is our scratchpad. And the scratchpad is basically a place where we can jot down things really quick that don't really deserve to be a full knowledge piece or that aren't fully fleshed out yet. It's just an easy way to capture some information. So the way we do that is very simple. We create a toggle. We call it scratchpad. Just going to make that one bold. And we're going to make it gray. And sometimes Notion doesn't work with this. Sometimes it glitches a little bit, because basically what we want here to happen is when we drag it, we want the menu to pop up. We could also color it over here, but the problem when we color it over here is that all the text inside the toggle is also going to be colored. And I actually don't want the text inside to be colored. I just want this scratchpad piece of text to be colored. So I'm just going to remove this default, drag again, drag over here. And we're just going to have, yeah, there we go. Sometimes it just does that. Very annoying. Boom. I'm going to call this gray text. This is now our scratchpad. And then in here, I'm actually going to add another one, which is called scratchpad history. I'm just going to collab that one and collab this one. Okay. This scratchpad, during the knowledge part of this video, we're going to explore it a bit further. For now, I'm just going to grab it. I'm going to say Command C. And I'm actually going to add it to our navbar for all of our different zones. Because now in each zone, we always have the scratchpad available. So whenever we want to jot down a few notes, we can just jot them down over here. And maybe some more notes over here, right? So this is very easy to just capture some quick ideas that don't really deserve a full-fledged entry in any of the databases. And And then during our daily review at the end, we have empty our inboxes and we can sort of look at the notes that we jotted down. If we want to save them for a bit, but they don't deserve a full knowledge piece, we can drag them into the history. And if we want to turn them into a knowledge piece, then later on, we're also going to have our knowledge inbox in here, and we can simply drag them, just like we could do in the action item. We can simply drag them into that specific database. Okay, that is going to be our inbox emptying. I'm just going to put this one over here. Going to make a little divider line. And then the next part of our shutdown routine is our actions and habits review. What we want to do here is first we want to have a quick overview of what were the daily actions that I set out to do today and which ones did I actually complete. Then afterwards, we're going to look at our calendar, and we're going to use Notion calendar for this, which is also something we're going to explore later. And we're actually going to make sure that we have a plan for the day ahead, right? So we're always planning a day ahead with all the actions that we're scheduling. And then the last thing that we do is we sort of want to track all of our habits. So just like that we did with the startup routine, certain habits we might do in the morning, but certain habits we might want to do later in the day. So then during our shutdown routine, we can also check off these habits that we completed during the day. So the first thing that we want to do is have a action view that shows all of the actions that we completed today. So I'm going to go back into the database collection zone. We're actually going to duplicate the daily actions. We're going to call this one action review. And now instead of saying, don't show me the actions that were unchecked today, I actually just want to see all of the actions for today. And basically what this means is that as the day progresses, actually, let me show you this from inside the execution zone. We're like executing on these things. Our action list over here disappears. But then the moment we open it, right here with this linked view, I'm going to say action review. Boom. I can now see all of the actions that I did today. I can also see if I did not do an action today. And the power here is we can sort of have a quick reflection, just like a few seconds to see, hey, did I do the things I wanted to do? If not, maybe we can ask ourselves the question, why did I not do that particular thing? And also reminds us to actually schedule that thing for the day ahead, because that's the next thing that we would do. We would actually schedule actions in the calendar. And then lastly, we're going to do some shutdown habits, right? So these are any other habits, maybe something in the evening, workout in the gym. Maybe that's another habit that we want to track. Okay, once again, these are all going to be databases. These are all going to be much more user-friendly. But for now, we're just sort of setting out the structure of this daily review. Just going to close up that toggle. And then the last thing that we do at the end of our day is we actually have our daily reflections for the shutdown. And this is a very similar structure to the top one. So we can have our shutdown, not shut up questions. I mean, that would also be pretty funny. Shut up questions. We're going to have our shut down questions over here. Potentially, we can also have our affirmations here once again. And we're actually going to measure our shutdown statistics. Now, here we're going to do a little Notion Fuguzi Vigezi. Basically, what I want to do is I want to fill in this information about this page. But because I want it to be structured in the flow of this template, I'm going to create a linked view of the daily review database, and I want to show this particular day in this template. Okay, so what do I mean by that? We're going to go and open our daily review database. And then over here, we're actually going to create a new view, and this is going to be the daily tracking. Inside here, I want to track my statistics and I want to track my rating. So I'm going to hide this one over here. And then I'm going to create a filter that says, only show me the daily review that has the date for today. Boom. So it's only going to show me a daily review with the date for today. Currently, this daily review is empty. But the moment I would generate a new page using our template, it is automatically going to assign the date, right? We put this in the template earlier. It's automatically going to assign the date. And because this one has the filter, let me actually show that property, to show the one with the review date for today, it's actually going to show up in here. So in this particular view, we will only see the daily review that is happening today. Now, why is this important? Because we want to add this view to our template. I'm going to go down here and actually going to say linked view of database, daily review, daily tracking. And then as we are doing our review, in the bottom here, part of this process, we can just fill in the statistic. This is 50. This is 75. And I give it a 3-star rating. Boom. Just like that. And if we were now to go back into our daily review, you can see it has been added to this particular entry. Last thing we want to do before I show you that, almost forgot about this, is we actually want to create a button to add to the execution zone to easily generate this specific template. The first thing we need to do is go over here and say, this daily review template, I want to turn that into the default. And that basically makes it so, I'm going to do that for all the views. That basically makes it so that whenever we create a page in this database, boom, it automatically generates a template because that's the only sort of page we're going to add in here. So it makes sense to make that the default. So that's the first thing that we do. And then the second thing that we do is we're going to create an empty view, but we're going to use the gallery view. Now, a gallery view gives us an overview of the database in a gallery format, right? Here we have all these little entries and they look like a beautiful gallery. We could add an image to this. We could style it in a beautiful way. But actually what I want to do for this particular view is I want to go in here. I want to go to layout and I'm going to say card preview none, which is immediately going to shrink the buttons. Then I'm also going to set the card size to small. And then I'm actually going to add a filter which says only show me entries where the review date is, you might have already guessed it, today. Boom. And then we get this button. Now we just have a simple button, and the moment we would click this button, we generate our new template, and it's automatically going to be in the right place. So we're going to take this button and add that to our execution zone, because this is where we do daily stuff. So daily review, we're going to add this to the execution zone. And I'm going to drag this one to the left because this is the first thing that we do when we start our working day. And now over here, we have a button. We need to change one more thing. I almost forgot this. We actually want to say that we open the pages as a full page. I'm actually going to change that in the original as well. Yep, database collection zone. Layout. I actually want to have that be full page. And so now whenever we start the day, we just press this button, boom, daily review is generated. Review date has already been automatically assigned. Over here, we can fill in the answers to the startup questions that we have. Right? Feeling great with this new template. Then we can check in all of the actions that have been scheduled for today. We can track any of the habits that we already completed in the morning. And if we want, we can check in with our daily affirmations. I am confident in my abilities to create templates, and I'm confident in my abilities to share them with all of you. Very beautiful. Then we would exit this template, which is no longer a template, it's now a page. And we would just do our daily actions. We would just, fugazi fugazi around. And then at the end of the day, we open it again and we go into our shutdown routine. And then the first thing we do is we empty all of our actions, right? So we assign them to the corresponding projects. That way we empty our inbox. And then we can look at our scratchpad. Does this deserve any more attention? Does anything need to go into the action or into the knowledge inbox? Then we go one step further and we look at our actions and habits review. So over here we see, okay, these were all the actions that were planned for today. Did I actually manage to do all those actions? Did I miss something? We will schedule these actions for the day ahead, which I'm going to show you later on in this masterclass. And then we're going to track our shutdown habits. Were there any habits I was supposed to do during the day? And have I done those habits? And then the last thing that we end over here, you can now beautifully see this, is this daily tracking. And we already see the entry we made today because this filter only shows us daily reviews that have a date for today. And the template automatically set that date already. So just to show you that it is indeed the same page, this page over here is the same as this page over here. So over here, we can simply track those statistics, give myself a day rating, and then boom. Simple as that. That is how we use the daily review inside the Notion of Life system. Okay, so let's return back to this file. We did templates, we did layouts, we did automatic filters, database first principle. Like I said, currently we use some text blocks to structure certain parts of the daily review. At the end of this masterclass, everything in there is going to be a database view of another element. So it's going to be very scalable. It's going to be more intuitive. It's going to look prettier. It's going to have all the things in there. We did the sync blocks with our Scratchpad, designing for modularity, right? If you want to delete a part of this daily review, go for it. And yeah, I think this one is a good one to end this subchapter on. We don't work for the system, right? We've looked at this before, principle 5. The system is working for us. We don't have to be perfect, right? Last year, I think I did around 200 daily reviews. Now, part of me is thinking, I only did 200 daily reviews. That means I missed over 160 daily reviews. But it also means I did 200 daily reviews. Even if we miss them half of the time, they are still very powerful. They still work. They can still help us become much more effective. So it is not about being perfect, but it's about having a system in place that we can fall back onto. And we have this daily review here. Maybe you miss it half the days. Maybe you don't use it in the weekend, but whenever you do use it, it is ready to go. And it helps you start your day and end your day with clarity and intent. From the future here. If you want to build this Notion system from scratch using this masterclass, then all power to you. However, if you want to start using this system straight away, then I can highly recommend getting the Notion of Life template. And inside of this template, you will find ways to quick capture and create action items and notes. You will be able to organize your projects, to set vision goals, SMART goals, to track your core insights. You will be able to track habits with, I gotta say it, the best habit tracker that has ever been built inside of Notion. And on top of that, we have a whole bunch of user-friendly formulas, automations, data visualizations, many database, many templates. All of this stuff that we are doing inside of this masterclass, you can start using it straight away. And as a little cherry on top, the first 50 people to get this template will get a free 1-hour coaching session with yours truly. So if you want to support the work that I'm doing, and if you want to start using the system straight away, then check out the link in the description down below to get instant access. All right, let's get back to the masterclass. Beautiful. All right, that brings us to the third element of this system, the knowledge flow. And this actually used to be 3 separate databases, but we've put them together into one because it makes more sense. And I'll explain a little more about that in a little bit. The knowledge flow is basically every piece of information, every piece of knowledge that we might need that is not an action, right? So anything that comes in that's an action obviously goes in the action tracker, but any other documents, ideas, things we want to write down, minutes to a meeting, all that stuff goes into the knowledge flow. This element is connected to the action tracker in the way that we can embed our action tracker in our meeting notes template. So whenever we had a meeting, we can immediately add actions to the action tracker. It's also added to the daily review, as we just discussed, because we want to empty our knowledge inboxes every single day. It is related to the project tracker because just like actions are always contextual to a project, so is knowledge. So knowledge is always related to a project. And this is one of the places where I sort of made a change. I used to also have a knowledge classification database, which is basically a way of labeling specific knowledge, but I don't think that makes a lot of sense. I didn't really use it a lot, and I also think that large language models will make that sort of more less contextual filtering, much easier. So I don't really think that makes a lot of sense. Then we have our weekly and our monthly review. And during these reviews, we rate our knowledge. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. But basically, we assign a certain importance, a certain value to all of our knowledge pieces, so that over time we can sort of see our most valuable knowledge pieces all collected into one place. So during the weekly and monthly review, we're sort of rating those knowledge pieces. And then during the yearly review, we check in with those most valuable knowledge pieces that we have created in the past year. The knowledge database lives here in the bottom. The reason it is over here is because knowledge is always created or collected in the here and now. So, right, we execute on something in our action tracker, and as we do that, we very often generate knowledge, or we find knowledge. So sort of in this space is where the knowledge is collected. But then over time, we sort of check in with our knowledge pieces. So during the daily review, we actually, there we empty our inbox, we process our knowledge. But then during the weekly review, we actually engage with any open knowledge pieces and potentially also give them a higher rating. And similarly for the monthly review, we also go one level higher. So we keep engaging with this knowledge that has been created down here in the bottom as we are progressing throughout the different review cycles. That will hopefully become more clear in a little bit. The key goal of the knowledge flow is to capture knowledge. This can either be internally generated or externally generated. Then we want to improve this knowledge. We want to improve the quality of this knowledge so that we can then utilize it. We take this knowledge to create value. And it's very important for knowledge to be in a flow because it's very easy to over capture. And we're going to have a little look at how much information is out in the world, but it's very easy to just over capture and get everything into a system. And initially you might think like, oh, I have a system, I can collect all this information, but if it's not actionable, it's better if it would just be deleted or archived. So we have actually automated that process to really keep knowledge actionable and make sure we don't drown in unnecessary knowledge pieces. So we capture, then we improve, we utilize, and we then create value. Because if we don't create value with it, it's not valuable knowledge. It's not worth having. So to that point, let's take a few steps back and sort of look at knowledge from first principles. We could imagine this world, our reality, to sort of be like a Minecraft world. There's just building blocks everywhere. Similar to a Notion page, our world is just consisting of building blocks. But the blocks that we engage with are much smaller, right? We have our quarks and our protons, and then we have our atoms, and we have our biological structures, and all this complexity of physics and biology. But if we really boil it down to the essence, they are just building blocks all flying around. Knowledge is basically the ability to put these blocks together in a way that they have a certain function. So when we apply knowledge, we can, for example, take these random building blocks that we have over here, and we actually put them together to create a shape. Now, just creating a random shape like this doesn't necessarily add value. So we want to use it in a way that makes sense. We want to use it to solve a challenge. And this is the purpose of knowledge, right? We apply it to the world to influence it in a way and to get the outcome that we want. Okay, we're going to explore a little bit deeper the role of knowledge and action in the project tracker section of this masterclass, but this is the basic functionality, the basic reason why we want to both gather our knowledge but also improve our knowledge. One little last note on that: knowledge is usually something we have as information, but when we apply knowledge, then it's when it becomes skills, right? And we want to have a combination of knowledge and skills. So that's just a little distinction to make there. Okay, this graph over here shows sort of the state of the world that we are currently living in. So on this left axis, we have the information quality. And then on the y-axis, we have the information quantity. As the quantity of information increases, so does the variance in quality. And what I mean by that is that as we are having access to more and more information, the best possible information is more valuable than ever before, but the worst possible information is also shittier than ever before. So, in other words, we live in a world of information abundance, right? This skill over here is a logarithmic skill. What that means, it's not just linearly, but this is exponential, right? Information is growing at a rapid speed. And we looked earlier at the world data generation chart, which basically showed that we have increased the amount of information generated worldwide by 100-fold in just a few decades. So the information quantity is increasing a lot. And that also means that this quality, this variance in the quality is also growing a lot. So there's better, more valuable gems available than ever before, but there's also a lot of shittier information than ever before. And the cruel reality about this is that many people will have difficulty getting along in today's day and age. So they might not be following the line like this, but they might be following the line going down like this. And this is the reality. A lot of people are stuck in bullshit algorithms being served information that is just blatantly false, is untrue. It's causing a lot of disruption in society. It is taking away a lot of value, but it is the reality. And it's only going to be a smaller amount of people that are able to sort of take from this high quantity of information and find the gems that are in there. Now, if you are watching this masterclass right now, you are very likely in this group over here, right? You are very likely someone who's going to be reaping the benefits of these rewards. And because this is an exponential system, because the data is growing exponentially, those rewards are also going to return exponentially. So I think, and this is my personal philosophy, is that most of us will also have a moral obligation to sort of create that value and then share it with other people. Because frankly, many people are just going to be stuck in sort of this part of the system. Okay, so that being said, our goal is then to separate the signal from the noise, right? We want to scour this whole data, right? We want to scour all that stuff and we want to find those gems and disregard all of that shit. That is sort of the main goal that we have. A last note, I briefly mentioned this a few minutes ago. There are sort of two types of knowledge. One type of knowledge is the externally generated knowledge. And this is all of the knowledge that the outside world, people outside of ourselves, have generated. On the other side, we have the internal knowledge, which is all of the knowledge that we ourselves have generated. Now, the thing between these two is that the external knowledge, that is the thing that really scales. So if we look at that graph from the previous sheet, we can see this variance, this very high quantities being generated. And that's because we're with 8 billion people. And many of those people nowadays have access to the internet, have access to tools for generating new knowledge. So that part of the equation really scales exponentially. This part of the equation scales linearly. Our personal knowledge does not scale exponentially. This hasn't really changed in the past 100 or 500 or 10,000 years. We still have the same ability to generate knowledge ourselves, but we can use this external knowledge to improve our internal knowledge, right? So from this very large ocean of information, we can get the things that are useful, and we can use that to sort of improve our self-generated and internal knowledge. And similarly, the internal knowledge that we have embodied, also gives us a filter, gives us a perspective to look at all this stuff with. So it is a cycle. They do inform each other. Our external knowledge improves our internal knowledge. And then by having better internal knowledge, we can also become better at finding the gems in all of this external knowledge. But it's an important distinction to make. A lot of it is generated by other people. Some of it is generated by ourselves. And this stuff we want to spend a lot of time on, because that's where the real value is created. That's where we really understand knowledge. And that's when we can also start applying it to create value. Okay. That means now it is time to do the thing that we all came here for, which is Notion promotion, baby. Okay, let's start by creating a knowledge database. Now, let me just open up this database over here. We're actually going to go and say, okay, this is part of a new section, namely the knowledge databases. And then over here, once again, we're going to create a database table view. And actually, I accidentally created an inline version. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to turn this into a page. I'm going to open this all the way up. And we're going to call this one the knowledge database. The icon for the knowledge database is the thread icon. And of course, we are also going to add a cover. Will my Mac search do it for a change? External knowledge, do we just have regular knowledge? knowledge. I'm just going to give it this one. Okay. There we go. Knowledge database cover. Quick little aside, as you can see over here, we can also add descriptions to pages. We can add descriptions to properties. We're not going to add any descriptions during this masterclass because I'm explaining everything out loud. But if you purchase the Notion of Life template, and if you want to use the system straight away, then the whole system will also have descriptions explaining what the purpose of each separate element is. So just handy to know. And you can also, of course, use this to create your own descriptions. So for example, instead of calling this like the master table XXL with all info, which we would never do, but if you would do that, instead, you could say, hey, I'm just going to call this the master table. I'm going to remove XXL with all info, add it over there. And then when I hover, I can see XXL with all info, right? So we can add some descriptions to our databases, pages, properties, etc. Okay. Let's get into the knowledge database. This one's going to be slightly more complex, but that's the whole purpose of a masterclass, right? We're building it up one block at a time. Feel free to pause and look at things for an extra minute. The first thing that we want to do is we want to create this one and say content name. So this is going to be the title of the knowledge or information piece that we add to this database. I'm just going to add some filler pages. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Then the next thing that we want to do is we want to create a type. And this type is going to signal to us what sort of knowledge piece is this? And these can be three different knowledge pieces. It can either be a creation, it can be a learning, or it can be a meeting. A creation is any piece of knowledge that we create from scratch, right? So it's this part. It's like purely self-generated knowledge. That is a creation. The second option, a learning, is an external piece of knowledge, but on top of that piece of knowledge, we are actually riffing. So we're maybe taking something from that knowledge or we're iterating on it. So we take an external piece of knowledge, but we make it useful. And then the third option is a meeting, which is basically just a place to take meeting notes. Because we do have meetings as humans and it's nice to have a place to take meeting notes. So that's the third option. So I'm going to add them over here. I'm going to say creation. I'm going to say meeting. I'm going to say learning. I'm actually going to turn all of them gray. And then this one, we're going to give the light bulb icon. This one will give the speech bubble icon. And learning, this is my favorite emoji out there. We're going to use a little nerd emoji. Okay, so that is the type. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to create a rating. So like I mentioned before, knowledge needs to be actionable. It's very easy for knowledge to overwhelm us. Like there's so much in the world to capture. So we sort of want to get to those gems in those mountain of data, mountain of information that is out there. So we're going to give ratings to our knowledge pieces. The first part of those ratings we are doing during the daily review. And those ratings are the 1 to 3 stars. So I'm just going to add this over here. I'm going to say 1 star. I'm going to say 2 star. We're going to say 3 star, and I'm actually going to color code those because 1 is the worst, 2 is medium, and then 3 stars is actually a good rating. These ratings right here, we are only allowed to give during the daily review. Or, I mean, it's more the opposite. The extra ratings that we're going to add right now, those we are not allowed to do during the daily review. So during our daily review, we only give it 1, 2, or 3 stars. Okay, so this is going to be the rating for the initial phase. Then, as a sort of visual separator, I'm just going to add this one over here. And I'm going to not actually able to duplicate that. Okay, that might be a nice feature to add. Wink, wink to the Notion team. I'm going to say monthly review, light gray. Okay, that will be 1 to 3 stars. Then the second sort of layer of rating I'm going to add is the diamonds. And later on, it will become clear why we're doing it this way. But we're going to add 1 diamond, we're going to add 2 diamonds, and we're going to add 3 diamonds. I'm going to color code these once again. This one goes here, and that one goes there. This one's going to be blue, It's also going to be blue. And that one is going to be purple. So in a nutshell, during our daily review, we give each knowledge piece, when we empty our inboxes, a rating from 1 to 3 stars. Then during our weekly review, we have the possibility to upgrade this knowledge to 1 or 2 diamonds. Now, we don't have to do this, but we can if we want to. And then during our monthly review, we have the opportunity to upgrade a knowledge piece to 3 diamonds. And by doing this, we sort of get a clear overview of which knowledge pieces were very important for us that year. But that is not the only reason we're doing it, because we're also adding a formula, and this is just a little sneak peek, which is going to be, I'm going to save this for now, the score. Basically, every knowledge piece is going to get a score based on the rating we gave to it and the amount of knowledge techniques that we apply to it. So later on, we're going to add a bunch of knowledge techniques to our templates, which help us interact with knowledge using best practices from all sorts of fields to sort of deepen. Let me see if I can find it. To sort of improve our knowledge. So we have a structure in place that we can use to improve our knowledge. And as we are applying that, this rating score will go up. Now, why is this important? Because we have another formula. And this one over here, we're going to call days left. And we're going to give this icon. This is going to calculate how many days we have left to work on a knowledge piece. So like I said before, every knowledge piece is actionable. Everything is always moving. So we're going to calculate how many days we want to focus on a knowledge piece before it automatically gets archived. And the amount of days is based on how high it's rated. So whenever we give a higher rating to a knowledge piece, because it's important to us, that's why we give it a higher rating, then we automatically lengthen the time that we want to be able to work on it. So there's 2 properties that I need to add for this one to work. One is the created time, and we're just going to call that created. And then one is going to be a checkbox, which we will call exempt. And then we're going to paste this formula in here. Boom. So just like that, you can see this one has a rating of 3 diamonds, a score of 30, and that is why it has 90 days left, meaning we have 90 days to work on it. And if we were to, for example, change it to 3 stars, we would have 30 days to work on it. 2 stars, 75 days. So by changing the rating, we give ourselves more time to work on it. Okay. Next, what we want to have is the source from which we got the information. So we drag this one over here. The source is basically the type of medium from which we got the information. Is it an article? Is it a podcast? Is it a book? Is it a movie? Is it our own mind? There's different sources that we can get information from. So over here, I'm just going to write all of these down. And lastly, the social media post. Okay, so later on, during our daily review, we're also going to assign it a source so we can easily see from which source we gathered it. Okay, so now we have the content name, we have the type, we have the source, we have the rating, and then we want to have the status. Now, previously I had a manual status here, meaning we would just have a status property like this one, and we could simply say, hey, this knowledge piece is not started, or I'm currently working on it, or it is completed. But what I noticed doing this is that, like I mentioned earlier, the knowledge started overflowing very soon. And it took a lot of time and effort. It actually took more time and effort to sort of clean out the database than actually engage with the knowledge. So instead, what I've done is I've created another formula. And yeah, during this system, you'll see many formulas. Formulas are a really powerful way of manipulating data from a database. This is also one of the reasons we do database first design. Now I'm just going to show you why they exist and what they do. And then later we will look at how they work. But for now, that is too complicated. So we're just going to call this one the status. And whenever we have a formula property, we actually allow ourselves to change the icon here. So just to make a little more clarification, give this one a checklist. I'm going to paste this formula in here. And now you can see a status is automatically assigned. Basically what this formula does is it checks whether there are still days left on this knowledge piece. So as long as there's still day left, it's on keep exploring. But it's only showing us keep exploring for the information that already has a rating. Because the moment we give a rating to a knowledge piece, it implies we're already interacting with it. But it might also be that we have captured an article or captured a podcast or something else, and we haven't interacted with it yet. If it's not been interacted with yet, it's on to explore. So over here you can see to explore, and it has no rating yet, but the moment I would apply a rating, boom, it's going to be keep exploring. Now we have one special rating. The moment we give 1 star to a knowledge piece, that is basically our way of auto-completing it. So let's say, for example, you captured something during the day, which you do want to keep in your system, but you don't want to engage with it any further, then we can give it a 1-star rating. So you have 1 star, it's completed. 2 stars or 3 stars, just keep exploring. No rating, it is to explore. Okay, so that is our status. And then we also have one more, which is called archive, which basically happens if we never interact with this. Or you capture something and you don't interact with it for 30 days, it's automatically archived. So this way, all the knowledge keeps flowing. You don't have to think about it. You only see relevant knowledge. And I think that is a major improvement for how we interact with these knowledge pieces. Okay. Then we have a few more practical properties. And as you might already see, the knowledge database is definitely a database that's heavier on the property sides, right? So we always have these sort of interplay between the templates, which are more the review cycles, and then we have these functional database, like the knowledge database and the action tracker, which has a lot of properties in the database itself. And takes a little more time to wrap our head around that, but that's a good sort of side note to make. Okay. We're going to add a URL so that we can automatically link to any knowledge piece. And then we have the created date. And I also want the last edited. Okay. The goal here is to improve the quality of our knowledge. And the way we can do this is by applying different techniques. Now, I will first show you this in the existing database because it's quite a lot of work to add this manually. But we basically have all these different types of techniques that we can apply. Things like mind mapping, things like summarizing, a technique like critical thinking or the Feynman technique. These are all knowledge and information techniques that people use for all sorts of things. These are generally available on the internet. And what we want to do is when we create a knowledge piece, we actually want to give ourselves the possibility to apply these different knowledge techniques. So let me actually show you how that might work. If I were to create a new entry over here, I'm going to say, this is a knowledge piece. I'm going to call this a creative notes template. Then at the top of this page, you can see knowledge development techniques. And this is a little toggle. And from this menu, you can choose one of the techniques that you might want to use for this knowledge piece. So let's say, for example, I am doing some presentation on charisma and confidence. And actually, I want to mind map about this presentation. I can then click this button. This button will then generate a mind mapping template for me. I can turn this one into text. And then over here, I have a little plan for how I can do this. So I want to identify the central theme. I want to create main branches. Basically, it's just a little plan for how to do a mind mapping well. And then in the bottom, it also shows how long it will probably take and the difficulty of this technique. Now, what also happens is that inside of this knowledge piece, if I would open this one up and we go to the technique property, mind mapping has been added here. So whenever we apply one of these techniques, whenever we press one of these buttons, this technique is added to this particular knowledge piece. And basically what this means is that as we are adding more techniques, we can keep track of those techniques, and they will then also improve the rating score of our knowledge piece. So let's say, for example, if I were to, let me actually open this, right? If I were to add all these different exercises, right? By just applying them to this knowledge piece, the knowledge score is also going to go up. So the combination of our subjective rating and the amount of techniques that we actually apply to a knowledge piece together inform the rating score. Okay, so let's create a multi-select here. And we're going to call this techniques. And I'm actually going to add mind mapping, the Feynman technique, metaphorical thinking, and case studies. Let's just take these as examples. Okay, so we're going to add these techniques over here. I'm going to make all of them light gray. And then, as you can see now, when we add a technique, so you can see this now has a score of 6. And if we were then also to add a 3-star rating, for example, it has a score of 21. And then once again, the combination of these two, the higher the score, the longer we work on a knowledge piece. So the more time we invest in it, the more time we also give ourselves to work on a specific knowledge piece. Okay, let's start building some templates. And the first one we're going to start with is the creative notes template. We're going to have 3 templates, one for each of these 3 types that we created earlier. So we're going to put this one on creation. And actually, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to customize this layout a little bit because we don't need all of this information here. The only thing I want here is from the source. I want to say, give me this source, give me the amount of days left to work on this, and give me the rating score. I can apply this to the pages. And one last thing that we can do with this rating score, currently it is just a number, right? Currently it's just a number. Actually, what we want to do is we're going to add this property and we're going to turn it into a bar. And we'll just make the rating score, let's say like 90, for example. And I'm going to turn that orange. And then we have a little visual indication of how high the score of this knowledge piece is, right? We have a little bar over here. Okay. Now what we want to do is we want to create buttons. And whenever we click that button, I want this template for this knowledge technique to be generated on this page. And then I also automatically want to change the property inside of this database entry. Okay, how are we going to do that? First things first, we're going to say /button. Boom. Buttons are very cool. They're basically ways to make little mini automations that you can trigger with a single click, as it sort of suggests, right? A button. So for this button, what we want to do is we're going to call this one actually mind mapping. And we're going to give it a little icon. Let's say, for example, this. So the logic of a button is basically when button is clicked, I want this to happen. Okay, so what is it that we want to happen? I want to generate a new page. So I'm going to say insert block below this button. And inside this block, I'm going to create a page. And this one, I'm going to call the mind mapping technique. And then I'm actually going to grab this technique from the pre-existing space. And then over here, you can see, okay, now I've created a page inside of this button, right? I've created a template inside of this button, which basically has this mind mapping action plan. And then I'm going to go to the previous page. And now if we click this button, boom, just like that, this page is generated. Now, you might be wondering to yourself, why put this stuff on a separate page and not put it inside of this button? The main reason for this is that when we apply techniques, it might be that we've already put a lot of content on the page. So then it's easier to just sort of drag this page to the position where we want it to go. Right? Maybe we want to have it right over there. And then we can just simply turn it into text and collapse it like this. Okay, so like that, we want to have buttons for these different techniques. The moment we press one of those buttons, we want it to generate. But there's another thing that we want to do. Because we don't just only want it to generate the structure, we also wanted to change this property over here to add the one that we just generated. So inside this button, what I'm going to say is add an action. and I actually want to edit a page inside this page. So basically, this is a dynamic filter that says, check on the page that I'm currently on. At the moment, it's a template, but when we generate that template, it's automatically going to change into the page we just generated. And I want to say, on this page, I want to add to these techniques the mind mapping one. Done. And now, whenever we click this button, boom, it's automatically added. The rating score is automatically updated. We can turn it into text, and we can apply it to this specific knowledge piece. And like that, we do the same for all of these different techniques that we have. And you can grab all of these techniques. I put the template in the description down below. If you leave your email address, I'll send you a doc with all the information in it. And yeah, we're not going to do all of these manually hand by now because that's going to be too much work. But basically, what this will look like is we're going to have our knowledge development techniques. Put the brain here. And then I'll just copy paste this in for now. Put this next to, okay. Little side tangent. What I was just trying to do here, I was basically trying to drag this one to the right because I want to create two columns. But I'm not able to do that. And the reason I'm not able to do that is because we're working inside of a toggle. If I were to drag this one out of this toggle, and then I would grab this one, I would be able to pull them next to each other. But inside of Notion, when you're working inside other blocks, for example, inside a toggle, or for example, inside a callout, it is usually not possible to add things next to each other. But there is a workaround for this. And the way to do that is to create a page inside of the place where you want to make the thing. Then basically take all these elements and drag them into this page. Then when we can create the desired structure inside of this page, then we can go back and then we collapse it into text right over here. And then just like that, we have actually created these two columns. It's a workaround. I don't know why Notion hasn't fixed it yet. It's been like this for many, many years. But anyway, just like this, we now have all of our knowledge development techniques. We add a little line below. And there you go. This would now be our creative notes template. Okay, I'm just going to add the creative note icon over here, which is the light bulb. Yes. Okay, and then we're actually going to add this cover over here, which should then be in Notion of Life covers, knowledge covers, creative notes. Boom. Okay, that is our creative notes templates. This is everything that is generated internally. And then we're going to do the same, basically duplicate this one for our learning notes template, right? So this one follows the same structure, but now we can also capture knowledge from the outside world and then sort of iterate on that knowledge. But we're using the same knowledge development techniques and sort of the same layout. I'm actually going to remove this, add cover. I'm just going to call this one learning notes template. Now, later on in this masterclass, I'm actually going to show you how to easily save information to an external learning notes template. Because what we can do inside Notion, or actually outside of Notion, is, let me just open up a quick tab over here. There's actually extensions that allow us to easily save any page that we're browsing on the internet. So let's say, for example, I would go to a Notion of Life and I would grab this article. And I'm reading this article and I'm thinking to myself, okay, interesting stuff. I actually want to take some notes about this. I can then go over here. I have this extension and I can say save to Notion straight into my knowledge database. And the moment I add it to this knowledge database, I can choose for it to either create an empty page with just the link, but I can also choose for it to put the entire web page in there. And what that will do is if I save this page and I open this in Notion, and this is in my personal working space, you see that it actually takes this entire web page and puts it straight into our knowledge database. So this is something that we can do with an external plugin, and I'm going to show you later how that works. But just for now, that is good to know, because then we have here all this external information, and then based on this, we can start editing. We can make notes, add some notes. We can apply the different techniques that we just added, and like that, we can interact with the external knowledge that we have captured. Okay, the third and last template that we're going to add is a little bit different, and this is the meeting notes template, because very often we will have meetings. Now, my general rule of thumb is less meetings is more better, but sometimes we do want to have meetings. So when we have meetings, we want them to be structured, we want them to have a goal, and we want to keep the information, sort of capture the information that we've generated during the meeting. So I'm just going to go in here, I'm going to say new template, meeting notes template, and then here we're going to say meeting agenda. And actually, we're going to turn this into H2. Summary and key takeaways. And then next up, actions. And actually, I want to style these a little bit. So I'm just going to say Command E, make them blue. Command E, Command Shift H, make it blue. Command E, Command Shift H, make it blue. And then over here, we're going to say agenda topic. We're going to say key takeaway. And then lastly, what we want to do here is we want to create an inbox to add new action items related to this specific meeting. Because as we're having a meeting and we have these key takeaways, maybe someone goes, Fran will send over the documents to Juliet, right? Maybe that's one of the things that we discussed during this meeting. So what we want to do then is take this knowledge piece and instantly turn it into an action item. Okay, so now simply I'm going to create a linked view of our action tracker. We're going to grab this action inbox. I'm just going to hide this one. And then what this allows us to do is whenever we had a meeting, we can simply drag this right in there, just like a block, and it's automatically added to our action inbox. So this is going to be the meeting notes template. I'm just going to call this key takeaway. We're going to add the memo, add the cover, upload. I'm going to go into personal knowledge covers, meeting, boom. Earlier I saw this one. We actually forgot to change to the nerd. Okay, and just like that, we've created our knowledge database and we have templates. We have templates for meetings, for learnings, and for creative notes. Okay, so what we want to do now is create an inbox in which we can capture our knowledge pieces. So over here, I'm just going to say empty view. I'm going to call this one the knowledge inbox, give it the corresponding icon, and then we're just going to hide all of these properties and only get the properties that we need. So what we want is we want to have the content name, then we want to have the source from which this knowledge piece came, we want to have a rating, we want to have the knowledge type, and then ultimately we want to assign it to a project. Now we have not yet linked the knowledge database to a project database. So for now, just like with the action tracker, I'm just going to create temporary placeholder. And let's just call this right, the notion of life, book. Okay. And then we want to apply a filter. And basically we want to say, I only want to see knowledge items that have not yet been linked to a project. So project is empty. So the moment I assign a project to it, it will disappear from my inbox, similar to with the action items. This is also the reason why we put it as the last one over here, because then whenever something has come into our inbox, right? So maybe during the day I captured reflections from Nietzsche. Maybe that's a little note that I wrote.
and I opened one of these templates for it, maybe it was like a learning note, then at the end of the day, I can say, okay, the source was an article. The importance I give to this is 2 stars. I want to revisit it later, but it was not that interesting. The type, it is a learning, actually, because we have not changed this in the templates, because this is supposed to be learning. And this over here is supposed to be meeting. It's a learning. And then the moment I assign it to my project, it disappears from the inbox. So I'm going to empty these ones. Very simple knowledge inbox. And then, of course, we're going to add this to our daily review, right? Because we empty this at the end of every daily review. I'm just going to open up and delete this placeholder. And now the cool thing, this is really an amazing feature about Notion. What we can do is we can actually add database views inside one sort of database container. So this over here would be a database container. I can add a new view over here, but this view can pull from other databases. So over here, I'm actually going to go to the knowledge database. I'm going to grab the knowledge inbox. I'm going to hide this one. And then as part of our shutdown routine, we can simply first look at our action inbox, and then we can look at our knowledge inbox. And we can give it the right source, we can give it the right rating, we can give it the right type, we can assign it to a project, and boom, the inbox is empty. And just one last time to show you, if you give it a rating of 1 star, a knowledge piece is automatically going to be completed. So just keep that in mind whenever you're doing, let's see, status. Just keep that in mind whenever you're doing your daily inbox emptying. 1 star is completed, and 2 or 3 stars means you want to keep exploring the knowledge piece. Just hiding that one for now, assign it to a project, and boom.
In case you missed it last time, you can get free access to the masterclass worksheet by dropping your email address down below. And inside of this worksheet, you will find a step-by-step outline to track your progress as you're going throughout this masterclass. You will also find all of the slides that we are using in this video. You will find the formulas that we're using in the system ready to go, so you don't have to write them all yourself. You can simply just copy-paste them in there. And this one's really, really juicy. You will also find the 2 original reflection databases. And this will literally save you hours of time in setup. You don't have to add 100 questions and create 30 views. You can just grab those databases, plug them in there, and start using them straight away. And then as a little cherry on top, we also have all of the database and template covers that you can style your pages and make them look beautiful. So if you want to grab all of these free goodies, then drop your email address down below and I will send them over to you right away.
All right. Shake it loose, see if we still got the energy going, like halfway through. That brings us to the absolute powerhouse of the project tracker. This element, it's one of my favorite. Project tracker and weekly review are both very, very, very good. And I'm going to hopefully walk you through why I love this element so much. Let's first have a brief look at the element connections. Later on, there will be quite a bit of theory on this particular element. Of course, you're free to skip just to the Notion building part. But I would, once again, I'm going to say it a million times. I would recommend sticking around for a little bit longer. The connections that we have. First of all, like mentioned, we have all of the actions that are related to a specific project. So we have a connection with the action tracker. We have all of the habits related to a project. Then we have vision goals, which are the long-term and abstract goals. And actually, the project tracker is related to those vision goals. Then we have our weekly review, during which we check in with all of our projects. And we have the reflection questions, which we, of course, use to scope the project and also reflect on it once it's done. And then lastly, during the monthly review, we check in with the SMART goals related to every particular project. And potentially we can also interact with some of the other reflections. And at the end of the year, during our yearly review, we sort of look back at all the projects that we have completed. This is just a very short list, but it just gives us a little fresh reminder of everything that we've done that year. And yeah. So the Project tracker over here, you can see, is on this level. Let me just switch that one to line. On this level of the action review hierarchy, meaning that it's a little bit longer feedback loop and that we mainly check in with it during our weekly review. Okay, so let's have a look at what this project tracker actually is and what the goal of this project tracker is. In a nutshell, the goal of the project tracker is to combine knowledge and action to execute on parts of our vision goals. Now, we just did the knowledge and the action databases, so you already know that we have these two types of information. We want to bring those together in a sort of practical engine so that we can actually start executing on our goals. On our long-term, over here you can see, let me go previous page, on our long-term vision goals, right? We translate those through SMART goals into our projects so that we can then execute on them using knowledge and action. So let's dive a little deeper into that. The essence of nature is change. Everything in this world is always changing. Everything is impermanent, right? The only thing that is permanent is change. Everything is always moving. It's constantly in flux. So the question is not if things are changing, but where things are changing. And this is where goal setting comes in. Earlier, we had a look at this idea that the world is essentially one big Minecraft server, right? Everything is just little blocks that we're putting together to reach certain outcomes. And goal setting is basically determining which set of patterns we want to create in the world. And this could either be a very small and simple goal, but it could also be a very big and complex goal. So for example, maybe I just want to create these 4 squares, right? Maybe this is just my goal. I'm going to create these squares and I'm going to turn them into a block. That might be a very small and simple goal. A bigger goal might actually be, no, I want to create this sort of pyramid shape. This is already much more complex and requires many more blocks. And similarly, all the way at the end here, we have this very complex shape that would take a lot of knowledge and a lot of execution to realize. Now, for a long time, I was trying to determine for myself, what is the difference between a vision goal and a SMART goal and a milestone and an action? It's like, where does one thing turn into the other, right? If I'm working on an action for 2 hours, is that not more of a milestone? And if I have a goal for the coming 4 weeks versus the coming 6 months versus the coming year, when is it a SMART goal and when is it a vision goal? And all of these different sort of goal setting modalities were very confusing to me. Until I sort of made this visual over here, I all of a sudden realized this is all arbitrary because we can just choose wherever on this line we set a goal. And it doesn't really matter where we set the line. The thing is, we do need to set the line somewhere. So this right here might be an action. This right here might be a milestone. And that right there might be a vision goal. We could also put it somewhere else on the line, but we want to put the line somewhere. And as a general rule of thumb, we start in the present moment with actions, right? That is very small and simple. And we end all the way in the future with purpose. So we start small and simple and we move to big and complex. And everything that happens in between is basically just arbitrary goal setting. Okay, so that is sort of the basics of goal setting. Within the project tracker, there are sort of 3 different things coming together. The first one is wisdom and insight. And wisdom and insight is basically knowing which pattern we need or desire. So this is knowing what is it actually that we want to do, right? So we have these little building blocks, as you can see over here, and it's sort of trying to figure out that structure that we want to create. Okay, once we know what we want to do, then the question is, how are we going to do that? How are we going to structure the objects into this desired pattern? So we have these 4 blocks over here. Now we're actually going to take those 4 blocks and we're going to put them together like this to create that desired shape that we had. Okay, so that's the knowledge. That is where we want to go. How are we going to get there? Then after we've determined how to get there, then we want to execute. We actually want to do the thing we planned, right? We made the structure over here. And now we're actually putting those blocks together to build the thing, right? So we start with knowing what we want, then knowing how to get there, and then actually doing it. And these two things, the knowledge of how to get there and the execution of it, together form our production capacity. So our production capacity is basically how much capacity, how much capability do we have to produce something? And that is a combination of knowing the right things to do and actually doing it. Because as you can see over here, we might have this very elaborate goal, right? We might have picked something on this continuum that's very far to the right, maybe like building $1 million business or traveling the entire world. But that is a very big and complex goal. And if we do not have enough production capacity, we will not be able to lift that goal into reality. So our job or our mission is to sort of increase the amount of production capacity that we have so that we can actually manifest the things that we want to manifest, things that we think are important to create in this world. So then the question becomes, how can we increase our production capacity? The first thing that we can do is we can increase the size of our own production capacity through learning and skill acquisition. And this is also sort of what we looked at in the previous chapter, right? It's about our personal knowledge, our personal skills, the ability that we as a person have. The other option that we have is to increase the quantity of our production capacity. And the way we do this is by either influencing people or influencing robots. And the way people are influenced are either through social dynamics, right? The social skills that we have, convincing other people, persuading other people, or by paying them. And this is pretty much how a large part of our economy runs, right? You get paid or I get paid to do something that the other person wants me to do. So we're influencing people through capital. Now, the way robots are influenced is by technical skills, right? So this is learning to program or learning engineering. This is very much we have a computer and I'm telling it what to do. These things together sort of form our collective production capacity. So over here you can see this is my circle. I've already increased it a little bit, so it's bigger than it was before. And then I've combined that by influencing robots, right? Maybe I am programming some software, or maybe I'm using AI in a smart way. And I'm also influencing some people, right? Maybe I have paid them, or maybe I have influenced them through my social dynamics. And by having all of these together, I now actually have enough production capacity to turn that desired pattern into an actual outcome. So this is sort of the essence of value creation. Anything we want to do in this world, anything we want to make, anything we want to influence, it all boils down to this. How much production capacity do we have, and how can we increase that production capacity? But of course, there are also some nuances to value production. This is sort of the basics, but we are always working in relationship to other people. So over here, we have what I call project humanity. And this circle is basically every single thing that we as human beings are doing worldwide, whether it's pushing back the Sahara, making a new smartphone, building a bridge. Everything that we are doing as humans is encapsulated in this circle. Now, when we start out, when we're young, when we're in the beginning of our career, we have a very small zone of influence. And what this means is that there's only a small part of reality that we can influence. But as we just looked, we can expand our production capacity. We can expand our influence. And there's a few different ways how this works. Whenever there's a thick circle, that is us. Whenever there's a dotted line, that is other people. Okay. The way that we increase our personal zone of influence is what we looked at in the past slide, right? It's by growing our leverage and competence. So we can make our own personal circle bigger by increasing our skills or by getting more capital, human capital, financial capital, influencing robots. And the first thing that we have are problems and situations that are permissionless and skill locked. What this means is no one needs to give me permission to work on this thing because it's not overlapping with any of the other circles. So the only reason this thing over here is not being done right now is because nobody knows how to do it. It's a skill-locked thing. Like, if you would have the knowledge and the skills to do it, be my guest, be everyone's guest. These are actually a lot of the hard problems in this world, right? We can think about them. We can think about teleportation. We can think about a malaria vaccine. Nobody's actively stopping you. We just simply do not have the skills to unlock it. So that will be option number one, things that are permissionless and skill-locked. Now, sometimes, actually, my zone of influence conflicts with someone else's zone of influence. And then this part over here is actually a part that is either permission or resource locked. So one of us has to give the other person the permission to take that part and make it their zone of influence. And very often that will cost us resources. We'll have to pay them in some way, maybe in kind, maybe in money. So this part of Project Humanity is locked behind permission. There's two outcomes that can sort of stem from that. The first one is what we call zero-sum competition. And basically what happens here is that one person gains the conflicting area and the other person leaves it. So basically we're saying there's only a limited area and my win is your loss, right? My gain is your loss. That is what we call a zero-sum competition. The alternative that we have is what we call positive-sum collaboration. So if we have this overlapping area, we can also say, actually, we are going to collaborate, and we're going to say 1 + 1 = 3. So we're making the pie bigger for both of us. Generally speaking, I would recommend going for positive-sum collaboration. We are living in an age of technological advancement that is unprecedented, right? We're growing in wealth, in technological capabilities at a rate that has never been seen before. This whole project, humanity, is growing like insane. Bickering over the overlap and sort of trying to take something at the cost of someone else usually isn't worth it. Usually speaking, it's better to just collaborate, make the pie bigger for everyone, and everyone gets to benefit, right? So as a rule of thumb, I would say try going for positive-sum collaboration when possible. Sometimes zero-sum is the only option if it's really like either you get the job or I get the job. It's perfectly fine to be selfish and go for that shot, but try to be wary of industries, of places, of situations where this sort of zero-sum competition is the norm, because it's usually not a very nice environment to be in. And I also think with the advancements that we're making nowadays, it's also not necessary. This one we're going to cover in a little bit, because we're first going to dive into Notion and actually start building the basics of the project tracker. So first thing that we're going to do, as always, is of course go into our database collection zone. And then over here, I'm going to say planning and execution databases. Going to open this, actually turn it into a page. And this is going to be the project tracker. It has the seedling. And of course, it also has its own cover. Planning and execution, project tracker database. Booyah, klaka booyah, as we like to say. Okay. Like I said, this database is an absolute powerhouse. This is creme de la creme. It's a beautiful database, but it's also quite complex. So we're just going to ease into it, and hopefully by the end, everything will make complete sense. Okay, first thing that we're going to do, of course, is call this one the master table. And why did we not get our beautiful cover? Let's try that one again. Okay. Basically, every entry in this database is going to be a project workspace. So a lot of stuff is going to happen inside of the template, but there's also a bunch of properties that we need to create because there's also some formulas, some automations that help us track vital information about this project. So the first thing that we're going to do is, of course, give it a project name. Then the second thing we're going to add is what we call a date span, because we're not just going to give a date to our projects, but we're going to give a start date, for example, 1st of December, as well as an end date, because we plan the projects ahead, right? So we create date spans for our projects. Then we're going to add a little formula. What this formula does is it's actually going to say days past date. And basically what this one does is it's going to calculate. Actually, I need to add one property first before it works. So we're first going to add that property, which is going to be the status property. And we're going to move that one over here. And this is either going to be active, it's going to be next up, it's going to be completed, terminated, or mini project. Next up projects are going to be projects that we have scheduled for the future, but that have not yet begun. So they will be next up. Active projects are going to be any projects that we're currently working on. Completed projects are going to be projects we completed, whereas terminated projects will be projects that we did not complete, but that we did stop. So we started them at some point, but we didn't see them all the way through. And then later on, these mini projects will make sense, but for now, you don't have to pay attention to that one. Okay, going to go back in here. And actually, I'm going to make status defined now. So we just add status over here. Boom. Okay. What this formula does is basically it looks at the date span that we set for a project, and it calculates if we are already past the end date in this span. So for now, it's January 31, so it's going to tell us we're still on schedule. But were we to say, still working on a project that I already started on the 1st of October with an end date of 1st of December, and we're going to put it on active, it's going to tell us we're already 23 days past our originally planned date. So this is just an easy reminder to show us, hey, actually, this project is already overdue. Not the end of the world, right? Once again, we're not perfect, but it is a good reminder to maybe either reschedule the project, revisit some of the reflection questions, or maybe terminate it because we're no longer working on it. That can also be a valid answer. Okay, gonna give this one a little emoji, this one over here. Okay, so we have the status, we just brought that in there. Okay, now we are going to bring something new into our system. This might be a little bit complex, but I hope I can explain it in a way that it makes sense. During our presentation, we have been looking at all these ways how the elements are related to each other. What this means is that the databases of these different elements are actually communicating with each other. And the way we do that is by creating what is called a relational database. Let me show you how this works. I'm just going to bring this down for a little bit. I'm actually going to turn these into inline databases. Okay, so we have two separate databases here, right? We have our action tracker and we have our project tracker. At this moment in time, these two databases don't know that the other database exists. They are living in complete isolation. But what we can actually do is we can say, I want to make a relationship. So over here, I can see make a relationship, and I actually want to relate the project tracker to the action tracker. And over here, I'm going to click two-way relationship, which means that they will show up on both databases. So when I'm going to click this, add relation, and then boom. Over here, you see action tracker. And over here, you also see project tracker. These two databases are now linked. And what we can do now is we can link different entries from these databases to each other. So let's say, for example, I'll just grab this one forward a little bit. I'll give this one a project name. Build the Notion of Life website, right? This is going to be a project. Now, this project will have action items that are sort of living under it. So what I can do now is over here, I can create an action item, which is going to be create lo-fi wireframes. Lo-fi wireframes for website, create house style or branding, and maybe by the domain name. What I can do now is over here, inside of this column, I can actually click and I can choose to link this action item to the Notion of Life website project. And when I click it, just like that, you can see that it also pops up in this project tracker. So over here, I can now see this project is related to this action. I can do the same for this one. And now you can see both these actions are related to this particular project. I can also add them from the project tracker side. So I could also go in here and simply add them over here. And just like that, now you can see the Notion of Life website project is related to these three actions. And that is how relational databases work. We can link one entry from one database to entries in another database. This is a principle that we use a lot in this system. We're going to link all these databases together, and that is, once again, where we do database first design. That is where the system really becomes powerful and scalable. For now, I hope this makes sense, and let's continue with this project tracker. So I'm going to turn this one back into a page, and I'm also going to turn this one into a page. Remove all this white space. Okay. So now we have made a relationship to the action tracker. The next property that we want to add is a number property, which is called expected input. This is going to be the amount of time that we are expecting to put into a project. And this is going to be expressed in hours. Okay, then over here, we're going to add a few more formulas, but we're not going to do that right now because we will first need to make the template before those things make sense. So in the meantime, we will just put a date property, which is going to be the review date. And we're going to add another formula, which we're calling to review. I'm going to grab that one from here. And once again, if you want to use all of these formulas, you can get them by dropping your email in the link down below. I'll send you a doc with all of the assets and resources that you need based on this masterclass. And at the end of the masterclass, we're also going to explore formulas further. But basically what we've done here is that every project has a review date, because during our weekly review, we review all of our projects. So we can set the date for when we want to next review it. Let's say, for example, December 31. And the moment it goes past the date that it is today, this one will give us a little signal and say, hey, it is time to review this particular project. So this is what we're going to use during our weekly review. I'm going to just get this layout, wrap all the columns, and then the last formula that we're adding for now is what we call next up. I'm going to give that an arrow to the right. And this one is basically calculating based from the beginning date of the date span how much time we still have left before this project starts. So let's say I'm planning a project ahead, putting this one for February 21, 2025. It's going to tell me starts in 38 days. We're going to use this later to have a clear overview both in our planning zone, but also during our monthly review. So that's another little formula for over there. Okay, these are the properties. Now, the real magic of the project tracker happens in the project tracker template. So let's go and create that one right over here. I'm going to say project tracker template. I'm going to add the seedling, of course. And going to say planning and execution covers project tracker cover. Open that one up right here. Okay, we're gonna clean out this we're gonna clean up this layout in a little bit, but let's first build the actual template. So I'm gonna set this one to full width. The first thing that we want to do is create a project workspace. I'm just gonna open up some text here. I'm going to say project workspace. I'm gonna make that one green, and then inside this workspace, there's a few elements we want to have. The first one is that we want to have all of the related actions. So these are all the action items that are related to this particular project. The next one is that we want to have all the related habits, which is the element we're going to build after this. And then we want to have all of the related knowledge. And these things together form the production capacity that we were talking about earlier, and we'll leverage that to actually execute on our projects and actually make the change that we want to make. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to create a linked view of the action database. Now, we are missing a few crucial properties in the action tracker that we're going to add first. So I'm just going to take this master table for a moment. I'm going to hide the database title, because the way we're going to interact with the action tracker is that basically we're going to time block all of our actions. And we'll do this during the weekly review, but basically what we'll do is we'll take our action items and we're going to time block them on the calendar. Okay, this is the perfect moment for us to explore Notion Calendar, because Notion actually has a calendar app. You can download it by going to Notion Calendar. Over here you can get the calendar app. And once you've installed it, this is pretty much what it will look like. It's a very similar calendar app to other calendars, but the cool thing about Notion Calendar is that we can actually connect our Notion databases to this particular calendar. So I'm just going to hide all of the existing ones, and I'm going to set, okay, I want to connect another Notion workspace here. So I'm going to connect a Notion workspace. Going to prompt me to log in. And then over here, I'm going to choose the masterclass that we've been working on, and I'm going to say, okay, allow access. And I'm going to open this in Notion Calendar. And it says Notion Workspace has been connected. And now over here, you can see we've connected our Notion Workspace. Now I'm going to go down. I'll just toggle these because we don't need to see those right now. I'm just going to toggle down over here. And inside the calendar, I will need to add inside here. Just so that we can open it, we have to add a calendar view. We'll just call this the calendar. Boom. And I think that now if we would go back into Notion Calendar, add Notion database, action tracker, boom. Okay, what we've done now is we have connected our action tracker to our Notion calendar. And already here you can see it. All of the action items that we have in this action tracker can show up right over here. And we can actually drag these action items here and make them as long as they need to be. So this is basically where we will be time blocking all of our actions. And this is also why earlier I said we're not going to use priorities, because we're going to be time blocking all of our action items. And what you will also see is that when I take one of these items and I lay it down over here, what we can see now inside of our action tracker is when we go over here, inside this action date property, the property has also changed. So this create branding for website that I just dragged in here has now also been changed here to have a starting time of 1 p.m. and an ending time of 4 p.m. Okay, so this is really nice because now we can grab our actions from Notion, plot them on our calendar, and then we get the action date right over here. But it's going to get even cooler, right? This is going to be a little bit more complicated, but this is creme de la creme when it comes to Notion. Basically, what we want to do is we want to get a formula, and I want to calculate based on the action date. I want to check all the actions that are due for the upcoming week, based on the time planned for them, how much workload am I scheduling for myself? So over here, I'm going to call this one weekly workload. I'm going to give this one a little clock emoji. Then I'm pasting in this formula over here. And you can already see over here, this action item is due for this week. So it falls within the next week. And it has been scheduled from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., which means 90 minutes of work. So this formula automatically calculates how much workload this task has based on how I dragged it inside the calendar. So were I to make it a little bit bigger, which one was it? Right book chapter in Create Lo-Fi Wireframes. Were I to make this one a little bit bigger, you can see that the weekly workload is automatically going to be changed. Now we're going to add a similar formula. Let's see. And this one's actually going to be called total input. And I'm going to grab this one and put it over here. And I'm also going to get this formula and paste it in there. Okay, so now what this one does is actually whenever I check one of my action items, it takes this weekly workload and then it actually turns it into input in hours. So the moment I check this one, now you can see I finished this action item and it took me 5.5 hours. So like this, we've automated the process of taking our actions, we put them on our calendar, and as soon as we check them off, we automatically measure how much time we spent on that particular action item. Okay, in a little bit, I'm going to show you how this relates to the project tracker and how this becomes extremely valuable. But let's first go back into this template and make a few more tweaks, because at the moment, we're seeing all of the action items in our action tracker. And that is not actually what we want to see, because the only thing that we want to see is action items related to this specific project. Now, what we can do is we can actually set a filter, and one of the options is now this relational database that we made to the project tracker. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to filter this action database, and I only want to see action items that are related to the project tracker template. I'm going to click this, and just like that, the view is empty. Now, whenever I generate a template, this filter is automatically going to change to the new page that we created. So let me just demonstrate that real quick. We're going into project tracker. Just open this one over here, and I'm generating the template. And as you can see, already we're seeing a few action items, because this filter that we set to only show action items related to the template has now been changed to only show action items related to build the Notion of Life website. So like this, we only have to set up the database and the filters once in the template. In the future, everything's just plug and play, ready to go. We just press one button and the entire workspace is generated for us. And this is really, when I was talking about database being powerful, this is the sort of stuff I'm talking about. You're setting this up once and we're building a scalable system that works every single time and time again. Okay, we're going to go back to the template. I'm going to remove this filter just for a moment so that we have some dummy content over here. And we're actually going to style this particular page a little bit, because really the only things we want to see is the name of the action item. We want to see the action date, and we want to see whether it's done, yes or no. Okay, this is basically all we want to see in this view. Now we're going to add some properties to the project tracker. Here's where we're going to use that time tracking that we did with the action tracker and combine it with the project tracker. And the way that we do that is we'll go up here, and I haven't showed you this before, but basically you can also add new properties in any page inside of a database. So if I would add a property here, and I'm just going to call this Galumba Umbuboom, and we would go back to the actual project tracker, you can see it's also added here. So we can also add new properties inside of the template. And I'm actually going to add them over here because it will make a bit more sense with what we're doing over here. So for now, I'm also just going to show these ones over here. And then we actually want to add a formula to our project tracker. This formula over here, which we're going to call the weekly workload. Let's see. That one is indeed not correct because I changed it over there. Boom. And it's actually going to take all of these weekly workloads and put them into this project. So the way this happens is we look for all of the actions that are related to this particular project, and it's going to add all of those to this project. Now, currently we're working in the template, so we won't see anything here. But if we were to move back to this Notion of Life website, over here we can now see that our weekly workload is at 6 hours. So it basically took these values, 3 hours each, calculated them in here, and then in here we can see our total weekly workload. I'm just going to put a little thing over there. I maybe we'll put it like 50, just give it a little bar. And just like that, we can see our weekly workload. So during our weekly review, we're going to be reviewing all these projects. And then per project, we'll schedule actions on our time block. We'll have a very clear calendar with all of our action items dragged out. And we can actually see per project how much workload we have scheduled for that project. And all of this is going to happen automatically. The only thing that we need to do, drag those action items on our calendar. That's it. And similarly, we're going to have a formula that calculates the total input. And I will just change this one to total input. And this one is basically going to track all of the input that we made based on everything that's been checked. So the moment I check this one, just watch that one go, floop. Now we put in 8.5 hours. Floop. Put in 11.5 hours, right? So like this, it becomes very easy to time track. And then the last thing that we do is making a progress bar. So we add a property, add one more formula, and this is actually going to be called progress. Now, what this formula is going to do, it's going to take that expected input that we set manually, right? So for example, at the beginning of a project, I might have said, this one is going to take 100 hours. It's going to take that 100 hours, divide it by the actual time that we put in, right? Based on these action items. And then it's calculate the amount of progress that we've made. And I will just need to put the actual and then we're going to edit this property, put the number format to percentage. We're going to give it a bar or a ring, whichever one we prefer, and boom. Just like that, we can now automatically track our progress from any project using this flow. Okay, so for example, just completely clear slate. Over here, we can now add a new action. The moment we add it over here, it is automatically related to this project. And the reason for that is because we already have this filter here. We're saying I only want to see action items related to this project. And if you have that filter on the view, it's automatically related to this project. So it's already related. I'm just going to say scope web design, and I'm just going to give it a date, December 25th. And now if I open up my Notion calendar. Up here, December 25, you see the action item. I can now drag that and I can say Thursday, I'm going to work on that for 2 hours. Boom. Put that in my calendar. If we go back over here, you can now see it has changed from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And also with that, we now have a weekly workload. Actually, it went to the top, my bad. We have a weekly workload that shows 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. So by creating it different here, it changes inside this database. We now have a weekly workload, which is automatically added to this total over here, right? If I were to make this one shorter again, you can see our weekly workload shrinks. And then whenever I finish it, it is automatically added to the total input and also calculates into the progress. So very simple, like on a day-to-day basis or week-to-week basis. You're just going to be scheduling your actions. All of the rest happens on the back end. And this is, once everything comes together, you'll see this is really, really nice to have. Okay. Now we've actually added all these properties. So now it's time to start cleaning up this part of the template. We're going to hide these ones because this is all happening in the background. We don't need to actively do that. Project tracker contains template. And we only want to see all the action items that are not yet done. So I'm going to say action items are unchecked. We're actually going to put the action date to ascending. And now here we have our actions view for inside this project tracker. Now that we've added all the properties, I think it's also the right time to start cleaning this one up. So we're going to customize this layout, move this to the panel, and we're just going to pin 3 properties. We want to see the progress. That is good to keep track. We want to see days past date, and we'll just have the complete date span of the project. I'm just going to apply this to all the pages. Actually going to remove that comment section as well. Okay. Already looks a lot cleaner. I'm going to call this related actions. And now actually what I should have done, and what I'm going to do right now, is create this view inside the action tracker. Because ultimately, we want to have all the original views in the original database. I'm just going to call this project related actions for now. I'm going to say properties, hide all. And I think what we did was give it the action name, give it the action date, and whether it's done yes or no. And then filter project tracker contains, that one we're going to leave empty. Floop. And now we should actually be able actually apply the filters as well. Checkbox is unchecked. Sort action date is ascending. Is that correct? We want to see the most. Yep, that is correct. And then we can go back into the project tracker template. Linked view of database, action tracker, project related actions, hide the title, set this one to project tracker template. And over here, we have our actions. The next thing that we're going to do is actually related knowledge, because as we just showed, over here, production capacity is a combination of action, which we just added, and knowledge. So we also want to have all of the knowledge that is related to this particular project. So what we're going to do for that is actually head over into our knowledge database, and we're going to create 2 different views. The first one we're going to create is all the related meeting notes. This is going to have a separate tab, and the other one is going to be all of the related learnings and creative notes. Now, before we do that, we first need to create a relationship between the project tracker and the knowledge database. And because this is so complicated, I'm just going to show you this one more time. Over here, I'm just going to grab this one over here, and I'm going to turn this into inline. And then we're also going to turn this one into inline. And now, just like we connected the action tracker to the project tracker, we're also going to connect the knowledge database to the project tracker. And once again, we're going to click two-way relationship here, meaning we're going to see it on both sides. Going to add this relationship. And now over here, you'll see that the project tracker has also popped on this side, because that's because we did the two-way relationship. Were I to say edit property, make this one-way relationship, then we would only see it on this side of the database. But for now, we'll just put this on two-way relationship. I can now take this project here, build the Notion of Life website, and let's say, for example, I have a knowledge piece, which is Web Design 101, and maybe this is a video that I've been watching, right? I have that over here, Web Design 101. I can now take that knowledge piece and actually relate it to that project. So I can either over here relate it to the project, or inside of the project, I can connect this knowledge piece over there. And just like that, you can see that they're connected. So once again, we've now created a relationship between two different databases that before didn't know that the other one existed. Okay, you can go back into your page form, and so can you. I'll drag this one right over there. We'll open up this knowledge database, and now we've created that relationship. Cool. We needed to do that because we are going to create a new empty view, and we're going to call this a list view. And then over here, I'm going to set a filter because we only want to see the meeting notes. So this is sort of going to be the dashboard with all of the meeting notes for a specific project. So what I'm going to say is the type is meeting. Boom. And then I'm going to add another filter, which is going to say meeting notes are related to the project tracker template. Now, because we're not inside the template, we cannot add that filter. So I'm just going to leave it open like this. And then we're going to add a sort, which is going to say last edited. So the most recently edited doc will automatically come to the top of the list. So this way, it's not only about when you created it, but also when you last interacted with it, it will come to the top of the list. And this one over here, we're going to call meeting notes. And then the next view that we're going to make is going to be all of our knowledge. So these are going to be our personally created docs and our external learnings. I'm going to create that one. I'm going to just hide all these properties for now. And I actually want to see the content name. I want to see the amount of days I have left to work on this. I want to see the source from which it came. I want to see the current score. So how highly is this knowledge piece rated? And I want to see when they were last edited and when it was created. And this deserves some more spacing. This also deserves some more spacing. Okay. Now, at this point, you might be wondering, okay, but why are you not showing whether it is a learning or a creation? Well, there is this thing that we can do in a database which is called grouping. So we can basically take a database and group it by a specific property. Do we have a database with more information it showed? I'll just first show you how it works over here. Over here, we can say group, and I want to group this database by type. And now it's actually going to look at these content items. And over here, you can see this one has the type of learning. So it's going to be displayed under this tag of learning. But were I to change this from learning into creation, boom, it's actually going to show up right over here. And this group we can just hide. And over here, we can actually say, don't have to hide empty groups because I just want you to hide the groups that I manually hid. So even if it's not in there, it will still show us the option. Now, once again here is because we have made a grouping, when we drag one item into the other column, it will automatically get this property. So we don't have to go all the way in here and open this all the way up and change it over here. No, we can simply drag this one, boom, and it automatically changes, right? This is why we hide a lot of the properties, because many things we don't actually have to change manually. They're already changed by the way that we interact with this system. So just like that, we now have all of our learnings and all of our creations. And of course, we are also going to add some filters here because I want to say that the type is not meeting because I don't want to show meeting notes in this particular view. And then we're also going to say, once again, project tracker contains the template. We'll add some sorts. The first one is that I want to have the days left. Actually, that's not a sort. That's a filter. Ha! That was not the agreement, my friend. Yes, better. Days left descending and last edited descending. Okay. Boom. We have our meeting notes and our knowledge pieces for inside our project tracker. I'm actually going to add a little seedling to signal this is part of the project tracker. We're going to go back into our template. And now, of course, things are starting to come together. I hope things start making a little bit of sense now, because over here, we're going to add this empty view from the knowledge database. I'm going to grab the meeting notes. That's going to be one. And from the knowledge database, I'm also going to grab the knowledge. I'm actually going to properly set the filter over here by saying project tracker contains project tracker template. And actually, the only thing I'm not sure if I checked over here is if we're actually displaying all the right properties. So actually, we also want to show that particular date over here. I'm going to remove the seedling because for here it's no longer necessary. Hide database title. Project tracker contains project tracker template. Edit. Remove the seedling. Boom. We now have a project workspace which contains all of the actions related to this project and all of the knowledge related to this project. This is everything that we need for our production capacity. So let's look practically at how this works. Well, let's go into the project tracker, build the Notion of Life website. I'm just going to delete this old template. Boom. Right now you can see it's related to building the Notion of Life website. So any action item, build the website landing page, can simply be added here. We can assign it an action date. Inside of our calendar, we can then scope these things. And then over here, we can create a new meeting note. And actually, the one thing I forgot to do is that for this particular view, only for this view, I want the default to be meeting note template. So whenever we have a meeting, simply open this one up. Meeting about web design agency. We can open that one up. Boom. We can have a little agenda in here with all of the points that we want to discuss, the key takeaways, and then we can also automatically add all these key takeaways to the action inbox over here. Now, a nice little thing that we can do now, we didn't do this before because it was a little bit too complex, is actually also relate the action tracker to the knowledge database. So I'm actually going to go in here. I'm going to say relation to the knowledge database. I'm going to add that relationship. And then inside of the meeting note template, I'm actually going to create a filter, and I'm going to say I only want to show action items related to, you might have guessed it by now, the meeting note template. So the moment that I generate this template, when I add an action item now, it will automatically be linked to the meeting in which this action item was made. So I can go back here. Let me just delete this one for a moment. Meeting with web agency. Open that bad boy up. Send over bill to the agency. Invoice, rather, to the agency. I can just drag that into my action inbox, and it has automatically been linked to this meeting. So very easy. We can keep a clear overview. This was linked to this meeting. Perfect. And additionally, if you want, you can also already show the project tracker here and just link it straight away, or you can do that when we empty our inboxes. So just like that, beautiful functioning meeting notes inside of our project workspace. Similar for any knowledge that is created, any learning, any creation, only shows the things related to this project. So this was a big lesson, but this is a principle that we're using in many different parts of this system. This way of sort of connecting these databases and then creating a filter in such a way that we only see related database entries in relationship to that particular template that we're working with. Okay, now that we've created this, we can actually head back into our daily review. Because if you remember, during our daily review, we are emptying our inboxes. And currently, we have a filter that says project is empty. But that is not actually the project. No, because what we want is going to delete this property. And we're actually going to add the actual project tracker. And now I'm going to say project tracker is empty. And over here, I'm going to do the same thing. Project tracker is empty. So now what happens is when we do our daily review, I have this action item that just came in from the meeting notes we made, right? Sent over the invoice to the agency. I'll actually have to show that one over here. Boom. As I'm emptying my inbox, I'm like, okay, send over invoice to the agency. Maybe that's something I want to do next week. I connect it to the right project, and then it disappears from my inbox. So this is how we process all of the incoming information, whether it's an action item or a knowledge item. Over here, we can connect them to the project, boom, and our inbox is automatically emptied. And then whenever we go to this particular project, you can now see this information has been added. And similarly for the action item, this information has now been added. So this is how all of these pieces sort of move together, right? It looks a bit complicated at first, but when you get into it, you see it's actually very logical. We capture something as we're going throughout the day. At the end of the day, we take a few minutes to empty our inbox. Everything is a project workspace. Everything that we generate here is automatically related. So once you're using it, it's actually all very user-friendly. Just takes a little bit of time to understand how everything works. Okay. That being said, we are going to add one more additional step to this project workspace because, like I mentioned earlier, this goal setting can be very arbitrary, right? Over here, we might have like very long-term vision goals. Over here, we might have SMART goals. And then over here, we might have actions. But often it can be helpful to have one step in between, sort of an intermediary between actions and between full-on goals. And that is why we're going to make a project timeline. So over here, we're going inside this project tracker template. And what we want to do, actually, we're going to do this inside the action tracker. What we want to do is we want to create a timeline. So over here, I'm going to create a timeline. And this is a view inside of Notion where you can, as it suggests, create a timeline of everything that needs to happen. Now, I want to sort this timeline by action date so that it's actually chronologically ordered. And here comes the parent tag that I was talking about earlier. Earlier in the video, we created this parent tag over here. Basically, what we can do inside any given database is we can have parent and children tasks or parent and subtasks. The way we do that is by going into the settings. We can customize the action tracker, and over here we can actually enable sub items. So I'm going to add that. I'm going to turn on sub items. And what this allows me to do is basically add one item under another item. So over here I can say, okay, this is actually going to be project finances. Send the invoice to the client. Do all the taxes for the upcoming year. All right, and maybe figure out business model. These are all actions that are under this project finances sort of bucket. And what we can do inside of this timeline is actually make a larger structure for a project. So the way we're going to do that is in this timeline, I'm going to say only show me action items that have a status of parent. So I only want to see parent action items. And then actually we're going to make a very simple little template. I'm just going to add a little icon here. List. Boom. I'm actually going to call this parent template. I'm going to set the status to parent. Boom. Okay, now when I create something here, actually I have to set this to default. Okay, set as default for this timeline view. Now on this timeline view, I can simply add a parent action and I can drag it. So for example, for this website example, I can say, okay, build the first prototype. That's going to be the first sort of major action chunk that I got to work on. And then after that, we're going to launch website and test with users. Boom. And then actually official website launch. Gonna make this a little bit smaller. And just like this, we can sort of outline a project, because usually projects have a 6 to 12 month time horizon. So within that, we might want to have like a little bit more of a substructure. So we can do that on this timeline. And then afterwards, we can go back to these actions over here. And then you can recognize the timeline once because we added this little emoji. Then under here, I'm going to add the actual things that need to happen to do this, right? So build the landing page, make things look juicy. So like that, we can sort of sub-schedule all of these action items. So once again, over here, I'm going to say seat, project timeline, show me all the action items related to the project template. We're going to adjust that one in a little moment. Now, the way that Notion makes these parent and sub items work is by creating a relation within the same database. So actually, there's new properties that have been created that we haven't seen yet, which are basically parent and sub item. So when we have a parent item, like we have over here, like launching the website, it actually shows these sub items as related pages. So what we're going to do is we're going to add one more formula, and that one's going to be called sub items. I'm going to give this one arrow down, and actually it's going to be sub item and sub item, and DI is actually total input. Property token. Perfect. What this formula does, it's actually going to calculate all of the sub items under a parent item. It's first going to check, is this action item actually a parent item? If not, it's just going to be empty. If it is going to show us exactly how many sub items are under there. And the reason we have this is simply for clarity purposes inside the project tracker, which I will show you right now. So we're going to go back into our project tracker template. And now we're actually going to go into this view. And get this property of sub items, because once we're going to use this over here, we have that it breaks down items in toggles, meaning that we're only going to see the parent actions, and we can simply toggle them open to see all the sub actions. So this gives us some overview clarity. Over here, I'm also going to add this project related timeline, or not. Let's try that again. Project timeline. Actually, gotta call that actions timeline. And now I'm going to say only related to this particular template. And just like that, we're going to add a little line beneath this. Okay, so let's try this out. Open this one back up again. Create a new template. Boom. Okay, these ones are not parent items yet, but over here I could be plotting the structure for this project, right? That went way too far. That went all the way to Narnia and back. Okay, let me delete that. Let's say today. Let me actually just put that like in a little bit. Boom. Create landing page. Go live with prototype. All right, this will be chunks of actions. And then over here, we can see those. We can open them up and we can add sub items. And if I would duplicate these, we can also drag other items in there like that. And then boom, boom. Just like that. We can now easily see per chunk, these have some sub items, and then we can plan them just like we did with the rest of the actions on the calendar. So we create a project, we can make an outline with these parent items using the timeline, and then for our day-to-day work, we just have regular action items. And of course, if an action item is indeed due for today, right? What was it called? Add sub items is due for today. We're going to see it in our execution zone with our daily actions. Cool. Here we're actually going to make a little change to say sub items is yes, but I want to see that as a flattened list. Yeah. So here we see now, boom, action is there, and we can actually see to which parent it belongs to. Okay. That is the workspace part of this project tracker template. Okay. So let's have a quick overview over here. We just explored relational databases, which is really a breakthrough in our Notion journey. Relational databases, really, really freaking awesome. We also looked at Notion Calendar, and we looked at this concept of time blocking, which is basically blocking things on our calendar. Now, there's a few more things to actually explore inside of the project tracker, because as I mentioned earlier on in this series, and as you can also see inside of this flowchart, reflection makes a very big part of this system, right? It's a crucial step in the circle of growth for a reason. And reflection questions are actually littered throughout many parts of the system. And we already looked at the reflection questions inside of the daily review, but we also have a set of reflection questions inside the project tracker. But instead of just writing them down as text, as we did earlier, there's actually a reflections database. More accurately, there's actually two reflection databases, one with all of the reflection questions and one with all of the reflections that we actually make. Now, I'm going to give you a little sneak peek. We're going to build this database or actually analyze it deeper in a later part of this series, or in this masterclass rather. But for now, I'm just going to show you this reflections database. So over here, I was pretty sure I hit that somewhere. Yes, I think I put them over here. Just going to grab these databases. I'm going to say reflection databases. And these are actually two separate databases. One of these has all of the reflection questions that we use all throughout this system. And then the other one contains all of the actual reflections that we make based on those questions. So as a little example, earlier we were doing our startup and shutdown questions for the daily review. If I open this one up over here, you can actually see that we have these questions inside of a database. And similarly, we have our shutdown questions inside of this database. Now, for the project tracker, we also have a whole bunch of questions. The first set of questions is related to the purpose of the project. And the most important one here is the SMART goal. Now, I prefer actually calling it a SMRT goal because SMART stands for specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, relevant, and time-bound. The achievable part to me, especially when setting goals, can feel a bit limiting. So instead, we just talk about a specific goal. So it needs to be very specific what we're doing. It needs to be measurable, which is where we have things like our milestones, which is why we have all the progress trackers and stuff that we just build. It needs to be time-bound, which is why we have the time span. And it needs to be relevant, which is why we relate it to our vision goals, so make it relevant for ourselves. Which is also the second question: which of our vision goals does this project actually contribute to? And then also, how does it contribute to this vision goal? That is the purpose of the project. Then the second set of questions is related to the sacrifice, because everything in life is a trade-off. I've said this before, saying yes to one thing means saying no to everything else. So any project is going to have a cost attached to it. And before we start this project, we should ask ourselves the question, are we willing to pay this price? First of all, what is the cost? But then also, are we willing to pay this price? And we can dig a little deeper into that and ask ourselves, what will our day-to-day life look like when we're pursuing this project? And really try to feel that. Try to visualize for yourself, okay, what would it be like to be actually living day-to-day as I'm doing this project? So for example, I'm doing this Notion Masterclass right now. Before doing this, I could really sink in and get into that state of mind. Like, what would it be like recording days on end? What would it be like creating all these presentations? Is that something I actually want to do? Because very often we are enamored, we are enchanted by these goals that we set about the possibility of success and the glory of it all. But the process is where we spend most of the time. And if we do not want the lifestyle that comes with the pursuit of this particular goal, of this particular project, we should not start it to begin with. The next one is the challenge. That means, how challenging is this project? And a question we should ask ourselves there, am I on the edge of my capability? And the reason why we want to ask that is because it helps us to get into flow. There's a lot of research into the psychology of flow states. And flow states are basically states in which we are optimally functioning, where sort of everything comes together and it just starts feeling effortless. And we've all experienced this at one point or another. Maybe during a sports match, maybe when we're playing video games, maybe when we're really deep down in a creative process. Everything just sort of seems to click and come together. Now, the way we get into flow is by balancing our skill level with the challenge level. So over here you can see this is our skill level. Maybe I am already quite good at recording these videos, or maybe you're already quite good at the sport that you're doing. If you are quite good, you want to have a challenge that is equal to your amount of skill level. So over here we have the challenge level, and basically if you have a challenge that is equal to your skill, right over here, that would mean you are in flow. So the challenge is right on the edge of what you are capable of, and maybe even a tiny bit over. That is when we get into flow states, when we're just on the edge of our capabilities. Now, what happens if we have a challenge level that is very high, but we don't actually have the skill level to back it up? Let's say our skill level is over there. Then we go into the burnout quadrant of this graph. And what that means is we cannot handle the challenge that is coming at us. We're being overexerted. There's too much being asked for us, so we get anxious, we get stressed out, and if we do that for too long, we're actually going to get burned out. So burnout is actually going over what you are capable of, taking too much on in one go. But there's a similar thing, which not many people are aware of, which is called bore out. And basically what happens with a bore out is when we have a very high skill level, but the challenge is very low, because then, as you can see, we might end up over there. This could be someone who has studied liberal arts and is now working as a barista or working at the McDonald's. They have a very high skill level, but the challenge that they have is very low. And this might risk us being bored out. And sometimes we can confuse this. We're like, oh, I'm feeling so drained. I'm not getting any energy from what I'm doing. And then, burnout is really like this hype of a word in our society. So people might tell you, oh, maybe you're burned out. Maybe the opposite is true. Maybe you are bored out, right? So we want to be in balance. We want to have something that is right, both on the skill and on the challenge level. And then over here, we can really get into flow. Very famous theory. I'll just link some stuff down below if you want to read more on it. That is why we ask ourselves this question over here. How challenging is this project, and am I on the edge of my capabilities, right? We want to be right at the edge of our capabilities. If not, revisit the project, revisit the goal, and ask yourself, how can I make it so that it is actually on the edge of my capabilities? Cool. The next one is the complexity. Complexity basically means how many different moving parts are there in something, right? For this project that I'm doing currently with the Notion system and this Notion Masterclass, it's not that complex because I am the only person involved. I have a pretty good overview of all of the different parts that are happening. But over the past 1.5 years, I was also project lead for a conglomeration of universities and a municipality. And that environment was complex beyond belief. There were 100 people, all in these different organizations, all with different rules, different regulations, and sort of managing that complexity was actually very, very difficult. So complexity is about the parts, the people, and the environment that are influencing your project. So once again, we want to ask ourselves the question, how complex is it? Will I be able to handle that complexity? And if not, what or who can I use to handle that complexity? Because if we're already starting something out where we're like, this is going to be much too complex, no bother starting it, right? Inverse here, I think, is less true. If it's not super complex, if it's still challenging enough, definitely go for it. It's not that we need complexity, but it's definitely good to hedge against complexity. Okay, and then the last one is the definition of done. Formulate very clearly for yourself, when do you consider this project as done? Usually the project is done when the SMART goal has been reached. But you can also set a few conditionals, right? The SMART goal is the main goal that you're going for, but it also takes knowledge knowing when to quit. There's a very good book by Seth Godin called The Dip, which is basically exploring when do you know when to quit something. Because if you keep going at something that is actually not bringing you value or that does not have any long-term potential, you might be harming yourself, right? And we have the sunken cost fallacy where people feel like, hey, I've already been putting in a lot of this. I want to keep going because all of this stuff I already put in, I don't want that to go to waste. That is why beforehand, we want to set the definition of done, because beforehand, we can already know if I hit one of these things, I will quit this project. This could also be a negative thing. Like, hey, if before March 1st, I have not made 20 videos, I'm going to quit this project, right? So these are different sort of variables, different conditionals that we can use to measure whether a project is done, yes or no. The last thing that we do is we make an actual commitment to the project. So inside the project tracker, we're going to say, okay, I've written down all these questions, and I'm now going to make an actual commitment to this project. This website, or this masterclass, or this whatever it is that you're doing, I, from Palokai, am committing to doing this. That is what we do in this commitment section. Okay. There's also going to be some post-project reflections, but first let us put this into the template, because this is where the questions live. But we have a separate space in which the actual reflections live. And this is a very complex database. So I'm just going to show you a very brief overview. But basically, we have all of the different questions sort of bundled together for the views that we can use in the separate template. So over here, we have all the purpose questions for the project. We have all the sacrifice questions for the project, all the challenge questions for the project. And the reason why I already put these databases in is so that we can easily add them to the template now, because these are too long to make live here in this masterclass. That's also why these two are available for free. So once again, you can drop your email address down below. I'll send you a doc with all of the relevant information, all of the things that we're using, all of the resources in this video. And yeah, let's just add these to the project tracker. So we're going to go back into the template. And then over here, we're going to call this project reflections. Now, as I was just going through that list with you, you might be wondering, that sounds like a lot of work. I'm going to answer all these questions. That's going to take like an hour or maybe even 2 hours. And for that exact reason, inside the Notion of Life template, if you buy the Notion of Life template, then this reminder will be in the project tracker. And it says that if you are not able to invest 60 minutes to properly prepare for a project, then don't start it. Projects are very large time commitments. Saying yes to a project will routinely mean you say yes to 100, 200, maybe even 500 hours worth of work. If you cannot take an hour of time to properly think about this before starting the project, don't start it. Why would you take 200 hours for something that you can't even prepare for an hour for? So just your willingness to answer these questions is already a very good litmus test for whether you even should start this project to begin with. So that being said, let's add these questions and we can just simply do linked view of database. Once again, this is why we do database first design. I'm going to go inside this reflections database and I'm just going to say the purpose, the challenge. Oh, I should get it from the reflections database, of course. Okay, and just like that, we now have all of the reflection questions that we might want to ask before we start right here in a nice little view. And the reasons we put these all in a database will become clear later on. Main reason is that it's a central place to track all of these questions and make it easier to revisit them, for example, during a monthly review or during a yearly review. So it becomes easier to check in with all of the reflections. But for now, we have our project reflections. Actually, these are the preparatory questions, because then also at the end, we have reflection questions. And these are the questions that we can ask once a project is done. So this over here is what we fill in before we even start a project. I used to have this all the way at the top. I think from a order, like chronological perspective, that still makes sense because you should fill them in first. But once you start using the template, obviously you want to have as little space between start opening the template and the actual workspace as possible. So that's why I sort of moved it down. But you could also have that before. The main thing to keep in mind is you first want to fill in these questions before actually doing anything for that project. Actually, this one, I'll just start with the reflections and then actually reflection questions. Here are a few more questions that we can ask once a project is done. And later we'll look at this a little more deeply, but here we basically want to see, did this project actually get me closer to my vision goal? Did this project actually get me closer to that person that I wanted to be? Did I actually complete the objectives that I set out to get? Was there a mismanagement in time invested or energy investment? And what did I learn from this project? So these are just some things we look at after we reflect back, right? This is more of a preparation. This is more of a reflection. And hopefully that leads to new insights and ways that we can improve our future goal setting. And very important, once we've completed a project, we should celebrate, right? Life should also be fun. And it's very easy to just keep going and forget how cool things are. I think a nice example is at some point I officially launched a Notion of Life, and I just threw a product launch party. And it wasn't huge, it wasn't fancy, but it was just the people that I loved coming together, me giving a little presentation, having some food together, and just celebrating us building things. So I think that's also a very good thing to do. Like, celebrate the things that we do, celebrate the things that we complete. Okay. Once we've added that, I think that now we just need to add a few more things over here, namely a project scratchpad. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you a new little trick, because what we want to do is we want to add 3 columns. So actually, I'm just going to say 3 columns. Boom. And I'm going to say scratch pad, milestones, and links and documents. Okay, perfect. The scratchpad over here, we can use to jot down notes related to a project. Very often when I'm doing my daily review, I will just be going through my daily scratchpad, as for example, outlined here. And maybe there is something that's interesting to a particular project. I will just Command Exit, go into that particular project, and then just drop it in the scratchpad. And over time, the scratchpad will grow bigger. And then once every month or 3, I will just go through the scratchpad, get everything that's useful, delete all the rest. So scratchpad is usually ideas that have some potential value, not very useful at the moment. So we can just sort of keep them bundled somewhere in the project. And milestones. We can set intermediary steps that we want to reach before completing this project. And then over here, we can put links and documents to anything that is not able to be embedded in Notion, but that is still relevant for this project. And just like that, we have now created a fully functional project tracker. Almost, because we're going to add the habit tracker in the next element, but it's already fully functional. We can already use this to manage our projects. That brings us to the habit tracker. Now, this is one I'm so excited about, and I know I've been saying that for the previous one as well. I think as we get into the more nitty-gritty, I get more excited, like the action tracker I've covered many, many times. The habit tracker, I just gave it a revamp recently. Credits to Life RPG in Notion. Whoever built that, I bought the template. I got some very good inspiration on how to sort of rebuild this habit tracker. And my God, do I like it. It's a really amazing part of this system. Anyway, let's first get into a little bit of the theory. As mentioned before, habits and actions are on the same level. They're both things that we just do in the here and now, that we're executing on in the here and now. But the difference is that actions are always unique and habits are the same. So habits are repeated behaviors that we do. So let's have a look at the element connections that we make with the habit tracker. We put them in the daily review because every day we want to track the actual habits that we're trying to build. Inside of the monthly review is where we set new habits. So once a month, we reflect on what are the habits that I'm trying to build. Am I still trying to build those? Do I want to put them to integrated, or do I want to stop building them? And then inside of our project tracker, as we discussed earlier, we can also create habits that we need in order to work on a specific project. Okay, as you can see over here, the habits live on the same level as the SMART goals, but that is because we revisit the actual habits during our monthly review. But actually, on a more executional level, they are at the same level as the actions, because we would be doing them every day or almost every single day. And then during our daily review, we sort of track how well we are executing on these different habits. Okay. The key goal of the habit tracker is to automate behaviors that enable us to realize our vision, goals, and projects. This is the beauty about habits. Habits are behaviors that we can train ourselves in. We can almost automate them. By repeating them over and over, they start taking less and less resources. And we're going to explore a little more what that looks like in a moment. But the goal here is to build certain actions that don't require us to have to think about them every single time we want to do them. So, whenever we encounter a situation, the first time we never really know what to do. So, for example, let's say we are starting over here, right? This is the new situation. This is our starting point. Now, this is where we want to get to. The first time that we encounter this situation, everything on this path is new. So we're doing this, everything is new, everything is new. And that means it will take us a lot of cognitive resources and a lot of behavioral resources to actually get from point A to point B. Right? So this would often be the case with regular actions. We're trying to confront new situations. It takes a lot of resources. But the next time we encounter this situation, actually, these steps are already slightly colored in because we've already seen this before. So it doesn't take as much energy to get from A to B because we already know which steps to take. So it's going to go a lot quicker. And then as we keep repeating this same thing, every time we do it, it gets more deeply ingrained. And by the time we have done 100 repetitions, the path between A and B is so clear that we're just instantly there, right? It barely requires any time. It barely requires any resources. So this can both go for positive habits, but it can also go for negative habits. So, for example, I might have the habit that every time I enter the kitchen, I am going straight for a cookie. So this right here is called the trigger. It is what triggers my behavior. Then this over here is the actual behavior that I'm doing. And then over here is the reward or the punishment. Now, whenever I get a reward, that is when I keep ingraining this habit further. Whenever I get a punishment, that is when I sort of take myself away from the habit, right? So it becomes a little bit thinner like this. So habits can both be good and can both be bad. It basically means something in our environment triggers us and now we behave a certain way. So ideally what we want to do is we want to get rid of all the unwholesome habits, right? We want to stop eating that cookie. We don't want to go for that cigarette. We don't want to take the car everywhere. And instead we want to replace them with healthy habits. I want to eat a carrot and I want to go to the gym and maybe I'm going to walk everywhere. So that is really the power of building habits. An important thing to keep in mind when we're trying to build habits is that we have limited resources. And earlier we already talked about trade-offs. Saying yes to one thing also means saying no to everything else. And the same goes for when we're trying to build habits. Something that I very often see in myself, is that we want to do everything all at once at the same time, right? Our entire culture is geared towards quick fixes, 30-day challenges, getting it now. And trust me, I've done my fair share of those. But at the end of the day, there's only so much we can do at the same time, right? If I want to try to work out every day and meditate every day and read a book every day and stop eating sugar and stop smoking cigarettes all at once, the likelihood that I fail is going to be huge. And the reason for that is because we have limited resource, right? So let's say, for example, that I have 75% resources, right? In the form of energy, in the form of time. And the habits that I'm trying to build altogether actually total up to 80%. If I'm going to try to do this for a full month, I will fail. And the problem is that probably I won't just fail one of them, but I'm going to fail at all three of them because I'm overexerting myself. And then at one point I fail at one, but actually the next day I will try that one again, but I will fail at another. So I'm spreading myself too thin. So we need to take a moment and need to accept our limitations. And actually I will say I have 75% resources. This habit over here is not relevant right now. I'm first going to focus on building these two habits. These fall within my actual limitations because they add up to 70%. I have a little bit of energy left over. I'm going to do these for a month. And then after a month, this habit is going to be ingrained. And the moment we ingrain a habit, right, this is what we were looking at earlier. moment we ingrain a habit, it's going to take less resources. And the moment it takes less resources, let's say, for example, this ingrained habit was this one over here. Now I can actually say, okay, I'm also going to add in this one because these all together are now going to add up to 70%. So I'm being more realistic. I'm taking the time to actually build these habits, but that's what we're doing. We're building habits, right? They take time to be built, and we cannot build everything all at once. So this energy management, this resource management is a very important part of habit development because, like we explored, the real magic in life is compound interest. It's making these small incremental gains every single day. And initially you're like, there's barely any growth happening. But as we continue over time, the growth starts to compound. But if we keep shooting ourselves in the foot because we want to go like this, but then we go down like this, and we want to go like this, but we go down like this, actually, it might seem in the moment we're making some progresses, but we're actually leaving so much result on the table because we're constantly overexerting ourselves and then need to take a whole bunch of steps back. And every time we take steps back, we're missing out on these compound interests. So slow and steady wins the race, right? Life is a marathon, not a sprint. Chill the fuck out. Take your resources into consideration and just slowly build the habits that really make an impact. Okay, let us get into the Notion aspect because this database, I love it. Love it. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we are going to go into the database collection zone. And right here, I'm going to make a page and I'm going to call that the habit tracker. And then down here, I'm going to create a table. So this is a different way how you can also create tables. It's by first creating a page and then choosing to create a table. I'm going to give this one the tree icon. And then, of course, it also has its own cover. And I hope we can find it just like that. I'm just going to call this one the master table. And as that is loading, I'm actually going to drag it right over there. Perfect. Okay. The first property that we have is the habit name. As the name suggests, that is the name of the actual habit that we're trying to build. And then we're going to have a few properties that are sort of best practices for when you want to build a habit. And basically the things we want to track is what is the location or the physical context in which I want to do this habit, at what time of day do I want to do this habit, and what is the duration. So basically by having a very clear structure, it becomes easier for us to adopt habits. If we're always doing it at the same time every day, or even if it's a habit that we do 4 times a week, it's easier for us to sort of maintain that habit. When there's a lot of variability, it takes more resources. And as we looked earlier, more resources often means that it's more difficult to implement. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a property over here. I'm going to call that location/context. Then we're going to add one, which we'll call time of day. And then we're going to add a duration. And then the next thing that we're going to do is add a status. And this is sort of the status of the current habit. So this could either be we are trying to build this habit. It can be we have integrated this habit, which basically means it doesn't really require us any resources anymore. It just automatically happens, like brushing my teeth, that doesn't really require anything. It's just really ingrained. It could be a terminated habit. And those are the options. So it can either be building, integrated, or terminated. Now, as we explored earlier, the habit tracker is also related to the project tracker. And later on, we're going to set this up. But for now, I'm just going to make this relationship and basically say, connect the habit tracker to the project tracker, make that a two-way relationship. Beautiful. Put that down like this. Okay. One more tag that we want to add is the frequency. So this is how often do we want to do this habit. And this can either be 1 time per week. It can be 2 times per week, 3 times per week, 4 times per week, 5 times per week, 6 times per week, and of course it can also be daily. And I think many habits will be daily, but there's just a few different options here. Let's just quickly style them to make it look nice. I always like having colors that sort of merge well into each other. So we're going to have red over here. I'm actually going to make that one yellow. And then we're going to have daily. Okay. Actually going to turn that one. Let's just make that one orange for now. Wait. Orange. Yellow. That looks better. Cool. Okay. So that is the frequency. Now, the thing with habits is that we want to track them. So we actually want to see how successful are we at executing the habits. For the longest time, I had this convoluted setup using the daily review and then adding the habits to the daily review. We just sort of had 2 databases and it was quite messy. And then at some point, I bought this template by this guy. I think it's called RPG, Notion RPG, something like that. And basically in there, he had this very ingenious method for sort of tracking things. And once that clicked in my mind, I was like, we need to do this for the habit tracker. So the way this works is actually we are going to create a separate database. And this one we're going to call habit tracker entries. And we're going to create that table over here. And this is basically going to be a database solely for tracking every time that we have either hit or missed a habit. So what we want to have over here is we want to have a slot for the habit entry. Then we want to make a relationship to our habit tracker. And we want to add a date property. And then lastly, we want to have a checkbox property. Okay. I'm just going to give this one really quick an emoji. Okay. Now we're going to go back into our habit tracker database. And what we want to do now is we want to create a database button. So earlier we looked at making buttons inside of a page, but actually we can also create buttons inside of a database. So we are going to create 2 separate buttons. One is going to be called hit, and the other one is going to be called this. These are the buttons that we are going to use to track our habits. So basically what we want to do is whenever we either hit or miss our habit and we click one of these buttons, we want to add a page into the entries database. And in that entries database, we're actually tracking all of our habit entries, which we can then use. We can sort of pull it back into this one to keep track of how many times we've hit this habit, at which percentage rate we've hit this habit, and we can even create a habit streak. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to open up this button over here, and we're going to say, when this button is clicked, I want to add a page to this habit entry database that we just created. The name of the habit entry, I'm going to make that the time triggered. So what we can do is over here, we can give it a dynamic name. So I'm going to say the name of the entry is going to be time triggered. This is just a simple way to keep track. We're not really going to look into this database. We're only going to use it to pull information back into this database. And I'll show you in a little bit what I mean by that. Then the next thing we want to do is we want to say, okay, this entry that I just made, it is related to this particular habit from which it's triggered, because we want to make sure that we're connecting each entry to the actual habit that we're trying to track. So I'm going to say habit tracker is related to this page. Then the date is going to be the date triggered. Actually, we're going to use the time triggered. It's a bit more precise. And for the hit button, we are going to say the checkbox is checked. So now whenever we press this button, I'll just press it right over here, boom, you can see one page has been created. And if I open it up right here, you can see December 24th, we've checked it, we hit this one, and this one happened for the habit tracker new page. Well, it's called new page. Let's just say, for example, meditate. Let's just call it meditate. And you can also see it over here as a relational item. We have now made one hit for the habit meditate. Okay. Let me actually add a little more styling here. We're going to make this one a checkbox. And then inside here, I also actually want to make that. I think we should be able to add... we're just going to add regular old emoji. Boom. Okay. So that right there is the hit. Now, we want to do the same for the miss button, but instead of making the checkbox checked, we want to make it unchecked because we did track the habit, but we did not do the habit. So we're going to make that one checked, and we're actually going to call this one miss, and I'll just do exclamation mark miss. Boom. And I'm going to call that miss, and then I'm pretty sure there should be a... Yeah, beautiful. Okay, this one's going to be miss. If I click this button now, you will see on the right, it is also going to add a habit entry into the database. But this new habit entry that we just made is now going to be unchecked. Okay, this is the basic setup of how we can track habits using the habit tracker. But now we just have a bunch of entries in this habit tracker entry database, and that doesn't really make any sense or any logic. So we're going to add a few formulas. And later on, once again, we're going to look at all these different formulas. We're going to make a few formulas that are going to help us make sense of all this data. Okay, the first formula we're going to add is called the hit rate. And I'll just make a little bullseye over here. Boom. Okay, beautiful. It works like that. What this formula basically does, it goes through all of the habit entries that we've made for this particular habit. And then it calculates out of all the habits that we tracked, like out of all the entries that we made, what was our hit rate? So in this particular case, we made 2 total entries with a 50% hit rate. Now, let's just add a few more hits, just to sort of show how this works. And maybe add a few more misses. And just like that, we have the total amount of entries that we made for this particular habit, and we have the hit rate that we have for this particular habit. So this is going to be our main thing for sort of judging how successful we are with a particular habit. Now, the other formula that we're going to add is going to be called the streaks. And in here, let's see, I think we'll also need to change the hit one over here and actually call it checkbox. Boom. What this formula does is it looks at this same list of entries and then sort of goes through it in reversed order to check how many hits in a row we've had before we encounter the first miss. So if I were to make 3 hits, for example, it's going to give us a streak of 3. And if I do another 3 hits, it's going to give us a streak of 6. And the moment we have a single miss, the streak is reset. So these things, I just really love them. I love how much flexibility formulas gives you in Notion. You can really build very advanced stuff. And this is just a beautiful way where we can sort of have the hit rate per habit, and then we can also have these streaks. We can keep track of how consistently we've been doing these habits. So this is basically going to be all the way in the front. Okay. The first thing we want to do then is we're going to create a few over here. And this is actually going to be the daily habits. So I'm going to give that a tree. I'll just give it a little sun. and I want to pretty much hide all of the properties except of the hit rate. I want to have the streak, and I want the hit and miss buttons. I'm going to make these as small as we can. Going to make this a little bit smaller, and then we're going to make this a little bit smaller. Now, this is going to be the habit list that we will use during our daily review. So what I want to do in the filters, I want to say I only want to show habits that are currently active for building. So I only want to have habits that we're currently building. Any habit that is integrated or terminated doesn't need to show up. So I just want habits that we're building. Maybe we can add a few more habits. Read book, hit the gym. And then this would sort of be our habit tracking space. So this one we can then add into our daily review. So over here we can remove this bad boy, and we can just say empty view habit tracker daily habits, just like that. And then we're going to do the same at the end. We'll just remove shutdown habits here. We can actually empty view habit tracker daily habits. Boom, just like that. And now, as we are doing our daily review, we can simply hit, miss, boom. That's it. And then every day we can just hit that, and we have a fully functional habit tracker with all of our active habits. Okay, that's the first part of the habit tracker. And then the second part, what we want to do is sort of have these habits inside of the project tracker. So we're going to make another view, and I'm going to say empty view. And then we actually want to have a few more properties available for this one, because you also want to set all of that extra context. I'm actually going to put the hit rate in the front. Then we're going to have the habit name. Going to make the streak small. Hit or miss. This one we don't need in the project tracker view, because in the project tracker view, we're only going to create new habits that we might potentially be working on. So we're going to take this frequency one over here, going to shorten, boom, time of day, location, and context. Status. And then I think that should be good. I'm going to sort it and say status is ascending. And of course, we will need to make a filter that says only show me the habits that are related to this particular project, right? Because these are going to be the habits that we put inside of the project tracker. So I'm just going to add that tree emoji, going to add the seedling, and we're going to say project habits. Going to remove that one and say filter project tracker contains, and then we will put the project tracker template. So inside here, we're going to add empty view, habit tracker, project habits, hide that over here, go into this filter and set it to project tracker template. And just like that, we have now completed the project tracker dashboard. And if at any point we want to add a habit for a particular project, we can simply add it in here. It's automatically going to be related. And then as soon as we put that status to building every single day inside of our daily review, it's going to pop up, and it's very easy for us to track the habits. So very lean, very simple, super effective habit tracker. We're using this in the daily review. We're using it in the project tracker. And later on in this masterclass, we're also going to look at when we are actually reflecting and reviewing our habits during the monthly review. But yeah, habit tracker, one of my all-time favorites. If you want to build this entire Notion system from scratch using this masterclass, then all power to you. If you want to spend hours setting up complex databases and filters and templates and formulas and automations and all this good stuff that we're covering in this masterclass, then all power to you. However, if you just want to get straight into it, if you want to get the fully functional template and start crafting your ideal life
right now, then I can highly recommend getting the Notion of Life template. And as a little bonus, the first 50 people that sign up will also get a free 1-hour coaching session. So go in the link down below, grab that template right now, and yeah, thank you very much for your support. That brings us to the second powerhouse of an element, and that is the weekly review. I think this is arguably one of the most valuable, if not the most valuable element in the entire system. And the reason for that is it is a nice mix between going a bit deeper than just the daily stuff, but still doing it at a very high frequency. So ultimately, I think things like core insights and vision goals are probably truly the most important stuff, but we don't revisit them as often. So they would also be easier to sort of do outside of this system and just grab a notebook and reflect and talk with friends. I feel like the weekly review is really an engine, really something that we use every single week, spend a lot of time with, become very intimate with this weekly review, and just consistently gives us a lot of value. So let's have a little look at the element connections, then we'll look at the structure, and then we'll get into a tiny bit of theory and start building it inside Notion. So the weekly review is connected to the daily review because we want to grab the statistics that we measure during the daily review and sort of give a little summary at the end of every week. Then it's also connected to the monthly review because during the monthly review, we want to pull data from the weekly review. We have the action tracker in there so that we can look back at all the actions that we completed in the last week. We also have the habit tracker in there for a very similar purpose. It's related to the project tracker. These two, and I will show you later, these two are so valuable in connection to each other. Like every single week, we check in with our project tracker and we make sure all of our projects are up to date and we sort of schedule actions related to the specific project. And that's really, this is where a lot of the value is created in the weekly review. Then we also do some knowledge rating, right? Earlier in the knowledge flow, we sort of explored how we rate different knowledge pieces. And during the weekly review is our opportunity to take things from 2 or 3 stars and rate them into 1 or 2 diamonds. So that's, gives us a little opportunity to sort of rate that information. And the reason we do this at the weekly review is because in the moment, ideas might seem very great. At least this happens to me all the time. I'm just meditating or I'm walking and all of a sudden I'm like, boom, $1 million idea. But if I write it down and at the end of the week I reflect back on that idea, I actually realize it's not that good of an idea. So sometimes having some space between creation and actually reflection can help us really triangulate what is valuable. And get a little bit of the excitement out and be a bit more objective, a bit more detached when we look at that. And of course, it's going to be connected to the reflections database. And that's the element that we're covering after this because I think we're almost ready to get into that one. Okay, as you can see over here, the weekly review is at the same level of the project tracker. And now, as I was mentioning earlier, this is also where a lot of that value comes from. So every single week, we check in with our projects and we make sure that every project has action scheduled for it or not, if that is like our purpose, but we make sure that all of our projects at least have been updated. And we can be certain and confident that when we approach the upcoming week, everything's been taken care of. And that gives us a lot of clarity, right? A lot of clarity. We approach our week with intent. And I think this is so valuable about the weekly review. You take 30 to 60 minutes once a week. It sounds like a big sacrifice, but like we were exploring earlier with the sharpening the axe with the daily review, that is even truer for the weekly review. So taking an hour every week that might save you like a day of work is such a good investment. Just imagine that you're sitting down for an hour, you're doing a weekly review, and by the end of the week, you've saved yourself a day of work, either by becoming more effective, right, by not doing something that actually isn't productive, or by becoming more efficient, by finding a different way to do it, or by finding the right person that can help you with something. Just having that 1 hour a week can save us so much over the long run. And of course, that also compounds. So yeah, super powerful. And as you can see, key goals to start and end our weeks with clarity and intent through reflection and structuring. Okay, so principle number 2. We do not rise to the level of our goals, but we fall to the level of our systems. And the review cycles are really what make this system a system. That's what keeps it going. That's what keeps it flowing. And we already looked at the daily review, which is a very tiny feedback cycle. It's a very tiny system. And the weekly review is one step bigger. But once again, we need these reviews to take ourselves reliably from point A to point B. So don't rise to the level of our goals. We fall to the level of our systems. And then over here, and I'm just revisiting a few of these visuals because I think they're so important to get right. And at this stage in the system, we're also not getting into a lot of new concepts, but I think it's really important to reiterate the core concept, because these are the things, like these sort of concept, these sort of visuals, I've been teaching myself, I've been learning about this for many years. I just keep rediscovering them power, like compound interest. It's such a simple and relatively well-known idea, but almost nobody really incorporates it into their lives. And the question is, why is that? And I think it's because we don't, the idea of compound interest, the idea of exponential growth doesn't intuitively click with us, right? We saw this, for example, during COVID, where we had this exponential growth, and even a tiny bit of exponential growth can mean that billions of people are infected within the span of a year. It's not something that intuitively makes sense to us. So even though people might be aware of something like compound interest or something like exponential growth, doesn't mean that we've ingrained it. And that's why I keep revisiting these concepts, because I would really, really, really want to emphasize, approach life in this way, right? Similarly, with a system like this, it's a large time investment. I'm very much aware that this is an unusual thing to do. You're watching this very long masterclass, you're putting in a lot of time and energy to sort of make this work. But if you look at it through this lens, it's like, oh, this is a multi-year investment in myself. And maybe currently I'm here and I'm watching this masterclass, and I'm going to be here, and then I'm trying it out for a month, and I'm going to be here. But then as you actually commit to something and have that long-term perspective, then we can start going to that dream outcome. And this is also sort of just to go on a little side tangent, this is also the core idea of the book that I mentioned earlier by Seth Godin, The Dip, is knowing when to quit. If I am here and I am quitting over here, not being aware, let me actually reset that, not being aware that actually I'm already in this exponential curve, this would be a very silly time for me to quit. But this is what we do very often, especially in our culture. Like, everything needs to be a quick fix, right? And I've watched hundreds of these YouTube videos, like become a millionaire in 6 months, or build your dream business, or all these things, like become a marketer, become a designer, become a whatever it is. And the reality is that is just not true. Those people making those videos didn't make it in a few months. When you dive into their other content, there's always a story of multiple years of growth and development, and things just don't happen quickly. But we are so conditioned to think like, oh yeah, within the month, or like within 12 weeks, I'm going to have my result, that if we get to this point and we don't have this result yet, we quit. And instead of just bearing with that compounding effect, we basically quit too early. Okay, that was a little side tangent, just to remind us about the review cycle. So we have these different review cycles. We have the daily review. We just looked at that. Now we're going to do the weekly review. So it's going to be slightly higher level, and these feed into each other. So we take insights from the daily review. We take lessons from the daily review, and we sort of put them together. And we're going to do some pattern recognition. So we're going to see a little layer deeper. And we're going to do the same during the monthly, and then during the quarterly, and then during the yearly review. What's so powerful about this is that when we reflect back on things that happened, very often we have this thing called the recency bias, where things that happened more recently are more salient to us. They pop out more. And for example, if I ask you, in the last 3 months, what was something that made you happy, or what was something that made you smile? Odds are very high that the thing you pick happened in like the past few weeks instead of the past few months. And by keeping our reflection and then showing them during our next review, we actually get to see what we thought in real time. So during our weekly review, for example, we are also going to look back at our daily reflections, which is also why we use these databases, because it's very easy for us to look back at those daily reflections and actually see what was going on in real time. So rather than just reflecting back in the moment, we get to see those patterns, and those layer into each other. And every review, the patterns get a little bit deeper. And then by the time you hit your yearly review, that's when you start seeing very deep patterns about yourself. And yeah, those are the things that are super duper powerful. Okay, we're going to have more about that later. I think now it's time to get into the building of this actual bad boy. So let us open our good friend Notion. It's going to drag this tiny bit down because I see it's a little bit out of the screen. I got a bit of a cold last night, so I hope my voice is not too bad. And yeah, let's just dive into it. Okay. First thing that we're going to do. By now, this should be very clear to you. We're going to create a new table. And actually, I want to turn this into a page. And I'm going to call this one the weekly review. Now, similar to with the daily review, the database of the weekly review is going to be relatively simple. The magic is mostly happening in the template. So we're just going to grab this weekly review cover over here, put that on the database. Okay, boom. Call this one the master table. And as you see, every time we make these databases, I'm being very consistent in using the same naming and making sure everything gets its emojis, because this is how we help ourselves recognize and navigate through these systems with ease over time. Okay, so the first thing we're going to have over here is, of course, the week name. What is the name of the week? And the way that I usually denote these, let me just get this over here, is by saying, similar to with the daily review, I just use the first 3 letters of the month, and then the day of the date. Okay, next property we're going to add is once again going to be a date span. So this is just like in the project tracker, because a week doesn't just have a date, but it has a start and an end date. So we're going to give it a date span property. Now, the next thing we're going to do is an optional thing. We are going to make a relationship to the daily review so that we can grab the statistics that we have been tracking and roll them up and give us an average of the past week. This is only relevant if you're tracking statistics, which personally I am not. So this would just be my weekly review. It's literally just a week name and a date. But since we did build the statistic tracker into the daily review, we're just going to grab this one over here. I'm going to say daily review add relationship. And now we are going to create a roll-up. Now, a roll-up is basically a way of going into the connected page, right? With the relational database, we can connect pages to each other. So for example, I could connect this one to December 23 and December 24th. And then with the roll-up, we can basically go into this page and grab one of the properties over here. So I can basically say, okay, I want to grab, by rolling up, I want to grab from this existing relationship with the daily review, I want to grab the property, and as you can see, these are the same properties as that we have inside of our daily review page over here, right? These are the same properties: review date, weight, sleeping score. And then over here, I get to go review date, sleeping score. So we get to go into this other page and grab a certain property. So for this one, we're going to say sleeping score. But the nice thing is, it's not just grabbing it from one page, but from all of the pages that are related to this specific review. So if we would add more pages over here, and I'm actually going to grab a bunch of dummy content to show you. I hope this works as smoothly as I'm hoping. Does that work? Ooh, look at it go. Perfect. Okay. I'm just going to whip this out for a moment. Okay, it didn't entirely work, but let's just fill this with a bunch of dummy content. Okay, perfect. Now, let us go back into our weekly review database. And if I were to now connect multiple days here, you can see it's grabbing all those values from all of these different daily reviews. And then
we can use that data to then say, okay, I'm going to configure this rollup and actually want to not see all the original statistics, but I want to see the average, right? So we're going to say I want to get the sum. Not the sum. I want to get the average. You can see I'm not a mathematician. Beautiful. So just like that, we can connect our daily reviews to the weekly review, and we can roll up all of the information. Now, by applying the right filter to our daily review template, we can automatically make sure that all these databases are related to each other. So once again, we don't have to do this manually at the end of the week. We simply connect them, and if we want to, we can roll up the statistics. So I'm just gonna call this one for now statistic 01. And of course, we could do the same for the other statistic that we would be tracking. Let's say, for example, the weight. And I also want to have the average. Beautiful. Okay, let's unwrap this column. Boom. Just like that. Nice and easy weekly review database. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to create the weekly review template. And this is really beautiful. I love this one so much. And yeah, just a reminder. Let me not misclick there. We don't have to be perfect, right? Something like the weekly review, it's a commitment every week, 45 to 60 minutes. And even if we miss a week, we can still use this as a reset button. So even if you miss 3 weeks, the whole idea is you have something to fall back on. And once you sort of go through this review, you can reset your system and just start fresh. So it's not about being perfect, but it's about having a system in place that works for us. So we're going to call this one the weekly review template. And then we're going to customize this layout a little bit. I'm going to move all of these to the panel, and then I want to pin the date span. And if we're tracking them, the statistics, otherwise just the date span. I'm going to apply that, and actually we can also remove this comment section because we're not going to use it. Icon is going to be the moon. Cover is, of course, going to be not the database cover, but the regular one. Okay, beautiful. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to have a section for reflection and insight. I'm going to turn this one blue. And we'll have a little checklist here. And the first one is saying, I'm going to connect with my insight zone. So, in the next few chapters, we are going to get more into the insight phase of the circle of growth. And this is really the deep work, trying to figure out who you are, what is valuable to you, your core values, your core principles, your life purpose. And this sort of stuff we revisit only every quarter or year to really do that deep work. But also at the beginning of our weekly reviews, we sort of just go into that insight zone. Currently it's empty, but later it will be filled with all these deeper levels of reflection, and we just check in with one of these items. And this could be a 2-minute process. It could also be an hour-long process. It really depends on what you're feeling. So maybe you want to check in with one of your vision goals, or maybe you want to check in with one of your core values. And it's just a little reminder about the things that really matter to you. And that's sort of to set the stage. Okay, we're going to do this weekly review. Let's check in with the things that really matter to me. Let's start from that perspective. Let's plan the week ahead from that perspective. Okay, then we're going to check in with screen time, if that is something that you're interested in. I added this one relatively recently, but yeah, reality is nowadays a lot of us spend a lot of time on screens, and very often it's also time that is not necessarily used very well. So it can be valuable to just check in with the numbers and just give yourself the confronting reality of how many hours you spent on your phone or on your laptop and on which websites you're using that time. And now we're going to get a series of databases. I already briefly showed you the reflection databases, and we're going to completely deconstruct them in the next element. But for now, we're just going to add a few more reflection views that we can use inside the weekly review. The first view that we will have, let me go to the reflection database, is going to be the upcoming week. So basically what we do is at the end
of every weekly review, we create the review for the week ahead. And then we end this review by sort of filling in these 2 reflection questions for the upcoming week. So these questions are, what intention and state of mind do I want to approach this week with, and what are my objectives? And once again, these can be 1 or 2 lines. They can also be 2 or 3 paragraphs. So this is just a way to set the mind, give ourselves some intent for the upcoming weeks. Like, what do I want to focus on? What type of person do I want to be? How do I want to show up in my interactions? And these things can vary per week, right? I've had weeks where I'm like, oh, this week I want to be very social. I want to be open. I don't want to take things so seriously. And then another week it might be, this week I'm going to go into my own space. I'm really going to grind. I'm going to sit down and do the work. And we're sort of thinking about this beforehand. We also give ourselves permission. I think a lot of the friction and a lot of the pain and difficulty that many people experience is because we have unrealistic expectations of ourselves. And instead of checking in with where we are actually at, we sort of paint this ideal scenario. It's like, oh, this week I'm going to be completely productive and I need to do X, Y, and Z. And we don't have the energy to do that. And then we fail doing it and we feel very bad about ourselves. We're like, oh my God, again, I had this plan and again, I didn't execute on my fucking plan. I'm a failure. I've had this many times. And what really helps, and it seems almost a little bit silly, is by just at the beginning of the week, checking in with yourself and asking yourself, okay, how do I want to show up this upcoming week? And maybe you realize, I'm pretty fatigued. The last few weeks were pretty rough. Okay, this week I'm going to focus on myself. I'm going to take some more time. I'm going to take some more space. I'm not going to be as rigid. And now when things don't work out the way you wanted them to, it actually doesn't feel that bad because we gave ourselves permission beforehand. So giving yourself permission can be a really powerful tool for just generally feeling better. Okay, the next thing that we're going to do is sort of this layering that I was talking about earlier. So I'm going to take the previous day's view, and currently we don't have any content in here because we have not yet added those questions to the daily review. We have not added the reflection question to the daily review yet. So I'm just going to show you this briefly inside of the existing system, what this would look like. So let me just grab this weekly review over here. I'm just going to edit, open this one over up. Okay. What this view does is it basically shows us the reflection questions that we use during our daily review with all of the answers that we gave during the last week. So there's a filter here that says only show items that were added in the last week. Then over here we have a little formula with the formatted date. And in one quick glance, you can see all of the reflections that you made per reflection question. And this is really where that pattern recognition comes in that I was talking about earlier. You can now see these reflections and actually say, hey, end of the week, I felt exhausted, but the first 3 days of the week, I actually felt pretty high energy. So it wasn't an exhausted week. It was a mixed bag of both. And maybe instead of taking a break next week, I can find a way to spread out that energy more. So we see these patterns by going through our reflections, and then we can open one up, and there's always like some extra writing space here if we want to go deeper into those reflections, but more on that in the next chapter. So we're going to add that view over here, and currently it says that there's only hidden groups, but the moment you add your reflections, this view will automatically sort itself. So this is perfectly fine for now. Okay, the next one is a pretty cool one. So we're just going to explore this new feature that Notion launched a few months ago. For many years, I was very excited to have some way to turn our databases into charts, because this is also the beauty about a database. A database can be very easily visualized in a chart. There used to be some external tools to do this, but it was all a little clunky and it didn't really sync in real time, or it cost extra money. And then Notion did the thing, and I'm so happy that they did. They released charts inside of Notion. Now, one thing I quickly realized is actually I don't need as many charts as I thought, because it's very easy. Just like it's easy to over capture things, it's also easy to over visualize things and over build things. But yeah, this one I think is a really cool addition. So during our daily review, we added this rating score. What we're going to do over here is we're going to create a view And basically, charts are just different database views. So we don't have to create any new database. We can just link to an existing database. And over here, we have our daily review. And actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to open this one up inside of the daily review itself, because that's where we make all the original views. And over here, you can see these rating scores. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say create a chart. And I want to show on the x-axis the date. So I'm going to have the review date by day. And I will have to give all of these a date. So I'm just going to say 23, 22, 21, 20. And of course, normally this would all automatically be filled in the dates and stuff, so we don't have to worry about this tediousness. Perfect. Boom. Now you can see that we have our different daily reviews plotted on this y-axis. Is it the y-axis? It's the x-axis. Now, what do I want to show on the y-axis? I want to show the rating score. So we're going to say day rating, show me that on the y-axis. And I do not want to group it. Okay, yeah, I almost forgot about this part. I'm like, why is it not showing us our rating? That's because we have a select property, and that is not a number. So what we need to do is we need to turn this into a number. Now, of course, we could also just turn this into a number property over here, and you can fill in a number every day, but I feel selecting like this is more intuitive and more fun. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to add a formula over here that is basically going to say, if the day rating is 1 star, turn it into 1, 2 stars, 2, and it's basically going to give a number that is correspondent to the rating over here. I'm just going to call that one rating score. Give it a little star. Boom. We get back into our chart. And now we actually have the opportunity to do the rating score. And I'm going to color. Yes, we can. What I've done here is what we're showing on this axis is the rating score. But I've then grouped it by day rating, because what could happen is that we would have, it's not going to happen, but what we could do theoretically is we could have 2 daily reviews on the same day, and they could have a different score, right? So let's say 3 and 2. If I would now go into this chart and I would not have this grouping, these would be averaged, right? Because over here I said what to show, the rating score, I want to show the average. I could also show the sum, then that one's going to grow, right? Let me give it a little bit higher to make it even clearer. I'm going to say 29th is going to be a 4-star rating. It's now taken the sum of those 2 entries and turned them into 1, because we're grouping it by, or we're putting it by date on this x-axis, and it's taking these 2 entries. So what I've done is I've said group it by the type of rating. And the reason we do this is purely for visual reasons, because now you can see, one of them is a 3-star and one of them is a 4-star. But since we only have 1 entry per day, it's basically just giving us the added feature of showing how many stars everything is and actually color coding it in relationship to, or I thought it was color coding it, but apparently it's not color coding it. Anyway, it is being consistent in their color coding. All the 3 stars are purple and all the 1 stars are yellow. So that is how we can make this little chart over here. I'm just going to hide. I think we do that in style options. I'm just going to end these. Yeah, just going to hide that legend. And then the last thing that we want to do, actually, I'm also going to hide those numbers because we don't need those. We can hide the data labels. Is we're now going to say, I only want to see all of the day ratings from the past week. So review date is on or after. And here we can set a dynamic filter again. So the cool thing is we're now saying, I want the review date to be on or after last week. So that means everything after last week is being shown here. And
because we're doing daily reviews every single day, that means everything between last week and now. So I'm going to say on or after 1 week ago, and then boom. Just like that, we now have a little graph of all of the reviews, all of the ratings that we gave in the last week. And I'm going to call this one Sun and Moon daily ratings. And then we're going to add that one to the weekly review over here. Empty view, daily review, daily ratings. Okay. This is one of the features that you need to pay extra for. I can highly recommend getting the personal Notion plan. I think it's like €8 a month. And if you're a student or if you're a nonprofit, I think you get free access, hefty discount or free access. And it allows you to make charts, but it also allows you to do all the automations stuff. So yeah, generally speaking, I can highly recommend making that investment. But as a rule of thumb, I want the system to work for anyone. So all of the core things that we use in the system, you don't need a paid plan for. But yeah, this is one of those things. If you want to add a chart over here, you would need a paid plan. Okay, so after we've added that chart, we're then going to add the actual weekly reflections that we're going to make. So I'm going to say weekly reflections. Boom. These are the questions that we answer during the weekly review. And what we can do is we can create a page in here. And if I would add one here, it's not going to show because we're editing a template. You see, I mean, it's showing here, but it's not showing over there. Normally, it would show in this list. And then over here, we have a whole bunch of writing space. So here, we can write very long reflections. And this is usually where I spend like 15 or 20 minutes just writing about stuff. Now, something that I've learned over the years is that sometimes a reflection can take very long. So ideally, I would start with the reflection first, but I've actually, over the past months, started doing my process review first, because sometimes I would take too long for the reflection and then actually not end the weekly review properly. So yeah, that's just something to think about. Reflection is super powerful. Just make sure it's well balanced, that your time is well balanced, and that it doesn't start feeling like a drag or something that needs to happen. Okay, then we're going to have two more charts. The first one is going to be the hours that we worked in the past week, and the second one is going to be the hours that we worked per project. So let's go into this action tracker. And I'm actually going to say, okay, I want to make a chart. Okay, I just quickly upgraded this workspace because this one was not yet a paid workspace. And okay, we've created a chart in here. And the type of chart that I actually want to show is a line chart. And once again, on the x-axis, we want to show the action date by day. And I'm just going to make a filter. And I'm going to say I only want to show actions that were on or after 1 week ago. Because we're doing the weekly review, we only want to see things that happened in the past week. And by doing that, start date is on or after 1 week ago. You can see it's automatically January 13th, January 27th. Okay, that's because I planned things into the future earlier when I was showing you this stuff. So let me actually remove. We don't want to see items that are parents. So I'm going to remove the parent items and then boom. Okay, there we go. So what happened there is during our project tracker with this timeline, we add these parent actions to the timeline. And obviously that is also giving them an action date. But we don't want to show those parent actions in this chart. So what I've done over here is I've said filter status is not parent. So don't show me action items, right? Don't show me action items that have, let me just open this one up, that status of parent, because those we don't want to see. So we've hit those parent action items, and now we actually see the actions that we did during the past week. But I don't want to see the amount of actions that we did. What I want to see is the time I spent working in total on all my actions. So on the y-axis, we're actually going to say what to show. I want to show the weekly workload. And I want to show the sum of the weekly workload. I'm just going to rather the total input. I'm going to say the sum of the total input. Boom. And just like that, we can now see all the hours that we worked per day in the past week. So let's add some dummy information to just show you how this works. We got some action items over here. Let's add a few more. So work from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Now, normally, of course, all of this will happen when we're doing our project scheduling for the week. And then as we complete those, these will turn into total input. And then on this chart, we basically get an outline of all the hours that we've worked during the past week in a very nice little visual overview. So I'm just going to style this one a little bit. I'm going to smooth the lines. I'm actually going to turn the gradient area orange, or even better, turn it red. And just like that, hours worked past week. I'm going to give that the fire emoji. And then the next chart that we're going to make is going to be called hours per project. So it's going to be a very similar chart to this one, but instead of a line chart, we're going to make it a donut chart. And we are going to show, once again, the total input. And we are going to represent that by related project. So or should it be the other way around? Let's see. Project tracker. Each slice represents the total input. Yes, perfect. So right now you can see the total input that we delivered in the last week was 35 hours. And 13 of those hours were dedicated to building the Notion of Life website. Now, if we had related these actions to other projects, you would see that per project, we have worked these amount of hours. So this is a very quick overview at the end of the week for us to show how many hours we worked per day and how many hours we worked per project. So we're just going to add those to the weekly review template. Over here, I'm going to say empty view. From that action tracker, I want to get that hours worked per week chart. And also from that action tracker, I want to get that hours worked per project chart. I'm just going to name this one hours worked, and we'll just call this one per project height. And height, and boom, just like that. This would be sort of a little introduction into our weekly review. This is where we start. We do some reflection. We look back at the reflections that we made as the upcoming week's reflections during the last weekly review. We look at all of our reflections from the previous days. We look at how we rated our days. Take some opportunity to do some actual reflection for this week itself. And then over here, we can just quickly see how many hours did I work every day and how many hours did I work per project. And for example, if you are someone who's working on 3 or 4 different projects and you're getting paid for those, this can be very helpful to keep yourself honest and seeing if you're actually putting in the time that you think you're putting in or that you say you're putting in, either to yourself or to clients. Okay. Got to create a little divider between here. Next, we are going to do the review part of the weekly review. And as we discussed in the Circle of Growth, the review is where we check in with the processes, right? So the reflection is where we check in with ourselves. Am I the person that I want to be? Am I doing the things that I want to do? And the review, we check in with more of the mechanistic things. Are my processes, are my systems still working? Does my system need any maintenance? Do I need to change anything about the flow that we're basically building inside a Notion of Life? The first thing that we do is what we call inbox 0. And I'm going to say empty email inbox, empty WhatsApp inbox, and any other inbox that you might have. The concept of inbox 0
is basically that at the end of the week, we want to make sure that all of our inboxes are empty. Very often, people will use their email inbox as a sort of half-baked to-do list. So you just keep everything in there. That's like your knowledge management. Like you leave an email open because you still need to reply to it. And that is not a good way to structure our lives. We're sort of letting other people dictate how we are planning and structuring our days. And also every time we open that to sort of look for that old email that we still needed to respond to, we get a whole bunch of new emails and instantly our attention gets hijacked. So the idea of inbox zero is basically that we put our inbox to zero. Now, there's a great article by Tiago Forte, I will link that one on the screen, about sort of how to achieve this and the reasons behind it. I think there's two different camps. People that always want to have inbox zero, or people like me who just want to do it once a week, but just make sure it gets to zero every now and then. So the way we do this is we simply go through our emails. I just opened this one beforehand without spoiling any of my personal stuff. And then over here, I have this plugin, and I showed you this before. It's called Save to Notion. And what I can basically do is I can forward an email either into my knowledge database or into my action tracker. So if there's knowledge in an email that I need to revisit, I'll send it to a knowledge database. And if there's an action item in the email, I can simply put it over here and I can just save it, boom, straight into my Notion. And just like that, it will be inside my Notion. And that is the thing that we want to do with all of our emails. We want to process all of them. Either we delete them, and if they're useless emails, we delete them, and preferably if it's like an automated thing, we unsubscribe. And when they're useful, we process them. So we either capture them into the knowledge inbox or into the action inbox. And we make sure that every email has a very clear follow-up on what to do with it. Then at the end of the email inbox is empty, and every email is actually gone through the proper place. And then later, we put it in our inbox, we can relate it to our projects, and we can schedule it during our weekly review. So we can schedule it in the next phase also. So that's what we're doing. We're emptying all of our email inboxes. And then what I do is actually I just link to the websites for emptying these inbox. And the way we do this is Command K. We can simply make a hyperlink. This one could be webwhatsapp.com. And just like that, you can just click those links, instantly go to that page, empty all of your inboxes, check the box, and on to the next one. So the next one is going to be the action review. This one is really, really powerful and really important. So first, we are going to check in with our calendar for the past weeks. Ask ourselves, does anything need a follow-up? And then the second one is check in with calendar for the upcoming weeks. Does anything need preparation? Once again, here you could either link to your calendar. What I have is just my Notion calendar under hotkey, Command G, and I can just instantly open it up. So basically what we do here is we go into our calendar and we see if there's anything that needs to happen. Now, an important distinction to make between calendar and action tracker. You might be wondering, why do we even have a calendar? Why do we just not just use an action tracker? The reason for this is that there's also things that we need to do in the external world. There's also meetings that we need to take with other people. So as a rule of thumb, anything that has other people involved, I put in a calendar. I invite them or I am invited by them, and I make sure everything that happens in relationship to other people is in the calendar. And then everything that is just up to me, that we put in the action tracker. And then through Notion Calendar, we can put those two things together in one overview like this. And so then first what we do is we look at the external calendar events and see if there's anything that needs to be done. And after we have done that, then we actually go into our projects and start scheduling our own actions. So that is actually what we're going to do right now. And the first few that we want to have for that is our active projects listed in such a way that we can easily go into them and start scheduling action items. So what we need to do for that is we need to go into the project tracker, and we actually need to create a new view. So this one's going to be the active projects view. We're going to use this one both for the planning zone as well as for the weekly review. So for now, I'll just add a little moon here.
done. Okay. I'm going to hide all these properties. And what I want to see the progress of each of the projects. I want to see if it's due to be reviewed, paired with the actual review date. And I want to see if it's any days past date. I'm just going to make this one nice and symmetrical. Going to make this one a little bit shorter. Going to make this one. I'm actually going to put the progress over here. I'm going to make that as tiny as it needs to be. Boom. Okay, you could imagine, let's add some other projects, right? Renovating the kitchen might be a project. And maybe we have another project, which is training for half marathon. Okay, and we can give these some review dates. I'm going to put this one on 31st. And I'm going to put this one on 22nd. Okay. This is basically going to be the view that we have inside of our weekly review. So let's add that one right over there. I'm going to say linked version, project tracker, active projects. Boom. I'm going to hide this database title over here. And now, during our weekly review, we can simply see all of the active projects. I realize I forgot to add the filter that says indeed only shows active projects. We don't want to see any next up projects. See, a few of them already disappeared. So let's also add that. In the OG that we were just doing, filter status is active. And we'll just change a few more to active. Boom, boom. Okay. So then during our weekly review, we basically go into all of the projects that are due to be reviewed. And actually, let me also add that sort of saying indeed review date ascending. And we could use only the date property here, but this little red circle just makes it a bit easier. We don't have to scour through all the dates. We can just see, okay, all the ones with the red dot, those are the ones that we need to do. And then so we go into this page, and then inside the project tracker, I'm actually generate the full template that we created earlier. Inside the project tracker, I am now just going to schedule all of the action items for the upcoming week. I can just simply add these, boom, just like that. I'm just going to assign them a date for now. Once I've done that, I close this one and I put the review date to next week. Maybe you don't want to review a project every single week. Then you can also put the review date in 2 weeks or in 3 weeks, right? You will know how much time and energy you want to put in per project. And then we're just going to do the same for the other projects. So I'll just open this template here. And over here, I'm also going to add training and food schedule. And buying new running shoes. I'm just going to give those also just some action dates for the upcoming week. And then we just do this for every single project that is due to be reviewed. And then once we have done that, then we can actually go back into our calendar and we can start adding all of these sub items, right? We're going to start adding all of these sub items that we just put in. And this is how we plan our weeks using the combination of the weekly review and the project tracker. Actually, I'm going to change this because I don't like green. Can we put this to like an orange, for example? There we go. And later I will show you how to hide these parent pages. But for now you can see, okay, we have created our plan for the upcoming week. Okay, back into Notion. So then next what we want to do is we want to create a chart. And basically we want to create a chart that shows us what is the weekly workload for the upcoming week. Because if you remember, inside this project tracker, we actually made a property called the weekly workload. And this one calculates how many hours of work we have planned based on all of these action items that we just scheduled. So we just put all of them in the calendar. It automatically calculates, this is 2 hours, this is 2 hours, this is 1.5 hours. And per project, it then shows us, okay, this is the weekly workload I have scheduled for the week ahead. So let's go inside our project tracker. Okay, and now what I want to do is I want to create this chart here. and we are going to make that a donut chart. And what I want to show is for each of the project names, I want it to represent the weekly workload. Boom. And just like that, we now have our total weekly workload for the week ahead divided by project. So you can imagine if we have 4 or 5 different projects and we have 30 hours of work scheduled for the upcoming week, we can see, okay, this project we scheduled 4 hours, this one we scheduled 10 hours, and it just keeps us accountable. And it's very easy because the only thing that we do is we drag those actions on the time block, and that's already a really great way to plan. Then all this time tracking happens automatically in the background. So we're going to call this one Seedling Weekly Workload. Boom. Getting back into that weekly review template. Misclick because I have very fat fingers. And we're going to say, add this chart over here. And this chart I'm actually going to call the project tracker. Nope. Pay attention. Delete. And actually get an existing chart. Boom. Weekly workload. So just like that, we just scheduled actions for each of our projects, and then we have weekly workloads. So we can see what we actually scheduled. Now, there's one more view here that you can add, but don't have to add. Because during our action tracker earlier, when we were building that, I was sharing that we have this status tag that we can use for things that we want to do someday or that we're waiting for someone else. Now, what we can do is we can create a view in which we show all of the action items that we are still waiting on other people. So I'm just going to quickly create that one here. I'm going to say table view. I'm going to hide all of these properties. We're just going to have the to-do. We're going to have the action date and the status because we need to be able to change that if it's no longer waiting on. And then I'm just going to have that right over here. Boom. And I'm going to create a filter that says, only show me action items. Only show me action items that have a status of waiting. Boom. And obviously, don't show me ones that are checked. So done is unchecked. Okay. A little fire emoji waiting on. Now, full disclosure, I don't really use this one. So feel free to leave it out. But if you are doing a lot of outreach to people, if you have a lot of tasks that are happening in relationship to other people, then by all means do add this one. So I'm just going to say empty view, action tracker, waiting on. And then basically what this allows us to do is at the end of the week, just briefly check in. Okay, I send out this thing at one point. Did the person respond to it, yes or no? And if they did, we can just remove that tag again. And if they did it, maybe we can ping them again. Send them a message like, hey, I sent you this on Monday, but you haven't responded yet. Could you please help me because I really need this information right now? Okay, last few we're going to add here. We're actually not going to add quite yet, but I'm just going to show you how it works because this one is quite complicated, but it's also really, really cool. Over here, we have a button, and when we press that button, the habit is automatically added to our calendar. So for example, with this habit over here, cold call potential customers, it is set to the time of day at 9 o'clock for a duration of 75 minutes. So this button is automatically going to understand that we are going to put this one at 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's going to be a 75-minute block. And by then just pressing on this button, it has now created 7 pages. I can go into my calendar. I'm just going to hide this one and open the one from the other workspace. And you can see that it has automatically been plotted into my action tracker. So it's already in our time space, and then also all of the hours are once again plotted and added to the actual project that it is a part of. So this is a really helpful way to making sure you actually take the time for your habits. And yeah, it's a bit more complicated, so I'm going to show you that one later on in the video, but I just wanted to tease it real quick as we were building this weekly review over here. So yeah, that is going to be the action review part of the weekly review. Now, the next part that we do is, of course, knowledge, because action and knowledge go hand in hand. Action and knowledge, that is how we make our production capacity. So over here, I'm just going to say knowledge review. Turn that one purple. And over here, we want to do two separate things. The first thing that we want to do is that we want to check in with all of our knowledge pieces that are still open. Because like we explored earlier, knowledge should always be flowing. And each knowledge piece has an amount of days left that we can work on it. So as long as there's still days left to work on it, we also routinely want to check in with it. Because yes, we do have a knowledge zone in which we can have all of our knowledge pieces, but realistically, most of the time we're interacting with stuff is when we're doing a process, when we have our review cycles. So at the end of the week, I just want to check in with all of the open knowledge pieces. So let's build that inside of our knowledge database. What we want to do is we want to have a view, and we're going to make this a list view. And I'm going to call this one open knowledge. I'm going to say thread and moon. Moon thread, baby. I like to thread that moon. And we're going to have a few properties show, namely, I want to have the days left. I want to see the content named. I want to see the last edited. And I want to see the source. And then the days left I want to have on the left. And then the rest of this is perfect. Okay, so now on the left here, we can see how many days is left for each of the knowledge pieces. Then over here, we could simply open the knowledge piece to interact with it. And then on the right here, we can see when it has been last edited and the source of the knowledge piece. Now, currently it's just one list, but actually what we want to do is we want to group it by the type of knowledge piece. So what I'm going to say over here is I'm going to group it, and I'm going to say group it by type. And a grouping is basically a different way to sort of chop up a database and to put certain entries together based on a certain group, which is why we call it a grouping. So I'm going to group this by type. And as you can see now, it has been grouped so that we have all of our creation notes under one little toggle. We have all of our meeting notes under one toggle, and we have all of our learning notes under one toggle. And now it also doesn't make sense to show the icon anymore because we already know which one it is a part of. So we can also just hide that icon like this, and then boom. Very easy. We can just see, okay, 30 days left on Web Design 101, 30 days left on Meeting with Web Agency. And very quick overview. Now, we need to apply one filter here because we only want to show things that have no more, we only want to show things that still have an amount of days left. Because let's say, for example, I would duplicate this one and I'm going to give it a 1-star rating. And if you remember, 1 star basically means autocomplete. So that also means no more days left to work on it. I don't want to show that because this is no longer open knowledge, right? This has been archived. This is not part of that flow, not part of the knowledge flow that we're creating. So I'm going to create a filter. I'm going to say days left is equal or higher than, not even equal or higher than, it's just higher than 0. Boom. So it's only going to show things that actually are still active, that actually still have an amount of days left. And just like that, I want to sort it by days left ascending, which basically means that it's going to show us in chronological order. The ones on the top are going to be the ones that have the least amount of days left, so the ones we need to engage with the soonest, if we still want to engage with them. And then the rest is going to be here. All right, hope that makes sense. Just an easy way to check in with all of our knowledge pieces and make sure if there's anything else that needs to happen. Now, the next thing that we want to do, and this we looked at earlier, it maybe didn't make a lot of sense at the time yet, but I hope now it will click a little more, is that we actually want to rate our knowledge. Because during our daily review, all right, let me just open up that daily review template. We empty our inboxes, right? And inside of this inbox, we give a rating to all of our knowledge pieces. And a rating of 1 is basically autocomplete. It means like, okay, I need to keep this somewhere in my archive. Maybe it was like a meeting note for just a very random meeting. Usually most meeting notes I put on 1 star because they don't really need to be done. Anything needs to be done with them. But yeah, 1 star is basically autocomplete. 2 stars, it's like relatively interesting, but probably not going to turn into an actual thing. 3 stars is something where I'm like, okay, this will most likely become like an actual document or an actual thing that I'm going to be working on for quite some time. So during our daily review, we give something 1, 2, 3 stars. But then during our weekly review, we actually give ourselves the opportunity to give something a rating of 1 or 2 diamonds. So we can sort of reflect back later in the week, because like I said earlier, sometimes in the moment things just feel very valuable, but then later they don't, or even the opposite, like maybe something in the moment's like, meh, and then later you're actually like, this is pretty fucking interesting. So then during our weekly review, we can actually take knowledge pieces and upgrade them from 1, 2, or 3 stars to 1 or 2 diamonds. Okay, the way we do that is by once again creating a list view. And the properties I'm going to show here are just going to be the content name and the type of knowledge. And I'm actually going to group this one by rating. And I'm going to turn this one off, because what I want to show is I want to show the 1 stars, the 2 stars, the 3 stars, and the diamonds. And these ones I want to hide. Okay, I actually did it the wrong way around. And we want to have 2, 3, 1 star, 2 diamonds. Boom, just like this. And then we're going to apply a filter that says I only want to show things that have been last edited on or after 1 week ago. So we basically only want to interact with all of the knowledge pieces that we have edited in the last week. They are all going to show up in this view. And then from this view, we can easily drag something into the new rating. So let's say, for example, indeed, this one, I believe, is actually 1 diamond. We can just drag them into the 1 diamond rating. Or we can even drag them into the 2 diamond rating. And by dragging it, we automatically increase the score, which then also increases the amount of days that we can work on it. So by giving something a higher rating, it automatically stays in this flow longer, right? Because we want to keep that knowledge actionable. If I were to just keep it in here, days left is going to be 30 days, and then within 30 days, it's just going to disappear, right? So by upgrading a piece of knowledge, we give ourselves more time to work on it. Okay, that is basically what we do during the knowledge rating. I'm also going to give that the moon, because we like the moon thread, baby. And a little sort to say days left, ascending, beautiful. Okay. Back into the weekly review template. And then over here, I'm going to say knowledge. Oh, and isn't this satisfying? Look at all this stuff, man. We're just building it in the original databases. Everything is coming together so nicely. And yeah, the beauty about a system like this is you just set it up once. And once you have it, you can just use it. You know, it takes some time to understand. It's like my poor girlfriend has to compete with Notion databases. Okay, cool. Not cool, actually. I edited this under the wrong once, because this is, of course, going to be part of the knowledge review, not the action review. So let me just redo that over here. Linked view, knowledge database, open knowledge, and of course, knowledge database, the knowledge rating, height. And once you can see, I'm always hiding the database title, because this is why we use these emojis so consistently. Just by seeing this thread in the tab, I already know what database it is. So I don't need to have a massive database title just hugging up space on the page, because I already know what it is, right? And that's why we're being consistent in design. Okay. Then over here we have structure, which is basically going to be some stuff in our physical space. Clean up my desktop, clean up any important folders, and clean up physical workspace. So this is basically anything we're doing outside of the Notion system. And then the last thing that we're going to do is actually plan the week ahead. So over here, I'm going to say planning. Going to make that orange, which is not a color, unfortunately, although it would be a really cool color, orange. Hey, I really love that orange t-shirt that you're wearing today. It's very, very beautiful, very orange. And now we're going to create another button. And with this button, we want to create the weekly review for the upcoming week. So basically, when I push this button, I want to create the weekly review for the upcoming week. So I'm going to call this one create new review. And of course, we give that the moon emoji. And I'm actually going to add a little confirmation. I'm going to say show confirmation. And instead of saying, are you sure you want to continue? I'm going to give myself a reminder. Almost there. Next thing we need to do is fill in the objectives and the intentions for the upcoming weeks, what I showed you at the beginning of this template. And then we can reward ourselves for doing this deep work. And especially at the end of the week, then we go do something fun. Then you sit in the sauna or you have a drink with some friends. So I'm going to say, yes, let's wrap this one up, baby. Boom. And then I'm going to say, good. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to add a page to the weekly review. And we want to add that as the weekly review template. So by pressing this, we are now going to automatically create a new weekly review. Now, we're also going to do a little bit of magic shebang, and how this works I will show you later. But basically what I'm going to say is the week name, I want that to be automatically made. And basically what this is doing, it's going to take the date that we create this, and it's going to automatically already assign the week name to the next weekly review so that we don't have to do that manually. And then I'm going to do something similar for the date span, which I also want to set automatically. So I'm going to say date span. And over here, I'm also going to create a custom formula. Once again, later on in this masterclass, we're going to take a deeper dive on all these formulas because this is where a lot of power is hidden. And also one of the reasons why we use so many databases. But it's quite complex. And yeah, I just want to ease into this, right? We're taking you from 0 to hero. So let's also start at 0 and just ease our ways into it. But I am just going to put it in there and show you because it is very nice. And then the next thing that we want to do, we want to immediately open this weekly review that we just created. We just want to open that in full page because we want to fill in those reflection questions. We might as well just open the page straight away. So we're going to hit done, create new weekly review. That is going to be the button. And then you can see now, if I press this button, it's going to say almost there. Fill in your objectives and intentions. Let's wrap it up, baby. We press that button. Boom. New weekly review has been created. Name has automatically been set. Date span has automatically been set. We are going to go right over here and we can fill in the reflection questions for the upcoming week. Isn't that beautiful? Tell me, look me in the face and tell me this isn't beautiful. Great stuff. I love it. Absolutely love it. Okay, cool. That being said, last thing we're going to do is we're going to set our daily review template to this week. So what do I mean by this? Well, let me show you. We're going to go into the daily review template. Are we allowed to do that? I'm not sure if we are allowed to do that. Let me see. I think maybe we'll just have to go over here and then copy the link and then go back and then just simply go like this and have a little heck around. Boom. Because the last thing that we want to do is at the end of our weekly review, we want to go into this template and we basically want to set this relationship to the weekly review to the one that we just created. And the reason we do that is because once we put this in the template, every day that we create a daily review, this property over here is automatically going to be assigned to the right week. And we need that property because otherwise we are not able to, inside this weekly review, roll up those statistics because we need to link the right days to the right weeks. So by just setting that once at the end of the weekly review, just change the template and we don't have to think about it again. And then last thing that we do is we say, good job. Time to reward yourself, right? Because at the end of the day, we just made a difference. This is the type of work that makes a difference. This is the type of work that helps us live the life that we want to live. And we can celebrate that. We should celebrate that. It's a enjoyable process in general, but we can also celebrate doing something that is good and healthy for ourselves. Okay, so let's just exit the template. and go into the database collection zone. Weekly review. And let's just give it a go. Let's just give it a small spin to see if everything works. We're going to set the default template to weekly review because we're always going to create a weekly review. Normally we create it during our last week, and then boom, we can open this one up. And yes, we can connect with our insight zone. We have our reflections for the upcoming week. We can check in with our reflections that we made during the past week, during our daily reviews. We can check in with the ratings that we gave. We can make some reflections for the current week. This is some time to dig a little deeper, ask questions that are a little more challenging, and just give you a bit more understanding about yourself. We can see the amount of hours that we worked every single day, and we can see the amount of hours that we worked per project. Then we empty all of our inboxes, make sure that all of our inboxes are at 0, and that every single knowledge or information piece is either turned into an action or turned into a knowledge piece. Then we check in with all of our active projects, all of them that are due to be reviewed. We schedule those actions and we actually put that onto our Notion calendar. And after that, we can then also see how much work have I actually scheduled for myself for the upcoming week. If you want, you can check if there's any items that you're waiting on. Then we can just briefly check in with our open knowledge. And just a note to make here is that you don't have to check in with all of the knowledge piece. You can also it can just be a quick reminder. And even if it's just a 1-minute glance, you'd be like, oh yeah, I did indeed have that meeting with the web agency and I still need to do something with it. Doesn't mean you have to do it right here, right now. I mean, you can if you want to, but you want to keep the weekly review accessible, because if it's too much all at once, you're going to procrastinate and not do it. So yeah, but quickly go through it. Then we can change any ratings, and it's going to give you that error every single time. You just press don't remove. I don't know why it does it. It's very annoying, but it works. So just keep it like this. Clean up desktop, clean up important folders, have that one single button to create the next review, change the daily review template, and boom. Just like that, we do our weekly review inside of Notion. Okay, let's actually process all of these things that we've done and move on to one of the very complex but ever prevalent databases. You know it, the reflections. Earlier, we already had a brief sneak peek at these, but even though they are consolidated into one cell in the flowchart, there are actually two databases that are working together. We have a reflection questions database, in which we have all the questions that we reflect on, and we have a database with all the actual reflections, all the things we write down and put into our system. The reflection databases are connected to quite a lot of elements. First of all, to all the different review cycles in which we have different levels of reflection going on. So during the daily review, it's more shallow reflections, and then increasingly the reflections are deeper and trying to distill more of those deeper patterns that we also talked about earlier. And then we also have reflection questions in our project tracker, in our vision goals, in our life areas, and in our core insights database. And the vision goals, life areas, core insights are coming up after this chapter. Okay, over here you can see, sort of like I just mentioned, there's only one cell in the flowchart. That's because the reflection and reflection questions are always working together. So they're sort of one unit, similar to what we just did with the habit tracker, but they need each other to function. And then we have distributed that over all of these different elements. So we have reflections during our daily review. We have reflections during our monthly review. We already had a look earlier at the project reflections that we have. And having all of these reflection questions sort of begs the question, why are we doing this? Is this really that important? What is the value that we're gaining out of this? So let's spend a little time on that, because I think reflection is really one of those things that is really underrated in our culture and that has such a potential huge payoff. It's very hard to properly capture and explain just how much value we can get out of reflection. The key goal of reflection is to improve the quality of our lives by reflecting on our thoughts, processes, and behavior. So basically, we want to use our mental capacity, our ability to think about things and to cognize things, to look at our lives, look at our thoughts, like the processes that are going on inside of our head, the processes that are going on outside of us, but also our behaviors, our interaction with the world. We want to reflect on those things, we want to look back on those things and see if there's things we can improve. see if we can improve the quality of our lives by changing one of these dials. Okay. Take, for example, this graph over here. Now, in this graph, this is sort of us internalizing certain lessons. And this circle over here is our own internal world. This big circle over here, that is the external world. And then sort of this middle circle with the thick line, that can be seen as our mind, our conscious thinking mind, the little voice that is always narrating our own entire life, right? Each of us has a little Morgan Freeman in their head, and it's just like, oh, I'm going to sit down now. I'm going to grab this microphone. Is my hair, what is this person actually thinking about me? What am I going to have for lunch after I'm done recording this? Oh, wait, I already had lunch. So maybe I should have like a drink. And we all have sort of this narration going on constantly in our own head. That is sort of that middle white circle in between. So there are sort of two different layers at which we can reflect. The first one is that we can reflect on things that we have done or that have happened in the outside world. So let's say, for example, I am moving into the world and I am doing something here. Maybe I am approaching this girl that is very attractive. So I see this girl on the street, very attractive. I approach her. I'm like, hey, I just saw you walking. I thought you looked very cute. I was just wondering if I could maybe get your number and we could go for a drink sometime. And she's like, nope, I got a boyfriend. Sorry, not interested. So there is a reaction coming back from the world into myself. Now, this approach is something that I can reflect on, something in the outside world. I can reflect on, okay, what did I do wrong there? Should I have been less strong? Should I have built some rapport first? Should I have said something else to her? Basically, anything that I could have done in the outside world. Would I want to wear different clothing? Was I maybe smelling bad? So I can reflect on sort of the situation, look back on it using my conscious mind, right? Using my conscious mind over here and see, is there anything I could have improved? Is there anything I could have done differently? Now, simultaneously, there's also always an internal process that is going on, our internal mental processes. Let's say, for example, I have an exam, and before I go into the exam, I might be having a lot of self-doubt. Did I study hard enough? I actually don't think I did. I don't think I have the knowledge to pass this exam. What if I don't pass it and my parents are going to be disappointed? Or what if I don't get that job that I want and I'm not able to earn enough money and I won't be able to pay the bills? And we get a lot of mental processes. Or maybe we meet someone and afterwards we're wondering, was I kind enough or was I being an asshole? And these are all things that are happening inside our mind. These are things that are happening on the inside, but we can still think about those things. This is what we call metacognition. We can think about our thoughts. And ultimately, our thoughts are our reality. That is what we experience every day. We always experience our own mental chatter. Like the entire world, even though we are people inside a material world, from our subjective experience, the world is us. Like, I will never know what it's like to be you, just like you will never know what it's like to be me. So this internal process, this mental chatter, actually makes up a very large part of our life. So we can also reflect on that and basically ask ourselves, okay, how can I be kinder to myself? Or if I indeed did not study enough, how can I make it so that next time I don't feel as insecure when I haven't studied enough? So we can sort of inquire into our own mental processes and also improve those. Now, in reality, these two things always come together, right? So let's go back to that example of me approaching the girl. I make this approach. I then get rejected. Then that goes back. And that will also lead to mental chattering, right? So I do something in the external world, and then she rejects me, and then I might start getting self-doubt. Like, oh my God, maybe I'm not pretty enough. Or maybe I'm, not confident enough. And by reflecting, I can also look back. Okay, was that actually the case? Was it something internally that was wrong? Was I not being confident enough? Or did I maybe have food on my face? Was there something very much on the outside that she was rejecting me for? So those are sort of the two different levels that we can reflect on. We can either reflect on the internal processes, our thoughts, or we can reflect on the external processes, our behaviors and the world around us. Because At the end of the day, right? And I've said this a million times, and I'm going to say it a million times more, and then another million times, because the main thing that we are trying to do is we're trying to bring into alignment who we are with what we do. Now, our Western world is really good at sort of this part, the planning and action, right? We're good at planning things, we're making processes, we're taking action, and that is super duper valuable, right? It's very important that we actually manage to do things in the real world, because if we don't, we won't have water, we won't have food, we won't have shelter, we don't have technology. So all these things are really important. But the thing is, this part is also very important. Knowing who we are allows us to create a life that is actually worth living, because otherwise the risk is we are doing something that is creating value, but actually we are very miserable. And this happens to a lot of people. Many people are quite miserable, especially this day and age. Many people feel anxious, stressed out, depressed. And the way we sort of try to fix it is by just doing more, getting in the world, getting more, building more. We're just focusing on this part of the puzzle, and we need both. We need to bring into alignment who we are with what we do, and that who we are is informed through reflection, right? So reflection is really an essential part of crafting a life worth living. Okay, so practically, let's have a little look at the power of reflection. Over here, you can see our starting point. This is where we're currently at. Whenever we set a goal, right? Let's say, for example, we set a goal and we try to pursue that goal, we will most likely end up in a different place than where we were trying to end up. Now, this gap between the goal that we set and the actual result that we got is what we call the production capacity gap. So the gap between these two over here is the production capacity, that execution plus knowledge that we looked at extensively in the previous chapters, right? If we do not have the knowledge, or if we do not execute on that knowledge, there's a gap between the result that we got and the place initially we wanted to go to. But there is another gap, because the goal that we set might not have actually been the highest possible place that we could have reached inside this given time frame, right? Maybe this could have actually been the place that we could have ended. So the gap between the goal that we set and the place that we actually ended up going to is what we call the wisdom gap, right? So there's a gap between goal and result that is based on our production capacity, but then there's a gap between potential and goal that is based on wisdom, a lack of insight, a lack of wisdom, because we thought we wanted to do this marathon. We thought that was going to be our goal. But actually, maybe we wanted to and we could have done a triathlon. But because we sort of set this goal, that is where we put the bar for ourselves. And then we left a whole bunch in the tank right over here. Now, an important point to make here is that this is a very subjective thing, right? Maybe to me, a marathon seems more than a triathlon, but it's about your experience. What is the quality of your experience? That's, at the end of the day, the only thing we're trying to optimize for, right? Human well-being is very subjective, which is also why this reflection insight part is so important, because it's hard to measure, yet it is the most valuable thing that we do. Our moment-to-moment experience. Are we feeling happy? Are we feeling fulfilled? Are we feeling connected? And we don't know what the limit is to that. We do not know what peak happiness for a long period of time looks like, right? That is the journey that all of the humans are going through. So that potential is for you to figure out. By extension, that also means that we can never have a goal that is higher than our potential, right? We could have a goal that is higher than our production. So let's say, for example, this is now the new starting point, and I have set this goal over here. It could be that my result is actually higher than the initial goal I set. Like, let's say, for example, I'm starting a business and my goal is this year I'm going to make 100,000 euros. Or I'm recording a music album and like this year I want to get 10,000 music streams. And actually I make $1 million or I get 100,000 streams. So the result that I got is actually higher than the goal that I set. In that case, we can have a negative gap in the production capacity. that can never be true for the wisdom gap, because the maximal potential, by definition, is maximal. So even if they would be closer together, there will always be more potential. And that potential where we can really go, this right here, that is what we need reflection and insight for. Okay, so then practically, here is a little process of all the different things that we can reflect on. The first thing that we can reflect on is our desire. What is it that I want? Once we know what it is that we want, then we can ask ourselves the question, why do I want that? So let's say, for example, I really want to go on holiday. That's my desire. I really want to go on a holiday. Then I can ask myself the question, okay, why do I want to go on a holiday? I reflect on this, I think about this, and I realize I've been pretty stressed out lately. Work has been a lot, relationship has been a lot, everything's just been a lot. I think I should really take a holiday. Well, then we can repeat and ask ourselves the question, is that desire that I have actually the thing that is going to get me that thing that I want, that why? So maybe this desire now has changed, and actually, instead of going on a holiday, I want to go on a spa. And this process we can keep repeating until we find a desire that actually resonates very deep with that motivation. Okay, so what? Why am I doing it? Then the question is, how? How am I going to do this thing? Okay, I'm going to go to the spa. I'm going to ask some friends if they want to join. I'm going to book my tickets. I'm going to make sure we have transportation there. And then once we're there, we're just going to have a good time. We're going to come back and we make a plan. We make a plan on how to get there. And now you might already see some similarities here. There's quite some similarities with the flow that we go through in the circle of growth. And then after we've made that plan, now we do it. We go to the spa, we bring our friends, and we have an awesome day there. And that then also automatically leads to the outcome, I am feeling relaxed because we went to the spa. These are all separate parts that we can reflect on. I can reflect on my desire. What is my desire? Why is that my desire? I can reflect on the motivation. Why am I feeling stressed? What in my life is causing this stress right now? Is there something I can do about that thing that is causing stress? I can also reflect on the plan. Is that thing I planned actually going to get me there? Or did my plans get me there? Should I have changed something? Should I not have brought my friends? Or should I have used a different car rental service? Or should I have booked my tickets further in advance or not booked them at all? Right? There's also things in the planning phase that we can reflect on. Then, of course, there is always a lot to reflect on in the execution. What actually happened in that situation, right? Maybe I got into an argument with the person behind the counter. Why did I get into an argument? What was I doing there? Was I being rude? Was she being rude? Pretty much everything that happens in the execution level. And then the last thing, of course, we can also reflect on the outcome. Did I actually get the result that I wanted? Did I get to the point where I wanted to go? Now, I can already hear you think, that is a lot. There's a lot of different things to reflect on. And that then also begs the question, what is the right balance between reflecting on things and doing things? And this is where, once again, where we get into the trade-offs, right? Saying yes to one thing means saying no to everything else. And generally speaking, in our Western culture, I don't think you have to worry about reflecting too much. You could still amp up your reflection by many hours every single week, and you will still gain a lot of benefit. Now, if you're someone who already reflects a lot and who feels like they're not doing enough, then by all means, maybe try doing some more stuff. But I think generally speaking, for most people, you can reflect like 2 hours a day and still get a lot of value out of it. So yeah, I can highly encourage you to get into the reflection groove. Let's get into the reflection databases. So as always, we first go to our database collection zone. And as mentioned earlier, these two databases are quite complex. And they also already contain a lot of data, especially the reflection question database already has over 100 reflection questions inside of there. So I can highly recommend grabbing these two databases and just putting them straight into the system. Because if you want to add all of those questions manually, that is going to take a lot of time. And if you leave your email address down below, I'll send you an email with all of the resources that we're using in this masterclass, including these two databases. But we're still going to have a look at them, see how they work. Then we're also going to build a small prototype, so a small database to just show you the functionality. But then we're not going to add all of these questions manually because that would take too much time. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is open up this reflection questions database. And as you can see over here, the first property that we have is a relationship tag. And this basically allows us to sort all of our reflection questions by the element that they belong to. So we have all our questions for the daily review, the weekly review, the project tracker, etc. Then we also have per element a subcategory because, for example, for the project tracker, we have the purpose reflection questions, the sacrifice, the challenge, pretty much all of them that we looked at earlier. So then under the toggle, we have just the questions related to this particular part. And this is just simply to make the database look clean. The way we create this little toggle is by setting the sub items on. And as you can see over here, we have a parent and sub item relation, basically meaning that these are all related to the parent item of purpose, and these are all related to the sub item that you can see over here. Okay, so these are all of the reflection questions. Then over here, you can see a relationship to the reflections database. And this is the database in which we're going to make the actual reflections, in which we're going to write down all of our reflections. And the reason we have a separate database for this is so that we can create unlimited entries in that database and link them to a single question, which makes it very easy to scale all the answers, but still classify them per every particular question. And then the last thing that we have over here is a reminder. And these reminders are basically written down for many of the reflection questions. And as the word suggests, they give us a reminder on how to fill in this question. So, for example, we have the question over here. What is the main SMART goal of this project? And then over here, we have a little overview of what a SMART goal is and how to set one. So it's a reminder on how we can answer this reflection question. Okay. The other database that we have is the actual reflections database. Now, we're going to do a brief overview of this one, but this one we're first going to build because this is where the complexity really comes. Over here, we have a property in which we can write down the actual reflections that we make. And then on the right, you can see that this reflections database is related to all of the elements in which it is used. Now, currently you're seeing this little triangle here because these relationships are to the database from the original Notion of Life system. So we will have to relink these later. So we'll have to do this part of it manually. But for now, I'm first just going to show you how to build this structure. And then all the way on the left here, you can see to which question these reflections are related. This is not going to make a lot of sense right now, I am aware, but it's going to make a sense in a moment. So let's start building this from scratch. First thing we're going to do, we're going to do an inline just to make it a little more clearer. Let's create a reflection questions database. Okay. And the second thing we're going to do is create a reflections database. Now, in here, I'm going to write down a few questions. What am I grateful for today? What went well today? What could I have done better today? Okay. These might be reflection questions that we ask ourselves during the daily review. So what I want to do now is that for this question, I want to be able to write an answer. And that answer, I want to write here in the reflections database, right? This over here. I'm just going to call this reflection. And we're just going to call this reflection question. This might be an answer to the question, what am I grateful for today? I'm grateful for everyone who's watching this masterclass. But now, of course, we need a way to connect this question to this reflection. And the way we do that, you might have already guessed that by now, is we're going to create a relational database. So I'm going to say, okay, this question database, I'm going to connect that to, that's the one I want to connect it to. Okay, perfect. So now I can actually fill in and say, okay, this one's related to the question, what am I grateful for today? But of course, we want to be prompted by the questions, right? In our reviews, we want to have the questions so that we can just answer them. So we actually want to link it from the other way around. So for example, in my daily review, I see these questions, and then I'm going to say, okay, I am grateful for everyone who's watching this masterclass. And maybe what went well today, I would click here, and then I would make the recording. I would add a new page, and then boom, that could be my reflection. This could already work, right? This could already work because now we have a reflection question database that we can fill in. Okay, so now we have connected the reflections that we've made to an actual question. But the thing is, we don't just want to connect it to a question, because we also want to connect it to the template inside of the element in which we asked that question. So for example, when we are answering the questions for a project, I want to see to which project they were an answer. And for example, with this daily review, this is a great reflection. Like, I'm grateful for everyone who watches this masterclass. I can see which question it belongs to, but I cannot yet see to which review it belongs. And to be able to do that, we will also need to create a relationship to the daily review. So I'm going to add that relationship over here. So now I can say this question belongs to, for example, December 24th. So I made this reflection on this question during that daily review. And we also want to do that for the project tracker and for the weekly review and for all the other places in which we have reflection questions. We always want to see to which one a reflection is linked. This then begs the question, what is the easiest way to set this up in such a way that we can make these reflections without a lot of effort? Because we could paste this view into our daily review. So let's say, for example, I'm just going to go into the daily review template, and we could say linked version of the reflection questions database that we just made. We have the questions related to this review, but I would have to go in here, write my review, open this page up, and then manually collect it to the review that I'm just doing today. That is a lot of unnecessary steps. Okay, so that is not what we're going to do. The other option might be, okay, instead, I'm going to make a linked view of the reflections database. And I'm just going to write my reflection in here. And actually, beforehand, I'm already going to set this filter. I'm going to say daily review contains this daily review template. And now when I make a review, it doesn't work for templates because we have to set it to an actual date. So let's say, for example, 24th. I can make this review, but it's already going to be set to the daily review. So now I can answer my question. But now the problem is that we don't have a question yet, because now we would have to manually add the question that it belongs to. And the whole thing with these things is we want the questions to prompt what we want to say. Then we want to make the reflection, and we want that to be connected to the actual review. So this is where we have a nice little workaround. I'll just show you how this works. Basically, what we want to do is we want to group the reflections database by the question that they are linked to. So I'm just going to add one more question over here. What went well today? And a third question. I'm going to call that one, what could I have done better today? Right? So these will be the questions that we want to ask ourselves. Then we're going to go in here and we're going to say, group my reflections database by these questions. And now we're getting somewhere, because now we have these toggles over here. All right, I'm just going to hide that title. And whenever I make an entry in a grouping, we've looked at this before, it will automatically be assigned the group that it belongs to. So now we have this question over here. What am I grateful for today? We can write our reflection right over there, and it's automatically linked to both the question and the daily review. Now, this is what we want. We want one button and everything to be automatically linked. So now the only question becomes, how do we make this look pretty? And the way we do that is by saying layout, and we turn that into a list. And for the properties, we just want to see that reflection. And now, just like this, we can simply have this in our daily review. And this might look familiar because we've already did this in the project tracker. I can just open this toggle and I can make a new reflection. Boom. Just like that, we can add a reflection to our database. Now, there's one issue with this thing. And that issue is that Notion is a little bit glitched. Because normally when we make groupings, what we can do over here is we can say, which groups do I want to show over here? So I can toggle this off, hide empty groups. And actually, I'm going to do this manually. So I'm going to remove one of these questions as an example. And then over here, I'm going to say, I want you to show me. Oh, actually, that's hiding. I want you to show me these questions. Now, you might think this looks great, but for some reason, I have no clue why this happens. It's a bug in Notion. If you have an empty grouping like this, and you create a filter like this in the template, once every now and then it will just reset. Like this whole grouping, everything will just be hidden. Which completely defeats the purpose because these questions would then literally, like you would open this page, and this is what you would see. 4 hidden groups. So in order to fix that, what I've done is add a placeholder reflection to each of the questions. And this placeholder is this X. And then basically I say the daily review either contains 24th of December, or it contains this X. And I'm thinking that did not. Actually, reflection contains X. So now it will always show the X. And if we add this X to all of the related questions, so I'm going to add that to the what went well today and to what I could have done better today. We now have a placeholder page for each of these reflections. So if you see this little X in the databases, the only reason it's there is to make sure the structure doesn't break down. So just don't touch it, just leave it there, and then everything should be perfectly fine. Okay, so now we built this very simple reflections database. There's a few more things that we want to add. Because for each of these reflections, we want to have that reminder that I was talking about earlier. Now, the reminder we're going to write down in the questions part of the database, so in the questions database. So, for example, the question is, what am I grateful for today? And then over here, I'm going to create a text, and I'm going to call this reminder. And over here, I'm going to write down which events, people you are grateful for. So this has now become the reminder. Then what I'm going to do on this reflections database, because that is where I want to see the reminder, I'm actually going to create a rollup. So I'm going to say rollup from this reflection question. I want to grab the reminder. I'm just going to put that over here. Just going to unwrap these columns for a moment. We're going to actually create that same view that we just did inside the daily review. So for example, we're going to group them by reflection question. And now you can see when I make a new entry here, because it is already related to this question, if I would open it, write something here, I'm going to get that reminder nice and visible at the top. So I'm going to call that one the reminder. And then the last thing that we want to add to this reflection side here is the actual writing space in which we write down our reflections. So this will actually be the space in which we write down our reflections. So this can usually become like a very big piece of text. And this is where we sort of give like a little title to the reflection, but this is where we do the actual writing. So I'm just going to customize this layout a little bit. I'm going to say, move this to panel. And then over here, we're going to put the writing space. And under it, we're going to put the reminder. I'm going to turn this off. And boom. Now we have a very clean little notebook style page that we can use to write down our reflections. Okay. There's a few more things that we need to solve because we now have these reflections that we can answer per question, which is really nice. But obviously now we only have 3 questions in here. What if we would, for example, I'm just going to grab a few from here. What if we actually had just add them like that? I think I should be able to add it like this. Okay, so adding these questions would mean that over here, we now see all of these questions. And we only want to see the questions related to the specific template or to the specific part of the template that we're working on. So we want to apply 2 filters. The first one is only show me all of the questions that are relevant for this view. And then the second one is automatically relate these to the template that I'm doing. So for example, for our daily startup, I'm just going to call this daily startup. That will mean we create a filter. I'm going to create an advanced filter, and I'm going to say reflection question contains either what am I grateful for, what went well today, or what could I have done better. I only want to see reflections related to one of those particular questions. So what would happen now if I would add an answer over here? Random answer to this question. It is not going to show up because, and this is the part where it's easy to get confused. You might think, but we just filled in part of this question. Yes, but we are looking at the reflections database here. And we are saying, I don't want to see any reflections that have a relationship to any other question than these 3. So this question, this reflection over here is related to this question. I don't want to see that. So this one will stay empty, right? Even if I would add a page here, add a new question, it is automatically also going to be linked to one of these daily review questions. Because if it's not, boom, it's not going to show up right here. So that's why we set this filter. Any question that we answer now is automatically related to that particular question. The reason why we set all 3 questions is because if we only set one, let's say, for example, we would only set this first question. If I would then answer this third question over here, this one is going to be related to the first one. And you can see over here, it's going to be related to the first one because it's automatically going to force the grouping on here to make this filter make sense. So we need to have all 3 of the questions. Okay. Then the second filter that we want to create is that we want to say we want all of these reflections to be related to the daily review template. Cannot select the template here. We can only do that inside of the template. So let's say, for example, I want it to be related to December 24th. And as you can see now over here, it's only going to show me reflections related to December 24th. Let me actually get another date to show you like what an empty date looks like. December 25. We haven't made any reflections for December 25. So all of these pages are currently empty. Now, you might be wondering, okay, but why are we still seeing all of these questions? Well, that's because in this grouping, we have not hidden all empty groups. However, if we hide all empty groups, all questions are going to disappear. So we do not want to hide all empty groups. We just want to hide the ones that aren't relevant. So practically speaking, this should be our setup, right? We now have questions for the daily startup. I can just create a page here and answer it, right? If we could have this for every single view, perfect. But this is what I was mentioning earlier. this view alone is not enough, because if I'm going to open this page, and I'm going to do that randomly, maybe it will even do it on my first attempt here. Maybe we just go out and go back in. Okay. Sometimes when this is in the template, the whole thing just collapses. And this is very annoying when you've just set up 10 questions for a template and the whole thing just collapses and you have to do everything by hand again. So that is why we have this placeholder of an X. So what we do here in this filter, we actually take this one, the daily review one, and we turn it into a group. And we're going to say either it contains this daily review or the reflection contains X. And like this, we make sure we always have this placeholder X in there. But whenever we click a page, this is the new reflection. And then over here, we have our writing space and we have our reminder based on the question that just created. And this is basically how we create reflection views inside this system. So let's do one more just to walk you through it. Let's take, for example, this week's reflections. Let's take this one. Okay, so weekly review. I'm just going to grab these questions here. Going to take those out. Going to go into the reflection questions database. I'm just going to paste these in. And I'm just going to add some reminders. Don't be too hard on yourself. You have learned from this experience. I'm just going to add this reminder. Let me just wrap these columns real quick. Okay. Now we have these 3 new questions for our weekly review. So we want to create a new view. And this one we're going to call weekly reflections. Now, once again, I'm going to turn this into a list. And that's going to remove the title, weekly reflections. Done. Boom. Okay, I'm going to hide this database title. So now the first thing we want to do is we want to sort it by reflection question. So I'm going to say group. I'm going to say group all of these reflections by their particular question. Now it's going to show me all of the reflections in here. And it's actually not yet going to show me this weekly review question because they don't have a reflection over here yet. You could either add the group from here without an entry, or we could simply make an entry here. And now it's actually going to be related. So let me just add all of those groups. Group already exists. 1. Group already exists. 3. Boom. Okay. So now what we want to do is we only want to show the reflection questions related to the weekly reflection, right? We don't want to have all these other questions. So we're going to add this filter. And we're going to say reflection question database. I'm going to make this advanced filter. Contains. And then we click these 3 questions over here. Okay, that already looks a lot cleaner. But now also we want to relate it to the particular weekly review that we are doing. And we would have to add a filter that says it is related to this weekly review. But before we can do that, we will have to make a relationship to the weekly review database. So we're going to make that relationship over here. Relation, weekly review. Boom. And then now we can say, okay, weekly review. And weekly review contains weekly review template. I'm going to turn this into a group because if we would only have is related to weekly review template, these pages are going to be empty. And because we want to prevent this bug that is inside of Notion, we also have to relate it to the page with the title X. Now, currently you don't see the X pop up yet. And the reason you don't see this X pop up yet is because actually there is no reflection called X which is related to these weekly review questions. So what we need to do is for each of these questions, we just need to make one entry for a page X. There's going to be a new page. We're going to open that up. And we're actually going to link all the questions that we want in one particular view. So now we have these 3 questions, the same ones we put in the filter. We linked them to this X reflection, and now this filter works. And just like that, we've created our weekly reflections. We could go into our weekly review template. And then over here, you can see it's the exact same structure. We could just linked view of database from this reflections database. Give me my weekly reflections. And boom. Just like that, we've created our reflections. And now as I'm doing my weekly review, I can just fill in these questions. It will open up with the reminder, and then let me fill this in. It will open up with the reminder. I can write in the writing space. Actually, we created the reminder for this one. Let me just open this one. And that is how it works. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're actually going to go to the existing databases that I shared with you. I'll just turn these ones into pages for now, because there's one last problem, and that is that all of these linked databases are actually linked to the original databases from which we grabbed this template. So what we want to do is we actually want to edit this property and say, I'm going to turn that to text. I'm just going to turn it back into a relation. And now I'm going to actually connect it to our own weekly review. I'm going to add that relationship. And we're later on going to do the same for the monthly, quarterly, and yearly, but we haven't created those yet. I'm going to do the same for the project tracker. So I'm going to unlink it. And then I'm going to relink it to our own project tracker, add relation. And later on, we'll also do that for all of these other ones. The daily review I also did before. So we actually have to relink those, and only after relinking them, now all of the views are fixed. And then we can start adding them to our templates. So let's go into our daily review template, because there we haven't yet edited the reflection questions. I'm just going to open this one up. I'm going to delete this one. And actually over here, we're now going to add empty view, reflections database, daily startup. Right, these are our startup questions. And then we just double check whether this filter is set to daily review template. Boom. Perfect. We've added the questions. And then we're going to do the same during our shutdown. Right? Initially, we wrote these questions here. We're actually going to take all of those out. Empty view, reflections, daily shutdown. And same for the shutdown. We're going to hide this. And we're going to look, is this filter set to the daily review template? Boom. Create into a little to-do schedule in Notion calendar, because we've now explored the Notion calendar as well. And there we have our daily shutdown questions, our daily startup questions. And if we were to now open up one of these pages, December 25, it's going to load in this reflections database. And then inside of here, I can answer this question. Open it up and write my reflection inside of here. And this reflection is now going to be both related to this daily review and to this reflection questions. And the power of relating it to the actual review is what we looked at earlier during this weekly review template, is that we can easily look back at all of the reflections that we made during the past week. And similarly, during our monthly and quarterly review, we can look back to all of the questions we made during our weekly review. So by doing this, we can structure and layer these reflections on top of each other. And as we're getting into the longer review cycles in the next chapters, you will see how this makes sense. Okay, I am very much aware that was a complicated, very complicated setup. I wish there was an easier way to do this, but this is the best way that I found it. Because I'm always trying to optimize, like setting it up on the back end. I'm willing to invest some more time. And then on the front end, I just want it to be crisp. I want it to be easy, just click and play. And this is the way to do it, right? Once you have those questions in there, you can just answer per question. You can easily layer them on top of each other. So that is the reflection questions and the reflection database. I am impressed that you've made it this far into the masterclass. And if you are here, then the Notion of Life WhatsApp community is perfect for you. This is a place for all the true Notion and self-development lovers. It's a high-value environment in which we can learn with and from each other on everything Notion and personal development. And the way we ensure this environment is by having an exclusive community that is based on an application process. So even though the whole thing is free of charge, we still want to filter and make sure that everybody in the community feels engaged and is actively adding value. And to sort of set the example, and as a little cherry on top, anyone in the community can drop template requests and I will build them for free and share them with all of you. So if you want to apply for this community, then I can highly recommend going to the link in the description, and who knows, maybe I will see you on the other side. All right, let's get back to the masterclass. Okay, now after that complicated database, let's do something a little simpler, namely the monthly review. And as the name suggests, this is the review that we have to start and end our months with clarity and intent. It is related to the following elements: the daily review, by having all the rating scores during our daily review in a nice little chart during our monthly review. Then it's also connected to the quarterly review, where we take the reflections that we do every month and sort of look back on them at the end of the quarter. Similarly, we do that with the yearly review. Then we also have the action tracker linked here so that we can see all of the actions that we've been doing in the past month, or rather all of the hours of work we've been doing. And it's connected to the habit tracker in the sense that we use this moment to sort of see which habits we want to build, which habits we maybe have integrated, or which habits we have terminated. And lastly, we will have a quick check-in with the SMART goals and the reflection questions that we have inside of our different active projects. So those are the connections. And actually, there's also the knowledge database. I should have remembered that, because we are also going to give that rating score that we talked about earlier, where we can bring it actually from 1 to 2 diamonds to the highest rating of 3 diamonds. And of course, we have our reflection questions that we just explored in this previous section. Okay, so in this flowchart over here, you can see the monthly review is on the same level with the goals and the habits. And that actually means that during our monthly review, we check in with all of our SMART goals. And additionally, we also take this moment, like I just said, to potentially set any new habits or terminate or ingrain any of the habits that we have been trying to build. The key goal of the monthly review is to start and end our months with clarity and intent. So this is very similar to the weekly review. The main difference here, though, is that during the monthly review, we have a medium level reflection and reviewing. And what we mean by that is that as we have these review cycles over here, the longer the review cycle, or sort of the bigger the review cycle, the deeper that we go. So during a daily review, for example, we have some reflections, we have some process reviewing, but they're pretty shallow and they're pretty short term. Whereas in the weekly review, the reflections are a little deeper and we take a bit more time to reflect. And this pattern sort of continues as we go bigger into these review cycles, right? So in the monthly review, we have even deeper questions. And then quarterly and yearly review, we really dig deep. So not only do these reviews feed into each other, but we also go a bit deeper into the substance for each of these different reviews. Now, here is a little overview to show you the power of this. We could conceptualize our understanding as a tree. And this could be both understanding on a knowledge level, but it can also be understanding on a wisdom level. And as we are growing our understanding, we sort of have our foundational layer all the way at the bottom. So this is sort of our foundational understanding of everything. These are the first principles that we are living our lives by. Now, from this tree start stemming these branches. And for example, this might be a piece of insight into okay, I want to be a compassionate person, right? That is the first branch. Being compassionate is a good thing to have. Then stemming from that compassion, there might be some more understanding that is, when I say kind words to people, that is a way for me to show compassion. So being kind is a way for me to show compassion. Then from that might stem an even smaller branch that says, okay, the way to say kind words to people is by giving them compliments on what they're wearing, or by telling them that their face looks really good. So we sort of layer these things onto each other. But as we are reflecting, we might actually come to the conclusion that a certain branch that we thought was true is actually not true, or it is slightly different. So with this example, we might actually come to the realization that yes, being compassionate is something that is important to me, but saying kind words to people maybe isn't the best way to be compassionate, or maybe that's not a way that resonates with me. Maybe a way for me to be compassionate is to do things that I know are good for other people by facilitating them in a way, or maybe by being tough to them, but from a loving place. So this might be a new insight that I've gotten that sort of cuts off this tree and that invalidates all of the branches that are stemming out of this deeper branch. And sometimes it invalidates it completely, right? This is completely invalidated. Sometimes it might also mean we have to sort of reconfigure this. And this goes both for reflection as well as for knowledge. So for example, with knowledge, we could have a branch where it's like, okay, I have understanding of design, and a sub-branch of design might be visual design. And a sub-branch of visual design might be color theory, and then a little leaflet on that color theory might be that the color red encourages people to purchase things. But then maybe later at some point I learned that actually the color theory that I have been taught is false. There's no scientific proof for this. I just thought this was true. And that sort of invalidates this whole branch of knowledge that I have built on top of that. Now, the deeper the cut in the tree, both the more painful it is, as well as the more knowledge or more wisdom we have to recontextualize or rediscover. Because if I cut off this very deep branch, all this stuff that I thought to be true is actually not true. And this is also a reason why lots of people feel like reflection is a little bit confronting, or might not really want to take the time for it, because it can be very painful. It can be very painful to invalidate something that you thought was true. And especially when there are these deeper things. And that is sort of what is happening at these longer term review cycles, right? Like a monthly or even yearly. We get into that deep matter. And this is where a lot of deep generation happens, right? Very deep insight leads to deep generation and lots of value being created. But very often that also means confronting something that is very uncomfortable in the moment. So yeah, the deeper we get, the more value, but we also have to be sort of understanding that sometimes that means letting go of things. Okay, that being said, let's get into the notion building. So database collection zone is really starting to come together. Nice seeing this. I'm starting to get some recognition here. And actually, we are going to create another page. And this one's going to be the monthly review, right? And we're going to turn that into a table because, as always, database first design. And as you might also notice, I try to have icons that also have a little bit of overlap between the overarching zone. So for example, all of these have like stars and planets, and they're all yellow. So we can recognize, okay, those are all the review databases. And then here we try to be trees, seedlings, and the fire to burn the whole place down. I don't know why the fire icon. So it's not as strict as with, for example, the colors and the circles, which is a way of using the emojis to denote it a little bit better. Okay, we're going to have the master table. And I'm actually going to add these sparkles right over here. And this database is actually going to be very simple because we only have two properties. The first one is going to be the name of the month. And the second one is going to be the date span. And we've also done this before. And yeah, this element is a little bit simpler because we already built the weekly review and the monthly review has a lot of overlap with the weekly review. So let's go and create this template. And I'm going to say, this is the monthly review template. And we can give this one an icon, but we don't have to because I made custom, a cover. We can give this a cover, but I made custom covers for all the months. So you can also just add those manually and I'll show those to you later. Actually, you can see them over here. So for example, we could have the January cover and we could add that when it is the January month. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to customize this layout, move to panel. Less is more. You might have noticed this by now. I always try to reduce the clutter on the page as much as possible. Less is more. We focus on the functionality. We can add little tidbits for aesthetics. You can also add more for aesthetics, but I always try to take away as much as possible. So what are we actually going to add over here? We're going to say, make this date span, and that's it. Boom. Remove this comment section. Beautiful. Very simple header. Then the first chapter is going to be reflection and insight. Over here, very similar to the weekly review, the first thing we're going to do is have a linked view of the reflections database. But before we do that, we first will need to link this relation, because like I mentioned in the last chapter, these are not yet related. So now that we've actually created this database, we can start linking this to the proper database. So I'm just going to say relationship to monthly review. Do we need a two-way? We don't. I'm going to add that relationship. I'm going to go back into that template. And now we can go into the reflections database and we're going to say upcoming month. So very similar to what we do with the weekly review, we have a view over here with reflection questions that we fill in for the upcoming month. So at the end of the monthly review, we create the review for the next month and we just fill in these two questions. And then also similarly, we are going to have a view in which we have all of the reflections that we made during our previous weeks. Now, currently there's only one reflection in here, but as you're using the system and as you're making your reflections, we will have toggles for all of the questions in our weekly reviews, and you will see all of the reflections that you've made. And on the left here, you can see on which date you made them. So you can sort of just scroll through them, and I'll just quickly show you what that looks like. It's basically the same structure as that we have here for the previous days, but then we're going to have it with all of the previous week's reflections. So that's what we're going to have over here. Just a little real-time check-in with all of the reflections we made during the previous weeks. Then the next thing that we're going to do is once again very similar to what we did with the weekly review, but we're going to do it on a monthly scale. So we're going to look at all of the day ratings that we made, and we're going to look at the hours that we worked, both per day and also per project. So to do that, we'll need to go into the databases and actually create a bunch of new views, but it's going to be relatively easy because what we can simply do is get this one over here. We can simply duplicate this because we want to have the exact same view, except that we want to set this filter and say, show me all of the entries that are made on or after 1 month ago, right? So now it's going to show me all of the ratings I made in the past month. Now, we would have to add a few more to show what that looks like. That goes from 15, so let's just say December 14. We can say December 13. We can say December 12th, 11, 10. We're just adding some more data in here. And then you can see that actually we have more ratings. And if we filled in all of our daily reviews, this will be 30 little bars, just sort of showing you the ratings as we are going through the month. Now, next we're going to go into the action tracker, and also simply going to duplicate this view. And these are the hours worked, and we're going to call this hours worked per past month. And then once again, we're going to change this filter, and we're going to say, show me all of the actions that I did in the last month. So on or after 1 month ago. But then we're also going to change this date property and set it to week. So we're going to see per week how many hours we have done. And then the last one that we're going to do, and actually I have to add the emoji here for beautiful, is we're going to do the same over here with the hours worked per project. And once again, we're going to just change that. By saying filter, show me everything I've done in the past month. And we can leave the rest just as it is. So now it's just going to show us all of the hours that we did per project for the whole previous month. Then we're going to go back into this template, and I'm going to say empty view. And first I want to have daily review, daily ratings of the past month. Hide that title. Daily ratings. And then from the action tracker, I want to grab, boom, that's one. And then that. See, sometimes Notion has a few little glitches like this one. I guess we just got to work with what we got. I'm just going to add these, boom. Beautiful. Okay, add that graph. And then the last thing that we're going to do, so this is all just sort of reviewing and checking back in with things that we've already done. And then the last thing we're going to add is the actual reflection questions that we've made for the monthly review. Now, something to keep in mind here is that these are a lot of questions. And once again, I want to emphasize the designing for modularity principle. Take what is useful and discard the rest. The fact that there is 13 different questions in here doesn't mean you have to answer all of these questions. You can simply go into the reflections database, remove the ones that you don't want. You don't even have to completely remove them. You can just take them away from the filter. You can also just not fill them in when you're doing your monthly review. So this is just a way to encourage you, to help you think about certain questions, but you don't have to fill in everything, right? So this is just a way to prompt yourself. And if you're feeling like it, you can do all of them. And if you're not feeling like it, you can also just do one or two. So yeah, once again, design for modularity, and we don't have to be perfect. I'm just going to shorten these a little bit so that actually everything shows. In one nice, neat tab. Okay, that's the reflections and insight part of the monthly review. Then the next part is the actual reviewing. So once again, the actual reviewing is about the process. It's about the mechanistical parts of our entire system. The first thing that we are going to do is check in with all of our SMART goals. And to do this, we need to create a special view in the reflections database. So I'm going to go into the reflections database, and I'm actually just going to randomly duplicate one of these because it's part of the project tracker. And we're going to say active SMART goals. So the question that I want to see is, what is the SMART goal that you are currently trying to work on? But I only want to see the SMART goal from the active projects. So we will need to create a new property inside this database that can help us measure whether a project is active. And the way to do that is by creating a rollup. So we've already connected the reflections database to the project tracker. So over here, I'm actually going to go to this property. This is a rollup. And then from that project tracker, I'm going to grab the status. And what I want to show is the original. Now, if I answer a question inside this project tracker, related to the project tracker, rather, it's going to give me the project status right over here. So let's say, for example, I just make this new reflection, and it's related to what is my main SMART goal for this project. And over here, it is related to this Build the Notion of Life project. Over here, we can see that the project status is active. And that is what we want, because now what we can then do in this view that we just created, which I did not, there we go, did not rename. We can remove this group, which is what we're going to do, if I can find the button. Remove grouping. And actually, I'm going to say filter, remove, reflection questions contain SMART goal. What is the main SMART goal? And then project status is active. Boom. And now it's only going to show me the reflections for all of the SMART goals that we have for our active projects. And then over here, I can go into properties. I can show which project it is related to. And I will also add the formatted date in the front right over there. I could even add this. And just like this, we can now see all our active SMART goals for our projects. So this is one we want to add to our monthly review template. Reflections, we go in there. Or once again, we don't. Reflections, yes. Flop, and then active SMART goals. Okay, so this is the first one that we check in. This is the one we really want to get down. So if we take any review for the project questions, we want to focus on the SMART goals. So what is a SMART goal? Let's spend a little more time on this. SMART goals are intermediary goals that sort of bring our abstract and long-term vision goals into a more concrete description. So let's say, for example, a vision goal might be, in 10 years, I want to have a career from which I can sustain myself and can sustain children. That is very abstract, and vision goals tend to be more abstract. A SMART goal might then be, within the coming year, I want to have a job that earns me $50K a year. That is already much more specific. And then from that SMART goal, we create a project, which is sort of the engine to work towards that SMART goal, and we can reverse engineer into milestones and into actions. But as we are pursuing a SMART goal, it might be that the goal changes as we are working on it. So maybe 6 months in, I realize that $50K goal was not realistic. Or maybe that I've already gone past that. Or maybe that actually I don't want to have a job, but I want to start a business instead. So our SMART goals can change. And during the monthly review, we would just check in with those goals to see if they are still relevant, to see if we are still on track to reach them. And it is perfectly fine to change your goals. Like, a goal is a way of orienting ourselves in the world. A goal is not a thing to be reached in and of itself. Like, reaching a goal just for the sake of the goal is a great way to become miserable, because you can become very obsessed and you lose joy in the process and you become centered around the outcome. Now, does that mean you should quit whenever it gets hard? Definitely not. That is why we check in every month, right? On a day-to-day basis, we go through the shit. If we're not feeling it, we just keep going because we set this direction for ourselves. But then when we're in a more reflective state of mind, once a month, we check in with our SMART goals. And similarly, once a quarter, we check in with our vision goals, right? So we take some time, sit back and reflect. Is this still the SMART goal I want to pursue? And that's why we have this view over here. All of our SMART goals neatly laid out, and we can just edit our SMART goals over here. Now, what I usually do is that when I have a SMART goal over here, so let's say, for example, this SMART goal is indeed before the end of the year, I want to have a job with which I can earn $50K a year. Okay, let's say, for example, that is a SMART goal. If I change this SMART goal as I'm working on it, I will very often just make an edit and just write the new SMART goal over here. I'm actually going to change it before the end of the year. I want to make 50K with freelance work, right? Like that, I will edit the SMART goal, and if it is a small edit, we can maintain the project. If it is a very big edit, then maybe it makes more sense to just sunset the project, delete it, and then make a new one. Because it will be a different thing that we're trying to pursue. Okay, the next thing that we're going to do is potentially checking in with our broader project reflections, right? Because for every project, we make more reflections. Now, you don't have to spend a lot of time on this. This is an optional one. But if you feel like you just want to explore some of those reflections, for example, see if it's still challenging enough or see if something changed in the complexity, then this is also a moment to sort of go into your projects and look at the different reflection questions. So we're just going to create a few for that over here. I'm just going to go duplicate this one. I'm going to add some sparkles. I'm actually going to call this project reflections. The filter is already right because we have the status on active. And we're going to change the layout to list. And we're going to have these properties. We're actually going to add the progress one. And we're going to add the days past date. And just like this, we have all our projects ready to go. And then actually we can just also add the next view that we will also use, which is going to be the next up project view. And that one's pretty much going to be the same as the active project view. The only difference we're making here is that we're changing this one to next up. Boom. That's actually not true. We're going to turn this into a list. Let me actually give some... Let me actually add some entries over here so that we actually have some projects over here. And we're going to add the property of next up. I almost forgot about this. And then the date span on the right. Because if you remember earlier when we built the project tracker, we added this extra property which shows us when we have the project scheduled. So it looks at the date span and then it tells us how many days do we currently have before we enter this first part of the date span. And this one over here has not been scheduled yet, right? Because it doesn't have a date span. But if I were to put this in and say, okay, this project is actually planned for January, I can see it will start in 6 days. So as we are doing our monthly review, we can quickly check in which projects are upcoming. And if they're almost starting, then we can either start them or we can reschedule them if they no longer make sense. And the way that we plan projects ahead is by looking at our vision goals. And we're going to explore that in one of the next chapters. But there you'll sort of see that we can use projects and already plan them ahead to plan towards vision goals. But more on that later. Okay, we're also going to get the other project checker view that we just created, called Project Reflections. Drag that one over here. Okay, so that is the goal / project level of the review that we do here. Now, the last thing that we do for this action review is the habit management. So now we're going to look at all of our habits and see if anything needs to change. Are there any new habits that we're trying to build? Are there any of the existing habits that have now become integrated because we've been doing them for a month or 2 months? Or are there any habits that need to be terminated that we were trying to build, but we've actually come to the realization, I'm no longer interested in that habit right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into our habit tracker database, and I'm actually going to create a new view. I'm just going to duplicate this one. And then I'm going to call this habit management. And I'm going to hide the status because we are going to group it by status. So we no longer need that property. And just like that, Usually we don't have habits without a set, so I'll just delete those. And just like that, we have building, integrated, and terminated. And now what we can do is once we've added this view to this review section, we can simply drag and drop any habit. So if we're like, okay, meditation, I have a 75% hit rate. I don't feel that's really ingrained yet. But reading a book, I have a 100% hit rate. And let's say I got like 20 entries, for example. I could be like, okay, this feels like it's integrated now. And then I can just drag it right over here. And maybe hitting the gym, I'm like, okay, this one we're just going to terminate. And then over here, when I want to build a new habit, I can simply add a page, taking cold showers. Gonna do that 5 times per week at 8 o'clock in the evening. It's gonna take 5 minutes at home in the shower. And just like that, we can easily manage our habits during our monthly review. Okay, so I'm gonna collapse that one back in. And then the next part is going to be the knowledge review. And this one is once again very similar to what we were doing for the... Actually, I forgot to add some text here. This one should be action review, knowledge review. Very similar to what we're doing during the weekly review, but we're taking everything a level higher. So we're going to go into our knowledge database. We're going to take this knowledge rating, duplicate it, but now, instead of showing 1 to 3 stars and then 1 and 2 diamonds, I just want to see all the diamond options. So we're just going to hide these, and we're going to drag that one to 3 diamonds. So, and also we're going to say last edited is on or after a month ago. So all of the knowledge pieces that we touched in the last month that have been either set to 1 or 2 diamonds, we now have the opportunity to upgrade those. So we can either take them from 1 to 2 diamonds, or from 2 to 3, or from 1 to 3, right? So we can have a little extra update. And if we do that, what you will see over here, just gotta go knowledge database, knowledge rating, is that once again, the amount of days that we have left to work on this knowledge piece increases. So let's say, for example, these reflections of Nietzsche, currently I have 74 days left to work on them. If I were to drag them to this 3 diamond place, now I have 89 days to work on them. So once again, we increase that score and we increase the amount of time we have to work on this specific knowledge piece. And these knowledge pieces are also going to be the ones we'll see during our yearly review. And we're going to have a small list of all of the most important knowledge that we have generated. So through this flow, through this process, over time, we are filtering, and we leave only those gems, only the information that is valuable to us, right? It's very contextual, the information that's valuable to us. So we have the knowledge rating right here during our monthly review. And then the other thing that we do related to the knowledge database is, instead of looking at all the open knowledge, we're actually going to look at all the completed knowledge. And we're going to say days left is 0. So am I speaking the truth there? Yes. So we're going to say days left is 0. And last edited is on or after 1 month ago. So now it's going to show me all of the knowledge pieces that I have completed in the last month. And we're going to add one little property here that I sneaked in earlier when we were creating this knowledge database, which is called exempt. Because I've created a button that allows us to exempt a knowledge piece from this flow. Now, I want to be very clear. We want to use this super sparingly. So don't just go exempt on everything. But if there is a knowledge piece that's either all the way maxed out or for some reason you still want to keep in your flow or in your dashboards, there's a button here. And when you press that, the days left becomes 4.2 forever. That's just a little inside joke. But pretty much you will just always be able to see it. And the moment you unexempt it, it goes back to the actual days. So we'll give ourselves that option during the monthly review, because then what we can do, we don't necessarily need that one over there. We can add this, and we can say completed knowledge. So at the end of the month, we have the opportunity to look at all of the knowledge items that we've completed during the last month. If none of them need anything, then it's just a good reminder, okay, that is all the stuff we're now leaving behind. And if there's something we want to make exempt, we can simply press it and it will be saved for later revisiting. Okay. Next part of the review is going to be, actually, H2 was okay. Review our finances. And we do not have a system inside Notion of Life. I initially did not think it was relevant. I'm also not quite sure if it is better than doing something outside, both for security reasons, but also just I feel like banking apps already have pretty good tracking. And yeah, maybe you could do something with budgeting. If you want to see something finance related, if you want to see dedicated finance database inside of a Notion of Life, let me know and I would be more than happy to create one. But for now, it is just a checklist that we have over here with a few things that we can do, like pay all our open bills, check if we still have outstanding requests that need to be paid, maybe check in with our cash flow, check in with investments. We can all do that at the end of every month. And that already brings us to the end of this review. Now, one thing you might notice is that as we are progressing in building this system, things become easier to build because we have the core infrastructure, and once things are set, it becomes easier and easier to keep adding things. So the beginning of the system is really hard to build, hard to understand, but as we're progressing right now, you can see we pretty much built a fully functional template in like 25 minutes, and we can just use this like for many, many years. And this is, I mean, you can make like small tweaks, but yeah, 25 minutes to build a very robust, maybe even anti-fragile template. Just goes to show what good core infrastructure can do. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a button, and we're going to say create new review, very similar to what we did with that weekly review. We're going to give it that sparkle. Once again, we're going to have a little confirmation, and the confirmation is going to say, don't forget to fill in the intentions that you want to set for the upcoming month. And once again, also a gentle reminder to give ourselves a little reward. It's like, let's do it. Yes, sir. Or nope. And also here, I'm going to add some formula magic, because what we want to do when we press this button is we want to create the monthly review for the upcoming month. So we're going to add a page to the monthly review database, and we're going to add that as a template, the template that we're currently building. And then for the month name property, I want it to automatically take the upcoming month date. So this formula takes the upcoming month. I'm going to put that as the name. And then the date span, I want it to take also the upcoming month. And then the last thing I want to do is I want to open this page in a full page so that we can actually fill in those reflections that we just created. And then we're going to say done. And we're going to have that button right over there. And now whenever we press that button, it's going to prompt us to not forget to fill in our intentions and to not forget to reward ourselves. And then boom, let's do it. The name is automatically filled in. date span automatically filled in. And then over here, we can fill in these questions for the upcoming month, right? Over here, I can fill in, these are my intentions for the upcoming month. And this is what would make the upcoming month awesome. Now it seems that we actually created a wrong. One quick thing that I noticed as I was doing this, because we relinked these reflections over here, right? If you remember, we just relinked this monthly review database. What we also need to do inside each view is to relink the template. So currently we have this filter, right? And it says, only show me the reflections that contain the monthly review template. But this is not actually the template that we just built. I just figured this out because something was going wrong, because it is still linked to that old template. So when we're inside our monthly review template, what we need to do here is actually to go in here, delete this one, and set it to template. And do the same over here. We need to delete this one and set it to template. And now it has actually been set to the proper template. And so now if we create this new review, boom, let's do it. It is creating a January 2025 for us. And then I can go in here and I can make a new reflection for my intentions the upcoming month. Beautiful. And as you might see, when we create a new page, you get this little don't remove this entry. This is just from the original template. It is to not confuse people. I made this button, which is a little exclamation mark to show people like, hey, don't remove this entry. But once you know that you're not supposed to remove this, you can remove this property, because as long as you have the X page in there, it's going to be fine. So yeah, this one is just a reminder. Once you got the hang of it, you can delete it if you want to. Then we can go back to our monthly review. And of course, we end it by saying, good job, my friend. Time to reward yourself. Celebrate. And just like that, we now have our fully functional monthly review template. Let's go. Let's go. Alrighty. So the next element that we are going to have a look at are the vision goals. Now, vision goals are very long-term and abstract goals. And what that means is that usually a vision goal is set for a time horizon of around 5 to 10 years. And the abstractness means that they don't necessarily need to be reached. They are more a way of setting guidance than that they are necessarily a very measurable thing. So for example, a vision goal could be 10 years from now, I want to have a family and I want to live in a house off the grid. So it's sort of measurable, but it's also, there's many different variables. Like, what does your family look like? What does your house look like? Where do you want to live off the grid? Or for example, a vision goal could be 10 years from now, I want to have my own business with which I earn enough money to sustain myself, right? What does that mean? What kind of business do you want to own? What does it mean to sustain yourself, right? Vision goals can be more abstract because through the future flow, through sort of reverse engineering those vision goals, we get to more practical things, right? Because we move from a vision goal into a SMART goal, into our milestones. And then as it gets closer to the present moment, so as we go from far into the future, closer to the present moment, things become more concrete and measurable. So that is sort of what the vision goals do. Now, over here, we can see that the vision goals are indeed all the way in the top right corner of this flowchart, meaning that, as we just explained, they are the first step in this future flow of translating your vision goals into SMART goals, into milestones, and then all the way into actions that we can do right here, right now, because it's bringing in alignment who we are with what we do. Now, this also means that the key goal of the vision goal is to set long-term direction and create alignment between our daily actions and our core insights, right? Principle number one. I keep repeating this. Bringing into alignment
who we are with what we do. That is how life becomes meaningful. That's how we become generative. That's how we get into flow. When we do things that feel good, that feel like they are us, and then also translate that into the day-to-day life that we are living. Because at the end of the day, life is just a series of days strung together, right? We have this image, this perception that someday this perfect thing is going to happen, this ideal moment. I'm going to get married. I'm going to have an IPO. I'm going to run that marathon. And yes, these days might be part of our lives, but at the end of the day, our lives are just a whole bunch of days strung together. So instead of only trying to optimize these peak experiences, it's also very interesting to optimize what we call the plateau experiences. So how can I make sure that this 95% of my life, which is going to be the bulk of the things that I experience, how can I make that part also feel meaningful and enjoyable? And that is where we bring into alignment who we are with what we do. Now, a quick reminder about goal setting. Over here, you can see this graph that we used earlier about how we can sort of influence reality to build certain constructions, certain patterns that are desirable to us. Now, small and simple are the things that are happening in the here and now. Those are the very concrete, very short-term goal. Then, as we progress on this timeline, goals become increasingly big and complex. And with this complexity, usually also comes a form of abstraction. And the reason for this is because complex things are very hard to scope beforehand, because life is exponential. Reality is exponential, right? Every step we take further into the future introduces more complexity, and it is impossible to predict what is going to happen a year from now, right? Nobody predicted maybe a few people, but almost nobody predicted the 2008 financial crisis. Almost nobody predicted the corona pandemic, right? Or the COVID pandemic. We cannot look into the future. We cannot look in the future at all, but we can definitely not look into the future very far. And the main reason for that is because of complexity. There's so many moving pieces, all influencing in each other, that we cannot really predict where we're going. That is the reason that when we set a vision goal, I set a vision goal over here, that we make them more abstract. Because if we make them too concrete, I can already tell you, you're not going to hit it. There's going to be a nuance in it. And maybe you get close to hitting it, but more likely you'll end up in that direction. And then you'll end up doing something where you realize, like, hey, this is actually something that really resonates with me, but it was not exactly what I lined out in this vision goal the first time. So it's a way of giving ourselves some direction, right? I want to broadly go there. But then over time, we also course correct. And that's also why we have the quarterly reviews and the yearly reviews, during which we can sort of course correct on our vision goals. So vision goals, big and complex and abstract. Now, this is one of my favorite quotes of all time. Most people overestimate what they can achieve in a year, but underestimate what they can do in a decade. And this also has some overlap with the compound interest principle that we looked at earlier. But it makes it a bit more practical. It makes it a bit more relatable. Because very often we have a plan, we have an ambition, and we're like, oh my God, and I was guilty of this, right? I think at this point it was almost a decade ago that I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to create a YouTube channel. I'm going to make these videos. And then at the end of this year, I'm going to have 100,000 subscribers. And I was so motivated by that idea that I actually went to travel the world. I started making travel vlogs. I was like, within 1 year, I'm going to be like a travel vlogger. I can pay for my travels through making these videos. And it's going to be fucking great. And reality is, right, as you're watching this video, maybe I have like 800 subscribers. You know, I've been doing this on and off for 8 years at this point. And at that moment, it was so easy to overestimate what I could do in that year. But the flip side is that we very often underestimate what we can do in a decade, because what we don't really realize is that a decade is exponentially bigger. It is 10 times bigger than a year. And the amount that you can do in that period, especially with that compounding interest, is huge. So in these past 10 years, I've done things that I never expected that I would do, right? Like building a foundation from scratch, or being a project lead and interacting with politicians and executives and all these different parties. I was like, I would have never imagined me being able to do that 8 years ago. And here we are. So we often overestimate what we can do in a year and underestimate what we can do in a decade. the practical implication of this is that when we set vision goals, this is the time to think big, right? Because these are goals over a longer time horizon. So I can really recommend, and there's also going to be some reflection questions that help prompt you for this, but I can really recommend that when you set vision goals, that is the moment to be ambitious, to be audacious, to think out of the box, to ask yourself, how can I make this 10 times as big? Once again, doesn't mean you have to reach it necessarily, but it will help you chart a different course. And when you do that for a few years, you will see you'll end up in a place that you otherwise would most likely not have ended up in. So highly recommend, this is the time to think big. Okay, a few notes on motivation. There's two different ways that humans can get motivated. The first one is what we call extrinsic motivation. And extrinsic motivation means motivation that is coming from outside. There's something outside of the thing that we are doing that is motivating us. Best example of this is money, right? So many people go to work not because they want to go to work, but because they want to make money. That is extrinsic motivation. But the same could be true for when you're going to the gym, right? I'm going to the gym not because I want to feel fit or because I enjoy the process of working out, but because I want to look good, right? I want other people to see that I look good. The motivation for me going to the gym is actually something that's coming from the outside. Now, there's nothing wrong with extrinsic motivation, but it's not super reliable. And if it's the only motivation source that we have, very often over the long term, it will also both be unsustainable and will not make us feel good because we put basically our self-worth outside of ourselves. So the other type of motivation that we have is what we call intrinsic motivation. And this is when we do things because we want to do them. And very often we want to do them because we enjoy doing them. We do things for the sake of doing them. There's a name for this called autotelic activities, which basically means activities that in and of itself are worthwhile of doing, right? So instead of going to the gym to look good, I go to the gym because I enjoy doing pull-ups. Or I play hockey because I enjoy slapping that ball with a stick. Or I work on a project because I like creating stuff. I like creating content. This type of motivation is much more sustainable and usually also much stronger, right? Famous quote by Nietzsche, "He who has a why to live can bear almost anyhow," right? This right here is our why. Why am I doing the things that I do? Because I enjoy it. That's like what I want to do with my limited time on this earth. So ideally, we operate mostly on intrinsic motivation. But the reality is it's very often a mixture of the both. So we have some intrinsic motivation. I'm creating this content right here. I'm creating this masterclass. I enjoy doing this. But there's also extrinsic motivation, right? I want to get the recognition from other people. I want to earn money doing this. I see this as a way to build a resume and maybe build a better career for myself, right? So there's both this intrinsic motivation as well as this extrinsic motivation. Now, as a rule of thumb, what I would recommend doing is use extrinsic motivation to the degree that you need it to build intrinsic motivation, right? So especially when you get started with things, having some extrinsic motivation can really help because we have to go through what is called the pain period. We have to go through this part where things don't feel effortless yet. And there's actually quite a lot of friction. And we need to push through for a bit. And in those moments of pushing through, extrinsic motivation can really help. But then as the gears start spinning, this one should be growing. If it's not, that is a very clear sign you should reevaluate what you are doing. Now, why am I sharing this here? Because having your vision goals and really setting vision goals that resonate and then connecting them to your actions is the best way to find intrinsic motivation. Because by aligning who we are with what we do, that already says it, right? We're doing things that we want to do. We're doing things that truly feel like us. And that is the best type of motivation that's out there. That's the type of motivation that's going to sustain you over decades of work, right? And that's what we're here to do. Decades. We're not here for weeks. We're not here for months. We're not here for a quick fix. We are here for a lifelong of learning, development, and living a meaningful and good life. So that's why we want to bring those two things together. Okay, let us go and build this vision goal database. Now, the first thing that we're going to do, and we can dream this stuff by now, is of course going into our database collection zone. And then I'm going to create a new header over here inside databases, because this is where we're sort of moving from the more planning and concrete stuff to the more abstract and inside stuff. We're going to create a new page, call this the vision goals. Going to give it the star emoji, turn that into a table, removes the emoji. Thank you, Notion. Let's go add cover. Do we have the covers over here? Yes, we do. It's going to be inside the inside covers, vision goal covers, database. Okay. First view we're going to make is, of course, going to be the master table. Adding the emoji in there. And then we're going to add some properties. The first property is going to be called the goal name. So this is where we're going to write down the actual goal. Then the second property is going to be the time horizon. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create three labels with which we can set the time horizon for which we want to set this vision goal. And that's either going to be for 5 years, it's going to be for 7.5 years, or it's going to be for 10 years. So we can choose one of these time horizons for which we want to set a vision goal. And once again, here it's very easy to sort of misjudge how long a time horizon is, but the difference between 5 and 10 years is a lot. It's like a full another 5 years. And it might seem like, we understand that, but it's a big difference. So think about this when setting it. But maybe there is indeed a decade-long goal that you want to work on. Maybe you have a very clear decade-long goal that you want to work on. Then you can use this to set that goal for yourself. Okay, we're going to just color code these a little bit. I'm going to make that one red. Then we're also going to add this checkbox property, which is going to say archived. Because, like I said before, vision goals are a way of setting direction. And once we've set a 5-year vision goal, that doesn't mean we have to finish it, right? Especially when you start using this system, especially when you start getting into self-development and into reflection and getting a deeper insight into who you are. You can be changing a lot, right? Those first few years, there can be a lot of changing. There can be a lot of changing the course of where you want to go. And simply just tunneling down, like setting this vision goal and then being like, no, I set this goal, I really need to achieve it, is a great way to make yourself miserable and not achieve the actual things that you want to do. So we want to have the possibility to archive our vision goals. Now, inside of this template, there's going to be a whole bunch of questions and a process that hopefully help you set vision goals that resonate very deeply. So if you feel like changing your vision goals every other month, then maybe reevaluate the vision goals that you're setting. But if you're 1.5 years in and you realize actually a lot has changed in these past 18 months, then by all means, archive a vision goal, right? You don't have to stick to it just because you said it once. Okay. Then we're going to add a date created, and I just want to show the date. I don't want to show the time, so I just want to show the date. It's going to be the date on which the vision goal has been created. Okay. Later on, we're going to link our vision goals to some other databases, but for now, we're only going to link it to our project tracker database. So over here, I'm going to create a relationship, and we're going to say project tracker. And later on, you'll see why we create this relationship. And then I'm also going to add a formula, which is going to measure how much time has already passed since we set this vision goal. So this formula over here is going to say, okay, based on this time horizon, and based on when this vision goal was created, how much time has already passed. And I'm just going to turn that into a little bar measurement. And if we were to now change this date, this one is date created, but let's say, for example, I would make this property and just make it like a custom date. And I would set this in 22. You can see this formula, we need to set it to percentage. Number format is percentage. Boom. You can now see, okay, there was a 10-year time horizon.
this goal has been active for 2 years, you can see, okay, we're 20% in our initial, since we set this vision goal. So this is just a very easy way over time to see how long have you been working on a particular vision goal. So I'm going to create this back into the created time. That one's then gonna snap back to reality. Snap back to the actual time that we are trying to show over there. Okay. That is sort of the overview of the vision goals database. Now, the next thing we're going to do is create the actual template, because inside of this template, that is where we are going to set our vision goals. Now, the first thing, of course, that we're going to do is say vision goal template. Add this beautiful star emoji. Add the vision goals coffer. I'm going to clean up this layout a little bit. I'm just going to move this to the panel and just going to pin the things that are really relevant right here. And that will be the time horizon. We want to see the time horizon. We want to see the time that has elapsed. And for now, that is it. Later, we're going to add some more, but for now, this is it. And almost forgot to also remove this. Okay, nice and clean. Just the way we like it. The first part and the main part of the vision goal is going to be a bunch of reflection questions, because this is mostly about setting the right goal. That is really the essence of the vision goals. Like, what is it that I actually want to be pursuing? All right, what do I actually want to do with my limited time here? I'm going to make this yellow because it's insights. And then, similar to with the project tracker, we're going to have 4 tabs of questions. And actually, before we can add them over here, we will first need to go into this reflections database. And like we explored earlier, we will have to relink this database over here because it's still linked to the old database. So what I'm going to say is relation. I'm actually going to click that and then turn it back into relation. Vision goal. One-way relationship is fine. Add relationship. And then go into these views. And we will actually have to just delete this. And we'll have to manually re-edit once we've added these questions to the actual template. As you can see, Notion is really amazing software. We can do a lot with this program, but there's still a few drawbacks. So sometimes things just take a little longer to set up, but that is fine because once we've set it up, once our templates are complete, we don't have to do this stuff again. Okay, so I'm now going to say linked version of this reflections database. Yes, please. And then go down here. And the first set of questions is related to the purpose of the vision goal. Why do you want to set this vision goal? Really spend some time on this. Like earlier, we had this little reminder in the project tracker that said, if you don't have an hour to think about the project you're working on, then don't start it. Well, that is 10 times as true for vision goals, right? This is the direction that you are setting for your life. Take some time to reflect on this. Really think about it deeply. Revisit these vision goals, right? We don't even have to set them right in one go. Really spend some time with them and make them feel like they are your vision goals. So we start with the purpose. Why do I want to set this vision goal? How does this vision goal contribute to my life purpose, right? Even one layer deeper, like why I'm here on this earth. And this is why we put this all the way at the end of the masterclass. This stuff takes time. And very often when we get started with this entire, this entire new way of living our life, we don't know the answer to these questions. Actually, nobody knows the answers to these questions. So this can feel overwhelming. Maybe it can feel like we're failing, like I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. We get closer, we iterate, right? We go through the circle of growth over time with these different feedback loops. So we get a deeper and better understanding of our life purpose, but we never really figure it out. So
set a vision goal. How does this vision goal contribute to my ever-evolving life purpose? And then the last one, which life area is this related to? And that's the next element we are going to build. Boom. Okay, there we go. Next set of questions. If we set this vision goal, then what does my life look like? What would my life look like if I pursued this vision goal? And what would my life look like when I reached this vision goal? The purpose behind this question is that when you envision for yourself, truly envision what it looks like when you're pursuing, but also when you've reached this vision goal, that is where that intrinsic motivation comes from, right? That is when you embody and really feel on a deep level, oh, wow, this is my dream life. And you really get into it. And research shows that when you do this, we actually start taking better action in the here and now. And my personal experience also definitely shows this, right? I started setting vision goals maybe like 7 years ago, long before I started building the system. And it has really oriented my life. By sinking in, by envisioning where you could end up, you actually have a much higher likelihood of ending up there. Now, there's many people out there that go, hey, law of attraction, baby. I'm not convinced that there is some spirit energy that's like, oh, you give me your order and I shall deliver, right? Because many people envision themselves in places and never end up there. But I do think that we can condition our mind. We can condition our perception of the world to narrow it down on things that are important to us, right? Because life, like perception, is always filtering out more than we take in. Like we're always filtering out so much of the data around us. And choosing what we filter out, that is done by aligning it with our own value structure. So I choose the things that are valuable to me. I perceive the things that are valuable to me. And in the very essence, of course, those things are shelter, food, water, right? Because those are important to me. Those are the human universals. But on top of that, something that might be interesting to me might not be interesting to you, right? Maybe I'm interested in cars and you're interested in nature. We might be walking on the exact same road. I see the Ferrari, you see the tree, right? So we limit reality through our perception. And the way we sort of choose the glasses that we put on is by envisioning this sort of stuff, by really sinking into it. And then as we go through life, we will look more through these lenses. So what would my life look like if I pursued and reached this vision goal and really sink into that? The opposite also helps to think, what if I did not pursue this vision goal, right? What if I did not do this thing that I think will be very important to me? What would my life look like then? Because positive reinforcement, reward is a really great way to be motivated, but punishment or negative reinforcement can also be a really great way to be motivated, right? We want to go towards something where we want to go, but we also want to move away from something where we don't want to go. So if we set both sides of the spectrum, it can help us be even more motivated and driven to pursue this goal. Okay. The next reflection we make is the sacrifices. Because once again, saying yes to one thing means saying no to everything else. So we want to ask ourselves before we start, what sacrifices would I have to make to pursue this vision goal? And am I willing to make these sacrifices? This is a very important follow-up question, because if you are like, okay, I'm going to build this $1 million business, right? Or I'm going to run this marathon in the desert. And the sacrifice that I need to make for that is I need to train every single day. I will not be able to eat any like unhealthy foods. I will have to live inside the desert for 3 months as I'm pursuing this goal. Like you write down all these sacrifices. I'm gonna, you're feeling the energy. But then if you stop to think about it and you ask yourself, am I really willing to do that? Am I willing to live in the desert for 3 years? And am I willing to not eat any junk food for multiple years? Maybe I'm not. Maybe you're not willing to do that. And that is perfectly fine. It's better to be upfront about it with yourself and then change your vision goal than set an unrealistic expectation, not meet that expectation, feel like you failed, or meet that expectation and be miserable along the way. That's not what we're here to do, right? We try to craft a good life, not a miserable life. So ask yourself that question. Am I willing to make that sacrifice? And for all of these questions goes really try to sink into them, right? You really want to feel them. You really want to envision them, because then they resonate and you get to see the real results. Okay. And then we have the questions I was talking about earlier. The possibilities, right? This is the moment to think big. Vision goals are the moment to think big. So the first question we can ask ourselves, what would this vision goal look like if I tried getting 10 times as much result? Not 2 times as much result, 10 times as much result. And easy to measure examples are always with money. So let's say, for example, my goal is, okay, in 10 years, I'm going to build a business that makes $1 million a year. Then ask yourself the question, okay, what if in 10 years I'm going to build a business that'll make 10 million a year? Set that goal. Make it more ambitious, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be reached, but even if it makes you 20% more productive or gets you 20% further along that way, as we're compounding over time, that can make a huge ass difference. The other question we can ask ourselves is, what would this vision goal look like if I try doing it in 10% of the time? And there's 2 ways that we can answer this question. The first one is by making the time horizon shorter. So what if I want to get this vision goal done in a year, right? What if I want to make this $1 million business in a year? But we can also say the time investment. So let's say I'm assuming that if I built this business, it will take me 40 hours per week working on it for 10 years. What if I only worked on it for 4 hours per week? What would that look like? And this can also help us to sort of distill the 20-80, the 20% of the stuff that's going to lead to 80% of the result. And in the next chapter, we're going to look a little bit further at this principle, but we can really look like, okay, even if we can slim it down by half, right, instead of by 10 times, that is a huge profit. And if we can make that upfront by just reflecting for a few hours, it's like, that's a bargain, right? If I'm asking you like, hey, take 10 hours to really get this right, and then over the next 5 years, you are going to save 1,000 hours. You tell me if that's a good deal, yes or no. Okay. And then the last thing that we're going to answer here is the commitment. First, before we go into the commitment, we first go and cycle through these steps as long as is necessary, right? Take your time. Even if you have to cycle through them 3 times, right? Let's say, for example, you answered here that I am not willing to make that sacrifice. Okay, revisit. Go back. Right? Keep returning until you find a vision goal that really resonates. And then once we resonate, we're going to make a commitment. In here, we're going to write down, okay, I, from Palokai, am committing to giving myself 110% to this vision goal. I know that this really resonates with who I am. This is important to me. This is the impact I want to make. I am going to do it. We put that down and we give ourselves that conviction. We make a commitment to this vision goal. Because then when times get tough, we can remind ourselves like, hey, I've thought about this. I've aligned this with who I am. Let's fucking go, bro. Let's fucking go. Okay, so this is where we make the commitment to this vision goal. Then, once we've finished the reflection part of this vision goal, it is time to take who we are and align that with what we do. Because we got to do shit, you know? We got to do shit to make some value in this world. And the way we do that is by translating our vision goals into SMART goals. And you might know by now where the SMART goals live. Those live inside of our project tracker. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a view over here. I'm going to call this just a table. Progress, project name. To review is not necessary. We're going to have the day past date. And we want to have the... No, I think that is everything that we want to see. Okay, boom. Days past date. Actually, we want to also see whether it's next up. Yes or no. Now, earlier, we created this relationship with the Vision Goals database. So we are going to create a filter that says Vision Goal contains the Vision Goal template. So we're going to add that template one later when we're adding this database view over there. And then over here, we're actually going to add a sort, because we also need to have the status. Actually, we're going to add a sort. And we're going to sort it
by status. And then I think we'll just do it descending. So let's say, for example, this one's completed. We can have completed. Next, actually, let's do it ascending. I think that looks better. Boom. Okay, so we can see all of our projects. Let's name this one Vision Related Projects. Boom. Get back into the template. Linked view of this project tracker. Vision related projects. Over here, now we can just call it related projects. And then we say filter vision goal contains vision goal template. And so over here, we can create projects that help us work on this vision goal. And this is ideally how we use the notion of life system, right? When we start using it, there's a very high likelihood we have projects that sort of come in bottom up. But over the long term, we want to inform our project through our vision goals, right? So based on our vision goals, we're going to create projects that are going to get us there. And yeah, actually this commitment over here, we put it after the project. So we set at least one project for each vision goal. And then we make our commitment. And that's it. Vision goal template. So we can just create one of these templates, fill in these questions, set a vision goal, and just like that, we are ready to go. That brings us to the 6 life areas. Now, this is a model that helps us broaden our scope and develop ourselves in balance. So where the circle of growth is more a way of going deep, this is more a way of going wide. It is a model, but there's many different models out there that have a similar sort of intention, right? You have the 12 life areas or the 8 life areas, and this one is the 6 life areas. This is one I choose to use, but feel free to make it your own. Feel free to modify it, or feel free to use any other model for this part of the system. I mean, feel free to use any model for any part of the system, but particularly for this part of the system. The elements that the 6 life areas are connected to, it's connected to our vision goals, it's connected to our core insights, and it has some reflection questions. So it is related to the vision goals in the sense that per life area, we want to set one vision goal. And then our core insights, we can sort of label them under the different life areas. And maybe then over time, you can also see I have many more core values and principles for this one life area over the other. So maybe I should also set some for the other, or maybe I just simply value this one more. So in that way, it helps us to sort of get a better understanding of these different life areas. Inside of the graph, you can see it is up here at the top on the same level as the vision goal. So that means that during our quarterly review, which is something we're going to build in a few elements, we check in with one of our vision goals and we check in with our life areas to see if there's anything that needs to be changed in how much focus we want to put in any given life area. And like I mentioned earlier, the key goal here is to enable us to grow and develop in balance, right? It can be so easy to tunnel down on one aspect of life, but we as humans are holistic beings. There are so many facets to our life, and to really live a meaningful and good life, it's important that we give attention to all of these different life areas. So what then are these 6 different life areas? The first one is the mental area, and this is everything that is going on inside of ourselves. And I really love this quote. It's a mistranslation from the Buddha, but I still really love it, that we are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts, we make the world. What this suggests to me is that our experience, everything that we call reality, is our subjective experience. There is no way for me to ever experience what you experience because I filter everything through the mental, through the cognition, right? This mental life area that relates to everything that we experience, everything that's going on the inside. It also relates to everything like
learning and cognition and acquiring skills. So this is really everything that happens inside of ourselves. Then the second one is the physical area. And the physical is sort of our way of manifesting and interacting with the external world. So it's taking what's inside of me, putting it into the world, but then also taking what is in the world and putting it inside of me. And this is basically everything related to the body, right? So it means working out, it means eating healthy, it means making sure that we are clean and healthy. So everything related to the physical part of our lives. I switched this one around with the next one. So I'm just going to show both of these because the third one is the social area. The moment that there is more than one being, more than one person in the room, that's when the social area comes into play, because we are not creatures that live in isolation. We are always in interaction with other people. We're super, super social creatures. If you don't give a baby attention after it's born, if you don't touch it for too long, it will literally die, right? If you get rejected from a tribe, once again, you will literally die. So human beings have a very big incentive to be together. We're super social creatures. And the social area relates to everything that has to do with other people. So this is friendship, this is family, this is business partners, this is everything that we do with other people. And one of my favorite quotes related to the social area is by Naval Ravikant. We want to play long-term games with long-term people. So the type of people that we want to get into our lives want to be the people that we want to collaborate and live with over the long term. People that are ethical, people that are moral, people that are kind, compassionate, right? And we live in a unique time. We live in a unique time where back in the day, when I was part of a tribe, you sort of had to deal with it, right? If you were part of a very conservative, tiny community, you had to deal with that. And if people were oppressing you or harassing you or just doing anything you didn't want them to do, you could either just take it at face value, or you could try to oppose it, get rejected from your tribe, and then indeed die or live in poverty. And rejection was really painful, really deep in those days. Nowadays, we live in this globalized community, right? There's all these other communities that we can be a part of. And if you don't like the group of people that are around you, if you don't resonate with those people, if they are being unethical, if they are harassing you or pressuring you into doing things that you don't want to do, you can choose a new tribe, right? There's unlimited tribes to choose of. So now is a better time than ever to find people that really resonate with you and that you can play long-term games with. Okay. Which brings us to the creative area, which is the playing of games. The creative area is when we create or when we generate anything in this external world, right? So we have this mental area. This is the things going on in my head. Then I have my body, which is sort of this tool I can use to manifest that into reality. And then creation is the actual manifesting that I do. So I take an idea and I turn that into something in reality. This is what we've been talking about with the production capacity, right? I'm using the knowledge and the execution to create value. And that is where the creative area comes into play. A key word there is value, which leads to the financial area, which is a little bit of a misnomer. You could also call this the capital area, the material area. But this is basically where creative and social come together. Because I can create value, but you can also create value. And we can then exchange that value. And that is sort of where this financial area comes into play, where we're creating value and we're exchanging this with other people. And for this one, it really goes that 1 + 1 = 200, right? One thing I forgot to mention about this creative area is that as humans, we have this very unique quality. And that quality is that we can create tools. So not only can we just make things, but we can make things that help us make better things. And the creation of tools is what allows us to exponentially grow the amount of value that we created. For example, the first time a human started using a rock as a tool, right? Maybe they carved the rock a little bit and started using it as a tool. That was millions of years ago. Going from that rock to making a bone tool. So let's say, for example, a harpoon made out of bone, carved out of bone. There was a gap of millions of years between that rock and that bone. For comparison, the gap between the internet being born and now is less than a century. So we create tools that help us create better tools, right? Our grandparents were using a hammer and a nail to build a house. The smartest people in the world at the moment are shooting a laser beam in nanometers at a falling drop of tin to engrave a pattern into a silicon wafer, which they then put into a device which allows me to draw on this screen and share that with all of you. That is the power of humans to take tools that make better tools. And we are truly in an exponential curve when it comes to creativity. So creative ability, very important thing to mention and also very important thing to master. And the last area is the spiritual area. This is everything that transcends the self. This is everything that is bigger than you. Part of this is related to the social, things like your community just around you, but it can also be things even bigger than that. It can be the generations yet to come, or it can be a religion, or it can be some sort of meditative or contemplative practice. The spiritual area is related to anything that transcends the self. Okay, so we have limited resources available, right? We talked in the previous chapters about trade-offs, right? Saying yes to one thing means saying no to everything else. And the same goes for where we put our focus. So maybe at this point in your life, you really care about your physical health, or maybe you really care about your financial health. What you can do is that you can say, okay, from this 100% of resource that I have available, I'm going to dedicate 50% to this one life area. That is a choice that you can make. But that also means that all these other life areas only get a very small amount of energy. Now, it also means that for this thing, we do get a compounding effect that is much earlier. So a good example of this is for people that choose to work really hard when they're young, earn a lot of money, invest it early, and then by the time they're 35 or 40, they retire, right? That is a strategy that people use. They sort of go all in on that financial area, and they use that compound interest to get very early returns. But it also means you will have less time to focus on other things. Now, I am usually a fan of a more balanced development because I think different life areas also compound into each other in ways that might not seem obvious to us. But this is a personal choice that you can make. And I also think it is better to focus on enhancing your strengths than fixing your weaknesses. But sometimes a weakness is really bad. So sometimes you might want to actually focus a bit more time on your physical health or on your social health. And that is why we allow ourselves inside of this database to also track per quarter, like every quarter or so, we revisit to see, okay, how much do I want to focus on each life area? And when I choose to focus on this one life area, I'm also giving myself permission to focus less on those others. So for example, if I'm saying, hey, I really want to focus on the social area right now, the upcoming quarter, it's going to be 30% social. That also means I will forgive myself for not being as creative, right? And thinking about this beforehand, giving ourselves permission beforehand really helps us to not feel as miserable, because otherwise we're going to have unrealistic expectations and we're not going to be able to meet those. However, I teased this very briefly in the vision goals part of the video. There is this principle called the 20-80 principle. And basically what this principle states is that 20% of the input is responsible for 80% of the output. So that means in any given system, 20% of the input is responsible for 80% of the output. So for example, 20% of your employees are creating 80% of the value. 20% of the videos that I publish are getting 80% of the views. 20% of the exercise that I do are causing 80% of the growth. And it isn't always exactly 20-80. Sometimes it is 30-70, but sometimes it's also 5-95. But basically what this shows is that a very relatively tiny amount of input results in a very large part of the output. But the opposite is also true, that 80% of the input is responsible for 20% of the output. So what we want to do is we want to triangulate what is this 20% that is causing this 80%. And we basically want to be cutting this part out. Because, for example, if indeed you are really focusing on this one life area, right? And you have this part already down, like you already got the 20% down, and you're working on your business, and that's leading to 80% of the result. If you are then choosing to use all of this time to just get a relatively small part of gain, that is not very efficient. That's not very effective. So what I'd much rather do is focus on that 20% per life area. And inside the Notion template, you will also find there is a checklist with the 20/80 that you can do per life area. If you master those 20% things, you are already good. And I can already tell you, they're not very complex. They're not going to cost you any money. It is cheap. It has been around for centuries, if not millennia, and it's really effective. So that's the stuff we're going to cover also inside of this 6 life areas database. Cool. So let us actually then go and dive into the database, because we like databases, or at least I like databases. I love databases even. All right, we're going to say 6 life areas. This one is going to get the mountain emoji. We're going to turn this into a table, which for some reason when you turn it in a table, it changes the emoji. That also happened when we were trying to do the vision goal one. I can also see that I'm frowning, looking very serious right now. Let's go into inside 6 live areas and then actually get the database cover. Okay. Relatively simple database. I'm going to call this master table. We're going to add the mountain over there. And I'm just going to create a few empty ones so it looks nicer. Okay. First, we're going to have the name property, which is going to be the life area, the name of the life area. And then we're going to have a number property, which we are going to call the generative ability. And this is sort of the amount of energy that we have. And in total, this will be 100%. And as we are doing our quarterly reviews, we can sort of give a percentage for each of the different life areas. So over here, I'm just going to say ring is divided by 100, indeed, because it's 100 and the number format should be a percentage. And why is that doing 1500? I don't know. 15%. Perfect. Then we are going to also create a rating over here. And this is also we can track during our quarterly review. So we can give each life area rating to sort of see what we're at with these life areas. Now, it's not that we're going to complete a life area, but this is just a way of saying, okay, currently I feel like I'm giving my physical area 3 stars. Maybe I want to increase the amount of focus I put on this in the next 3 months. Or maybe it's still fine. And then in the next quarterly review, I see, okay, now it's actually 2 stars. And later on, using an automation and a formula, we're also going to track over time how this is sort of developing. And then we can see like, okay, maybe it's now really time to start focusing a bit more on this specific life area. And let's just throw this in there. Give it some color coding. I always really like to make things look pretty. But of course, functionality first, aesthetic second. But I'm pretty sure this is going to be functional. And then the last thing that we do is we connect it to our vision goals database that we just created. So I'm going to say vision goals at this 2-way relationship. Boom. Okay. Beautiful. Simple database setup. Now let us dive into creating the template, because this is where most of the stuff happens. Now, the thing with these life area templates is that we are going to create one for every life area. We fill them in once, but then we don't have to do that again very often. I mean, we can revisit them whenever we want,
But it's not like we're going to keep creating life areas the way we might create projects or the way we might create vision goals. So it's more of going to be a one-time thing. Let me just put some pinned properties. We're going to give the rating, and we're going to give the generative ability over here. Boom. I'm actually going to remove this one. We're going to say full width. And then the first chapter is once again going to be reflection and insight. And just like we did with the other reflection questions, we will have to reset this once again because we copied it in from the existing system. So I'm going to go over here, 6 life areas. I don't think this works. It does work. Okay. That's a quicker way to do it. 6 life areas, add that relationship. And then also inside of this view, we have to go to this filter, sort of delete that one. Then we can go back into the 6 life areas, which we did not yet call 6 life area template. Linked view. Nope. Reflections. 6 life area reflections. Okay. There's going to be 3 questions that we are going to ask ourselves. The first one is, what does this life area mean to you? So earlier I gave a little overview of what these life areas mean to me from my perspective, but what does creativity mean to you? What does a rich social life mean to you? Right? You really want to make this model yourself and also understand, this is part of this question, understand these life areas, that make them really resonate. Because I've met so many people over the years that I sort of talked about this stuff with, and they just go, I never considered also focusing on my social life as like an actual thing to focus on, or my spiritual life, or even my creative life, or even my financial life. It's like, you can do that. Yeah, you can look at your life and be like, hey, I want to develop in many different ways. And for many people, that's just not a thing. So by asking these questions for each life areas, we also make them more salient, and we actually make them a thing to focus on. The second question is, what are you currently doing to nourish this life area? So that's a good question to ask. What are you currently doing to nourish this life area? Are you already working out? Do you already have some sort of creative practice? Are you seeing friends on a regular basis? Are you investing money? Right? There's all these different things that we can do per life area. And then the third question, I think this is a very interesting one. What would mastery in this life area look like for you? Ideally, we master all these life areas. I think that's when we get the most beautiful life that we can live. When we've mastered all of these life areas, but there's never going to be a perfection, right? But we can think about, what does mastery look like to me? If I would really have mastered the physical life area, what can I do? Can I just put my hands on the floor with straight legs, which is something that for the life of me I can't? Can I just run a marathon any given day, like snap my fingers, go run a marathon? Am I lean? Am I able to pick up my children? Or maybe for the creative area, mastery is I can make music, or I can make videos, or I can make paintings, or I can build a business, right? So for each of these life areas, we can think, what would mastery look like to me? And this almost feels like a vision goal. And that is also why the next tab over here is going to be related vision goals. So we're going to make a view in here. And we're going to call this one 6 life areas. All right, these all I'm going to say. Time horizon is archived just for now. That's the only stuff. Actually, I also want to see the time that has elapsed. We go back into this life area template. Say vision goals. Boom. And we will need to make a filter that says vision goals contains this life area template, so that inside of every life area, we can add one vision goal. Now, I would really recommend not going over one, because if you do one for every life area, we're already going to have 6 vision goals, and that's plenty of vision to work around. So based on these life areas, we can set goals. So we help ourselves broadening with these life areas and then deepening through the goals that we set for in the future, right? So for example, if this is the physical life area, I could say, okay, my vision goal is that 10 years from now, I am able to pick up my children, or I am able to do 100 pull-ups just like that whenever you ask me to, or I am able to run a triathlon. That could then be a vision goal related to that particular life area. I'm just going to remove this little mountain over here. Later, we're also going to add the core insights to this, but that's the next chapter. And then for each of the life areas, we are going to add a little 2080 checklist over here. I already prepared those checklists for you so that you can see what are the 20% of activities that I can do for each life area. Now, instead of pimping this template further, we are now going to actually generate, based on this template, for all views, I'm going to generate the 6 templates. So I'm going to say life area template. I'm going to do this. For all and then we're going to create a new view, one we haven't done before, a gallery view, which allows us to show things in a gallery. And currently we have in the layout the option that we want to see the page content over here. So you literally see the content that's on the page in this little card. What we're going to do instead is we're going to say, I want to see the page cover. And then for each of these different life areas, we have created some custom covers. So I'm going to do this one first. I'm going to say, okay, for this one, I want to upload the creative area. And then I'm also going to just grab this 2080 for you, and we're going to paste it in here. Here is the 2080 for this life area, right? There's a little to-do list. You can just simply read this for each of the life areas and see what are the activities that you can do. So for example, for creative thinking, it's tinkering and building a lot of stuff, whatever that may be. Practice having ideas and applying them. Learn a practical or productive skill. Study other people and their creations. These are time-tested things. These are things that have been around for ages, but it just gives you a little checklist. What is like the 20% of different activities that I could do to get 80% of the result for this particular life area? Okay, so we got the creative area. Then next up, just going to grab the 2080 as well. And we're going to add the cover over here. Going to get the spiritual area. Let's do the social one. Let's also get the $20.80 for the social. And once again, it's very simple things, right? Cut out people from your life that don't genuinely want the best for you. Be honest and truthful in the things that you say. Join a class in public speaking or improv. These are all very simple things you can do. Interact, just talk to people. Go out, talk to people, practice. Go, practice. 2080 for the social area. 2080 for the financial area. This one is particularly interesting. So much industry, so much content geared around how to become rich, how to make money. And usually those people are quite literally selling you how to make money, and that is then making them money, right? So it's like a self-referential thing. the basics are very easy. Make a budget, calculate your average spending and income, and make sure that there's more money coming in than coming out, right? That's how we save money. Automate as many as of your financial transactions as you can, right? The less time you have to consciously make decisions, the easier it is to not make bad money decisions. Cut out any purchases that you aren't passionate about. Invest money on a continual and consistent basis. Start your own business. Acquire equity in a business, some way of doing that, and learn new skills that can help you land a better paying job. If you would master all these things, you're good for life. You're good for life. So once again, it's all relatively simple, but it's things that you can use to just master these life areas. And like, I didn't come up with this stuff, right? This stuff has been around for ages, and it works. It's free, and it works. All right, let's do the mental area. And last, but not least, we're going to do the physical. All right, physical area, another one of those where all these diets and hacks and tricks and do this to get a six-pack in 3 months and all the blah-de-blah. It is simple. Just eat nutritious foods, work out regularly, dedicate training to flexibility and mobility, get enough sleep. It's all not that complicated, right? And it's free. It's free. It's nice, you know. So a lot of this stuff is just free. You can get it, which is also why there's no business model, which is why people very often try to sell us all sort of nonsense, because that makes money, right? And I get it. We need to make money, but it's still... I gave this one the wrong banner. There we go. Gonna drag that one over here. And now we're just gonna hide the title. And boom. This right here is our 6 life areas database. And this one also the one where we can interact with. All right, this one's ultimately going to end up in our inside zone. Later on, we're going to populate each and every one of these zones. But for now, we can just put this one here. And just like that, we can easily access all of these life areas from inside of our inside zone. Okay, beautiful. Those were the 6 life areas, which means it is now time to move on the essence of this system, of this first principle, the deepest insight into who we really are, our personal core insights. I am impressed that you've made it this far into the masterclass. And if you are here, then the Notion of Life WhatsApp community is perfect for you. This is a place for all the true Notion and self-development lovers. It's a high-value environment in which we can learn with and from each other on everything Notion and personal development. And the way we ensure this environment is by having an exclusive community that is based on an application process. So even though the whole thing is free of charge, we still want to filter and make sure that everybody in the community feels engaged and is actively adding value. And to sort of set the example, and as a little cherry on top, anyone in the community can drop template requests and I will build them for free and share them with all of you. So if you want to apply for this community, then I can highly recommend going to the link in the description, and who knows, maybe I will see you on the other side. All right, let's get back to the masterclass. Let's have a look at the element connections. The first connection is to the daily review, and this is where we can have our daily affirmations. And an affirmation is sort of a reminder that we make to ourselves about these core insights that are very important. So there are certain ideas that we really want to ingrain, right? Earlier, I was talking about how we can sort of train our own mind so that we put on a set of glasses through which we can filter reality. And affirmations are sort of a way to keep creating those glasses, keep creating that perspective, keep creating that conviction that is what we can do. The second element it's connected to is the vision goals. So we could connect a core insight to a certain vision goal. We can also connect it or classify it by the different life areas, which is what we looked at in the previous chapter. And then during our quarterly review, we do these deeper reflections, and we might have certain core insights that come up. So we can also add them to our core insights database as we're doing our quarterly review, and the same goes for our yearly review. The yearly review is usually where we get a lot of core insights. This is when we go really deep, and we can take those insights and turn them into, for example, a core value or a core principle. As you can see, it's all the way up here in the top of the graph, and it's mostly during our yearly review that these core insights arise. Now, of course, as we're just living our lives and as we might have very meaningful experiences, right? Like last March, I went to this week-long retreat and I had so many great insights there. You can also just reflect whenever you want, and that can also lead to core value. So it doesn't have to be only during the yearly review, but once again, this is the processed way of making sure we check in with our core insights. So what is the key goal of this element? It is to crystallize and deepen our personal core values and principles, providing us guidance for life. So it is getting a better understanding of who we are. All of us have some sort of understanding of who we are, but we want to improve that understanding. That's why we have reflection and insight. And our core values are really the deepest way in which we can sort of conceptualize what is valuable to us. That's the word values, right? What do I value? Which pattern of reality do I prefer over another pattern, right? Value in essence is just selection. What do I prefer over something else? And then core principles are sort of the if this, then that rules that we create for ourselves. There are heuristics that we can use to interact with reality. So if this situation arises, what actions can I take? What behaviors, what thoughts can I have to get to the desired outcome? So principles are almost like mini systems, whereas values are like goals in a way. So right, you can conceptualize like a core value is I prefer this over that. So this would be sort of my deepest goal, my deepest preference. And a principle is, okay, when situations arise, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z to get to the desired outcome. Okay. Because at the end of the day, what we are trying to do with this system is we try to bring into alignment who we are with what we do, right? This is so important. Trying to figure out who we are. This is the quest of a lifetime. This is where the real magic happens. And that is what we're trying to crystallize, trying to get a deeper understanding of through these core values. Now, there's a big problem with insight. Actually, there's a few problems with insight. The first one is that it's hard to measure and that it takes a long time to develop. Insight is not very quantitative, right? Earlier, we looked already with the vision goals, how that is more of a long-term and abstract thing. Insight is even more abstract. It's really hard to measure if I've made progress on my core values. Like, are my core values better now? Do I have better core principles now? Because the timelines are so long and the feedback loops are so long, it's really hard to measure whether the insight we're creating is of value. The second problem is that it's very hard to verify when someone is teaching you something about wisdom, about insight, about spirituality, if that person is actually legit or if they're a charlatan. It's very hard for me to know if the thing that you're saying is actually true. Like, I could be sharing in this video, right? I always try to be nuanced, but I could also be here and be like, guys, I got it figured out. You know, I'm living the best life. I can tell you the 6 secrets that you need to get to this place. It's not hard. It's not hard. I can tell you right now, if you do these things, you will also have figured it out. You will also have a happy life. You're going to be fulfilled. I could just tell you that, and there's no way for you to verify my state of mind. Am I really that happy, or am I just a miserable guy selling you some bullshit? And because it's so hard to verify, I think many of us just don't engage with teachings because I just have to randomly take someone's word on it. And then the last part, which we already alluded to a little bit, the feedback loops are tremendously long. So even if I were to invest a lot of time into developing my core insights right now, developing my core values, like building this value system that is really, in my opinion, like a good value system to live by, it might take years before I see the results. And it might even be that the first, initially, it's going to be more difficult. Like, let's say, for example, one of my core values is I am always going to be honest.
or I am going to cut out any people in my life that are not genuinely excited for me or that not genuinely want me to succeed. That might mean I have to say very confronting things to people. That might mean I have to cut certain people out of my life. In the short term, this might be super painful. And I'm living up to this value system. And in the short term, it might actually make my life worse. In the long term, however, it's going to make my life better. But that feedback loop is so long. And, as humans, we want to see the results. We want to do something. We want to get that feedback. We're like, oh, I did A, that led me to B. Good, I got my reward, right? That's what we looked at earlier with this habit building. But that doesn't mean that is necessarily the best way to do it. Maybe we do have to make these long-term, not even maybe, we do have to make these long-term investments. But we have to teach ourselves that it can take a long-term time for them to return the result. And this is also why we layer our feedback loops, because we keep ourselves motivated at all these different stages. We use the daily review to be motivated enough to get to the week. Then we use these weekly reviews to be motivated enough to get to the month. And also to have checks and balances along the way to measure, is this indeed getting me closer to that person I want to be? Because if we're only going to do core values at the end of the year, maybe after 3 months, I already realized actually that value or that principle isn't that good, right? So we want to have the right length at which we can start evaluating if it has a positive impact, and accept that the feedback loops might be very long. Because yet, it is one of the most important things we can do in life. Developing a personal value structure. Developing and realizing personal principles. That shit is so powerful, it is hard to express into words, right? That's the difference between everything. It's a difference between being poor and being rich. It's a difference between fat and being fit. It's a difference between being nihilistic and depressed and being connected and happy, right? That is where we need the insight. Okay, I hope I've managed to convince you a little bit on trying to develop insight. It's a hard pitch, it's a hard sell, but I think it's a sell that we need to make. It's a reason I put this at the end of the masterclass, because I hope through sort of the quicker rewards and the smaller things, I've hooked you in, and by the time that you got here, you're like, okay, I guess I believe what this guy is saying, or at least I'm seriously considering it. So that's why we're doing this at the end of the masterclass. But I think this is like the most important stuff. It's good. It's good. And it can also be fun. It can be fun. It can also be fun. Feedback loops we just discussed, so I'm not going to go over there again. But basically, the longer the feedback loop, more difficult to measure and stay motivated. Okay, let's look at the 4 different levels of values and principles. Here at the bottom, there is this thing that we call reality, or existence, or everything. And the thing with the reality is, nobody knows what it is, right? We're all living in it, but any attempt to capture it or any attempt to conceptualize it will always miss the fullness of it. Like, we're such limited being. We are very finite beings in an infinite environment. And there is so much more that we don't know than that we do know. So we know that there is something, at least, it feels like there's something. But what that thing is, we don't know. The first level of principles and values that we have are the natural principles. These are the things that we know to be the truest. So we know, for example, that gravity is a force, and if I drop this thing, it's going to fall to the ground, right? That is a natural principle. We know that E is mc squared, right? The mass is related to a certain amount of energy, and those two things are interchangeable. Those are natural principles. They seem to be entirely true from our perspective, right? But the moment we departed from this absolute fabric of reality that we have here in the bottom, we are going to miss something. So even the deep physics principles that we hold to be true, they can be false, right? And a great and often used example is that we used to think that the stars were turning around the Earth, but then actually we realized, no, the Earth is turning around the sun. And that was a natural principle that we just thought to be true, which did not turn out to be true. Great series that I can recommend watching is The 3 Body Problem on Netflix, where you basically see this evolution of sort of natural principles being debunked one after the other. And that just goes to show that even things that from a hard science perspective we take to be true, there's always going to be something lost in this first translation from the fabric of reality into the natural principles. That being said, this is sort of like the deepest layer of principle and value that we have. On top of that, we have what we call, or what I call, I just named this shit up, I just made it up, but what I call the human universals. And these are the values and principles that are true for all human beings. Now, I say all, but whenever we go one step up in this pyramid, everything is always going to be a little less true and a little more contextual. So these human universals will apply to almost all human beings, but not to everyone. So for example, a human universal would be the desire for connection, right? Everybody wants to feel connection, the desire for love, the desire for a social life. That is true for almost all human beings, except for a psychopath. They couldn't care less, right? They don't have this, whether it be the hardware or the software or the combination of the two, they don't have that same desire. So human universals would be true for like 95% of people. And let's say this would be true for 99.99%. But we're always going to lose a little bit of that truthfulness in there. So that is the human universal level. Then on top of that human level, we have the cultural principles and the cultural values. These feel like they're true, and like everything in here, it feels like it's true. For like subjective experience, we always feel like this is the way the world is. But actually, cultural values and cultural principles vary widely, right? One culture might have a death penalty and be like, yeah, oh, for sure, if a woman does not wear her hijab, she, should be able to be killed for that. Whereas in other cultures, like, death penalty is unthinkable. Like, like police isn't even wearing a gun on the street. These are completely different cultural contexts, but from that culture, these might seem like the proper values or the proper principles, right? And this varies very widely. Cultural principles vary very widely. And this is also a layer that in a globalized world becomes more interesting and more appealing to break out of. Because, yes, breaking out of a cultural norm very often means you will be rejected from that group, right? It's what we talked about earlier. You're going to be rejected from your tribe. But there's so many tribes, there's so many places that you can be a part of in the world nowadays that you can find a culture that resonates more deeply with your personal values and principles. And this is sort of the top of the pyramid, the personal values and principles. These are your values. These are your principles. And these vary so widely. And a very practical example could be, you might have a principle for yourself where you say, I never take the elevator. Whenever there's a set of stairs, I'm always going to opt into taking the stairs. It's a perfectly valid personal principle. Now, your good friend, Harold, is in a wheelchair, and he might have the exact opposite principle. He's like, whenever there's a chair in the elevator, I'm always going to take the elevator because I don't want to embarrass myself by crawling up that chair. I don't want to have to ask people to carry me all the way up there. So these are literally opposite principles, but they can both be true. And this is sort of the area that we focus most of our time with the notion of life system, because all of these other principles are always filtered through your personal principles. So even though these are the least true in an objective sense, they are the most true in the subjective sense, because these are the principles and values that you ultimately live your life by. Okay, so that's a little understanding. Hopefully that gives a little understanding of what core values are, what core principles are. And then let's actually look at how we do this stuff inside Notion Promotion, baby. So let us open up the Notion over here, and then we're actually going to add our last insight database. And that's going to be the core insights. And I've learned from my mistakes. I'm first going to generate the table this time. And then actually, yes, I love you too, Notion page. Thank you for that heart. I'm actually going to give this core insights, and we're going to upload. And I am going to go into, can we enter it from here? Yes, we can. Insight covers core insight. That is going to be the database. I'm just going to enter this over here. Okay, this is going to be the name of the core insight. Then next to it, we are going to have the type
of insight. And there's going to be 3 different types here, but we can also subdivide them a little further. The main 3 types are going to be affirmation, core value, and core principle. But instead of only just having one core principle, actually we're going to call core value a value statement, and I'll explain a little more about that later. We're actually going to create personal principle. To be paying now, full disclosure, this layering of principles is a new thing I added to the system. It's an experiment. If it doesn't work for you, just stick to value principle affirmation. But I think it can be helpful to distinguish between what level of principle we're writing down. So basically what we want to do is whenever we figure out a principle, it's like, okay, whenever I do a job for someone, I always immediately want to get paid. Because I've been scammed in the past, I always immediately want to get paid. Okay, is that a personal principle? Or is that maybe a cultural principle? Is that something where I recognize, oh, Dutch people actually always immediately want to send that stuff because we want to get paid? Maybe in Indian culture, they don't necessarily expect you to always pay immediately because it's more of a thing that they just keep track of, like, hey, I helped you this time and you help me the next time. And agreements are more fluid, for example. That could help us realize, like, oh, this is actually more of a thing happening on the culture level. So maybe I don't have to change something about myself. Maybe I have to change something about my surrounding, or a mixture of the two. So it sort of helps us to figure out at what level this principle arises. Cool. I'm going to call this one bloop, value statement. Oh no, that was actually good. This one's the affirmation. Okay, cool. So these would be the type of core insights that we have. Then we're going to add a third one. And this one we're going to call resonance. How do I spell that? Just like this. The thing with core insights is that they can conflict with each other, right? Like I said earlier, especially at the level of personal principles and personal values. There could be something that I value that conflicts with something else. Like maybe I really value having the freedom to travel the world, but maybe I also really value having a steady home base in which I can spend time and relax. Those two things can be in friction with each other. It does not mean we need to choose one over the other and say, I'm only going to do that freedom thing. But what we can say is, okay, currently I am more focused on this particular value or principle. In that case, it's going to be embodied. I can also have it top of mind. Like, it's important to me, thinking about it, but it's not like something that I'm living and breathing and just exuding right now. It's something like, okay, I'm thinking about it, I'm like trying to live more freedom of life, but it's not just something that is just like completely ingrained in me. And then the last option that we have is that we're relaxed. And this basically means like, hey, this was valuable to me. This might have been very valuable to me in the past. Currently, I'm a bit more relaxed. I don't have to have that freedom as much as I used to desire it. So it sort of gives us a possibility to check in, like, how important is any given core insight to us? Okay, we're going to create a relationship to the 6 life areas because we care. And then here we're going to do some funky shenanigans because we're going to create a self-referential possibility in this database, and we're going to have sub-items that we can add under certain core insights. In a little bit, I'm going to show you why we have that. And then the last relationship we create is a relationship with the vision goals. And we add a date, which is going to be not just date. I want create a time. And we don't need the actual time. We just need the date. Boom. Going to unwrap that. Okay. This right here is the core insights database. Now, as with the other aspects, most of the magic is going to happen inside of the template. So I'm just going to go in here, and the first one I'm going to make is value statement template. And the value statement template actually gets the water drop as an icon. Is it just drop? It is just drop. We're going to set the page to full width. We're going to add a cover for value statement, and these are all water themed. Actually, going to customize this layout, clean this up a little bit. We're going to pin the resonance and the date, and then we're actually going to create a separate opening to relate the vision goals and to relate the 6 live areas. I'm going to create a section over here. What we can actually do with one of these sections is we can add certain properties in there. So I'm going to say I'm going to add the vision goals, and I'm going to add the 6 live areas, and then boom, just like that. I'm going to add those. And now over here, we can relate the value statement to any vision goal or to a 6 live area, right? So we can connect them and see, okay, how many core insights do I have for a specific life area? And we can also connect them to a specific vision goal, just to give us a bit more of that intrinsic motivation, right? Connecting who we are with that first step of planning, which is the vision goal. And I want to remove this bad boy. Booyah chakalaka. Okay. The essence of the core insights is reflection. So I'm just going to grab, actually first we need to, it's good that we do this every single time, so hopefully like this you get a better understanding of how these reflection questions work, because we need to edit this and relink it. Whoop. We need to edit it and relink it to the core insights, add relation, and then we also need to clean up these views over here. Okay, perfect. We get back into that template. Now we can say linked view database reflections. Gonna be too slow there. Boom, value statement. Okay. The essence of these templates is really just reflection. As you can see, maybe also in the vision goals and in the 6 life areas, as we're getting more like in that initial stage of the future flow, as we get more into that insight part of this system, everything is more about reflection. It's less about nice little techie things like we have in the project tracker and like measuring these things. And it's more about just writing and thinking and doing the deep work. And this can also happen through conversation. This can happen through drawing. This can happen through other creative measures, but it's like really just formulating things that are important to us. So that's what we're going to do for every value statement. Now, you might have already wondered, why is it called a value statement and not just a value? Maybe in school at some point or at some other thing that you ever joined, you had this exercise where you were asked to pick your core values from a list of values, right? So there's this list of 100 values: friendship, compassion, connection, you name it. And you pick sort of your top values. It's a good exercise to get the juices flowing, but it's too broad for me. Like freedom, what kind of freedom? Connection, what kind of connection? So instead of just writing down a value, we create value statements. We make them more specific. So instead of saying, I value freedom, I can say, I value the freedom to be able to travel wherever I want. Or I value the freedom of being able to do my work in the way that I see fit. Or I value the freedom of being able to go out of my house and take long walks in nature, right? These are all different ways, different expressions of freedom. So instead of just having a value, we make value statements. We make them more specific. And then the next thing that we add over here is we're going to create a view with related affirmations. So based on a core value or based on a core principle, we can create a value. But we have to make a new view specifically for that. So I'm going to create a list view. And I'm going to call this affirmations. And in this affirmations, I want to say the parent item contains the template that we just created. So the parent item contains that template, and then anything that we add in here is automatically an affirmation. And then as a sort, we can say resonance is descending. Okay, we're going to add this to the template, and then I will show you how this works. So I'm going to say core insights, affirmations. Hide this title over here. And then parent item contains value statement template. This is already the finished template. It's a very simple template. It's mostly about reflecting. As we would now create a core insight, right? Let's say, for example, I'm going to create over here my value statement. I want to have the freedom to travel wherever I want. So we actually need to make one more change in this view. We need to say customize core insights and make this a flattened list. And now if we were to have this template over here that we just created, we can now simply add an affirmation. So I want to have the freedom to travel wherever I want. The related affirmation to that is I will always choose to travel whenever the opportunity presents itself, right? That might be an affirmation I want to remind myself of every single day. And then from this view, we can then create an affirmation template, which is the one we're going to make in a little bit. But you can see this affirmation is now automatically linked to this core insight. So we can see which value the affirmation is related to. Now, I'm just going to go back into the database. First thing we're going to do is create a core principles template. And it's very similar to the core values template, but we have the different cover over here. So we're going to say principle cover. And we're just going to swap out these reflection questions, right? Database first design. It makes things so easy to just swap them out later instead of having to do everything manually every single time. Just like that. Boom. We now have our principle questions that we can answer for our core principles. And once again, similarly here, we can set those affirmations and simple as that. This one should not exist. Let's just delete. Move to trash. Okay. Last template we want to create here is the affirmation template. And this one, arguably one of the simplest templates in the entire system. We're going to edit the crystal. I'm going to say duplicate this template. Affirmation template. And actually, I realize right now, inside of this core principles, we want to set the type to principle. Inside the core values, we want to set the type to value statement. And then inside the affirmation, I'm going to set this one to snowflake type affirmation. Make it big. Change the cover. I'm going to delete these questions because we don't need them. Also going to delete these affirmations, and we're actually going to make two new views. And the first one, we're simply going to duplicate this one, and we're going to call it parent value / principle. And we're going to change this to saying it contains one of all these units. And the sub-item contains the template that we just made. And then similarly, we're going to add a few in the vision goals database. Actually going to say list related affirmation filter core insight contains affirmation template. Cool. We'll go inside the affirmation template, and then we'll add these two views over here. Core insight is going to be parent / value, and we're going to set that to sub-item contains affirmation template. And then over here, we're also going to add vision goals related affirmation contains core insights template. And so now whenever we link a vision goal here, we can see either the vision goal to which this affirmation is related or the parent value or principles. And then we're going to have a little box at the top in which we can write down our actual affirmation. Now we are going to add this affirmation template to our vision goal template also, because we made that one earlier, and we never set an affirmation from inside here. We always start from inside another element. So we either get there through this core value or core principle, or we get there through the vision goal. So let's just open this one up. We go into the vision goal template. And after the commitment, we actually add affirmation. An affirmation that is related to this vision goal template. I should have created that one in the original database, so let me just quickly do that as well for consistency's sake. Vision goal contains. Beautiful. Okay. And then the last thing we want to do here, actually we already did that, right? From here we can just create this affirmation. Just like that, we can now create either a core principle or a value statement. I'm going to create a core principle. I can fill out these questions, like what does this principle mean to me? How does it conflict with any of my other principles? That was that friction I was talking about earlier. What challenges might you encounter when you are applying this? And what would be a practical application or lived examples? This is always good to think about. Values can be very abstract. Principles are more concrete, but can still be pretty abstract. What would it look like practically if I indeed value having the freedom to travel? Okay, practically that would mean that I'm going to save up money so that I can actually buy a ticket to fly around the world. That would be a practical example. So we want to take this abstract thing and make it more practical. And then in here, I can simply add an affirmation. And I see that in this view, we haven't changed this yet. And I can simply write that down, create an affirmation over here. And this is automatically related to this one right now. This is the principle. And then over here, I am always going to save money. Okay, not always. I am going to save 10,000 to travel the world. And boom. Just like that, we can create core values and we can have affirmations. And this is where we capture all of our deepest values, deepest principles, and yeah, deepen our understanding. That's the word, deepen a lot. Deepen our understanding and explore them for ourselves. Okay, I'm going to delete this. And I think this one, we want to have it with that flattened list. And let me actually also change that in the flattened list. And now, if you've been paying attention, all the way back in the early days when we were building our daily review, we also had an overview of our affirmation. So we're actually going to create one more view, and we're going to call this active affirmations. And this one's basically going to show all of our affirmations that have a resonance of top of mind or embodied. You can either do just top of mind, or you can do top of mind and embodied. And basically what happens then is when we have this affirmation, I will always choose to travel, and this is going to be top of mind. Then we can add this to our daily review template, and then either during our startup or during our shutdown or during both, we can have a brief moment to actually make those affirmations, right? And like this, we are making it full circle. We can check in with our affirmations. And just at the start of the day, when I'm on a day-to-day life, I'm just doing my thing, doing my daily startup, and I just remind myself, oh yeah, travel, one of my core values, I will always choose to travel whenever the opportunity presents itself. So we're connecting these core values all the way back to our day-to-day life. And that concludes at least the insight databases. We now have only 2 more left, which are the quarterly and yearly review, and then we're going to move into the dashboards. So yeah, let's get some, baby. Okay, we are well into the end game now. We just have the quarterly review and the yearly review left. And by this time, I think we are starting to get the drill. The element connections of the quarterly review. First of all, we have a connection to the daily review because we want to once again show ourselves that rating score that we had over the past quarter. Then we're going to be connected to the monthly review so that we can actually look back at the reflections that we made during our monthly review. We're also going to have a connection to the yearly review so that we can do the same there, but then actually do that during our yearly review. So at the end of the year, we can look at all the reflections that we made per quarter. Then we have a connection to the 6 life areas because we want to check in with the generative ability for each of these areas. One vision goal. We try to do one vision goal per quarter, and that means that over a period of 18 months, we have all 6 vision goals. So that is sort of the cadence inside the system. But like I said before, you can always revisit them more often if you want to. And yeah, if any core insights come up during our monthly reflection, then this is also the moment where we can add them. All right, as you can see over here, quarterly review is indeed linked up with those vision goals and with that life area. Now, we are not doing any knowledge during the quarterly review, so it's purely based on reflection. And this graph should also be looking quite familiar now. I also hope that it is starting to click what we're doing here. We are layering everything on top of each other, and through those layers, we can start seeing patterns in our behavior in real time. And from those patterns, we can then distill these core insights, right? We just built that core insights database. We can then distill these core insights, for example, from this, for example, from this quarterly review or this yearly review. And we can then use those to set vision goals out of which we create projects. And like this, we start getting this iterative cycle. We get a better understanding and we can then execute on that. Okay, but I don't want to beat you with a dead horse. I'm not sure if that's a saying, but still don't want to beat you with a dead horse. And I actually realized we have not ticked all of these boxes quite yet. We did indeed do all of these things. We've been scaling that system. We've been doing all of this stuff. Okay, beautiful. Let's build this quarterly review database. Over here, I'm going to make a page. I'm going to call this quarterly review, making a table. And then the icon that we use for this one is this star symbol. And then actually, I'm going to add that over here. And we're going to call this the master table. Once again, frowning like a madman. This one, probably the simplest database that we've made so far. We only have the name of the quarter and the date span. So from when till when this quarterly review actually goes. So all the magic of the quarterly review does indeed happen inside of the template. So let's open this one up. And let's say quarterly review template. I'm actually going to remove this part over here. And we could just put this as a bind. Okay, just make it super duper basic. The first thing that we want to do is we want to look back at all of the reflections that we made during our monthly reviews in the past 3 months. So if we've been doing every single monthly review, during those review, we fill in these reflection questions. And basically, we just want to check back with the answers that we gave for those particular questions to see if any of these patterns are popping up, right? Because maybe we experienced something 2 months ago that sort of, was gone into the back of our minds. And then as we're reading it, we realize like, oh, wow, that's true. I went through that at that moment. That was very important to me. And maybe now in hindsight, I see a pattern here because maybe there's a relationship between what I reflected on that month and the month after. So by just reading through it, we both refresh our memory as well as giving ourselves the opportunity to sort of reflect, rather look for those patterns. So the first header we're going to create is called reflection. And then we're going to go into this reflections database. And then over here, you can see we've already made this view. Previous months. All of the reflections that we made during the previous months. And then let me just see. I think this filter is perfect. So we can just add that to our quarterly review template. Actually, let me add this one over here as well. Okay, so I'm going to say linked view of this reflections database. And then we're looking for previous months. Okay. Now, one thing to keep in mind here is that Notion does not allow us to set a filter that is on or after 3 months ago, right? So if you remember correctly, we can do is on or after a week ago, or we can do is on or after a month ago, but we do not have an option to say is on or after a quarter ago. So what we do instead is we have this start date here that says is on or after custom date. And then at the beginning of every quarterly review, you have to change this custom date to the actual one that you want to see, right? So just to keep that in mind. And then over here, you can see the answers that we made for all of these questions during our monthly review. Now, sometimes you might not have filled in your monthly review. Maybe you've only done 1 or 2, maybe you've done 0. Then nothing will simply pop up here. And that is perfectly fine, right? Principle number 6. So I'm a little bit confused. I added 1 principle just before recording this video, and now my whole mental catalog is a little messed up. But we are not working for our systems. Our systems are working for us, right? So if you haven't filled it in, don't be upset. Don't feel like you failed. It's perfectly fine. Even if you only fill in half of these reviews, you're already making a very big dent in your personal development. So don't sweat it too much. The next thing that we want to do is we want to once again show those daily rating scores that we've been tracking. We want to show them on a little bit of a larger scale. So to do that, we have to go into our daily review. And then I'm actually going to take this daily ratings. And now we're going to change this one up slightly, because if we're going to make, let me just call this, daily ratings. If we're going to have 90 of these bars, it's going to get pretty crowded. So instead, we're going to have a slightly different chart, and we're going to go for a line chart. I'm going to remove this group by, and we're going to smooth out these lines. Let's see, more style option. Smooth out these lines. And I actually do want to see the data labels. Okay, so we're doing rating score average, and I want to show it by review date, but instead of doing it by day, we're going to do it by week. So we get the average score. Actually, it changed this to count. We want to take the average score that we did per week. So basically what it does now, it is tracking the rating scores that we have been tracking during our daily review, right? Over here, we've been doing this rating score, and then it's giving us the average on a weekly basis. Now, it's showing all of these very round numbers. I wonder if that's just because we just so happened to have it just so happened to be that we had very round numbers. Okay, so just like this, we're going to have a graph, and currently it's only 4 weeks. During the quarterly review, if we've been tracking quite consistently, we get this 12-week graph in which we can sort of see a fluid line for how we rated our days. Just a nice little insight into how we were feeling in real time during the past month. So over here, I'm just going to add that one. And we're going to say daily review, and we're going to say daily ratings. And there we have our chart. Actually, we need to change this to is on or after. And once again, this will have to be a custom date, right? Because we're unfortunately not allowed to say is on or after a quarter ago. So here you would also have to say after July 1st, 2024. Let me quickly change that over here as well. So we're going to set this one to custom date. Okay, beautiful. The next thing that we want to do is our actual quarterly review. Now, something to keep in mind, and something that I've also struggled with a bit in the past myself, is there's quite a lot of reviews in this system. And if everything syncs up, you would have a weekly, a monthly, and a quarterly review all at the same time when you do your quarterly review. And filling in all of those reflection questions can really just be too much. So what I would recommend doing is take the longest possible review and fill in the reflection questions for that one, right? So for example, do the quarterly reflections and then skip the reflection part of your monthly and weekly reflection. Because otherwise, if you're going to do it all power to you, but realistically from experience, that is not what's going to happen. So once again, better to have some realistic expectations instead of expecting the moon from ourselves and being like, I gotta do everything perfect, which is never gonna happen because we are not perfect. I didn't make the rules. I didn't decide it. I didn't decide us not being perfect. Let's see. We have our quarterly review, and I'm pretty sure we still have to link this database. And while we're at it, yes, we're just going to go edit, and we're going to say relationship, and just relink this with the actual quarterly review that we just made. That's nice. And then go back into that view that we had open here, quarterly review, and just make sure that we reset this one, and then we can go into this template. And just like that, database first design. Like I said at the beginning of this masterclass, 95% of this system is database. It's just databases layered into each other, and it allows for so much flexibility and easy building. Okay, here we just have a whole bunch of reflection questions. We're not going to look at all of them. You can just simply look at them yourself. I think all of them also have reminders added to them. Yeah, there's always reminders here that tell you a little more about the question. So these are just some prompts for things to reflect on at the end of every quarter. Okay, that's the reflection part of the quarterly review. The next and also the last part is the insight. So what we're going to do now is we're briefly going to check in with our value statements, with our core principles, and with our affirmations. Now, you don't have to change anything about them, but this could be a nice moment to just spend some time. Maybe you've captured a value statement at some point, but haven't quite filled in the reflection questions yet. Or maybe based from all of these questions and all of this reflection that we just did, we gathered some new insights. So this will be the moment for us to sort of add them to those respective databases. So let's actually create these views. We will go in here. I'm actually just going to duplicate this one. I'm going to call this one value statements. We'll just give it this little star. I'm just going to change this property instead of type. I want to see the resonance. It also has been sorted by resonance. And instead of affirmation, I wanted to say value statement. Okay, so that's automatically a value statement. And then we're going to do the same for core principles. But then instead here, we're going to say, I only want to see principles. Now we can add this to our quarterly review template. And so then inside of here, we will see all of our active value statements and all of our active core principles and all of our active affirmations. Just going to hide these. Currently, these are empty, but of course we can just simply add a new statement here. We can create a template and we can just simply fill it in, right? This is how everything is structured inside of each other. From here, we can just simply create one and easy peasy, just like that. Core principles, same. And then the affirmations, also the same. Just going to take this one out. Okay, then the next thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to grab. First, we'll need to make a new view. We're going to grab the 6 life areas database. And in particular, we want to create a view that allows us to easily change the generative ability as well as the rating score that we give to all of our life areas. So we're just going to hide these over here. I'm actually going to put the generative ability over there. I believe, yes, there we go. Okay, so let's say, for example, this is just a little example. Okay, we can have it like this. Beautiful. Okay. This could be the page that we have during our quarterly review. What we can now do is just briefly reflect on all of these different life areas and ask ourselves a question. What would I currently rate this life area at? And how much time and energy do I want to be investing in this life area the upcoming quarter? So for example, if you realize like, hey, my mental area has gone down to a 2, I actually want to give some more focus to that. You can say like, okay, I'm going to put 30% of effort into this one. But then also that might mean that now we're at 110% in total, which of course doesn't work. So it also invites us to think about what other areas to put less effort in on. So for example, if I'm going harder on this mental area, maybe finances aren't that important this quarter because I got it figured out quite a lot. And then we'll just actually sort this by that generative ability. And we just get a little overview of how much focus we want to do per life area. Now, this is not going to be dictating how you live your life, right? You just fill this in. It's more of setting an intention. that maybe 1 month in, you realize like, hey, I've been hanging out a lot with people this past month. And then you think back and you're like, oh, true. That's also actually what I wanted to put more effort into. So it just helps you set a little bit of intention. Now, later we're going to add an automation and a formula to also track how this rating changes over time. But that's something for the more advanced stuff in the next part of this masterclass. So for now, we're just keeping this rating score like this. And then the last thing that we do is actually checking in with our vision goals. Now, let's first build this view. So I'm going to say vision goals. And then we're going to go into properties. I'm going to hide everything. I want to see archived. I want to see the time horizon. And I want to see the date created. I'm just going to put this one over here. We're just going to make that one a little bit smaller. I'm going to give the goal name a whole bunch of breathing room. I'm going to put this one over here. And I'm going to put date created. And we're going to put date created. How about instead we just do time elapsed? Or how about we just do both? Time elapsed and date created. There. That looks pretty. Okay. We are going to add this to the quarterly review template, but I want to emphasize that the goal here is not to look at every single vision goal. I mean, if you want to take a full day or 2 days to do your quarterly review, then by all means, do look at every vision goal. But the purpose is to look or explore one vision goal per quarterly review. And this means that when we have one vision goal per life area, that over a period of 18 months, we would revisit every single vision goal. And this would also be my general recommendation when using this system. I've had people ask me like, do I need to fill in every single thing in one go? And I would say, if you have the time and energy to do so, all power to you. But realistically speaking, you got a whole bunch of other things going on in your life. So you can just ease into it. Just create your first vision goal during your first quarterly review. Just create your second vision goal during your second quarterly review. And by the time you are 18 months down the line, you will have your 6 vision goals. So you can just ease into it. So that would be my tip. Just cover one vision goal per review. And actually, we need to create one filter over here that says archived is unchecked. Okay. Boom. And just like that. That is our quarterly review. We don't need to create a new one at the end of the review because there is no planning ahead. And yeah, very simple like this. Now, the last thing that we can do here is create a little gallery view. I'm just going to say quarterly reviews. And then we have a bunch of covers specifically for the quarterly review. Now, all the covers that I currently have are outdated, so I will update these covers. And also, if you purchase the Notion of Life system, you get access to all the original design files. So you can get the current banners and everything for free. But if you want to get the original design files so that you can alter them and change them yourself inside of Figma, then that is part of the package that you get when you purchase the Notion of Life system. Okay, let's see. Why am I getting a goat here? I'm actually going to say layout. And then like that, we could create I'm going to make this large. And like that, we could create a gallery with all of our different quarterly reviews. So that brings us to the last element in the Notion of Life system, the mother of all reviews. Yes, I am talking about the yearly review. And this review is connected to a whole bunch of elements. It is connected to the daily review for the ratings. We have all our reflection questions from the monthly and quarterly reviews. Then we also have all of our completed projects from the previous year, all of our most important knowledge pieces from the previous year, the 6 life areas, our core insights, and of course, a whole bunch of reflections. Now, of course, inside of our flowchart here, we can also see that the yearly review is all the way at the top. It's the last stage in the review cycles, and it leads indeed to these deepest of insights. Now, this graph over here, we can dream by now, but an important note to make here is that this is compounded growth. So the yearly review is really, really, really valuable. But the thing with the yearly review is that we can only do it once a year because we need all that information. We need all that experience, that lived experience of the past year in order for us to be able to analyze it. So it's going to take some time before we get the first yearly review done. But once you'll do it, you'll see you gain so much insight from it. And then if you have another year to also apply all those insights, that's when you start seeing those results from the feedback loops we've been talking about. And that's when real beautiful things start to happen. That is when real beautiful things start to happen. So let's go and build our last database and just look at this database collection zone just coming together so beautifully over here. I'll just give this one the little emoji. Not sure why it's not showing up. We're going to add this page and we're going to create this yearly review over here. And then I'm going to give it the part master. What am I doing here? Master table. Gonna give it the cover. Database cover. There we go. This one, very similar to with the quarterly review, only has a year. And we don't even give a date span to it, just a year. That's really all we need. And we'll just, while we're at it, relink this database here. Can we get that as an option? Yearly review, boom. Beautiful. And let's just immediately also go into this one. Okay, beautiful. So we're just going to create this yearly review template here. I'm going to blow open this page. Going to hide this part over here. And then let's start adding in the elements for the actual review. Now, the first thing that we have is a reminder. The yearly review really takes some time, and it also deserves some love. So what I would recommend is to find a place that is comfortable for you. Make yourself comfortable. Grab your favorite drink. Grab your favorite people if you like. Get some good food. Make sure there's room to work out or have walks in nature. And really give yourself some time. And usually I like to take at least 2 days to do this. So you want to sit with everything. You just want to simmer in it a little bit. It's not just a checkbox to be ticked off. No, this is a super deep insight into yourself, right? You get a little glimpse into everything that's been going on in the past year. And that's frankly just a lot of fun. It's very fun to do. It's very engaging. And yeah, no need to rush the yearly review, right? This is a 2-day investment that is going to pay off itself 100-fold in the upcoming year. So first, just set the stage. Set the stage for that yearly review. Once we've set that stage, over here, we're going to create a bunch of linked views of things that we have already done in the past year. The first one is that we want to have all of our reflections from the previous months. And then over here, we can set this custom date to be January 1st of the last year. So we basically get to see all the things we answered during our monthly reviews for all of these questions. And here you can really see that pattern recognition arising, right? You could imagine if you have answered this question about what are my intentions for the upcoming month, or maybe what is something that went really well, or what was something I was grateful for, or which people made me laugh, and you answered that question 10 times throughout the year, you can really start seeing patterns. Like maybe 5 of those 10 times, my intention was to be gentler with myself and with other people. Well, maybe that is something that is really, really, really valuable to me and that deserves some extra love and attention. So I can then take that and turn that into a value statement and write a bit more about it and go and vision for myself what would be some practical examples of how I could live this out, right? So this is the moment where we get this very deep pattern recognition. Likewise, we're also going to have a look once again at our daily ratings. But before we can do that, we basically need to duplicate this view. But instead of having it be in the last 3 months, we want to set it to be in the last year. And once again, we have to do that manually. We will simply add that one over here. I'm going to say daily review. And currently we don't have all the data in here, but let me just show you in this finished Notion of Life what that would look like. I put some dummy data in this one. So let me just open this up over here. And we could go to daily ratings. And you can see a nice little graph how we scored ourselves over the previous year per month. So actually what I did there is make per month. So we should change this layout and say review date per month, right? So we get real-time insight into how we experienced everything during the past month, past year rather. Okay. Then we are also going to look back at the reflections that we made during our quarterly reviews. So we're just going to add that one right over here. And then we're also going to look at all of the projects. And actually, we will need to have to create that view first. Just duplicate this. And we're actually going to show all of the projects that are either active, completed, or terminated. And I'll just put this in a list format. And we can put the status over there. We can put the date span. I'll just put the days past date in front of it. And then sort by status. Now let's actually do descending. And we're going to add this one over here. All projects. Beautiful. So what we can do here is we can check in with all of the projects that we have completed, that we have terminated, and we can also check in with the active projects, and we can simply read through the reflections, right? Is there anything that stands out to us? So once again, we can just start looking for patterns. And what I usually do is, as I'm reading through all this stuff, I just create a little scratch pad. And in here, I just write down anything that comes to mind. Later, we will process it into the new databases, but over here, I just write everything that comes to mind. And usually this turns out to be many, 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 many lines of text, but just things that come up as we are going through through this yearly reflection. And then the last tab that we want here in sort of this review section, so we want to have our knowledge database. And actually, I want to duplicate this view over here. I'm just going to give this one the part termination mark. I'm just going to say highest rated. Exempt, we don't need that. The only thing that we want is the score. And then we're going to sort it by score descending. Last edited is on or after, and that was going to be a custom date of this year. And the filter that we're going to apply is we're going to say the score has to be higher, and you can choose a score for yourself that you want. Let's say, for example, score has got to be higher than 30. Right, so we're going to add this. I'm actually going to drag these around a little bit. We're going to add this to this yearly review template over here. Empty view, knowledge database. Okay. And we can see only the best knowledge that we have generated throughout the year. So we're really taking some time to look at all the bigger picture things, right? Everything that happened during our months. Our entire year of ratings on an ongoing basis. All of the things that we've reflected on during the quarterly reflections, and we're checking in with all of our completed projects, our terminated projects, potentially also our active projects, and then here, all of our most valuable knowledge pieces. Now, from these tabs, certain insights might arise, and that is where we have a separate set of questions. So over here, I'm going to create a linked view of this reflections database. And then here we have a special set of questions. And these questions are related to the views that we've just created. So this question, for example, are there any patterns or insights that stand out from the monthly reflection? So we can go into the monthly reflection, and then based on these reflections, we can make new reflections inside of here, right? And those could be 5 reflections, could be 10 reflections. We're basically looking for patterns, and then we capture them here. And then similarly, are there any patterns or insights from the quarterly reflections? So then we go in here, and we're looking for those patterns and insights. And similarly for the pieces of knowledge and the project tracker. So these are sort of the input, the context that we can use to fill in these reflection questions. Besides those, we also have some dedicated yearly reflection questions, which are not as much contextual as these others would be, but these are just questions that we can fill in right here, right now. Like, what were some of your favorite experiences? Or what was the single biggest achievement that you made, or a music album that you really liked this year? And then, for example, if you would fill in this question, the reminder is to put on some headphones, lay down, and just listen to that music album intently. So these are just different prompts, different questions to sort of process and relive your year. And as we're doing all these things, certain core insights might come up. So over here, we're just going to have that same view that we also had in the quarterly review, where you can simply create new core insights. But instead of having it as 2 databases, what we'll do is just say, do both value statements and principles. But I'm just going to group them by type. I say value statement, personal, cultural. And so we can easily just capture any core insights as we are doing our yearly review. And then lastly, we will just create one more view of the 6 life areas database. I'm just going to call this one yearly review. Generative ability, we got the rating, and then we got our vision goal and core insights. I'm just going to add that one over here so that as we are sort of going through this review, we can process things straight away. So over here, you can basically see we're browsing through these previous things that we've done through the year. Those patterns we answer in this tab. Then the next tab is all of the reflection that we do right here and now. As we're doing all this stuff, we're writing a whole bunch of things down in the Scratchpad. And then afterwards, from the Scratchpad, let's say, for example, I wrote down a value over here. We can drag all of those in to our core insights. And then over here, we can immediately link them to a particular life area. So we can say, okay, this insight I just created, I'm immediately just going to link that to this particular life area. And that is sort of how we make the whole circle connect. We now made the full circle. We've integrated everything. We've looked for these deepest patterns. We've reflected on everything deeply. We can now turn this into new goals and start the new year completely fresh, completely clear. And that is also why at the end we have this little reminder over here that says, time to wrap up the year. The year is now over. Everything that has happened, the beautiful, the painful, the awe-inspiring, is in the past. You were there to experience it all, and now it's time to move forward and experience new things. Say goodbye to the year, thank it for everything that it taught you, and then open yourself up for a new year to come. And by the time you filled in this first review, I congratulate you because you've made it all the way through a full year of A Notion of Life, and by that time, you will have seen incredible results. Okay. The last thing that we want to do to wrap up this part of the masterclass is to actually populate the dashboards that we made at the beginning. Now, as I mentioned before, the review cycles already make it so that we check in with most of the parts of the system, actually check in with all the parts of the system. But we can also interact with parts of the system on demand. And that is what we have these zones for. And for example, the execution zone is one that I use every single day because that's where I have my daily action list, my daily review. So I really spend a lot of time in this zone. So let's just add all of the views in each of the zones. And for the insight zone, we want to add our value statements, our core principles, our affirmations, and then lastly, all of our active vision goals. I'm just going to add the value statements over here. I'm just going to remove that. I'm going to hide this title because we have the little emoji to denote which database it is. And then we're going to add the, let's hit it in the toggle, the core principle. And obviously, as you start populating these databases, you'll get nice overviews of all of your most important information under each of these different tabs. And we really try to keep everything as clean and minimalistic as possible. Now, feel free to pimp and create aesthetics around this entire template. This is really more about the functionality. And of course, you can pimp it however you want. But just keep in mind, functionality first, aesthetics second. So we do want it to be functional. Actually, let me get a different view of that vision goal database. We want to have all of our active vision goals, and I see we don't have that view quite yet. So let's just go in here, and we're going to say empty view, list view. I actually want to see active vision goals. We can add the star over there. And then for the properties, we can say time elapsed. And we can say time horizon. I'll just drag that one in front. We can remove this page icon. And then as a filter, I'm going to say archived is unchecked. So it's only going to show us the unarchived vision goals. Let's just add that one over here. Delete. Empty view. And now the beauty is, because we made everything in the original database, we can always just delete something from any part of the system. If we don't like it, or if we just don't like it for now, we can just delete it, and later on we can just add it with just a few clicks. And just like that, we have our first dashboard completed over here. Okay, now let's actually, I think what I like to see here is just a little line between these headers and the actual database, and we can bring this one a little bit up. Okay, beautiful. Now, next up, let's go and make the planning zone. And in the planning zone, what we want to see is our next up projects and our projects timeline. Now, we already have our next up projects, but we don't yet have a project timeline. So let's just go and create that one. I'm going to duplicate this one. I'm actually going to turn this into a timeline view. I'm going to add this filter and say either it's going to be next up or active, and I want to sort it by the date span. I think ascending is correct. And then let's put this on quarter. And then basically we can see all of our projects as we're planning them on a timeline view. So we can just sort of look into the future and see all of the projects that we have planned. And that's not going to be a weekly review thing. So we'll just put that over here. And I'm going to say linked view of database, project tracker. Next up. Hide. I'm actually going to add this one as well. Actually call this the project. Little nice hack. If you ever want to delete an entire word, you can simply use Option backspace to delete an entire word, and you can use Command backspace to delete an entire sentence. So if you want to have some quicker editing of text, those can be some nice hotkeys. Then inside the knowledge zone, we want to see all of the knowledge pieces that are currently on Keep Exploring. And we want to have a separate tab for all of the ones that are to explore. So we can check in what are all the knowledge pieces we're already working on. And if we just simply want to open them back up. And we can also check in with all of the knowledge pieces that we have not yet started. Like, for example, an article or a book or a video or something else that we captured somewhere, but that we do want to interact with. And we can simply use our open knowledge, and I think we'll just duplicate this one. I think that will make the most sense. Duplicate this. I'm actually going to say to explore. And then property. Let's add the score over here. And then we have the days left in front. Do we look like what this looks like? I think it's a little much. Okay, I think we're just going to put it like this. And then actually let's rename this and set the filter to status contains explore. So it's only going to show us things that have the status of exploring, and we'll just make these groups visible. And we're going to duplicate this one. I'm going to call this one Keep Exploring. And we're simply just going to change this one over here. We're going to say exploring because that is the other. And then once again, go in here, say group meeting. Boom. How does that go into the knowledge zone? And grab these keep exploring. And then the other one is going to be to explore. Okay, perfect. Next up, we have our execution zone, and we already had two things added here. We have our daily review already added, and we already have our daily actions added. So what I want to add is all of the projects that are currently active, and we want to add our habits that are currently active. So let's just actually check if we have both those views. Active projects, we have active projects, so that is perfect. We can just add that like here, and then habit tracker. Do we also have active habits? That should be the same as the daily habits, so we can just simply... Actually, I think I prefer having it like this with also the context and stuff. So we're just going to say active habits, removing that grouping. And we're going to say filter. And we want the status to be building. And the sort, we can make this actually the hit rate. And we can make it from successful to least successful. And then we can add those over here. We can say project tracker, show me all of these active projects that we are currently working on, and show me the habits. I'm just going to simply call this projects and habits, because we know if it's inside of the execution zone that they're only for the active projects and the active habits. Okay, next up is the review zone. And this one is also one that we will use quite a lot, because from here we will access all of our reviews. So let's actually go into these databases and make sure we have all the right overview. So I'm going to duplicate this master overview. I'm going to call this one daily review. And what we want to see in there, we want to see the day rating. We want to see the weekly review, rating score. This one we can leave out. Name of the day. The review date we can put over here. Actually, the score we can also hide. This one can be much smaller. Okay, beautiful. And then we can sort this and say review date is descending, because we want to see the most recent ones on the top, right? Okay, then we're going to go into the weekly review. And over here, we're actually going to make a new view as well. We're going to call this weekly reviews. Going to turn that into a list. Just add the date span. And once again, we're going to say date span is descending. And what this does is that it actually shows us the most recent ones on top. So let's say, for example, this one would be for the upcoming week. You can see the most recent one is going to be on the top. And what I usually do is when I have the active weekly review that I'm working on in this week, I add these two little arrows in front of them. So then I can easily search for the weekly review by using the search function. Or at least, supposedly, I should be able to. There we go. Okay, weekly reviews. And then for the monthly reviews, we actually have a special gallery view as well. So we can go in here and we once again can say we want to see the page cover. And then for each of these months, as we are making them, we can simply add the custom covers for that particular month. And this is simply to just give it a little more aesthetics to make it look nice. Every month has a color that is sort of matching with that particular month, right? And we'll just add a few over here. We're not going to add all of them. If you want, you can do that, of course. If you want access to these files, I've said it a few times, but you can leave your email address down below and I'll send you an email with all of the files and resources and everything that we're using in this video. And this one we're actually just going to sort manually like this. And these are going to be the monthly reviews. Beautiful. And then we're going to do the same for the quarterly reviews. Actually, I think we already did this for the quarterly reviews. Perfect. And we're going to do the same for the yearly reviews. I'm going to say layout. This cart size can be large. Let's create a new page just to show you what it looks like. Let's call this one 2024. And actually, I'm not sure if I already made a review cover for 2024. Yeah, okay, I didn't make one for 2024. Let's just take this one as a placeholder. And then we're going to have yearly reviews. Okay, so we're going to add all of these into the review zone. Linked view of database. First, we're going to have all of our daily reviews. And we have that over here, all of our daily reviews. Then we're going to have all of our weekly reviews. Now, I don't access this page very often because usually most reviews we already create the week ahead or the month ahead. So then I just search for them by using Command P. But for the quarterly and yearly ones, you can find them here. And also for consistency purposes, we do put all of them in the review zone where they belong. All right, so we're just going to add the monthly reviews. We're just going to add the quarterly reviews. And then lastly, we're going to add the yearly. That's the wrong one. I want to have the gallery view. We're going to add the yearly review as well. Set it to page cover, actually. Okay, so now we have all of our reviews next to each other right here for easy access. And I'll just hide the title for this one. Rather hide the property so that it looks a little cleaner. Okay, the last one is going to be adding all of the reflection questions. And actually, these views are not yet in the original reflections database. So let's go in here and actually make them. I will just duplicate. Actually, I think what is easier, instead of just making that in here, because then we're going to do a lot of double work, is that we can simply go here. And we can just say, okay, previous days for the daily one. I'm just going to say rules. I'm just going to remove that 1 week ago. So that is all the daily reflections. So basically what we're doing here is we're creating it so that we can always find all of the answers we have ever given for any question. Just add this a little bit. And once again, most of these things we are going to encounter during our processes. Like 99% of the time you'll interact with this as you're going through your reviews, but we also just put it in the zones. If we want to find it, if we want to interact it, we'll know exactly where to find it. So I'm going to say previous weeks. I'm going to do the same thing here. Just going to remove that 1 week ago. weekly. We're going to do the same for the previous months. Let's see, previous months. Also, once again, we're going to just hide Now we can also do the same for our project questions, our vision goal questions, and our core insight questions. Now we would have to go in here and actually change this filter to include all of the project tracker questions. I'm not going to do that right now because I think you can see where this goes. You can simply build this yourself. You can add the questions like this. Because this is just going to be more of the same. You can add these questions if you want to add them. Let me just go here. You can do the same for the vision goal questions. You would also have to manually remove this, add all of the questions here. You can also do the same for the core insight questions. Right, change them over there. And then lastly, we can do the same for the 6 life areas. This is definitely a tedious thing to set up, but there we go. We set it up, and just like that, we have our database collection zone, which features all of the databases that we are using in this system. We have our insight zone, in which we can see all of the insight-related databases. Actually, going to add a little spacing between those. We have the planning zone, in which we have all of our planning-related databases. We have our knowledge zone, where we have to keep exploring and to explore knowledge. We have our execution zone. This one we use a lot, especially the daily actions list, in which we can simply tick off our daily actions. We have our review zone, in which we can easily access all of the reviews that we've ever made. And then lastly, of course, we have the reflection zone. And like that, we have just built the foundation of the Notion of Life system. The circle of growth, we put that inside of the system, and this is plug and play, ready to use. Which means it is now time for some of the more advanced stuff. Now, you don't need to know this advanced stuff, but of course, it's always nice to learn more. And we've already had a little sneak peek at some formulas, like this one, for example, which sort of tracks what time we planned an action item for and shows us which one is active for right now. We can do a lot with these formulas. We can do a lot with these automations. So that's why we're going to have a separate part and take a deeper dive on that part of the system. Congratulations. You've already made it this far into the masterclass. If you want to support the work that I'm doing and perhaps save yourself a few more hours in setup, then please consider getting the Notion of Life template. There is many benefits to this template that hopefully at this point I don't have to explain anymore. But just to have a quick overview, we have things like automated time tracking, we have our layered reflections and review cycles, we have the 6 life area framework, we have all these formulas, automations, databases, templates, everything coming together in this one system. So if you want to start using the system right away, and if you want to support the work that I'm doing, then please consider getting this template. And as a little bonus, the first 50 people that get this template will also get 1 hour of free coaching. So go to the link in the description down below and get the Notion of template right away. Now that we have all become tiny Notion masters, it is time to level up our skills even further. And that is what we're going to do in part number 6. We're going to have a look
at formulas and automations. Now, Notion is really putting in a lot of resources in getting these things to a very high level. So back in the day, we used to have very simple formulas, which basically allowed you to do some minor data manipulation and like build some fun stuff. But then I think a year ago, they released Formulas 2.0, which is basically a tiny programming language inside of our database cells. And this really changed the game a lot. Additionally, they're also currently working very hard to make automations a big thing. And automations are basically ways to connect certain processes between different database, but also between different programs. So for example, I could say, if I change something in the action tracker, I want this other thing to change in the project tracker. Or whenever I put this thing to complete it, I want to automatically send an email to a person. And these automations could be one step, but they can also be multiple step automations, right? So whenever I set this project to complete it, I automatically want to send an email to all those people, and then I also want to export it as a PDF and give it a certain name. So formulas are basically ways to sort of within a cell build a mini automation by running some code, and then automations are ways to also do that outside of either a database or outside of our Notion system. So let's first have a look at the formula basics. I've prepared a little cheat sheet for us, which we can use to first have a look at the basics of formulas. Now, formulas are in essence a programming language. So actually what we're going to do is have a look at the basics of programming. Now, full disclosure, I am not a programmer. I have learned some Python. I know some HTML and CSS. I know how to build websites and stuff. I know the basic logic of programming, but I'm not a full-fledged programmer. But I'm still just going to run you through all of these basics. And then after we've done that, we're going to have a look at all of the formulas and automations that we are using inside a Notion of Life. And a few of those we've already seen. And we're just going to deconstruct them and see, okay, what are these actually doing and how does that work? And then hopefully by doing that, you learn, first of all, what the system is doing and also how you could potentially create your own formulas or edit the existing ones. So the first thing to know is that there is 4 different data types. And these are the types of information that we can manipulate within a formula. The first one is what is known as a string. And a string is just a series, a string of letters. And these letters together form a text. So the way you can think about a string is just text, right? String is text. And the way we create a string is by making, not sure what the word is for these, exclamation marks. Don't think that's the right word. Anyway, we make 2 of these bad boys, and then anything inside of here is a string. Were we to delete those, it's not going to recognize this. So we have to denote a string by adding these exclamation points. Okay. The next data type that we have is a number. And as the name suggests, these are just all the numbers. So any mathematical number, anything between 0 and infinite, anything with an unlimited amount of numbers behind the comma, all of those are number data types. So we can have 24.2, we can have a gigantic amount, I don't even know, what's it, like 5 million. Any number that we have, we can add in the number data type. The next one that we have is what is called the Boolean. And the easiest way to understand this is basically, is it yes or is it no? Is it true or is it false? And whenever a statement is true, we get this little checked checkbox, and whenever it's false, it's going to be an unchecked checkbox. So true is checked, false is unchecked. And this is basically a type of logic that later on you'll see we use quite a lot. We check whether a statement that we make is true or false, and then based on what the outcome is, we can actually run a piece of code. And then the last data type that we have over here is dates. And over here I actually called a function to have this date, which is the today function. And basically these are date data types so many double words like checkboxes and data types, but these are basically dates that we can manipulate. So we could, for example, add days to this, we could change the month, and yeah, these are the 4 different data types that we have inside of Notion formulas. The second thing we're going to look at is what we call the operators. And this is basically where we take 2 values and we compare them to each other. So, for example, over here, we have the does this equal sign. So basically what we're saying here, 4 equals 2. Now, that could be posed as a question. Does 4 equal 2? No, 4 does not equal 2. So the outcome that we get is untrue, right? It's an open checkbox. If I were to say 4 equals 4, that is true. So this is what I was saying earlier. We sort of use 2 arguments. This is what we can call an argument. So we use 2 arguments and we compare them to each other. We're like, if this is this true? Yes or no? And those are the only 2 outcomes that we can have here. It's either true or it is false. And in this case, 4 does not equal 2. We can use these operators to sort of check whether a certain statement is true, yes or no. So we can use different data types, put them together, and then check, are these things that we put together true, yes or no? Is, for example, 4 does not equal 2. So is means equal. If we have exclamation mark is means does not equal. So here we say 4 does not equal 2. That is indeed true. If I were to say 4 does not equal 4, 4 does equal 4, so it is going to be untrue. The next one is larger than and smaller than. So over here, we're going to say 4 is larger than 2. And once again, that is true, right? 4 is indeed larger than 2. That is why this checkbox is checked. If I were to say 4 is larger than 6, that is, of course, not true. So that one's going to be unchecked. So let's put this back. 4 is indeed larger than 2. Then the other way, when we have this little arrow to the left, we can say 4 is smaller than 2. And if we know some basic arithmetic, 4 is not smaller than 2. So then we get untrue, right? So we can use these operators to take this data and evaluate whether it is true, yes or no. So these are the comparison operators. Then over here, we have what we call the logicals. Here we can basically combine 2 things together. And this is very similar to the filters that we have here in Notion, right? We can filter things and say, let me just get this one, for example. We can say length is this, and length is this, or length is this. And basically what we can say is we check something in a filter and we can say both of these need to be true or just one of these 2 needs to be true. So let me show you this example. Over here, I'm saying 4 is larger than 2. This is true. So that would mean the checkbox needs to be checked. But I'm saying 4 is larger than 2 and 6 equals 5. 6 does not equal 5. So because one of these 2 is invalid, the entire statement is rendered not true. Were I to say 4 is larger than 2 and 6 equals 6, then both of these are true, then the entire statement is true. So by using this AND property, by saying, this operator, by saying and, we basically evaluate the entire statement that we just made, and everything in there needs to be true. Otherwise, the whole thing is not true. The other option that we have is that we say 4 is larger than 2, that is true, or 6 equals 5. Now, 6 still doesn't equal 5, but because 4 is larger than 2, this one is still checked. So with this operator, what we're saying is actually only one of them needs to be true. So we could have a large statement and we say if only one of these things is true, then the entire thing is still true, right? So for this one, both need to be true or all need to be true. And for this one, only one needs to be true. The last thing that we can do with these operators is do basic arithmetic. So we can basically just add numbers together. We can say 1 plus 2 divided by 5 times 9 minus 0.4 is, of course, 4.2 because 4.2 is a great number.
But we could basically do any sort of basic arithmetics in here, right? I could just say 20 plus 30, and it's going to give me the answer. I could say 50 plus 30 divided by 12, and it's going to give me the answer. So this is basically just how you would use a calculator, and that is how we can do basic arithmetic. Okay, then the next level of formulas is what we call functions. And functions are basically pre-built code that already have a function of what they do. So they can already do something that has been pre-created by someone else. And Notion has a whole bunch of standard functions inside the formula. I'm just going to open an empty formula real quick. Over here, you can see a whole bunch of different functions. And all these functions do something else. They all have a particular effect on our data. Now, there's plenty of cheat sheets and stuff online where you can find all of this information. I'm just going to show you a few examples to give you a little sense of what we could do with these functions. The first one here is that we can take one data type and turn it into something else. So for example, over here, we have the data type of a string, right? Even though I put the number 5 here, it is a string because I put these quotation marks around it. If I were to now say 5 plus 5, it's not giving me a proper answer because what it's saying is the string 5 plus the number 5. Let's say, for example, if I would say divided by 2, it says I cannot do math on a text because it doesn't recognize this as a number, it recognizes it as a text. So what I can do is I can grab this string and say to number. And we call a function like that. And now it has taken this string and it has turned it into a number. And now I can say 5 divided by 2 is 2.5. So that could be one of the functions. We can turn something into a number. But we could also do the opposite. We could also take a number and turn it into a piece of text. So we can manipulate data in this way. Another function that we might have is called the dateAdd property. So what we've done here today is actually first, we're going to call this today function. This is also a function. And what this function does is it returns the date of today. So in this case, December 26th. Now, what I can say is I'm going to add a date to this. And then over here, you see a little instruction. The way we do this is we first give the amount of days we want to add. And then we say, do we want to add days, months, or years? And in this example, I'm going to say add 1 months. And like this, instead of December 26th, it now shows January 26th, or it shows February 26th, right? So we can manipulate the data type that we have over here. And we have things like dateAdd, but we also have things like, let me see, date subtract, date between, date range, and these are all pre-built formulas that Notion has already created for us, and we can use these to create these complex formulas. Now, there's 2 separate ways that we can use functions. I'm first going to show you the old way, then I'm going to show you the new way, which is much better and much cleaner to write. The first way we could call the function is by saying dateAdd. I'm going to open this one now. And then in here, I'm going to say the first one is I want to dateAdd this now plus 1 day plus days. And like this, it's going to dateAdd. So I sort of put the arguments that I want, or I put the data that I want to manipulate, I put that into these 2 brackets. But when you do this with larger formulas, it gets pretty bloated and it also starts looking a bit ugly. So instead, what we want to do is we start with this function, and then we use what we call the dot notation. So we use a dot to call a function on the previous thing in the line. So I'm going to say now plus dateAdd, and now I can say 1 days. And we can read it from left to right. So I first have now, and then on that now, I'm going to say dateAdd 1 day. And then in here, I could call another function, and it keeps sort of layering into each other. So that is a way that we're going to use to write most of our code inside this system. Another one that we have is the length function, which returns the length of a certain string. So for example, here I have wabbalabadubdub, which is 14, but if I were to remove some words, it literally just counts the amount of characters that we have in this string. And then the last one that we're going to look at is the style tag. And this basically allows us to do very basic styling inside of our formulas. Now, normally we could style things to the moon if we would use a language like CSS, but inside of here, we just have some basic styling possibilities, which are the same as that we would have if we were to style things on a Notion page. So basically what we can do is we could take any string that we have and we can say style. And then in here, we can do things like make the text bold. We can give it a color. We can give it a background color. And we can give text effects. So basically, I could just go blue. And now the text is going to be blue. And I could say blue, but I also want it to be bold. We can make it blue and bold. So we can use this style function to style the text that we have over here. Okay, then the next set of things that we have are properties. And the properties are basically the properties that we have in our database. So we've been creating properties in these databases this entire masterclass. And inside the formula, we can actually take these properties and use them as part of our formula. So what do I mean by that? For example, over here, we can simply grab the status property that is over here. So I can just open this one up, and the first list of things that we get is always all of the properties that live in any given database. And now it's just showing a whole bunch of ugly properties because this is an example database with all the code. Let me, for example, go into this action tracker, and I'll just go all the way to the left, and we'll just create a formula real quick. And we'll go in there. And now you can see on the left, we have all of these properties that we have inside this database over here. And I could simply say, okay, I want you to show me let's say I want you to show me the priority. I can just grab that one over here. And whenever you select a property, it gets this little gray background, which means, okay, I actually selected the property from this database. I can save this one. And now you can see on every line that has a property filled in here, a priority rather, it's going to show up over here. So it's literally showing us the property from this database. And this is really powerful because then we can start grabbing data from the database. And for example, I could say, when this property is big win, I want it to be styled a certain way. But when it is first priority, I want this piece of information to change. So this is sort of a mini automation that we can build by having a formula that responds to changes in the properties inside of our database. I know that sounds a little bit complex at the moment, but it will make sense once we start getting into some practical examples. Okay, we're just going to delete this one over here. I'm going to go back into our beautiful cheat sheet. So that is properties. Now we're going to get to the magic of things. Over here, we have what is called an if statement. And an if statement basically evaluates the first argument that is made, and it checks, is this true, yes or no? So what we've been doing with these operators is basically evaluating whether something is true. And in an if statement, we can say, if this thing over here is true, then I want you to execute this over here. However, if it's not true, I want you to execute this over here. So it is if statement. This is the statement we are going to evaluate. And then based on that statement, it's either returning this string or it is returning this string. So in this particular example, we're saying if 2 plus 3 equals 4, if that is true, then I want you to say you are the smartest. If it is not true, I want you to say, how could you be this dumb, bro? And obviously 2 plus 3 does not equal 4. So what does it say? How could you be this dumb, bro? But let's say, for example, I would change this to 2 plus 3 equals 5, which it does. Now it changes to you are the smartest, because once again it evaluates Is 2 plus 3 5? Yes, it is. Okay, then we're going to execute this first line of code. So that is how we can use an if statement. Now, we can combine the power of properties with these if statements. So what we can do, for example, is we can say, if the status is completed, then I want you to execute this part of code. If it is not yet completed, I want you to execute this part of code. And that is sort of what we do over here. Now, instead of just changing things in the formula, we can change things inside of the database, right? I could change the status, and then the content of this formula automatically changes. So this is sort of the mini automation I was talking about earlier. We change one thing in a database, and then the content of this property actually changes, right? So we're saying if status is completed, done, and if it's not completed, give it some more. Now, we can go one level deeper here by doing what is called, inside of Notion, it's called the ifs statements. Here we can basically add multiple conditions in a row. So we can say, okay, if status is completed, then say, good job, brother. If status is active, then say, still some more work to do. And if status is next up, then we can say, this one is coming next. So we can add multiple evaluations, all with their own result. And so if we were, say, active, still some more work to do. Next up, this one's coming up next. Completed, good job, brother. So we can use these properties and then make all of these different ifs statements. All right. So now we're getting into a little bit more of the nitty-gritty stuff. Another thing we can do is what I call relational calls. And this is basically the same that we do with a roller property, except that it allows us to manipulate the data further inside of the formula. So over here, I created a little relation to the action tracker. And then we have this formula over here. The first one is called the map. What this formula does, it goes into our relationship with the action tracker. And then we can say, from the action tracker, I want to map the current, and then we once again can use a dot, and then we can take a property from the action tracker. So I can go inside of the action tracker and I can say, okay, from the action tracker, I want to map the current, and then let's say, for example, whether they are done, yes or no. And then I'm going to save this. And now for every page that I connect to this entry in the database, and just to make this clear, I'll also make an empty one. From every page that we connect, as soon as we connect them, it's going to grab that particular property. But I could also grab another property. I could also say I want to have the action date. So now it's going to show us the action date of all of these actions. And just like that, we can display any of the properties from the other database inside this current database. And this is where things get really powerful, because now we can make cross-database automations using these formulas, where if we change one thing in one database, we can also make changes in another database. Okay, I'll just put this one back to done. Then the other relational call that we can make is that we actually filter. So we are going to say, once again, from this action tracker database, I want to only show the pages that actually have done is true. So what we're doing here is we're saying we have these 3 pages connected, but only one of them is done. So I only want you to show me, by filtering, I only want you to show me the one that is done. So filter current done equals true. If I were to say equals false, then it's going to show me the other 2. So we can also filter through the entries in another database of all of the pages that are related to the entry in this database, right? So all of these pages, we can filter through them by using this formula. Super duper powerful. And then the last thing that we can do is what is called declaring variables. Now, a variable is basically a piece of text
in which we can save data. So we can save any of the data types that we talked about earlier, and we can save it into a piece of text. And then whenever we use this piece of text later on, it is going to have the same function as if it would be that piece of data that is inside that text. So let's say, for example, over here we're declaring a variable. And the way we do this is by using this function, let. The first word over here, that is the variable. So this is the variable that we now created. And what I'm going to say, this variable is going to save this piece of data into it. So I'm going to say favorite color is purple. And then after I make this comma, I can now create a new statement. And inside of there, I can actually start using this variable. So over here, I declare it. That's what we call declaring a variable. I basically tell the program, this variable now exists. And then later on, I can use it. So I say, okay, favorite color is purple. And then over here, I say, okay, this is what I want you to return. My favorite color is, and over here I say plus, favorite color. This is the variable we just declared. So now this is going to return purple. If I had never declared this variable to begin with, it's going to say it's not defined, right? Because we never declared the variable. So I'm going to say favorite color. And if I were to change it over here, then it's also going to change over here, right? So we can declare a variable, food is kebab, and then in the second sentence, I can call it I like plus food. I like kebab. So now it's taken food, kebab. If I would change this over here, corn, it's going to change to corn. Now, single variables don't really make a sense in Notion formulas, but we can also declare multiple variables. And this is where things become really interesting because it helps us to write much cleaner code. So what I've done over here is I've declared a variable that says current age. So I'm going to say my current age, this is the variable, and this is the data I want to save into it. The current age is 29. Ideal age is 19. And then inside of this let's function, I can then run an if function. So I'm going to say, okay, if my current age is bigger than my ideal age, then it's going to say, you getting old, Sanka. If it is less than, so this is the untrue result, it's going to say you're such a young blood. And the variable here is current age 29, ideal age is 19. So what it's doing here, it's basically saying if 29 is larger than 19, which is true, then say you're getting old Sanka. But if I were to change my current age in this variable, the result of this statement is automatically going to change because I changed this variable over here by basically putting in the information over here. Now, these are simple examples, but I could also be having much more information inside of this variable, right? I could have a property that I have evaluated by using these operators, and then I don't want to rewrite that same line of code every single time. So I put that inside of this variable. That is the basics of Notion formulas. Now, one last note I want to make here is that ChatGPT is your friend. You can either ask it to write a piece of code for you, or you can ask it to decode a piece of code for you. So you can just put it in there and ask it, hey, can you describe to me what this piece of code does? So let me just give you a quick example. Just open up my browser real quick. Let's say chat.openai. And I can simply ask it. So we can simply ask it what we want to write. It is going to think for a moment. There's a little bit of a vague description, but here it's giving us a formula. If property is done, then date add prop date 1 hour to the property date. So it takes the date property from a database, and when it's done, it adds 1 hour on top of that date. Now,
I have used this a lot in writing all of these formulas, so I can highly recommend if you want to create custom formulas, don't hesitate to use ChatGPT. Similarly, we could also grab a formula, like let's say, for example, this one, and then ask, can you explain to me what this formula does? And basically just reads the formula. There you go. It tells you exactly when the date range is active right now. It's going to be orange and show us the little fire. Otherwise, it's going to display the time range in bold gray without the fire emoji. And indeed, that is exactly what it does. It shows us the time range that it's active and the emoji. So ChatGPT is your friend, 100%. That being said, the next thing we're going to do is just go through all of the formulas and automations that we have inside the Notion system that we just built and just have a look if we can see and understand how each of them functions. Okay, let's go and have a look at all of the formulas that we have inside the Notion of Life system. And we're just going to do this one database at a time. The first database that we're going to look at is the action tracker. And we already added a few formulas as we were creating this one. So let me just drag those to the left over here. And I think that should be all of them. The first formula that we have over here basically counts the amount of children item that are under any given parent. So over here we have this parent action item, and you can see over here status is parent, and under these items we can tuck in sub actions. So if you remember from earlier on in the video, we can have this timeline where we have these parent items, and then inside those we can make smaller actions and then create a nice little toggle where we can see how many sub actions there are. We have this formula. Basically what we do here is the first thing is that we declare a variable, and actually this is a let's, but this can also be just a single variable. Because what we do here is we say the variable count actions. This one is actually going to count the amount of actions that are inside of this parent item. Now, the variable name, we can write down whatever we want, but a best practice is to write down something that sort of approximates to what the variable actually contains. And in this case, it's going to contain the amount of actions. So we are going to say count actions equals this piece of code over here. So it's going to go from these sub items, it's going to filter out all of the ones that are not currently done. So we're checking current done is false. So it's going to take all of the actions that have not yet been done and return the amount that have not yet been done. So basically we're going into sub items and we're displaying the amount of sub items that have not yet been done. This information is then fed into this variable. So right now, count actions is, for this particular example, at 4. Then in the next line, we are going to create an if statement. And this one's going to say, if the status is parent, then I want you to display this fire emoji plus the amount of actions that we just calculated over here. And we're going to style those and make them bold. If the status is not parent, then I want this formula to be empty. And just like that, you can see any item that is not parent is empty. The moment we return to parent,